Chapter 1. Is it illegal not to be your boyfriend? Fool. What? Did you just say? The girl, adorned with delicate makeup, widened her eyes in disbelief. The boy standing before her dug at his ear and blew on his fingers, impatience lacing his words. I said, you're a fool. A complete fool. Did you hear me? Hello? Fool? Can you still comprehend human speech? The girl erupted with a piercing shriek. How dare you insult me? The boy smirked. What's the matter? Do you think you're some prized possession? I can insult you as I please. What can you do about it? Is there anything else? If not, then scram. You fool who can't recognize when they're in the way. With that, without waiting for her response, the boy simply walked around her. Damn. Impressive, Jiang. As Jiang Ran took his seat, his classmate Li Kai leaned in, exchanging a series of knowing glances. Have you lost your mind? Jiang Ran pushed him away in disdain. Bro, you're truly my brother. Li Kai crawled back. I heard the campus belle confessed her feelings to you today. And not only did you refuse her, but you also made her cry? Jiang Ran, you're not bad-looking. Out of the kindness of my heart, I'll allow you to be my boyfriend. Shen Siyu lifted her chin with an air of superiority. Don't be too grateful. After all, someone like you associating with me is the greatest luck of your life. What's wrong? Too excited to speak? Besides me, what other way could you ever connect with our kind of class? The thought of encountering such a situation upon arriving at school filled Jiang Ran with a sense of misfortune. What's wrong? Is it illegal not to be your boyfriend? Upon hearing Jiang Ran's admission, Li Kai gasped, as if he had heard something profoundly absurd. He glanced around suspiciously, lowering his voice. Well, it's not illegal, but Jiang, you've certainly gotten yourself into trouble. Jiang Ran, propped up with one hand, was engrossed in a novel, glancing at the title, which seemed to be 365 Steps to Becoming a Dragon King. Without lifting his eyes, he replied, What trouble? That's the campus belle, Shen Siyu. Let's not even mention she's the only daughter of the Shen family. Just look at her terrifying entourage. If it were anyone else, they'd be turned into mincemeat the moment they insulted her. Not quite. Li Kai corrected himself mid-sentence. It's not that serious. Jiang Ran couldn't help but chuckle. Li Kai stared at him, bewildered. It's nothing, just saw something funny, Jiang Ran said, laughing again. Once he calmed down, he closed his book and turned to the bewildered Li Kai. From what you're saying, it seems Shen Siyu is quite formidable. However, Jiang Ran grinned. I believe I'm not lacking either. Li Kai was about to say more when he perked up, recognizing a familiar rhythm of footsteps approaching. He immediately straightened up, reminding their classmates, who were still joking around. Old Yen is coming. Over the past 3 years, thanks to his ability to discern people by their footsteps, Li Kai had successfully evaded trouble numerous times. Before he even arrived, a chilling voice echoed. Who's saying old Yen is coming? Li Kai instinctively shrank his neck. A man, strikingly handsome and dressed impeccably, entered the classroom, his eagle-like gaze sweeping across the room, causing an immediate hush. Bang! Yan Feng slammed a stack of papers onto the podium and leaned against the desk. Since you all seem so excited, I won't waste time with unnecessary chatter. This afternoon at 2 o'clock, in just half an hour, the awakening ceremony will officially commence. Now, class monitor, lead the way, and let's head downstairs to gather on the playground. Jiang Ran obediently stood up to follow. It seemed Li Kai's warnings were not mere rumors, just from the classroom to the playground. Jiang Ran felt the weight of at least 20 pairs of eyes upon him. More than half of those gazes were filled with anger. Jiang Ran ran a hand through his hair, dismissing the stares entirely. What a joke. Let them look. Would it cost them a piece of flesh? On the playground, several individuals in silver uniforms were tinkering with various instruments. These were the devices that would assist in their awakening. In this world, awakeners comprised 80 of the human population. High-tech advancements were no longer the norm. Supernatural abilities reigned supreme. Here, everything was dictated by strength. Even after being in this world for 17 years, he still found himself astonished by the extraordinary powers. Telekinesis, water and fire manipulation, metallizing parts of the body, teleportation, size alteration. These were merely the most fundamental abilities. The powers of awakeners varied greatly, with official records indicating that there are currently over hundreds of thousands of known abilities. Moreover, these abilities are ranked from F to SSS, with F being the lowest and SSS the highest. As Jiang Ran stood in the midst of the crowd, Contemplating the instruments ahead, he pondered what kind of power he might awaken. After all, he was a transmigrator. Lacking a typical system was one thing, but surely he could be granted some minor advantage. Now, students whose names are called, please step forward and place your hands on the instruments. Wang Yang, Chun Fei, Dingyu. The first to step up was Wang Yang from Class 1, nervously swallowing as he faced the spherical device. The man in uniform standing beside the instrument glanced at him and calmly said, "No need to be nervous. Just place your hand on it and wait a couple of seconds." Obediently, Wang Yang placed his hand on the device, and in less than a second, the originally transparent sphere erupted with a milky white glow, revealing an E on its surface. The man beside him, holding a tablet-like device, glanced at the screen, his tone unperturbed. E-grade physical enhancement. Physical enhancement, as the name suggests, involves achieving physical sanctity through training and strengthening the body. This ability is quite common. Almost half of 100 individuals will awaken physical enhancement. E-grade physical enhancement. D-grade fire element. C-grade telekinesis. F-grade softening. The awakening process took only a second or two, and the crowd on the playground quickly dispersed. In the stands, the principal wore a frown. With so many participants, not only was there no S-grade, but not even an A-grade had been seen. Awakeners capable of achieving SSS-grade abilities were a rare breed, with only a handful emerging across the entire Dragon Nation each year. As for the lower tiers, while SS and S grades were not as scarce as SSS, they were hardly as commonplace as S grades. Under normal circumstances, each province could expect to see 5 or 6 SS grades and around 20 S grades annually. As the second-ranked high school in Qingzhou City, they should have at least a few S grades to meet the average. Yet, more than 2/3 of the ceremony had passed, and there was still not a single S grade, not even an A grade. The principal could already envision a bleak future beckoning him. S-grade water element. This thundering announcement instantly revitalized the despondent principal. At that moment, the playground erupted in excitement. Shun Siyu has awakened an S-grade water element. S-grade, a versatile water element that can both attack and heal. 666, the campus belle lives up to her title. Wow, she's beautiful, comes from a distinguished family, and now has awakened an S-grade ability. The campus belle seems to have faced no setbacks in life. Not quite. Didn't she confess to some guy this morning, only to be rejected and insulted? What? Someone actually rejected the campus belle. Who is this remarkable individual? Chapter 2. Inferior to an S-class dog, Yin Feng was uncertain when he had arrived beside Jiang Ran, arching an eyebrow at Shin Siyu, who was encircled by a throng ahead. An S-class elemental ability. Do you not regret turning them down? Jiang Ran, with his hands buried in his pockets, retorted dismissively. What is there to regret? It's merely an S-class. His tone suggested that even an S-class was beneath contempt. Indeed, Yin Feng mused, placing a cigarette between his lips but refraining from lighting it due to the presence of others. However, considering she is a girl, could you not be a tad more tactful? Jiang Ran chuckled lightly. That condescending tone, akin to a benefactor looking down upon a beggar. Who wouldn't he be incensed? With her pretty face, she truly believed herself to be someone of significance. To label her a fool would be generous. Linny, Jiang Ran, you may proceed, Yin Feng said, crossing his arms as he observed Jiang Ran's retreating figure. Navigating between two classes, Jiang Ran moved forward. Each step met with attempts to trip him by outstretched legs. He paid them no heed, resolutely stepping over their feet. A chorus of pained gasps followed in his wake. Jiang Ran, a weary staff member, verified his identity before instructing him to place his hand on the device. 2 seconds elapsed, yet the apparatus seemed stalled, unresponsive. Shin Siyu, who had been quietly observing, smirked coldly. I thought he was remarkable, but it appears he is just a waste who cannot even awaken his abilities. I must have been blind to have confessed to him. Yin Feng, like a specter, had somehow reappeared at the front of the line, his expression unreadable as he regarded the unresponsive Jiang Ran. Just as the staff began to wonder if the device was faulty, the entire sphere erupted in a brilliant azure light. The radiance shot skyward, resembling a pillar that pierced the heavens. In an instant, the entire Qingzhou city, and indeed all of Qin province, began to tremble. The staff stood in stunned silence. SSSS class. Shin Siyu froze, her demeanor completely altered. Even the principal was taken aback. Yin Feng's eyes widened slightly. The calmest of all was the protagonist standing before the light column. Jiang Ran gazed at the spectacle, nodding in satisfaction. Yes, that is more like it. At last, I haven't let the army of transcenders down. Well done. In the principal's office, Yin Feng and Jiang Ran sat side by side. SSS class wind element. I knew you could do it. Yin Feng clapped Jiang Ran on the shoulder, his excitement palpable as if he himself had awakened an SSS class ability. Jiang Ran winced, shifting away slightly. Are you trying to crush me, the newly minted prodigy? Why are you dodging? Yin Feng pulled him back. You are in the limelight now. If you're not by my side, you won't even know how you met your demise. Although Awakeners comprised 80% of humanity, the sheer number rendered it impossible for any nation to fully monitor everyone. In recent years, cults and foreign influences had become increasingly active, and the beasts lurking in the depths of forbidden zones stirred restlessly. One could assert that war could erupt at any moment. In the pursuit of obliterating human civilization, all eyes have turned towards the newly awakened generation of extraordinary individuals, particularly those of the SSS rank. The destruction of even one such genius would inflict severe damage upon an entire nation. When Jiang Ran awakened, the commotion was considerable. It was not merely the province of Qin that took notice, but likely the entirety of Long Nation was aware of an SSS-level talent emerging in Qingzhou. To certain individuals, Jiang Ran has come to resemble a mythical figure, akin to a Tang Sung in the eyes of a demon. Consequently, upon realizing the gravity of the situation, the principal promptly ushered him into his office and hastened to report to the higher-ups. No need to worry. Jiang Ran nonchalantly waved his hand, exuding an air of calmness. I won't die. It was evident that he was unfamiliar with the depths of their madness. Yin Feng was about to enlighten the young man, who seldom paid attention in class, about the frenzied nature of cultists, when a sudden knock at the office door interrupted him. Yin Feng's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. The principal had already issued a command forbidding disturbances in the principal's office. Who, at this hour, would dare knock? Jiang Ran, however, remained unperturbed, stretching languidly as the door opened. A tall man, imposing and exuding an air of authority, entered the room. He approached Jiang Ran, bowing slightly. Young master. What? Yin Feng was taken aback. He had merely been surprised when Jiang Ran awakened his SSS-level abilities, yet now, a man with an even more inscrutable presence was addressing Jiang Ran as young master. This was utterly bewildering. What on earth was happening? Wasn't Jiang Ran an orphan? Bereft of parents? Stay at the door. Jiang Ran reclined on the sofa, issuing the command with practiced ease. Yes, young master. The man nodded and exited, closing the office door behind him. What is going on, Jiang Shaoran? Yin Feng exclaimed, his cigarette slipping from his fingers in shock. The aloof persona he had initially presented had completely vanished. Aren't you an orphan? How did you suddenly transform into a young master? Jiang Ran raised an eyebrow, puzzled. When did I ever claim to be an orphan? Isn't it written in your file that your parents are deceased? Ah, yes, but I merely lost my parents. I never claimed to have no other relatives. Suddenly, Jiang Ran's eyes lit up with realization. So, you took such special care of me because you thought I was an orphan and pitiful. Yin Feng was taken aback. He had indeed harbored that thought initially. However, as time passed and he grew closer to Jiang Ran, he recognized that this young man was genuinely compatible with him. So you truly are a young master? I thought everyone was aware of this. Jiang Ran shrugged. After all, my surname is quite evident. Surname? Evident. There are many people with the surname Jiang in Qingzhou, and no prominent family bears that name. Even until bedtime, Yin Feng could not fathom to which family Jiang Ran truly belonged. Before the mirror in the restroom, Jiang Ran admired his freshly dyed crimson hair, thoroughly pleased. Wow, how can I be this handsome? He posed before the mirror, grinning widely, only to suddenly revert to a serious expression. Yet, the reflection remained unchanged, still adorned with a smile. Jiang Ran was not surprised. He merely regarded him quietly. Why is my ability wind? That is not your ability. The reflection of Jiang Ran in the mirror smiled. It is the innate power of this body. Jiang Ran's eyes flickered with uncertainty. All right, the minute is up. If you find yourself in peril, you may call upon me. But whether or not I assist you will depend on my mood. The mirror's Jiang Ran chuckled softly, and then the image transformed into a slightly furrowed brow. Chapter 3. A young master is not considered a master. It is widely acknowledged that a young master does not equate to a true master. A week ago, while gazing into the mirror, Jiang Ran was astonished when his reflection suddenly came to life. He declared himself Jiang Ran, and Jiang Ran was indeed him. His ability required no awakening. It had always existed. This power was named Plunder. The ability allowed him to seize the powers of others. As long as Jiang Ran personally dispatched someone, and their ability level was equal to or lower than his own, he could appropriate it and convert it into his own power. It was akin to having an unfair advantage. When Jiang Ran inquired about the level of his Plunder ability, the reflection smiled gently. What do you think? With such a formidable ability in his grasp, Jiang Ran naturally felt no anxiety regarding the awakening ceremony. Yet, to his astonishment, what awakened was not Plunder, but rather the SSS elemental ability of wind. Heaven bear witness, he had never taken a life. Had it not been for Jiang Ran's experiences across 2 lifetimes, he would have struggled to maintain composure. Now, having grasped the explanation, Jiang Ran sat on his bed, seemingly coming to terms with it. He had traversed into this realm when the original owner was merely 1 year old. In essence, that too could be considered a form of killing. Thus, possessing the original owner's wind ability could indeed be deemed a form of plunder. His phone chimed, and upon checking, Jiang Ran discovered it was a video call from his grandfather. Upon answering, an elderly man with graying temples, yet an imposing presence appeared on the screen. An SSS-level ability. You truly bring honor to our family. The moment he appeared, Jiang Ran's grandfather, Jiang Qinglin, erupted into laughter and gave Jiang Ran a thumbs up. Jiang Ran chuckled, thinking to himself, does he not realize who I am? An SSS-level ability is merely a walk in the park. Jiang Qinglin laughed heartily, expressing his delight. Before abruptly changing the subject, have you decided which university to attend? The Awakener universities in Long Country exceeded the number of institutions Jiang Ran had encountered in his previous life. However, the most prestigious were the top 7 universities: Tianfu Academy in the capital, Longting University in North China, the War Academy in the northwest, Lingshu University in the north, Xingqing University in the southwest, Tiankai Divine Institute in Shanghai City, and Canaan Academy in Guangping City. Those who gained admission to these 7 universities were invariably exceptional individuals, with abilities starting at a minimum of B grade, and often among the elite of B grade abilities. It had always been the case that schools selected their students. No student could refuse admission to these 7 universities, though some might feign indifference. Yet Jiang Ran was different. Not only was he an SSS-level ability holder at the pinnacle of the hierarchy, but he also had an exceptionally impressive grandfather. Jiang Ran countered, Grandfather, which university do you believe I should attend? Jiang Qinglin chuckled, Xiao Ran, I never interfere with your affairs. Go wherever you wish. Just share your thoughts with me, and I shall arrange the rest. Long before his awakening, Jiang Ran had contemplated his future destination. Thus, he felt no hesitation. I wish to attend Tianfu Academy. Tianfu Academy is situated in the capital city of Shangjing, which is the most rapidly developing metropolis of Longhua. Excellent, Jiang Qinglin replied without a moment's hesitation. You need not concern yourself with anything else. Just rest well these days, and ensure Jiang Hu accompanies you when you venture out. The current situation is quite chaotic, and although you are an SSS level, even as my grandson, there may be those who harbor ulterior motives. After imparting several additional cautions, he hurriedly ended the call. In the ensuing days, Jiang Ran adhered to the old man's advice, not stepping outside his door, even when Li Kai messaged him to join in some festivities. Claiming that they should indulge before graduation, Jiang Ran firmly declined. It was no joking matter. Despite his exceptional abilities, he was not foolish enough to disregard his own safety. He could not afford to jeopardize the main storyline by recklessly stepping out for a drink, only to be slaughtered by cultists. Should that happen, he would surely slap himself in regret. After a few days of idly waiting, Jiang Ran reclined on the sofa, engrossed in his phone, when he instinctively reached for the fruit platter beside him, only to find it absent. In the next moment, someone brought the platter to him. Jiang Ran reflexively expressed his gratitude, only to realize immediately, what on earth? Who is this person? He quickly sat up and turned to see a young man, slightly less handsome than himself, smiling at him. Jiang Ran was taken aback. Have cultists broken in? How audacious! As he instinctively reached for the pendant hidden beneath his clothing, the young man hurriedly stopped him. Wait, hold on. I'm one of us. Your grandfather sent me. A few minutes later, observing the young man who treated the place as if it were his own, Jiang Ran felt a peculiar sense of rivalry for the first time. Your grandfather sent you to fetch me? Are you also from Tianfu Academy? Indeed, the young man replied. casually holding a watermelon in one hand and an orange in the other, his mouth stuffed full. Jiang Ran could only shake his head in disbelief. It seemed as though he hadn't eaten in ages. Even a starving ghost would not behave so ravenously. After finally swallowing the mouthful, the young man took a couple of sips from a nearby soda to clear his throat before continuing. I suppose I am your senior, having been 2 classes ahead of you. I will graduate next year. Don't bother asking too much. Once you arrive at Tianfu, you'll encounter my legend everywhere. It will be hard for you not to learn about me. Now, do you have anything to pack? Hurry up, we must leave soon. The young man glanced at his non-existent watch, emphasizing the urgency of time. Looking at the emptied fruit platter, Jiang Ran felt a twitch in his eye. I have nothing to take. Let's go? He truly had no belongings to gather, as he could procure everything he needed once he reached Shangjing. All right then. Let us be on our way. Baiyu snapped his fingers and grasped Jiang Ran's shoulder. Yet, as if remembering something, he abruptly halted. By the way, your hair color is quite appealing. Do you have any hair dye left? Please hand me one. Jiang Ran replied. Yes, there is some in the cupboard of my room. All right. Baiyu nodded, extending his other hand, which seemed to vanish as if separated by an unseen barrier. After a brief 2 seconds, when his hand reappeared, it held a bottle of hair dye. Jiang Ran had already discerned that Baiyu's ability was related to space manipulation. Indeed, when time halts, space reigns supreme. There was no need for inquiry. Spatial abilities were undoubtedly classified as SSS grade. No wonder his grandfather had sent him to fetch Baiyu. Such powers were indeed convenient. Jiang Ran silently cast a glance at Baiyu, pondering that spatial abilities likely weren't exceedingly rare. It couldn't be that Baiyu was the sole possessor. He felt his own latent abilities stirring with anticipation. Chapter 4. A backdoor entry. Old man, I've brought the person you requested. Jiang Ran was uncertain about the arrangements at other schools, but he knew that the 7 academies completed admissions and registrations within 2 weeks post-awakening. Following registration, a unified entrance examination would be administered, after which a 1-week summer break would ensue before the official commencement of classes. Jiang Ran had anticipated that Baiyu would merely escort him to the school. He was taken aback when Baiyu directly brought him into the principal's office. The principal of Tianfu Academy, Yuan Pu, was a kind-looking elderly gentleman whom Jiang Ran had seen in the news. You must be Jiang Ran, the old man said, smiling warmly at him. Old Jiang has been boasting for days about his grandson possessing an SSS-grade elemental ability. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. We are like brothers. You may call me Grandpa Yuan. Jiang Ran shyly smiled and obediently greeted Grandpa Yuan. Upon hearing this, Yuan Pu's mood visibly brightened. Very good. Very good. You are certainly more likable than your grandfather. Jiang Ran remained silent, merely grinning foolishly, well aware of his grandfather's true nature. He found it difficult to engage in such conversation. All right, enough with the pleasantries. I've seen what I needed to see and said what I intended to say. I must take him now, Baiyu interjected, unable to remain still. His restless demeanor made it seem as if he were afflicted by hyperactivity. Keeping him seated on the sofa was more challenging than solving complex calculus problems. Yuan Pu cast a resigned glance at Baiyu, who remained his usual impatient self and showed little respect. Given that Jiang Ran was still present, Yuan Pu, wishing to maintain his benevolent image, waved his hand and said, Very well, off you go. With a compliant smile still on his face, Jiang Ran suddenly found his surroundings shifting dramatically from the principal's office to a small, standalone villa. Here, you will reside henceforth. Baiyu reached into the space once more, retrieving a silver card which he handed to Jiang Ran. Ordinarily, you would receive this after completing your entrance examination, but given your fortunate acquaintance with me, I'm granting you a backdoor entry. Here, take it now. Safeguard this card, for it serves not only as your access pass to the dormitory, but also as a vital resource for your survival within the school. Shortly, you will place the card against your mobile device, and it shall unveil its myriad functions. Well then, I must attend to other matters and take my leave. After all, you are the first to arrive, and aside from you, there is no one else in this school. Feel free to explore at your leisure. With that, without waiting for Jiang Ran's response, Baiyu vanished before his very eyes. Jiang Ran stood stunned, absorbing the words that had just been spoken. It was only upon Baiyu's disappearance that he regained his senses, observing the card in his hand and the small standalone villa before him. He couldn't help but exclaim, The institutions in the capital are extravagantly lavish. Even the dormitories are standalone villas. Entering the courtyard, he placed the card against the sensor at the entrance, and with a soft click, the exquisite door swung open automatically. The interior was immaculate, even more pristine than Jiang Ran's own home. Settling onto the sofa in the living room, Jiang Ran retrieved his phone and, following Bayu's instructions, tapped the card to the device. After a brief pause, a website suddenly appeared on the screen, and upon entering, he was greeted by the emblem of Tianfu Academy. The login page was pre-filled with his name and identity number, unmodifiable, save for the nickname field at the top. After a moment's contemplation, he typed in Tyrannosaurus Warrior. The result indicated that the nickname was already in use. Dream of 900 million girls. This nickname was also taken. Armored Warrior Xing Tian, already claimed as well. After several attempts, each resulting in the same message, Jiang Ran felt a surge of frustration. Hydraulic Engineer, registration successful. Upon entering, he discovered not only a 3D map of Tianfu Academy, but also a points mall, task mall, course schedule, dormitory information, and much more. However, as the semester had yet to commence, both the course schedule and dormitory information were entirely blank. The points in task malls piqued Jiang Ran's interest. Upon exploring, he found the task mall divided into 4 modules categorized by levels A, B, C, and D, with D-level tasks being the simplest and A-level the most challenging. Curious about the difficulty of the A-level tasks, he clicked on Area A, only to be informed that his rank was insufficient to view them. Disappointed, he redirected his attention to the points mall. Slightly more streamlined than the task mall, it lacked the level distinctions, with items arranged from low to high based on points. The offerings were diverse, including elixirs to aid in breakthroughs, potions to enhance mental capabilities, nets required for beast mastery, and even items that could facilitate a transition from the sea realm to the abyss realm. The power levels of awakeners are classified from lowest to highest as follows: He, Shang, Do, He, Jiang, Hai, Yuan, Su, Ling, Di, and Source, culminating in the preliminary stage of 12 distinct realms. Each major realm is further divided into 9 levels and a pinnacle stage. Typically, newly awakened individuals find themselves below the 3rd level of the He realm, with only a rare few possessing extraordinary talents reaching the 3rd or 4th level. Although the upper limit has been defined as the initial realm, in reality, on Blue Star, realms such as Initial and Source are largely unknown, and even the existence of the Emperor realm remains uncertain. Even in some small nations, those who step into the realm of spirituality can become the pillars of their country. From what Jiang Ran knows, his grandfather has assigned a guardian, Jiang Hu, who is a formidable peak expert in the realm of abyss, merely a step away from entering the realm of desolation. As for the level of his grandfather, Jiang Chenglin, Jiang Ran cannot discern, nor has Chenglin ever disclosed it. While Jiang Ran was engrossed in studying the Jifan Shangcheng, a friend verification suddenly popped up on the screen. The avatar was pitch black, giving the impression of someone suffering from a delusion of grandeur. The verification message read Bayu. Jiang Ran accepted the request. Bayu then sent over a document. The document detailed the content of the entrance exam scheduled in 3 days. It was advised to prepare psychologically. Upon opening the file, the cover prominently displayed the words Tianfu Student Council. Jiang Ran brushed his hair back, realizing that Tianfu had a student council. This implied that Bayu was affiliated with the council. 3 days swiftly passed. During this time, Bayu did not make a single visit, nor did his grandfather take the initiative to contact Jiang Ran. The messages Jiang Ran sent to Jiang Chenglin seemed to have sunk without a trace, receiving no response. However, Yin Feng and Li Kai occasionally sent him messages, providing some distraction from the monotony. Yin Feng had somehow learned that apart from Jiang Ran, there were 5 other SSS-level students among the new cohort. 2 had gone to the War Academy, 1 to the Lingshu University, and the remaining 2 to the Taunts Divine Institute. This meant that out of the 7 major academies, 3 had not managed to recruit a single SSS-level student this year. Simultaneously, Yin Feng mischievously informed Jiang Ran of an internal scoop. The campus belle, Shenxi, had been admitted to Tianfu Academy. Upon hearing Shenxi's name, Jiang Ran felt an uncontrollable twitch in his brow. A person with such a lovely appearance, yet lacking in the ability to communicate decently, truly believed herself to be the center of the universe, expecting everyone to indulge her and cater to her whims. Given the remarks she made, Jiang Ran thought that merely scolding her was too lenient. Throwing a couple of punches would be considered an act of kindness. Yin Feng remarked, the Shen family still holds some power, and with Shenxi being their only child, her father is fiercely protective. If he learns that you insulted her, he will undoubtedly seek revenge in various ways. Yin Feng continued. Is your family capable of handling this? If not, just call me brother, and I'll be there to protect you in Beijing within 24 hours. He added, rest assured, I have connections. With me around, the Shin family wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Chapter 5. What is wrong with me, teacher? Jiang Ran had some understanding of Yin Feng's background. It was said that he was the second young master of a prominent family in North China. But he had an elder brother who was favored more and a younger sister who was doted upon, rendering him almost invisible within his family. In a fit of frustration, this second young master fled to the relatively remote Qingzhou city in Shaanxi province, taking up the role of a high school homeroom teacher. Although the Shin family was considered the leading force in Qingzhou city, they lacked the qualifications to act as subordinates before the Yin family. Jiang Ran smiled and graciously thanked Yin Feng for his kindness, assuring him that he could handle the situation himself. Yin Feng had originally come to Qingzhou city to escape the tumultuous internal conflicts of the Yin family. If Jiang Ran were to allow Yin Feng to return to the Yin family, continuing to endure humiliation for his sake, then Jiang Ran would surely slap himself awake at midnight, regretting such a decision. Moreover, Jiang Ran truly did not perceive that being in the capital as one of the 6 SSS-class awakeners meant that a mere Shin family could pose any significant threat. The following morning, after finishing his shower, Jiang Ran found himself in a somewhat dazed state when suddenly, a figure materialized in midair. The individual seized Jiang Ran, and in the next moment, he was transported to a vast playground. Jiang Ran rubbed his neck, which had fallen asleep awkwardly, and thought to himself, could he not be given a moment to prepare next time? Bai Yu, with a piece of bread in his mouth, mumbled indistinctly. What kind of preparation are you talking about? Do you think the enemy will grant you time on the battlefield? I'm merely training you in advance. It's disappointing that you question my intentions instead of expressing gratitude. All right, you are right, Jiang Ran conceded. Their voices were not loud. Yet amidst the otherwise orderly and silent crowd, their conversation seemed particularly jarring. Even the middle-aged man and the young one standing at the front couldn't help but glance over. Bai Yu shot them a glare, unceremoniously retorting, what are you staring at? Never seen a handsome guy before. Jiang Ran, standing beside Bai Yu, felt the weight of the gazes upon him and wished he could just sink into the ground. It was one thing for his friend to embarrass himself, but why drag him into it? And why was there no specific time indicated for the gathering in that document? Luckily, Jiang Ran had stayed up all night and was still awake. Otherwise, he would have missed the entrance test entirely. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow, torn between the urge to reprimand and his reluctance to do so. Hence, he focused his gaze on Jiang Ran. With disheveled, rebellious red hair still damp, and clad in an unadorned t-shirt and trousers, Jiang Ran appeared to lack any notable background. The middle-aged man felt emboldened by this thought. Where did you find this person? I explicitly stated not to bring unrelated individuals to the school. Hey, do you even know how to speak? Who's unrelated? Bai Yu retorted. Jiang Ran's lips twitched slightly. Noticing that Bai Yu was clearly unwilling to explain, he decided to speak up himself. Sir, I am a new student this year, here to participate in the entrance test. My name is Jiang Ran. You are Jiang Ran. For reasons unknown, upon hearing this name, their reactions were starkly different. The younger man displayed interest, while the middle-aged man seemed to radiate excitement, as if he had finally found what he was looking for. Arriving late before the term even begins? How have your parents raised you? You exhibit no sense of propriety whatsoever, the middle-aged man chastised without reservation. Jiang Ran's previously bashful demeanor instantly turned cold. The hundreds of onlookers regarded the scene with a mix of curiosity and anticipation. Even Bai Yu was no exception, eager to see how this young man, who was cherished by many influential figures and seemed to be blessed with fortune, would respond to such a situation. The newcomers anticipated that Jiang Ran would remain silent, offer an apology, or defiantly retort, but unexpectedly, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers sharply. As the sound of the snap reverberated through the air, a resounding crack echoed across the playground. The newcomers were collectively taken aback, while the middle-aged man stood dazed. The young man beside him appeared slightly astonished. Bai Yu clapped enthusiastically, exclaiming, well done. Nearly 300 individuals present were novices, predominantly at the first level, and most were oblivious to the events that had just transpired. However, a select few, endowed with extraordinary abilities, clearly witnessed a robust figure materialize almost instantaneously before the man, delivering a sharp slap. You, Jiang Ran blinked, smiling innocently. What's wrong, teacher? I haven't done anything. Baiyu grinned. Old Shen, why are you dawdling? What time is it? Shouldn't we start? Is it your intention to delay so many people? The mention of the surname Shun piqued Jiang Ran's curiosity. All right. The young man beside him seemed to stifle a laugh, nudging Shen Yuan. Other schools are waiting. Clutching his swollen face, Shen Yuan seethed with rage. But as he contemplated the forthcoming events, he forced himself to regain composure and shot Jiang Ran a dark glare, falling silent. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Song Cheng, the head of the organizational department of the Tianfu Student Union. This beside me is Shun Yuan, the deputy director of the Student Affairs Office. Now that everyone is present, I shall outline the specifics of this year's entrance examination. The 361st Secret Realm is an artificial domain crafted collaboratively by the 7 academies, teeming with numerous first and second-tier magical beasts, alongside a few of the third tier. Your objective is to locate 10 passage tokens within a span of 12 hours. 10 is merely the passing mark. The more you collect, the better. Furthermore, as this secret realm is a joint endeavor, this year's entrance exams will be identical across the 7 academies, all taking place at the 361st Secret Realm. Thus, your competitors will not only include your fellow students, but also those from 6 other institutions. At the end of the 12 hours, the exit to the realm will only open then. If you fail to reach the exit within the designated time, even if you have gathered a sufficient number of passage tokens, you will still be deemed unsuccessful. Inside the realm, you must rely solely on yourself. Do not expect assistance from others. Having finished his explanation, Song Cheng surveyed the playground, his gaze momentarily lingering on Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran, not one to be easily misled, understood that the final remark was directed specifically at him. Any questions? Teacher, is it permissible to seize tokens from others? A tall youth in the front row raised his hand. Song Cheng turned his attention to him. I am not a teacher. I am merely your senior. That is a good question. He smiled slightly. Yes, it is allowed. Whether in teams, solo, or by taking tokens from others, all is permissible. However, one rule is strictly enforced. He raised a finger. Deliberate harm or putting another's life at risk is absolutely prohibited. I will be candid with you. Every action within the artificial secret realm will be displayed on the large screen. Everything you do within these confines is known to us. Thus, do not entertain the notion that entering the secret realm allows for the clandestine execution of unspeakable acts without detection. It is utterly impossible. Cast aside any thoughts of luck. Now, are there any further inquiries? A collective shake of heads ensued, while a few individuals, previously brimming with thoughts, discreetly suppressed their emerging ideas upon hearing these words. Prepare yourselves, for we shall enter the secret realm. Upon finishing his statement, Song Cheng suddenly turned his gaze towards Baiyu, who was dozing off beside Jiang Ran. President, Song Cheng called out. Jiang Ran looked at Baiyu in astonishment, not realizing that this young man was, in fact, the president of the student council at Tianfu Academy. Noticing his continued silence, Jiang Ran prodded him, prompting Baiyu to awaken with a start. Oh, understood. He wiped his face and retrieved a shimmering, multicolored key from his space. In an instant, Baiyu flickered, and, before anyone could discern his movement, he materialized in midair. Jiang Ran watched as he pressed the key against the air, causing the atmosphere to warp, and a circular passage, for meters in diameter, gradually emerged. Chapter 6. Ruthless individuals with numerous skills. Upon entering the 361st Secret Realm, everyone was randomly dispersed across various locations. On the playground, the initially open passage had sealed itself, replaced by a 10-meter-long screen. This screen was segmented into countless smaller panels, each corresponding to the location of a passage token. The multitude was staggering, nearly numbering in the thousands. This cohort of new students from Tianfu Academy comprised approximately 300 individuals, with other academies presenting similar figures. Thus, it can be inferred that there were at least 2,000 new students within the 361st Secret Realm. However, only 10,000 passage tokens were available. Even if each person were to acquire a minimum of 10 tokens to pass, at least half would fail to meet the requisite standard. Regrettably, the new students remained oblivious to these facts. Yet, one individual was fully aware. Jiang Ran, who had meticulously reviewed the document detailing the entrance examination content twice in the preceding days, understood everything clearly. Currently, he found himself in a dense jungle. While he was uncertain of its specific location, he distinctly recalled that there seemed to be a considerable number of tokens hidden within. After all, the jungle provided an ideal environment for concealment, harboring various bizarre and formidable beasts. Seeking tokens in such a place would deter anyone lacking the requisite skills. Fortunately, Jiang Ran belonged to the category of individuals who were both formidable and highly skilled. Being transported to the jungle was, indeed, to his advantage. It meant he could avoid early encounters with other new students while amassing a significant number of tokens, all the while utilizing the jungle's terrain to conceal himself and launch surprise attacks on others. It was, quite simply, a triple advantage. Furthermore, his supernatural ability, an SSS-grade elemental power, was wind. The wind would carry to Jiang Ran any information he sought to uncover. For instance, just 5 meters ahead of him lay a first-tier serpentine beast, a terrifying creature that existed within the forbidden zones, with strength categorized from 1 to 12 tiers, corresponding to the 12 major realms of awakened individuals. Historical records recount that over 2 centuries ago, on a fateful day, countless immense black gates materialized across the blue star. It was through these portals that the monstrous beasts emerged. On that very day, humanity awakened to their latent abilities, marking the dawn of the era of extraordinary powers. The chronicles remain silent on the specifics of humanity's struggle against these beasts, but it is known that humanity ultimately achieved a harrowing victory. However, the beasts were not eradicated. They retreated into restricted zones, ever watchful of the human territories, biding their time for a counteroffensive. Within the artificial realms, the beasts encountered are primarily bred specimens. Their ferocity and destructiveness far inferior to their wild counterparts lurking in the forbidden areas. With even a modest grasp of extraordinary abilities, one can easily vanquish them. Which is why schools dare to permit these novice students to enter without trepidation. Jiang Ran enveloped himself in a swirling gust of wind, shielding his scent from the beasts. After advancing a few paces, he detected, through the wind's guidance, a 2-meter-long python concealed among the branches. Its shimmering emerald scales perfectly camouflaged it against the surrounding foliage, making it nearly undetectable to the untrained eye. Upon spotting the beast, Jiang Ran did not hesitate. He raised his hand, and 2 translucent wind blades sliced through the python, cleaving it into 3 segments. He approached and delivered 2 additional strikes to ensure its demise before kicking the carcass into the nearby underbrush. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, on the athletic fields of various academies, a colossal screen broadcasted the events within the realm in real time. At the War Academy, a towering figure, standing at nearly 2 meters, grunted in approval. A new student had already discovered and slain a beast. Which academy does this promising talent belong to? A commendable prospect for the War Academy indeed. The fair-faced man beside him chuckled, recognizing the giant's growing desire to recruit this student. Despite the amusement, even he felt a stir of interest as Jiang Ran effortlessly dispatched yet another first-tier beast, regardless of the level of his abilities. His audacity and combativeness resonated profoundly with the ethos of their academy. Although they already boasted 2 SSS-grade talents this year, who would ever complain about an excessive genius? Moreover, this only served to further affirm the War Academy's formidable prowess. In just 1 hour, Jiang Ran had slain 3 beasts and successfully acquired 5 tokens. Originally, there were 7, but 2 had already been claimed by some beast before he arrived. Safeguarding the fragile wooden tokens with care, Jiang Ran internally lamented the parsimony of the 7 academies for using mere ordinary wood for the tokens, while he pressed onward into the depths of the forest. Meanwhile, on the other side of the secret realm, a girl with a few freckles furrowed her brow as she observed the scene ahead, her exquisite features framed by designer attire. "Sister Ce, is this really all right?" she inquired. Shen Ce smirked. "What is there to fear? With the resources provided by my uncle, our victory is assured." Her uncle, Shen Yuan, served as the deputy director of the Student Affairs Office at the Tianfu Academy. Upon hearing that the detestable Jiang Ran had chosen Tianfu Academy, Shen Ce was utterly elated. As she gazed at the distribution map of the otherworldly beasts within her designated realm, number 361, along with Jiang Ran's real-time location. Memories of the day he had mercilessly insulted her flooded back. The mere thought of Jiang Ran's face caused her to clench her fists involuntarily. Jiang Ran. What does it matter if you are SSS grade? Observing the several locations marked in red on the map, indicating the presence of 3rd-tier beasts, her smile widened. Let us proceed. The tokens within the forest are abundant. If you do not seize the opportunity, others will. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Ran surveyed the lifeless form of the beast before him. In the span of 4 hours, he had slain 9 otherworldly creatures and discovered a total of 16 intact tokens. The thought of the tokens that had been damaged by the beasts weighed heavily on his mind. At this rate, it appeared that his initial prediction regarding the number of individuals clearing the realm would need to be halved. As customary, he concealed the carcasses within the underbrush and brushed aside the bangs that had fallen over his forehead, continuing onward. This forest was extensive. Even though Jiang Ran was not directionally challenged, he found himself uncertain of his precise location. Nevertheless, as long as he maintained a steady course in one direction, he was confident he would eventually find his way out. While lost in thought, he took a few steps when a gust of wind swept by, causing him to pause. The breeze bore an intriguing piece of news. An acquaintance was rapidly approaching his direction. After a moment of contemplation, a knowing smile gradually emerged on Jiang Ran's face. This familiar figure was indeed set to bring him a most delightful surprise. Chapter 7. It's been a few days. Such a drag. Shin-Siyu stumbled as she ran. The girl with freckles who had previously trailed behind her having long since vanished. Her intention had been to stealthily lead Jiang Ran into the territory of a third-tier beast, orchestrating a plan to eliminate him by the hand of another. In this scenario, even if the school inquired later, Jiang Ran would have perished at the hands of the beast, leaving her unscathed. However, she had not anticipated that her plan would be thwarted before it could even unfold, thanks to the foolish Liemo, who had unwittingly stirred up such trouble. Was it too much to ask to simply retrieve a token without stumbling upon a sleeping second-tier beast? If it had merely been a first-tier beast, Shin-Siyu, being at the 5th transition of her realm, would have had a fighting chance. But now, she was confronted with a second-tier beast corresponding to a higher realm. Armed only with her non-offensive water elemental abilities, she was left to confront it head-on. Yet, even as panic surged within her, Shin-Siyu did not forget her plan to use the beast to rid herself of Jiang Ran. Despite being pursued and in disarray, she continued to run towards his location. Her mantra was clear: if I cannot thrive, neither shall you. 2 minutes later, her designer clothes tattered and her meticulously styled hair in disarray. Shin-Siyu finally caught sight of the person she had longed to see, the very individual who made her grit her teeth in frustration. Jiang Ran stood beneath a tree, his attire immaculate and his demeanor relaxed, as if he were merely on a vacation within the realm. Upon seeing Shin-Siyu, he raised an eyebrow. Oh, is that not the illustrious Shin Schoolflower? It has been but a few days, and yet, how she has changed. Jiang Ran. For reasons unbeknownst to her. The mere sound of Jiang Ran's voice sent Shin-Siyu's anger soaring, to the point where she could scarcely maintain her carefully crafted persona. Why shout so loudly? I am not deaf. Jiang Ran idly scratched his ear and rolled his eyes. You, scoundrel. Shin-Siyu fumed, wishing fervently to tear Jiang Ran's mouth to shreds. At that moment, a tremendous crash erupted from behind. A creature, entirely cloaked in green fur, resembling a tiger, yet twice its size and adorned with 2 horns, charged recklessly towards Shin-Siyu. A chill ran down her spine, but seeing Jiang Ran's indifferent demeanor, a cold smile crept onto her face. If I am to suffer, you, Jiang Ran, shall not fare any better. Suddenly, Shin-Siyu accelerated, darting in front of Jiang Ran, yanking him back with force, flinging him behind her. Jiang Ran, do not blame me. If blame is to be laid, let it fall on your own misfortune. How dare he insult her after she graciously allowed him to be her boyfriend? Die then. Jiang Ran, having been thrown behind, glanced at the creature now fixated on him, and then at Shin-Siyu's retreating figure, letting out a resigned sigh. Truly, she holds a grudge, that foolish girl. Roar. What a racket. Jiang Ran's brow furrowed, his aura swelling dramatically. The previously gentle breeze turned sharply frigid, whipping through the air like a razor's edge. In a mere breath, the creature was riddled with wounds of varying sizes, green blood splattering everywhere. Feeling the agony of its injuries, the 3.5-meter-long beast hesitated, contemplating retreat. Wish to flee? Why not do so sooner? Jiang Ran advanced rather than retreating, his hand clenched, causing the winds to surge once more, bending even trees that 3 men could scarcely encircle. The tempest was swift, and just as quickly, it subsided. When the winds calmed, the once lively beast lay motionless on the ground. Jiang Ran approached for a closer inspection, discovering that it had yet to succumb to death. TSK. The vitality of these creatures is truly tenacious. Had Shin-Siyu been in the wind's embrace, she would have been reduced to mere fragments long ago. With this thought, Jiang Ran, in a gesture of mercy, saw the creature off on its final journey. Outside the secret realm, within the confines of the War Academy, the fair-faced Qiu Zizhu could not suppress a look of eager anticipation as he witnessed the entire spectacle unfold. To dispatch a second-tier beast in an instant, albeit appearing to be at the nascent stage of the second tier, attested to the fact that this young man from an unknown academy had reached the Ascendant realm. If memory serves, the awakening ceremony occurred merely half a month prior, did it not? This implies that the young fellow ascended from the harmonization realm to the Ascendant realm in just half a month. Moreover, judging by his affinity for and control over the winds, his ability level is at least SS grade. It could even be SSS grade. Beside Qiu Zizhu, the burly Hua Yihong could scarcely contain himself, yearning to enter the secret realm immediately and recruit this prodigy for their war academy. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Hua Yihong's mind. Zizhua, please investigate who possesses wind elemental abilities at the S-rank level or above this year. The new students are still in the provisional admission phase and have yet to formally enroll. Seizing the opportunity before other academies notice this promising talent, Hua Yihong is determined to act swiftly. Within the secret realm, Xin Siyu paused after running 2 miles, using her abilities to refresh her face. Considering the time, Jiang Ran must have met an untimely demise, perhaps even in pieces by now. As she tidied her hair, a smirk involuntarily crept onto her lips. What does it matter if he SSS rank? He would still fall prey to the beasts. However, she recalled that when she had last confronted him, he was clutching dozens of tokens. What a pity, Xin Siyu sighed. She never anticipated that the rogue could gather so many tokens. If only those tokens had been hers. Yet, time was tight, and she had no chance to seize them, resigning them to accompany Jiang Ran to his grave. What a pity, Xin Siyu instinctively muttered. But halfway through her response, she abruptly realized something. Who's there? A figure clad in white emerged slowly, a faint smile playing on his lips. Xin Siyu's pupils constricted in shock, and she instinctively stepped back. Jiang Ran, you're alive. Did you wish for my demise? Jiang Ran feigned a sorrowful expression, reminding her of her previous confession of affection. Yet, he continued, I merely said that to test your feelings, to see if your affection was genuine. In truth, I also harbor feelings for you, but I felt unworthy of your love. Xin Siyu was momentarily stunned. Really? Of course, that was a lie, you fool. Jiang Ran's expression shifted with alarming speed. I may like you, but I cannot possibly like someone as foolish as you. Jiang Ran. Oh dear, getting anxious, are we? Jiang Ran clicked his tongue, leaping aside just as a water ball crashed into the spot he had just vacated. An ambush? That is something I haven't played since I was 8. Jiang Ran shook his head, exasperated, and pointed at Xin Siyu. You're far too slow. And your expression betrays your intentions, as if you were afraid others wouldn't know you were attempting an ambush. Sigh, with such skills, you dare to aspire to be my classmate? You're dragging down the overall standard of this year's new students. If I were you, I'd find a large tree and end it all. Chapter 8. Even the smallest mosquito is meat. Shut up. Xin Siyu was on the verge of a breakdown. Why? Oh why, had she ever fallen for him? You think I'll just shut up because you say so? Who do you think you are? Roar. Before Jiang Ran could finish his sentence, an enraged roar erupted from the forest behind them. Sensing the overwhelming pressure in that voice, Jiang Ran's expression shifted slightly. Xin Siyu, whose strength was a significant tier below his Jiang Ran's countenance, grew even more somber. Having lingered in the forest for so long, he had only encountered first-tier aberrations. Yet, with Xin Siyu's arrival, the creatures were invariably second or even third tier. Was she some sort of harbinger of misfortune? The previous second-tier beast had only just crossed into that realm, so Jiang Ran's swift victory was understandable. Had the beasts been ordinary second-tier or late-stage second-tier, he might have attempted a confrontation. But third-tier? That was an entirely different magnitude, a whole level beyond his reach. No, he had to retreat. Next time, he vowed to bring her down. At that moment, Xin Siyu felt weak all over, her head buzzing. Despite her growing disorientation, she immediately spotted Jiang Ran attempting to flee. Jiang Ran, my uncle is the deputy director of the Student Affairs Office. How dare you abandon me? She hissed through clenched teeth. Jiang Ran, who had already sprinted 200 meters away, froze. Then, amidst Xin Siyu's mixture of suspicion and triumph, he turned back. She knew it. Once she invoked her uncle Xin Yuan as her patron, Jiang Ran could not possibly leave her to fend for herself. Otherwise, how would he survive his 4 years at university? Her expression grew ever more triumphant. Though she was now sprawled weakly on the ground, her chin remained raised, preserving her haughty dignity. Hurry up and take me away from here. Jiang Ran seemed utterly indifferent to her pleas. Shinxing even caught a murmur from him. Almost forgot about you. Her eyes lit up momentarily, but in the next instant, her smile froze into a grimace. Jiang Ran raised his foot and kicked her, sending the girl crashing to the ground. Her head, still bearing that smug expression, rolled to the side. Though she was merely an S tier, every morsel counted. Even a mosquito was still flesh. No creature should be underestimated. What had she just said? Never mind, it was insignificant. Jiang Ran muttered to himself, not sparing even a glance at her lifeless form, sensing the oppressive force drawing ever closer. Jiang Ran had no time to test his newfound abilities. With a gust beneath his feet, he darted swiftly into the distance. Outside the secret realm, on the Tianfu Academy's athletic field, a few more figures had gathered. Baiyu had somehow procured a chair and set up a parasol, lounging leisurely beneath its shade. Beside him, the enigmatic principal of Tianfu Academy, Yuan Pu, reclined in a chair, casually holding a can of soda. Nearby, several smaller parasols had been erected, each sheltering a single individual. The caliber of this year's freshman is inferior to the previous 2 cohorts, remarked a man, roughly the same build as Hua Yihong. As he observed the scene, he sat in a small reclining chair, his robust biceps making the chair appear diminutive. An elderly woman with a full head of silver hair chuckled softly. You might want to consider who was in the previous 2 cohorts, she retorted, casting a subtle glance at Baiyu, whose restless posture suggested a touch of hyperactivity. The man's expression soured upon her reminder, as if recalling some unpleasant memories. Despite Shen Yuan having appeared as a formidable deputy director of student affairs mere hours ago in front of the new students, his true capabilities were rather unremarkable. Fortunately, the authority of a deputy director is rather limited, and he typically had little to occupy his time, leading to his current languid position. Hence now, as a host of far more powerful individuals strolled in with confidence, Shen Yuan found himself awkwardly perched on a small stool at the back, straining his neck to catch a glimpse of Shen Xiyu and Jiang Ran on the large screen. Upon witnessing Shen Xiyu leave Jiang Ran to confront a second-tier beast alone, he couldn't help but clench his fist in approval. Indeed, what a splendid display. He had assumed that with so many prominent figures present, no one would pay heed to him, a comparatively weak deputy director. To his surprise, Baiyu, sitting at the front, abruptly turned his head and exclaimed, "Old Shun, what are you up to?" With Baiyu's unabashed shout, the burly man and the elderly woman who had spoken earlier, along with several unfamiliar faces, turned to look at him. Under the weight of so many curious gazes, Shen Yuan felt an inexplicable surge of pressure. With his thin, dark face, he forced an awkward smile, saying, "I just saw a new student slay a beast, and I couldn't help but feel a bit excited." "Ah, so that's what it is." Baiyu nodded in understanding. "I thought it was because, as Shen Xiyu's uncle, you were thrilled to see her avenging that past grievance of yours. It seems I was too narrow-minded, isn't it?" Under the curious stares of the crowd, Shen Yuan's already awkward smile became even more strained. Did that rascal possess mind-reading abilities? Haha, how could that be? I am not so petty. Shen Yuan forced a grin. Well, that's good to hear. I can relax now. Baiyu flashed a grin at him before turning back to the front. The others, unaware of what had transpired previously and unable to comprehend the exchange, exhibited expressions of disappointment upon realizing that Baiyu seemed to have lost interest. Shen Yuan exclaimed, "What on earth are you all disappointed about?" After this minor interlude, when Shen Yuan finally located Jiang Ran on the small screen, he discovered that the beast, which had been relentlessly pursuing Shen Xiyu, had collapsed before Jiang Ran. Shen Yuan's emotions fluctuated from excitement to astonishment, then to a flicker of hope, and finally to anxiety. Ultimately, upon witnessing Shen Xiyu's headless corpse fall to the ground, he could no longer contain himself and stood up, shouting, "How could this be?" The crowd ahead was once again startled. Yet this time, Shen Yuan was beyond caring about any embarrassment. A wave of fury surged from the depths of his heart, raging like wildfire up his spine and into his mind. How dare he? How dare he kill her? As he watched Shen Xiyu's head roll into the grass, Shen Yuan's anger reached unprecedented levels. Previously, only a select few had noticed Jiang Ran's small screen. Meanwhile, others were preoccupied with observing the talents from other academies. gleaned from rumors, and contemplating what conditions would entice them to willingly abandon their original schools for Tianfu Academy. In this current session, the sole SSS-level student from Tianfu College has only garnered initial attention, and upon observing commendable performance, the decision to allow him greater freedom was made. Thus, Shun Yuan's sudden outburst of fury and the string of incomprehensible exclamations left most bystanders bewildered as to their meaning. Conversely, Bai Yu, who had been quietly observing Shun Yuan, stretched lazily and rose from his seat. With this movement, all eyes immediately fixed upon him, as if anticipating an extraordinary act that would command their vigilance. Bai Yu, stretching and ruffling his hair, died just the night before, grinned mischievously and remarked, "Old Shun, why the vexation? He dared to slap you in public. Do you truly believe he would hesitate to harm your foolish niece?" Chapter 9. Are you bewildered, brother? At present, Jiang Ran's speed could be likened to the swiftest in 2 lifetimes. Yet, inexplicably, regardless of how far he ran, he felt a menacing presence fixated upon him. Frowning as he dashed, he pondered, "Am I being targeted? I have done nothing to provoke it." Jiang Ran was utterly unaware of the nature of the third-tier beast pursuing him or its habitat, yet here he was, ensnared by its gaze. Surely, he could not be the only individual in such a vast expanse. Had he known, he would not have eliminated Shinsiyu so prematurely. Perhaps she could have shared some of the animosity directed at him. Sighing softly, Jiang Ran released a breath, but before he could fully exhale, a surge of even more formidable auras erupted. The shockwave from the overwhelming pressure nearly sent him tumbling into the nearby river. What the? Help! What is happening? Who is ambushing me? Run! In that moment, it was not only Jiang Ran who sensed the chaos. A significant portion of the new students within the secret realm experienced the violent upheaval. Those with insufficient strength or frail constitutions were either knocked to the ground, spitting blood, or rendered unconscious. The initial third-tier beast that revealed its presence acted as a signal, causing all 6 third-tier beasts within the confines of Secret Realm 361 to erupt in fury. Some new students, too close to their lairs, succumbed within mere seconds, their vision fading to black. Though Jiang Ran was propelled by the shockwave, his advancement in cultivation placed him a significant tier above those still in the foundational stage. Thus, after regaining his composure, he found himself relatively unscathed. However, his countenance was graver than when facing Shinsiyu. What is the meaning of this? Is this a necessary step in the entrance examination? Yet, that document mentioned nothing of this. Suddenly, an alarming aura approached from behind. Instinctively, Jiang Ran veered aside, narrowly avoiding a 2-meter-tall, cerulean crescent that grazed his hair. Although there was no direct contact, the razor-sharp edge of the crescent still sliced across his cheek, and crimson droplets began to fall to the ground. A single droplet landed squarely upon a weed, and in an instant, the leaves of the plant quivered as it miraculously shot up by 10 centimeters. Jiang Ran cursed under his breath. Having no time to ponder the bizarre occurrence beneath his feet, he pressed on, darting in another direction without a moment's pause. However, it was evident that his pursuers were unwilling to grant him any respite. No sooner had Jiang Ran covered a few meters than 2 crescent-shaped attacks surged towards him from behind. What madness was this? As the approaching threat loomed ever closer, Jiang Ran felt a growing sense of despair. Had he pilfered their home, that they would relentlessly pursue him? Concentrating the elemental winds around him, Jiang Ran timed his movements, leaping aside just as the attack grazed the edge of his garment, narrowly evading the strike. Frustration boiled within the hidden beast as it realized its 3 attempts had failed to even graze him. With a furious roar, it leapt away, soon appearing several kilometers distant. Having just dispatched a first-tier rodent-like creature he inadvertently stepped on while evading the earlier assault, Jiang Ran rose to his feet and spotted a formidable figure not far away. It was a massive, tiger-like beast, standing at 2.5 meters tall and stretching 5 meters in length, its entire form of vivid emerald green. The moment Jiang Ran beheld it, enlightenment washed over him. No wonder it had not pursued anyone else. He had indeed trespassed into its territory. The second-tier beast was its offspring, having slain its young, who would not be enraged. Once again, he mentally berated Shinsiyu for being an ill-fated nuisance. As he observed the creature advancing towards him step by step, Jiang Ran felt his body tense. He had already grasped the gravity of the situation. The chaotic eruption of third-tier beasts had transpired at least 5 minutes ago, yet the 7 academies had exhibited no response. It was crucial to note that this artificial secret realm, designated as number 361, was a product of their collaborative efforts, and Song Chung had explicitly stated that they could observe all occurrences within it. There was no logical explanation for their ignorance regarding the upheaval caused by the third-tier beasts. If they were indeed aware of the turmoil, yet chose not to halt the examination to facilitate rescue, only two possibilities remained. Either the 7 academies had succumbed entirely to the influence of a malevolent cult, intent on extinguishing this generation of prodigious talents, or the beastly uprising was, in fact, a component of the entrance examination itself. The school may have recognized this as merely an aspect of the test, believing that everything remained within manageable limits, which explained their reluctance to intervene. However, as Jiang Ran gazed at the enraged beast, its eyes aflame with fury over the loss of its progeny, his own wariness intensified. Would this creature, consumed by grief and rage, adhere to the institution's directives and refrain from harming him? Not willing to tempt fate, Jiang Ran resolved to unleash his full potential. Jiang Ran, lend me your strength. Upon reopening his eyes, a palpable shift enveloped him, the once unassuming Jiang Ran, appearing as an ordinary individual devoid of powers, now radiated an aura of formidable might. However, in the present moment, Jiang Ran, even in a state of inactivity, emanated an aura so potent that it compelled the third-tier beast before him to halt, sensing an imminent threat. Even the gentle breeze surrounding them momentarily ceased. Jiang Ran shifted his gaze, casually surveying his surroundings. Should anyone have ventured near enough to scrutinize his eyes, they would have discerned a glimmer of golden light emanating from the depths of his pupils. Ah, third-tier beast. I anticipated you would present me with a challenge. Jiang Ran regarded the beast, now somewhat rational and cautious, and made a sound of mild disapproval. Yet, given that my spirits are rather elevated today, I shall reluctantly extend my assistance. As soon as Jiang Ran's words fell, a tempest arose. A pale blue tornado roared to life, its winds intensifying with every passing moment. Wherever the tornado passed, the landscape was flattened. What appeared to be merely a swirling mass of wind transformed into a deadly vortex, akin to a multitude of razor-sharp blades, as it effortlessly shredded trees into splinters upon contact. The beast, fixated on the tornado, let out an enraged roar. In the next instant, a tornado of identical hue and dimensions manifested before it, colliding with Jiang Ran's summoned whirlwind. After 2 seconds, Jiang Ran's tornado began to exhibit signs of fatigue, slowly being devoured by the beast's formidable whirlwind. A glimmer of human-like derision flickered within the beast's enormous eyes. Both wielded wind elemental abilities. However, the human was merely a second tier, while it was a third-tier creature. Victory was inevitable. What was it thinking? Suddenly, a voice resonated above the beast. Startled, the creature looked up, only to find the very human it had mocked hovering above it, his hand conjuring a familiar crescent of azure light. The crescent, formed from wind elements, even radiated a subtle golden glow. Without granting the beast a moment to react, Jiang Ran's attack surged toward its neck. The beast quickly swung its head, hastily conjuring a protective shield. Yet, this flimsy barrier was utterly insufficient to withstand the crescent, which struck with unyielding force. Accompanied by a wretched howl, Jiang Ran swiftly traced his hands again, unleashing 2 more identical crescents. Meanwhile, the battle between the 2 tornadoes had reached its climax. Deprived of the beast's elemental support, the once formidable tornado swiftly became the weaker force, and within 3 seconds, it was entirely consumed by Jiang Ran's whirlwind. Thus, when the beast, having endured 3 strikes yet still alive, opened its eyes, it was met with the sight of a colossal tornado hurtling towards it. Behind the vortex stood the human, poised and resolute. Perceiving the beast's gaze, Jiang Ran returned a mocking smile. Dumbfounded, aren't you, brother? Chapter 10. Also the first among the freshmen, while Jiang Ran summoned divine prowess to unleash a torrent of blows upon the beast. The other freshmen in various locations were not as fortunate. What on earth is happening here? They exclaimed. I told you to speak in plain language. What does it matter at this moment? Do not presume that merely because you were born a minute before me, you are the elder. Boom. Ouch. In a vast desert expanse, 2 identical young men were sprinting at breakneck speed. Suddenly, a fireball plummeted from the sky, crashing down behind them. The explosive force of the attack sent the pair hurtling through the air, landing headfirst into the sand, spitting out the grains that had entered his mouth. Xiang Jingxing swiftly retrieved his younger brother, Xiang Jingji, who, due to being born just a minute later, was not quite as astute, and continued their flight. Barely a moment had passed when a massive scorpion's tail erupted from the spot where they had just landed. Frustrated by its failure to ambush them, the scorpion's tail flicked, conjuring an even larger fireball, which it hurled towards Xiang Jingxing, just as the fireball was about to strike him. Perhaps due to Xiang Jingxing's remarkably agile movements or the slight miscalculation in the fireball's trajectory, the attack narrowly grazed the edge of his clothing, crashing into the sand beside him with a thunderous boom, propelling both brothers into the air once more. For heaven's sake! Infuriated after ingesting yet another mouthful of sand, Xiang Jingji was thoroughly provoked. Damn it, I'm going to fight back. In another location, the air was filled with the sounds of explosions, roars, and a kaleidoscope of supernatural phenomena, all indicative of the fierce battle underway. Nearly 50 individuals were surrounding a third-tier beast, nearly 7 meters in length, resembling a crocodile but with a spiked ball at the end of its tail, launching their assault. However, the majority of these fighters were of low tier, below the 5th transition, and despite their numbers, their attacks against a beast proficient in defense were akin to mere tickles. At the forefront of this battlefield, the primary damage dealers, a trio of 2 men and 1 woman, were making their stand. If Jiang Ran were present, he would instantly recognize that the female warrior bore a striking resemblance to his high school teacher and good friend, Yin Feng. Yin Yu, wielding a golden longbow, had her hair casually styled with a broken arrow as a hairpin. In mid-leap, her hand rested upon the bow, and although no arrow was knocked, upon releasing her grip, 2 golden arrows flew forth, one following closely behind the other. The arrows struck the beast, failing to penetrate its defenses initially. However, the second arrow swiftly caught up, striking the tail of the first arrow and driving it into the beast's flesh. The creature roared in agony, its fury escalating, which resulted in several newcomers being violently tossed aside. Among the other 2, one long-haired young man was struck by the beast's tail, and while he did not fly away like the others, he emitted a painful groan, clearly wounded. Should we retreat? As more and more individuals suffered injuries, leading to a loss of combat effectiveness, the urge to flee became unbearable for some. Once one person expressed the desire to escape, the cohesion of the entire team was compromised. Even if they attempted to hold back the departing fighters, few would muster the strength to continue resisting. Shiyan, are we leaving or not? Yin Yu inquired, turning her gaze to another young man dressed in traditional attire. Shiyan cast a fleeting glance at the team, not hesitating for a second. Let us go. Upon hearing this, Yin Yu unleashed a few more attacks before swiftly retreating to the rear, showing no intention of caring for the others. In the blink of an eye, she vanished from sight. Shiyan clicked her tongue, realizing that Yin Yu, like the others, had long since lost the desire to fight. After all, her extraordinary ability lay in that bow, and a skilled archer would undoubtedly possess remarkable agility. She could easily outpace everyone, leaving them as bait to attract the magical beasts while she made her escape. The reason for her hesitation to leave earlier was likely her faint sense of morality restraining her actions. With one vital attacker gone, the remaining 30-odd members of the team were swiftly torn apart, as if the magical beasts had entered an unguarded realm, each step capable of sending several people flying. Jiang Qingye, already injured, found himself in a chaotic crowd, each person fleeing in different directions. As his movement slowed, he immediately caught the attention of a magical beast. A roar, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind, hurtled toward him. Jiang Qingye instinctively raised his wooden sword as a shield. Yet, how could a mere wooden sword of no particular quality withstand the assault of a third-tier magical beast? A faint sound of cracking reached his ears, and his pupils involuntarily constricted as his mind went blank. He couldn't even register the moment he was sent flying. When he finally regained his senses, he found himself gently cradled by something and then set down on the ground. What a brutal scene. A strange voice emerged behind him. Jiang Qingye turned instinctively, only to see a crimson head. Jiang Ran glanced at the broken sword tightly gripped in Jiang Qingye's hand, understanding dawning upon him. It appeared this individual's ability was related to blades. Who are you? Shiyan, who had also been thrown far, but chose not to flee, returned and scrutinized the suddenly appeared Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran smirked. Jiang Ran, from Tianfu Academy. I am also the top freshman of this session. Shiyan raised an eyebrow, taken aback by the bold claim. Setting aside the fact that the official enrollment had yet to commence, The current entrance examination was only halfway through, with over 5 hours remaining, making any predictions about the final results utterly uncertain. This person exhibited such arrogance, daring to proclaim himself the best among newcomers. From Shurian's perspective, individuals like this typically fell into one of two categories. Either they were utterly foolish, believing themselves to be the protagonists in a cliché fantasy novel, often lacking even the qualifications to serve as cannon fodder, or they genuinely possessed the strength to back such audacious words. Observing Jiang Ran's confident demeanor, Shurian inexplicably leaned toward the latter possibility. With this thought, she smiled slightly. I shall await your demonstration. As the two conversed, the crocodile-like magical beast twitched its nose, seemingly catching a whiff of something. Its tail, which was poised to strike, suddenly halted. Jiang Ran shrugged and turned his attention to the beast. Then, he produced a red and white object, shaking it enticingly before the creature. Your task has concluded ahead of schedule. Let us depart swiftly. Chapter 11. The Heartfelt Knowledge of Yanbing. Observing the strange beast cease its assault, it gazed at Jiang Ran for several moments before, astonishingly, retreating. This piqued Shurian's curiosity. Not one to be easily fooled, Shurian had already deduced that after being pursued by a third-tier beast for 2 minutes without any intervention from the outside world, this was likely an essential component of the entrance examination. Hence, he dared to rally a group to counterattack the third-tier beast, for he was aware that the school must possess a certain confidence, ensuring that no significant casualties would occur during such a minor assessment. Otherwise, under different circumstances, faced with a creature nearly 2 ranks superior, Shurian would have fled as far as possible. Such a fine item, Jiang Ran remarked, though his immediate action of stowing it away indicated no intention of allowing the excessively curious Shurian a glimpse. I have introduced myself. Shouldn't there be a mutual exchange? Shurian redirected his gaze, elegantly adjusting his attire, and spoke. Shurian, the time of each moment. The heart's knowledge of Yanbing, a freshman at the Tiansong Academy. This poetic introduction caused Jiang Ran to grimace. What is this? Just seizure for time and yin for the inkstone. Why the need for a poetic recitation? Are you not concerned that some may not comprehend it? What a pretentious display. Despite his internal grumbling, Jiang Ran maintained a composed facade, lest he appear uncultured or foolish. And you? What is your name? He inquired, glancing at the long-haired man who had silently clutched his broken wooden sword since earlier, bracing himself for an antiquated self-introduction. Moments passed, yet the man remained utterly still, his head inclined in a fixed position, as if in deep meditation. Jiang Ran's mouth fell open. Could he possibly be mute? Is Tiansong Academy so devoid of compassion as to throw the disabled into the fray against savage beasts? A myriad of bullying scenarios flooded Jiang Ran's mind, envisioning a narrative of oppression where the disabled were unfairly tormented. His gaze towards Shurian began to shift. Shurian, unable to decipher Jiang Ran's expression, could only respond with a sigh. He appears this way, disinclined to speak. I too know not his name. However, I am certain he is not from Tiansong Academy. Not from Tiansong Academy. Jiang Ran silently scrutinized the sky, relieved that he had only cursed inwardly and had not verbalized his thoughts, thus avoiding unjustly maligning a reputable institution. Since the individual preferred silence, Jiang Ran refrained from pressuring him to speak. After gathering additional information regarding their unfortunate allocation, which indeed lacked many intact tokens, Jiang Ran resolutely abandoned any thoughts of scavenging. After a brief respite, he raised his arm to check his wrist. 5 hours remained until the conclusion of the entrance examination. Beside him, Shurian cast a glance and noticed that the individual's wrist bore no adornment whatsoever. How juvenile, to feign the possession of a watch. Well then, it seems our paths shall cross again, Jiang Ran remarked, rising to dust off his trousers, hands tucked into his pockets, preparing to depart. Jiangqingya. What? Jiang Ran turned back, only to find the long-haired boy who had been bowing his head had now lifted it. Upon meeting Jiang Ran's gaze, Jiangqingya suppressed the urge to lower his head once more and silently reiterated, Jiangqingya. Oh, Jiang Ran suddenly enlightened. You mean your name is Jiangqingya? He gestured an okay sign, affirming, got it, I shall remember. With that, he waved his hand and quickly vanished from sight. In the secret realm, devoid of sunlight, the distinction between day and night was non-existent. The environment was perpetually illuminated, rendering it impossible to ascertain the time astronomically. Jiang Ran estimated that he had spent about an hour since his arrival, The entrance examination should conclude in approximately an hour. Before the beastly upheaval, he had managed to acquire 16 tokens, yet post-commotion, more than half of the fragile wooden tokens had been destroyed. Even though Jiang Ran hastened his search, he had only managed to find 7 more. With 23 tokens collected, he had significantly surpassed the passing mark, yet his aspirations extended beyond mere adequacy. Indeed, relying solely on his own efforts proved to be a sluggish endeavor. With a sigh, he recounted the tokens, ensuring that each one was intact before stowing them away once more. They must not let me down. It was time to move, otherwise he would miss the chance to find the exit. Observing Xiang Jingji, who was busily digging in the sand, Xiang Jingxing felt a wave of frustration. What are you so afraid of? Xiang Jingji grumbled. What if the exit is right here? It's perfect, no one around, and the ground is secluded enough for them to search. Xiang Jingxing let out a hissing sound, contemplating the logic in that. Could it be that after receiving a thrashing from the beasts, this lad's mind had finally clicked? He glanced at Xiang Jingji, who continued digging in the sand, employing a rather dogged technique. TSK, it's probably not enlightenment. He merely speaking offhandedly. As Jiang Ran strolled leisurely, searching for tokens, he traversed nearly the entire secret realm, yet had only uncovered 2 tokens. He inwardly lamented the beasts, a mindless bunch. Why must they approach anything unfamiliar? Did they not realize their own size? With their bulk, even a gentle nudge would shatter the tokens into unrecognizable fragments. Were he not pressed for time, he would certainly give each of those creatures a sound thrashing, sternly advising them, should they encounter anyone placing such items in the secret realm again, they must ensure to destroy them all. After walking some distance, the formerly vibrant green grass abruptly vanished, replaced by an endless expanse of crimson desert. The transition from green to red was jarring, lacking any semblance of a gradient. Viewed from above, one could even discern a distinct dividing line. Those individuals possess an uncanny talent for locating the most unexpected places. Who would have thought to establish an exit here? The moment I entered the desert, not only did the temperature rise abruptly, but the very air was laden with traces of fiery elements. Regrettably, Jiang Ran has yet to encounter an awakened being with a high-level fire ability, leaving him unable to seize a fire-related power for himself. Thus, despite the overwhelming abundance of fire elements in this desert, Jiang Ran can only observe helplessly, unable to harness their energy. Encircling himself with a wind barrier to isolate the abundant fire elements, he pressed onward into the depths of the desert. However, after only a few steps, he halted. In the distance, over 1,000 meters away, 2 dark figures emerged, one towering over the other. The surrounding fire elements were so plentiful that his wind could not carry his voice, compelling Jiang Ran to squint in an effort to discern their identities. Were they perhaps 2 individuals? Chapter 12. Please, big brother, spare me. Are we ready? Almost there. How much longer? Just a moment. Why is it not done yet? I've already said it's almost ready. Xiang Jingji exclaimed in frustration. Yet, upon his outburst, he belatedly realized that the voice he had just heard seemed somewhat unfamiliar. It appeared not to belong to Xiang Jingxing. Xiang Jingji's frantic digging came to an abrupt halt. Something felt amiss. Should he feign ignorance and continue digging? Or should he pivot in anger and engage in a fierce battle? Why have you stopped digging? Jiang Ran crouched nearby and, noticing Xiang Jingji's pause, unceremoniously delivered a sharp slap to the back of his head. Keep going. Ouch. Xiang Jingji was nearly stunned by the merciless strike. What else with this audacity? They don't even bother to speak before attacking. If that were the case, he was prepared to retaliate. With a fierce expression, Xiang Jingji spun around and knelt down, exclaiming, "Please, big brother, don't kill me." His rapid sequence of movements was executed with such fluidity that Jiang Ran could only stare in astonishment. Xiang Jingji lowered his head, secretly feeling a swell of pride. Humph, this maneuver is not something just anyone can perform. Without regular practice, many would falter at the pivotal moment of kneeling, losing their advantage and potentially being mistaken for a provocation, resulting in swift demise. Meanwhile, Xiang Jingxing, bound and unable to move, took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He did not recognize this person, nor did he have a brother. He had always been an only child. Big brother, are you certain the exit is truly here? Xiang Jingji, with dark circles under his eyes, crouched on the ground, scribbling in the sand with one hand. Huh, are you doubting me? Jiang Ran, seated atop a garment, immediately raised his gaze towards Xiang Jingji, who, startled, quickly waved his hands in denial. No, no, no. How could I dare question you? Xiang Jingxing stood silently to the side, tasked with keeping watch. Remarkably, he bore a matching dark circle beneath his right eye, mirroring Xiang Jingxi's left, rendering their already similar faces even more harmoniously symmetrical. 5 minutes ago, a figure named Jiang Ran suddenly appeared behind him. Before Jingxing could react, he was swiftly knocked to the ground by Jiang Ran. Subsequently, perhaps due to their defiance, Jiang Ran released them, and the three engaged in a fair and open contest. The outcome, however, was unmistakably evident. The dark circles under their eyes served as the ultimate testament. Jiang Ran, embodying the mastery of combat, naturally accepted the tribute of 6 tokens from his 2 newly appointed subordinates. One must not underestimate these 6 tokens. They were the fruits of Xiang Jingxi's relentless labor, having been excavated from beneath the sand for nearly 10 hours. After all, this desolate region was nothing but a vast expanse of desert, offering no other hiding places for the tokens but to bury them beneath the sand. Were it not for Xiang Jingxi's beast mastery ability, coupled with his possession of a reptilian pet, others would have been oblivious to these tokens. Jiang Ran pondered about the beast mastery ability. He was curious about its level and the restrictions it entailed. Generally, lower-tier beast mastery abilities come with considerable limitations, such as the exclusive ability to contract only canines or specific elemental beasts, or restrictions based on size and weight, and so forth. The lower the ability's level, the more constraints it imposes. Conversely, an S-rank or above beast mastery ability would bear minimal restrictions. Jiang Ran had even heard tales of SSS-rank beast mastery abilities that lacked any limitations whatsoever. Such abilities also exhibited exceptional affinity with beasts, reaching a level where one could contract any creature they desired, to the extent that some beasts would even approach voluntarily. It was indeed an extravagant prospect. Were it not for the absence of any SSS-rank beast mastery abilities emerging globally in recent years, Jiang Ran would have eagerly sought one for his own amusement. As for his brother, Xiang Xing's abilities, Jiang Ran refrained from probing further, respecting his brother's privacy. He was not the sort to indiscriminately inquire about others' abilities, nor did he feel compelled to seize what he desired without consent. He considered himself a genuinely good person. The typically loquacious Xiang Jingxi fell silent. While the other two had little to say, each lost in their own thoughts. The entire desert fell into a hushed stillness. Half an hour passed before Jiang Ran sensed a rapid drop in the surrounding temperature. Mere seconds later, the desert transformed from a sweltering hell, where perspiration dripped and exhaled carbon dioxide felt scorching, into a refreshing oasis akin to a 26-degree air-conditioned room. Moments later, a shimmering crack emanating golden light opened not far from the trio, gradually expanding until it was wide enough for dozens to pass side by side. This was the exit following the conclusion of the entrance examination. Previously, Song Chung had articulated the rules, while acquiring 10 tokens was indeed crucial. Failing to reach the exit within the allotted time would render the examination a failure. Yet, in the face of an exit that promised to whisk them away from the cursed secret realm back to the warmth of their school, none of the three made a move. Jiang Ran's reluctance to leave stemmed from his dissatisfaction with his current accomplishments. His thoughts were still preoccupied with the remaining tokens within the secret realm. As for Xiang Jingxing and Xiang Jingxi, their reasons for not departing were rather straightforward. They were seated beside a formidable figure, and until he spoke, they dared not move. Teacher, we are the SSS class twin stars of this year's War Academy. Please come to our rescue. Unfortunately, their mentor could not hear the silent cries of Xiang Jingxi, as he was preoccupied with a more pressing matter, strategizing how to lure Jiang Ran from Tianfu Academy to the War Academy. Barely minutes after the exit opened, the lookout, Xiang Jingxing, suddenly announced, "Someone is coming." So soon? Jiang Ran raised an eyebrow. Were it not for his privileged access and possession of specific testing documents, he would have found it challenging to reach this place. He was quite taken aback that someone had arrived so swiftly. Being the top scorer, he felt compelled to extend a courtesy. After all, one must maintain the prestige of being first. With a leisurely demeanor, Jiang Ran rose to his feet, casually nudging Xiang Jingxi, who, in a state of mild grievance, followed suit, cradling his rear. Yin Yu had initially believed she would be the first to arrive at the exit, banking on her impressive collection of 25 tokens to leave a favorable impression at the academy. To her surprise, upon her arrival, she discovered 3 figures already gathered at the exit, a pair of twin brothers, each adorned with a distinct panda marking, flanking a youth in the center. His hair dyed red and his attire immaculate. Chapter 13. How could someone like me exist upon recognizing the newcomer's features? Jiang Ran experienced a fleeting moment of disorientation, momentarily envisioning a female version of Yin Feng. Though the resemblance was not striking under scrutiny, the sensation was unmistakably familiar. Jiang Ran had previously known that Yin Feng had an older brother and a younger sister, yet he had never delved into their specifics, ages, schools, or occupations. He was not an obsessive fan with time to spare for such inquiries. Thus, when he encountered Yin Yu, he did not initially associate her with Yin Feng's sister, merely assuming that the Yin family bore a similar overall impression. Yin Yu, on the other hand, did not recognize Jiang Ran, but she had crossed paths with the Xiang brothers on several occasions. Consequently, seeing the two brothers in the company of an unfamiliar individual caused her to furrow her brow slightly. She was aware of the Xiang siblings' prowess, both being SSS level with formidable abilities. Particularly, the elder brother, Xiang Jingxing, was rumored to have awakened an exceptionally domineering law-type ability, an impressive adversary. The seemingly harmless youth accompanying the two SSS-level awakeners was likely not as simple as he appeared. However, Yin Yu found herself perplexed. With the exit already open and the three being the first to reach it, why were they not departing? What could possibly compel them to linger in the secret realm? Were they attempting to play it low-key? Xiang Jingji did not seem the type to act without reason. Yin Yu recognized the two brothers, and naturally, Xiang Jingxing recognized her as well. Yet, while Xiang Jingxing chose to keep his abilities concealed, Yin Yu's awakening of the SSS-level artifact-type ability was already well known within their circle. Upon witnessing the first arrival, Yin Yu, a sense of inevitability washed over Xiang Jingxing. As an archer, speed was inherently her advantage, so it was only natural for her to arrive here swiftly. However, the thought of Jiang Ran, who had arrived here a full half-hour before Yin Yu, rendered Xiang Jingxing momentarily silent. This comparison was futile. Jiang Ran was a prodigy, a remarkable being who had transcended the threshold of the realm in a mere fortnight. Within the span of 2 minutes, the inner worlds of those present seemed to play out a cinematic spectacle. Jiang Ran, uninterested in overthinking, beamed a radiant smile and proclaimed, "Congratulations. You are the first to discover the exit. Given your esteemed position, it is only fair to extend certain privileges. Here's the deal. Simply hand over any tokens exceeding 10 that you have acquired, and you may retain 10 for yourself to ensure your success." As he spoke, Jiang Ran was nearly moved by his own generosity. "Goodness, how magnanimous of me to allow you to keep 10 tokens. How fortunate I am to possess such a benevolent nature." Yin Yu responded with a hint of disdain. "Is this person out of their mind? Do we even know each other? You audaciously demand my tokens upon our first encounter? Do you believe yourself worthy?" A smirk crept across Yin Yu's lips as she conjured a golden longbow from the air, gripping it firmly in her hand. Jiang Ran blinked in surprise. He believed he had already offered ample consideration, especially since even Xiang Jiazi, who had toiled tirelessly, had been left without a single token. Yet, instead of expressing gratitude, Yin Yu had resorted to brandishing a weapon. Was she truly this volatile? His gaze fell upon the longbow aimed at him. This was the first time he had encountered a weapon as an awakened artifact. While artifacts were not uncommon, some individuals awakened magical mops capable of sweeping floors autonomously, and others became renowned hairstylists with magical scissors. The diversity had led to an awkward state of affairs regarding weaponized abilities. While one might argue that such powers were weak, an awakened weapon could indeed propel a person to brilliance among their peers. After all, being bound to a formidable weapon from the onset allowed one to leap ahead of the competition. Yet, to assert the strength of such abilities was nuanced, as evidenced by the magical mop and scissors mentioned earlier. Yin Yu's artifact was a golden longbow, and simply observing its resplendent hue and intricate designs, Jiang Ran deduced that her ability was undoubtedly formidable. As she noticed Jiang Ran's unwavering gaze upon her bow, her expression grew colder. She had readied herself for an attack. Yet this individual not only failed to defend himself, but appeared lost in thought, a display of arrogance too excessive, with a glint of determination in her eyes. Yin Yu released an arrow formed from the bow, sending it hurtling towards Jiang Ran. Meanwhile, the Xiang brothers, who had stood beside Jiang Ran, had long since retreated to safety. Witnessing Yin Yu's reckless actions, Xiang Jiaji covered his eyes with a hand, peeking through his fingers in a mix of horror and intrigue. He certainly has not forgotten the painful experience he and Xiang Jingxing endured when they challenged Jiang Ran, both suffering the shocking jolt of an electric blast. Therefore, when Yin Yu exhibited behaviors strikingly similar to theirs, Xiang Jingxi had no intention of warning her. After all, only when those who have been through such trials are numerous can it be shown that they are not the most inept among the SSS ranks, right? It would be best if a few more SSS-level individuals came along to be dealt with by Jiang Ran. This would serve as proof that they are not the most cowardly among the SSS. Just as the attack was about to land on Jiang Ran, Yin Yu found herself reflecting on whether she had overestimated her opponent, when Jiang Ran suddenly raised his hand with lightning speed. He deftly grasped the golden arrow in his hand. Xiang Jingxing and Xiang Jingji exchanged glances, both unsurprised by the turn of events. Yin Yu, on the other hand, was perplexed. What had she just witnessed? Someone had caught her attack with bare hands? Jiang Ran raised an eyebrow, examining the arrow he had captured. It seemed rather ordinary. Just a common arrow that snapped easily. He had expected something impressive from an arrow created by such a formidable martial artist, and was left disappointed. Who exactly are you? Yin Yu tightened her grip on her longbow, instinctively taking a step back. Only the new students from the 7 academies could enter the secret realm at this time. She herself had reached the 9th level of the harmonization stage, only a step away from the pinnacle of harmonization and even ascension. At her level, she was already a rarity among new students who had only awakened half a month ago. In recent years, aside from a few exceptionally gifted individuals, no one had managed to reach the 9th level of harmonization within such a short time post-awakening. Yet, here she was, her formidable attack thwarted by another new student. Caught barehanded. Could this person possibly be a monster of the extreme body type? She had not heard of any SSS-level extreme bodies this year. As Jiang Ran lost interest in the ordinary arrow after a brief examination, he tossed it aside and turned to face the wary Yin Yu. I told you I would offer you preferential treatment, and yet this is how you respond. If you don't want the preferential treatment, just say so. I won't force it upon you. Jiang Ran sighed as he flexed his wrist. Why do you insist on this? A mere harmonization level dares to initiate an attack against an ascendant. Should I call you foolish or remarkably bold? Chapter 14. Who would complain about having too many tokens? When Shi Yan finally located the exit, she was surprised to find 7 or 8 individuals already squatting in front of the vast opening. Moreover, a few of them looked increasingly familiar. Halt. As more individuals approached, Xiang Jingji expertly stood up, ready to deliver his lines. If you wish to pass, leave your tokens. Be swift, hand over your tokens, and no harm will come to you. Observing Xiang Jingji, now sporting a panda-like appearance, performing what resembled a highway robbery. Shi Yan was momentarily taken aback. Is this really the Xiang Jingji she knew? Though he often lacked sense, today he seemed particularly foolish. Xiang Jingji recognized Shi Yan as well. They belonged to the same small circle, both being SSS level, making it difficult not to know one another. However, Xiang Jingji would not show mercy simply because the other was an acquaintance. If he were lenient, what would happen to his brother's token? What would become of his own reputation? Xiang Jingji was reluctant to have a dark circle under his other eye as well. Impatiently, he extended his hand, demanding, "Hurry up and give me the tokens. We cannot afford to waste time. There are many others waiting." Shi Yan's gaze slowly swept over the individuals behind Xiang Jingji. To his surprise, apart from Jiang Ran, every other face, including the only female, Yin Yu, bore the unmistakable mark of dark circles, akin to panda eyes. Momentarily taken aback, Shi Yan's lips twitched as he began to comprehend the situation. Consequently, he resolved without hesitation to hand over the 19 tokens he had gathered. Jiang Ran observed Shi Yan and nodded in satisfaction. Ah, there are indeed some clever individuals among us. Xiang Jingji accepted the tokens and immediately passed them to Jiang Ran, who, without counting, casually added them to his collection of tokens. Shi Yan approached, casting a slightly disappointed glance at Xiang Jingji, as if lamenting his compliance with the prevailing circumstances. He had expected some form of resistance. While Xiang Jingji scoffed, he nonetheless shifted aside to make room for Shi Yan. Shi Yan regarded the ever-anticipating Xiang Jingji, then glanced at the dejected Yin Yu, her head bowed, exuding an aura of despair. Finally, his gaze settled on Jiang Ran, who wore a perpetual smile. What was his intention? Shi Yan had an inkling, but found it hard to believe. Jiang Ran rested his elbow on his knee, propping his chin with one hand. Isn't it obvious? Are your tokens insufficient? Surely, they are adequate. Jiang Ran opened his other hand. But who would ever complain about having too many tokens? Besides, he raised an eyebrow. If I don't gather more tokens, how can I secure the top position? Indeed. It was no wonder that Jiang Ran, even at the halfway point of the test, had the audacity to proclaim himself the finest among the new students. It appeared he had already devised a scheme to rob all new students of their tokens at the exit. Had anyone else attempted such a strategy, Shiyan might have found it amusing. After all, no matter how weak the newcomers were, they were numerous. If several hundred banded together to resist, what could one individual accomplish? Could he truly defy the odds? Yet now, even Yin, a formidable individual at the 9th turn of the harmonization realm, seemed deflated. Shiyan, no matter how naive, could discern the implications. To decisively defeat someone possessing a symbiotic extreme martial art at the 9th turn implied that the opponent's strength was readily apparent. Jiang Ran was at the Ascension realm. In just half a month, he had crossed a significant boundary. This was no longer mere talent. It bordered on monstrosity. Fortuitously, Shiyan was wise enough not to contemplate rebellion. Otherwise, he too would find himself adorned with a matching panda eye. At the boundary where the crimson desert met the verdant grassland, around 100 newcomers concealed themselves within the foliage, glancing apprehensively toward the desert's expanse. Unlike Shiyan and Yin, who were lone wolves with exceptional innate talent and strength, most newcomers chose to pair up upon entering the secret realm. Even those initially determined to go solo soon conceded after a few harrowing encounters with ferocious beasts on their tails. It was futile. They truly could not hold their ground. They had nearly lost their trousers in the process. With the formation of a team, the flow of information naturally ensues. Thus, when someone discovers an exit, even if the majority are reluctant to divulge its location, a few foolish individuals, under the influence of certain parties, inevitably leak the information. A group of bewildered newcomers wandering within the secret realm suddenly found an outlet and surged towards the desert region in droves. However, amidst their rush, astute observers began to sense that something was amiss regarding this exit. What should we do now, Brother Rong? The young man, referred to as Brother Rong, peered through binoculars to observe the distant movements. 10 minutes prior, 2 newcomers dispatched by Lu Rong to scout the enemy's situation had yet to respond. Under such circumstances, it was likely they had met an unfortunate fate. Lu Rong squinted through his specialized binoculars, spotting the secret realm's exit in the desert. At that moment, the exit had shrunk to half its original size, diminishing from an 8-meter diameter to a mere 4 meters. If they delayed any longer, the exit would continue to shrink until it ultimately closed. Those remaining within the secret realm, even if they found 10 tokens, would still be deemed unsuccessful. In front of the exit, a few individuals were either crouching or standing. Lu Rong observed 2 of them conversing, but the distance rendered him incapable of deciphering their words through lip reading. As Lu Rong remained silent, another newcomer, initially addressing him as Brother Rong, gritted his teeth and suggested, "Brother Rong, why don't we rush in and confront them? There are so many of us, and they only have 4. We surely hold the advantage." Lu Rong furrowed his brow, on the verge of dissuading him, but hesitated as a long-haired young man leisurely emerged from the nearby thicket. Judging by his direction, he too seemed to be heading towards the exit. Lu Rong's eyes brightened. He recognized this individual, Jiang Qingye, the only freshman at Lingshu University this year to awaken an SSS-level ability. Lu Rong had encountered him during the enrollment process. What a stroke of luck. He hurriedly approached and called out, "Jiang Qingye, Jiang classmate. Hey, Jiang classmate." Jiang Qingye, clutching his broken wooden sword, initially intended to disregard the calls behind him. But the persistent voice caused him to pause reluctantly. Lu Rong seized the opportunity. "Jiang classmate, we cannot go through the current exit." Jiang Qingye frowned slightly. Noticing Jiang Qingye's growing impatience, Lu Rong quickly elaborated. A few newcomers from an unknown school, emboldened by their considerable strength, have monopolized the area in front of the exit. To leave, we must surrender our tokens to them. Otherwise, they will resort to violence. They are quite ruthless. As Jiang Qingye remained silent, Lu Rong swallowed hard and continued. "We have long harbored discontent towards those individuals. The tokens were painstakingly acquired by everyone. Why should we relinquish them and allow them to reap the rewards effortlessly? Therefore, we have allied with other newcomers to launch a counteroffensive. We aim to eliminate those few toxic elements in one fell swoop. You intend to reach the exit as well, right? Why not join us? My name is Lu Rong, and I am also a student of Lingshu University. Among the new students behind me, many are familiar faces from Lingshu University, so there is no fear of anyone shirking their responsibilities. What do you think, Jiang? Lu Rong blinked his small eyes earnestly, hoping Jiang Qingye could perceive the sincerity in his gaze. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Qingye nodded in agreement to Lu Rong's invitation. Lu Rong clapped his hands in excitement. This was splendid. With Jiang Qingye, a prodigious SSS-level newcomer, alongside their group of over 100. How could they possibly fear those few adversaries? Even in a war of attrition, they could exhaust them completely. The thought of the numerous tokens already in the opponent's possession soon becoming his own made Lu Rong nearly burst into triumphant laughter. Truly, he was a genius. Chapter 15. Uncomprehending, yet blessing. How has it been so long without anyone arriving? Xiang Jingji, now addicted to banditry, pouted in dissatisfaction. Jiang Ran paused briefly in counting the tokens, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. Do not be hasty, someone will arrive shortly. Although this place was rich in fire elements, his wind element held no advantage here, and he could not sense the approach of individuals from afar. Yet, that was merely the ordinary circumstance. When just one or two individuals approached, he might not sense them due to their diminutive presence. However, now, a throng of over 100 was making its way toward the exit. The sheer number of them created a palpable density in the air, rendering the wind blowing from the forest towards the desert almost stagnant, obstructed by the wall of bodies. Even a top-tier SSS-level wind elementalist like Jiang Ran could easily sense such a multitude. Having counted 622 tokens, the total remained unchanged from 5 minutes prior. He stored the tokens in his spatial pouch and stood to stretch his limbs. Beside him, aside from the unwillingly detained Xiang Jingji, were Xiang Jingxing. Feigning concern for his brother while genuinely enjoying the spectacle, and Shi Yan, who openly expressed his desire to watch the unfolding drama. The trio, witnessing Jiang Ran's unexpected seriousness as he began to warm up, instinctively took a few steps back to maintain a safe distance. They knew that if they did not evade now, they might find themselves in harm's way. Not long after, the formidable group of over 100 surged forth. Xiang Jingji, unfazed by their numbers, stood firm, extending his arm with an open palm. Surrender your tokens, or face death. Lu Rong glanced at Jiang Qingye, noting his lack of response. Before clearing his throat and adopting a righteous demeanor. What are you all doing? We are classmates. How can you arbitrarily seize another's belongings? Such words were all too familiar to Xiang Jingji, who had grown immune to them. He replied impatiently, why do you talk so much? Hand it over. No, this is not right. Lu Rong continued his charade. Behind him, Jiang Ran rolled his eyes, pulling Xiang Jingji behind him and crossing his arms as he regarded Lu Rong. I shall ask you but once. Will you comply? Who was this foolhardy individual, daring to act so brazenly in the face of their overwhelming numbers? Lu Rong observed Jiang Ran with a composed demeanor, pondering the arduous efforts that had led them to acquire the token, questioning why it should be bestowed upon him. Jiang Ran flashed a grin and, without warning, delivered a powerful punch, declaring the superiority of his strength. Lu Rong, caught entirely off guard, was sent sprawling to the ground by the force of Jiang Ran's blow. As the others prepared to assist Lu Rong upon witnessing his downfall, a swirling tornado with hints of crimson burst forth, lifting those nearest into the air in an instant. Yet, this was merely the prelude. Soon, 2 more tornadoes howled forth from either side, completely sealing off any escape for the onlookers. As Lu Rong, dazed from the strike, rose while shielding his eyes, he was met with the harrowing sight of 3 tornadoes wreaking havoc in the desert, alongside the panicked cries of the newcomers caught in the tempest above. The apocalyptic scene before him sent tremors through his legs, and he suddenly realized how naive his desire to seize the token from Jiang Ran had been. Wait. He seemed to remember having a backup plan. After a prolonged search, he finally spotted Jiang Qingye, seemingly untouched by the chaos. Lu Rong felt as if he had encountered a long-lost parent. Jiang, you must act quickly, stop him. The others are overwhelmed. Upon hearing the plea, Jiang Qingye turned to glance at Lu Rong. It was then that Lu Rong noticed the wooden sword, which Jiang Qingye had cherished like a precious gem, was inexplicably missing. A quick look revealed it in the grasp of the monstrous figure. Had Jiang Qingye been defeated? When did the confrontation occur? Could it be that he had been vanquished in a mere instant? Even the SSS class Awaken Jiang Qingye had succumbed so swiftly. Could that red-haired youth also be of the same caliber? While Lu Rong grappled with tumultuous thoughts, The two were oblivious to the larger picture, fixated instead on the severed wooden sword that Jiang Qingye now held. After a thorough inspection, Jiang Ran failed to discern anything remarkable about the weapon. It appeared to be an ordinary wooden sword, lacking in both quality and durability, comparable to the wooden tokens produced at their school. Yet, observing Jiang Qingye's unwavering gaze upon the sword, Jiang Ran surmised it must hold sentimental value for him. "This is quite easy to repair," Jiang Ran remarked, returning the sword to Jiang Qingye, and added thoughtfully, "However, regardless of how it is mended, it remains an ordinary weapon, devoid of any grade. It may struggle to withstand even the assault of a first-tier beast, let alone the third-tier creatures you encountered previously. If you truly cherish it, perhaps it would be best to keep it safely stored away. That would benefit both you and the sword." Jiang Qingye, taken aback, fell into a contemplative silence before softly uttering his thanks. Jiang Ran waved dismissively and turned to survey the other newcomers, who were being tossed about like marionettes by the tornadoes. With a snap of his fingers, the tornadoes dissipated, causing the group to tumble to the ground like dumplings. Jiang Ran, not one to revel in bloodshed, had maintained a sense of moderation. The height from which the awakened fell was sufficient to avoid serious injury, leaving them with nothing more than sore backsides. As he observed a disoriented group of individuals, Jiang Ran lightly shook his fingers and, with a smile, remarked, "I shall grant you another opportunity. Surrender your tokens, and I shall release you." One among them, unable to contain himself, retched violently upon arrival. Upon hearing the demon's voice, he ceased to care about the demands. Anything but his life would suffice. The others fared no better, utterly disoriented, grasping for stability, only to succumb to nausea. Xiang Jingji, caught by his clothing, pushed him away in sheer terror and swiftly retreated, though some vomit still marred his shoes. "My shoes." He gazed in despair at his beloved limited edition sneakers, now desecrated, his heart aching to the point of breathlessness. Just as he contemplated removing his clothing to wipe them, a furtive figure caught his eye. "Hey, you over there. Where do you think you're going?" Lu Rong, attempting to slip away unnoticed, jolted at the call, abandoning all pretense of stealth and bolting. Yet, just a few paces into his escape, the sand beneath him began to churn, and a centipede, nearly indistinguishable from the ground, surged forth, its mandibles aimed directly at Lu Rong's head. The surprise attack rendered him paralyzed with fear. Had it not been for Xiang Jingji's timely intervention that caused the centipede to relent, Lu Rong might have met a grim fate. Xiang Jingji leaped forward, delivering a kick that sent Lu Rong sprawling, then promptly began to strip him of his clothing. Lu Rong, pale with fright, pleaded, "No, please. I will give you the token. Just don't do this. I'm a straight man." Observing Lu Rong, who was as difficult to subdue as a pig on New Year's, Xiang Jingji furrowed his brow and landed a punch on Lu Rong's unbruised eye. "Silence. Behave yourself." The attire of Lu Rong, now soiled by his companions, would serve to clean Xiang Jingji's shoes. What was the problem with that? Why the theatrics? As if he were the one perpetrating the bullying? Jiang Ran, orchestrating a cadre of free laborers to collect tokens from Xiangxing and Shiyan, overheard the commotion and turned to witness the spectacle. "Goodness, is he truly beating him? Xiangxing, your brother has peculiar habits. Why do you not intervene?" Xiangxing, without needing to look, was aware that yet again, a misunderstanding had unfolded. However, he felt too queasy to clarify. The pervasive stench of vomit making him nauseous with each breath, the odor invading his senses. Noticing Xiangxing's silence, Jiang Ran mistakenly inferred that he, too, was powerless against Xiang Jingji's tendencies. Observing Xiang Jingji tearing Lu Rong's clothing, Jiang Ran clicked his tongue and shook his head. Though he could neither comprehend nor appreciate the spectacle, he chose to respect and wish them well. Chapter 16. He had long been a part of the academy, counting the individuals present. Jiang Ran sensed that most had departed and exited the secret realm just a minute before the exit sealed. As he stepped out, his left foot hesitated slightly, a fleeting impulse to retract it overtaking him. White Yu, who had been waiting at the exit for Jiang Ran, seized him and pulled him out. "What are you hesitating for? Don't you want to pass?" Jiang Ran, upon emerging, was immediately surrounded by two circles of strangers, leaving him somewhat bewildered. "What is happening? Why are you all crowding so closely? Go away, please." Yuan Pu, the president of Tianfu Academy, finally managed to squeeze through the crowd, one hand protectively shielding Jiang Ran as if he were a mother hen guarding her chick. "I say, why are you all here instead of staying in your own schools?" The burly man from the War Academy, Hua Yihong rubbed his hands in excitement, completely ignoring Yuan Pu, and flashed a perfectly timed smile at Jiang Ran. You must be Jiang Ran, right? I am Hua Yihong, the director of the student affairs at the War Academy, as well as an instructor in the combat department. I wonder if you are familiar with our institution. I believe your character and style would be a splendid fit for us. If you are willing to join the War Academy, Suddenly, a woman in sky-high heels kicked Hua Yihong sharply and turned to Jiang Ran with an elegant nod. Hello, Jiang Ran. I am Yao Ling, the director of Lingshu University. I noticed you seem to be having a pleasant conversation with Jiang Qingye from our school in the secret realm. Would you be interested in joining Lingshu University and becoming his peer? I see you hail from Qingzhou in Qin province. You might not have visited the north much. Consider experiencing our northeastern culture. Hey, Jiang Ran, don't listen to her. A bald man wearing sunglasses immediately retorted. The winters in the northeast are frigid enough to freeze a person solid. You mustn't go there. If we are to discuss the most beautiful scenery, it is undoubtedly at our Xingqian University. Upon hearing the bald man's declaration, another man clad in SpongeBob SquarePants beach shorts expressed his dissatisfaction. Bah, you have nothing but a bunch of fluff. If we are talking about economic development, it must be our Canaan Academy. Shut up, all of you. Yuan Pu's low, commanding voice instantly quelled the chaos. Yet, there was one exception. White Yu, seemingly oblivious to the tense atmosphere around them, continued to whisper to Jiang Ran, exciting. Isn't it? The 7 academies are vying for you. This is a once-in-a-generation event. Jiang Ran's voice emerged in confusion. Hasn't anyone ever been pursued by all 7 academies before? White Yu replied, well, aside from you, there has only been one person in the last 50 years. Who? Do I know him? This individual right before you. Jiang Ran fell silent for a moment. How insufferable, he thought, to indulge White Yu and give him such a pretentious opportunity. An SSS-level spatial ability. Unless the people from the 7 academies were fools, how could they not be vying for him? Ahem. Yuan Pu could no longer endure the spectacle. Here he was, standing valiantly against 1,000 foes, while the 2 at the back were merely posturing and playing along. Preposterous. Yet, recalling that one was someone whom the 7 academies had fought tooth and nail to recruit 2 years prior, and the other was someone they had nearly trampled this year, Yuan Pu felt a twinge of reluctance to reprimand them in front of the crowd. Otherwise, he feared that just a moment after he finished speaking, Jiang Ran would be whisked away by individuals from other schools with the reasoning that their principal was far more amiable than the one at their institution. Oh dear. Elder Yuan, there is truly no need for such concern. Bai Yu casually draped his arm over Jiang Ran's shoulder, exuding a languid demeanor. I had anticipated this development, which is why I had already facilitated his enrollment during the reporting period. Thus, Jiang Ran has long since become a part of Tianfu Academy. Yuan Pu, this monumental surprise has arrived most unexpectedly. The other 6 academies? What? Jiang Ran, huh? When did this happen? How is it that the person involved is unaware of it? Inside the office, Yuan Pu's joy was palpable. He continuously patted Bai Yu's shoulder, exclaiming, well done. You finally accomplished something significant. Bai Yu rolled his eyes, sinking into the sofa like a seasoned elder, as if my previous actions were not significant in themselves. Yuan Pu, are you not aware of your own standing? Noticing that the 2 had no intention of clarifying, Jiang Ran timidly raised his hand. When did you handle my enrollment? How come I was not informed? Bai Yu, perplexed, responded, how could you not know? Did you not log into the website using your student card? What does that have to do with my enrollment? Of course it does. Only by officially enrolling and becoming a formal student of Tianfu Academy can one receive the student card tied to their identity. Jiang Ran was even more astonished. Wasn't Bai Yu the one who brought him from his home to the principal's office, then to the dormitory, and directly handed him his student card? He hadn't left at any point during that time. So when exactly was the enrollment processed? Could it be that Bai Yu completed the enrollment before he even arrived at Tianfu Academy? Sensing Jiang Ran's astonishment, Bai Yu raised an eyebrow. What is the matter? Do you not wish to attend Tianfu Academy? Would you prefer another school? Upon hearing this, even Yuan Pu turned his gaze toward Jiang Ran. The accusatory look in his eyes suggested that if Jiang Ran uttered a word of dissent, he would immediately resort to tears and tantrums. Jiang Ran, feeling weary, closed his eyes. That is not the case. Since I have decided to come to Tianfu Academy, I will not have regrets. That is the spirit. Both Bai Yu and Yuan Pu nodded in satisfaction. By the way, Jiang Ran rummaged through his storage items and produced a multitude of tokens. Here are my tokens. A total of 2, 469. You may count them yourselves. As he revealed the tokens, Jiang Ran felt a significant expansion of space within his storage item. Upon witnessing the sheer volume of tokens that filled a good portion of his office, Yuan Pu, having observed Jiang Ran's entire process of collection, sighed in exasperation. Is there truly a need to announce these results? Your first place is as certain as the rising sun. No, it must be announced. Jiang Ran's stance was adamant. These tokens were painstakingly gathered by me. Why should they not be recognized? Moreover, results cannot be disclosed solely at Tianfu Academy. The other 6 schools must also make their results public. Yuan Pu found himself in a quandary. Jiang Ran single-handedly monopolized all the tokens of 2,000 freshmen, rendering the scores of others utterly irrelevant, a mere zero. Such a brazen act would naturally incite animosity, yet he still insisted on posting the results? Was he intent on making everyone relive the terror they felt under his dominion before the exit? This seems rather cruel. Indeed, it must be announced. Bai Yu slammed the table, asserting that Jiang Xiaoran's acquisition of those tokens was his own merit, visible to all and not achieved through deceit. Why should the results not be disclosed? If one cannot accept their true capabilities and the excellence of their peers, it merely indicates a fragile mindset among this cohort of freshmen. They must strive harder. Jiang Ran nodded eagerly beside him, affirming, exactly. If Grandpa Yuan finds this too burdensome, I can transfer to a school that is willing to disclose the overall entrance exam results. However, I would then require your assistance with the transfer process. Yuan Pu nearly fainted from indignation. He had thought Bai Yu was the only rebellious spirit in the school. But now he was confronted with the seemingly docile, yet cunning Jiang Ran. Yuan Pu suddenly realized that the coming year would be anything but tranquil for Tianfu Academy. Chapter 17. A 3-7 split the following noon, upon awakening from a deep slumber. Jiang Ran picked up his phone and discovered that the results of the entrance examination had already been posted on the official website of the 7 academies. Quite efficient indeed. It appeared that his mention of transferring had genuinely startled Yuan Pu. Glancing at the leaderboard, where he stood proudly at the top with a score of 2,469, Jiang Ran felt a wave of exhilaration. As for the string of zeros trailing beneath him, he chose to overlook them. Before awakening his powers, he had never held the position of first place. However, he had certainly experienced being last. With a sense of accomplishment, Jiang Ran captured a screenshot of the results and sent it to Yanfeng. Jiang Ran. Image. No sooner had the message been sent than Yanfeng's call came through. Straining to contain his excitement, Yanfeng exclaimed, "Wow, it's really you." Jiang Ran, puzzled, replied, "Oh, you've seen this already?" Yanfeng chuckled. "I haven't seen the score report, but I heard there's a prodigy among this year's freshmen who has taken down all the others single-handedly. I thought it was someone with the same name as you, but it turns out to be you. Goodness, 2,469. Did you leave them nothing?" Jiang Ran rubbed his nose, surprised that his remarkable achievement had spread beyond the confines of the school. Who could be so loose-lipped? Suddenly, he recalled, "Oh, by the way, I encountered someone in the secret realm who resembled you, a girl. Is it common for your family to give off a similar vibe?" Huh. Yanfeng on the other end was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Did this girl possess a golden bow as her ability? Yes, indeed. Oh, that must be my sister. Her name is Yin, and her ability falls under the category of artifacts, just like yours, and she's an SSS grade as well. By the way, since you two have met, what do you think of her strength compared to yours? Jiang Ran fell silent for a moment. Sensing his hesitation, Yanfeng began to piece together the situation. Have you two already sparred? Jiang Ran cleared her throat lightly, conceding. Yanfeng, intrigued, inquired, what was the outcome? Is her bow formidable? After all, it is of SSS rank. It must be quite impressive, right? I have heard tales of Awaken weapon-type abilities being exceptionally powerful in the early stages, yet I have yet to witness such a sight. Jiang Ran modestly suggested. I would say it's a 3-7 chance. Yanfeng pondered. Who has 3 and who has 7? It must be Yin at 7, considering your elemental ability only reaches its peak in the later stages. But do not be too disheartened. The early dominance of the innate extreme martial arts is indeed overwhelming. So it is quite normal to struggle. Jiang Ran thought, what is this person talking about? The phrase 3-7 meant she would land 3 punches while Yin would receive 7. This left Yanfeng momentarily speechless. It was no wonder that upon emerging from the secret realm, Yin had secluded herself, shunning all company and appearing utterly despondent. Could it be because of you? If she is particularly concerned about her reputation, then it might, perhaps, be due to me. How should I put this? I did strike her, leaving her face bruised. Yan Feng replied, "What is this person talking about?" Sensing the peculiar atmosphere, Jiang Ran instantly became wary. "You're not contemplating revenge for your sister, are you?" "I assure you, she struck first. My actions were merely in self-defense." Yan Feng retorted, "What do you take me for? I would never seek vengeance on your behalf for a sister who does not hold me in high regard." Jiang Ran relaxed, relieved. Just as she wished to engage Yan Feng in further conversation, her phone, which she had forgotten to charge the previous night, displayed a low battery alert, indicating that it would shut down in 5 seconds unless plugged in. Jiang Ran hurriedly ended the call and raced to find the charger with the urgency of fleeing from a third-tier beast, managing to connect it just in the nick of time. That was close, Jiang Ran sighed, brushing her hair back. Thank goodness my skills prevailed. Meanwhile, Yan Feng was about to share some good news with Jiang Ran. However, after speaking for a while, she realized that there was no response from the other end. Looking at her phone, she discovered that the call had been disconnected without her knowledge. Well, it seems I shall have to surprise him later. After the entrance examination, summer vacation commenced. Although it lasted merely a week, no one would forfeit their admission due to its brevity. Schools would seize this opportunity to recruit students while simultaneously organizing class assignments, dormitory allocations, and schedules for the new students. How are we to divide them? In the office, a balding individual scrutinized the entrance exam results on his computer, feeling increasingly despondent. Traditionally, they categorized new students into 3 classes based on their exam scores. Those who failed were assigned to Class C, those who barely passed to Class B, and those who excelled to Class A. However, this year, aside from the top scorer, the remainder had all failed. How were they to classify them? The principals, upon receiving the news, were equally troubled. This sort of situation had not been witnessed in many years. Even during the notorious cohort of Baiyu, although challenging, nobody had managed to fail all their examinations. The 7 principals convened an emergency meeting overnight and ultimately decided to revert to the classification method used 2 decades ago, categorizing students based on their ability levels. Students classified as grade B and below are allocated to the yellow class, those in grade A to the Xin class, and those above grade S to the D class. On the final day of the holiday, Jiang Ran lay in his dormitory as usual, engrossed in his phone. For an entire week, apart from the occasional venture out for a meal, he had not stepped beyond the dormitory's threshold. Each day was spent either honing his skills or indulging in his mobile games. During this time, Baiyu had visited once, bringing some snacks and fruits of unknown origin, before vanishing again. However, there had been no word from his grandfather, Jiang Chenglin. Jiang Ran had promptly sent his entrance examination results to him. Yet Jiang Chenglin seemed to have disappeared from the world, offering no response. Jiang Ran had grown accustomed to this absence. Orphaned at the tender age of 8, he had always been with his grandfather. Yet, when he turned 13, Jiang Chenglin began to sporadically go missing, often returning after 10 days or more. Jiang Ran had inquired about his grandfather's whereabouts, to which Jiang Chenglin would merely respond that he was engaged in an important matter. As these disappearances became more frequent, Jiang Ran lost the inclination to ask further. After all, Jiang Chenglin had left him ample financial resources and capable bodyguards. He was no longer a child, fully capable of self-sustenance. Thus, upon entering middle school, Jiang Ran became a solitary figure, attending parent-teacher meetings alone, and was perceived as the pitiful orphan by both teachers and classmates. Their whispers held no significance for him. Was he to argue with a group of immature children about his status? Whether or not he was an orphan mattered little. Ignorance often bred foolishness. Chapter 18. A touch of passion in the evening. The internal website of Tianfu Academy updated its course schedule and dormitory information. Jiang Ran first glanced at the course schedule, which bore a striking resemblance to his university schedule from a previous life. Classes commencing at 8:30 a.m. for sessions a day divided into 2 in the morning and 2 in the afternoon, with no early morning or evening study sessions. The courses were not as densely packed as those in his former university. As his schedule indicated, he had only 2 classes each on Tuesday and Wednesday mornings, and 1 class on Thursday afternoons. The remainder of the week was devoid of engagements. After noting the schedule, Jiang Ran turned his attention to the dormitory information. Upon clicking into that section, he found a table accompanied by a floor plan of the dormitory. The D class comprised 39 students, divided into 10 groups. Students numbered 25 and 69 were assigned to B201 and B202, respectively, and so forth. However, Jiang Ran, who bore the student number 1, was conspicuously absent from this list. His accommodation details were available in the upper right corner of his personal information. Water engineering student Jiang Ran, dormitory, A107. Jiang Ran began to comprehend the situation. His current residence was in the A1 villa district, while others were assigned to B2. This implied that not all students resided in standalone villas. Tianfu Academy also housed standard dormitory buildings, featuring 4-person rooms. It was a logical consideration, with thousands of students enrolled. The campus would need to be enormous if everyone were to reside in villas. It seems that half of the capital must be allocated to Tianfu Academy to suffice. However, from the floor plan, even the 4-person rooms are quite spacious, equipped with all necessary living facilities. This is a significant improvement compared to the cramped 6-person dormitories at the second-tier university Jiang Ran attended in his previous life. As for why he alone resides in the A1 villa area, Jiang Ran pondered. Perhaps it is a special treatment reserved for those of SSS rank. The following day, Wednesday, at 8:33 a.m., Jiang Ran woke up, realizing that disaster had struck. Why had that wretched alarm clock failed to ring? Could it be a malfunction with his phone? Upon checking, he found the device to be in perfect working order. It was merely that he had been too fatigued the previous night and had mistakenly set the calculator as his alarm. He glanced at the time and saw that a minute had already slipped by. Deciding not to rush, he leisurely began selecting his attire. After all, being late by 5 minutes or half an hour made little difference at this point. He thought he might as well enjoy a leisurely breakfast. Is Jiang Ran not here yet? At Tianfu Academy, each teacher was assigned a private office, even those with minimal authority and little to do, possessing merely a nominal title wielding little power. Director Shin sat in a specially customized executive chair behind his desk, listening to the reports from his subordinates. His mood far from pleasant. Everyone present on the playground had witnessed Jiang Ran personally take the life of Shin Si. Yet not a single individual had stepped forward to advocate for punishment. Why? Was it solely because Jiang Ran held an SSS rank? Does such a rank grant one the liberty to commit murder at will? Indeed, Si had initially intended to eliminate Jiang Ran without anyone being the wiser. But she had failed, hadn't she? Was it necessary for a grown man like Jiang Ran to stoop to the level of a young girl like Si? The thought of Si leaving behind no complete remains, of his sister weeping to the brink of fainting, of his brother-in-law's relentless inquiries, and the fact that Jiang Ran, who should have perished, was now able to attend classes, filled Shin Yuan with a seething resentment. Director Shun, I have spotted Jiang Ran, a second-year student. A distant cousin of Shin Yuan from the Shin family, suddenly reported. Meanwhile, Jiang Ran, after indulging in a sumptuous breakfast for an additional half-hour, finally deigned to make his entrance at the teaching building. However, as he ascended to the second floor, before he could locate his classroom, he was intercepted. Jiang Ran, the director wishes to see you. Please come with me. Jiang Ran, observing that the individual who had stopped him also appeared to be a student, could not suppress a quizzical arch of his brow. Director? Which director? The boy scoffed. Which other director could it be but Director Shun of the Student Affairs Office? Jiang Ran's expression grew increasingly intrigued. Upon exiting the secret realm, aside from the teachers from the 7 academies who had come to confront him, there had been no one else around. He had assumed that his grandfather had intervened discreetly, preventing Shin Yuan and the Shin family from pursuing him further. He had not anticipated that these individuals could exhibit such restraint, waiting a full week before choosing to trouble him again. Yet, if Shin Yuan sought to leverage his authority to pressure him, he would find himself sorely disappointed. Jiang Ran's hands remained tucked in his pockets, unyielding. As he realized it was Deputy Director Shin, he emphasized the word deputy, implying that if it were merely a vice director, he would not bother. A smile graced Jiang Ran's face as he remarked, either Deputy Director Shin comes out to see me himself, or I shall head to class. After all, the time of an SSS-level awakener is exceedingly precious. With that, he deliberately raised his empty wrist, feigning a glance at his watch. The students who came to obstruct him were likely those with slow internet connections, unfamiliar with the fierce actions of this year's entrance examination. Otherwise, they would not dare to adopt such a senior-esque posture before Jiang Ran. After all, this was someone who had audaciously killed a freshman in front of the school and had triumphed in single combat against thousands of newcomers. Will you come or not? If not, I shall really go to class, Jiang Ran sighed. having expected Deputy Director Shen to go to great lengths to confront him, only to discover he was merely a timid turtle unwilling to show his face. Jiang Ran. A somber voice pronounced each word with precision. Shen Yuan had appeared at the staircase, his gaze as cold as a venomous serpent, seemingly poised to strike at any moment. Upon seeing Shen Yuan finally emerge, Jiang Ran was neither surprised nor disheartened. In fact, he felt inclined to greet him with a smile. "Good morning, Deputy Director Shen. I wonder how your niece's funeral went. Alas, it truly is unfortunate that you did not inform me. After all, we were classmates. I had intended to contribute a couple of hundred yuan." Shen Yuan had prepared himself mentally, yet Jiang Ran's provocation almost compelled him to lash out. Observing Shen Yuan's tightly clenched fists, Jiang Ran felt a twinge of disappointment. Why didn't this man fall into his trap? Jiang Ran was not one to harbor excessive compassion, pondering which adversary deserved to live. In the case of Shen Yuan and the Shen family, with whom he held an irreconcilable enmity, Jiang Ran's philosophy was clear. The sooner the issue was resolved, the better. Ideally, it should be eradicated at its root. If his enemies were eliminated from the outset, there would be no late-stage revelations of formidable foes with deadly vendettas. As often seen in novels, there was a saying, wasn't he there? As long as I strike swiftly, the villains cannot catch up. Yet now, with Shen Yuan hesitating to strike first, Jiang Ran found himself devoid of a suitable pretext to act against him. TSK. They were all middle-aged men. A little fervor would not go amiss. Chapter 19. Go speak to my guardian Jiang Ran. Your reckless harm to your classmates during the entrance examination has severely violated the laws of Longhua. If you confess voluntarily, you may still receive leniency. Shen Yuan managed to suppress his urge to unleash a torrent of expletives, coldly reciting his prepared script. Should you choose to resist stubbornly, even the school cannot shield you. Is it truly that grave? Jiang Ran feigned a look of terror. What shall I do now? Observing Jiang Ran's reaction, Shen Yuan could not help but smirk inwardly. Oh, so you too are capable of fear? It is indeed understandable. No matter how exceptional your talents may be, you remain merely a fledgling, barely into adulthood. At this tender age, a few casual remarks about legal statutes could easily intimidate you. Considering this is your first offense, should you genuinely repent and voluntarily confess, you would likely be released in 7 or 8 years at most. Do you still hope for a release? Although the Shen family holds little sway in the capital, if they can devise a means to lure you back to Qingzhou, the final verdict on whether Jiang Ran faces a prison term or a death sentence will ultimately lie with them. In fact, before Jiang Ran meets his end, they will ensure he experiences a fate worse than death. Is that truly the case? Jiang Ran tilted his head, questioning whether he could indeed be released, or if he would be covertly subjected to corporal punishment upon his return to Qingzhou. Shen Yuan's expression shifted. How could that be? You are overthinking it. Jiang Ran nodded. All right, I shall trust you. However, Shen Yuan's heart, which had just settled, surged with anxiety once more. However, can you guarantee my release? Whether I confess or not, it is not solely my decision, nor yours. Jiang Ran flashed a radiant smile. For any matters, please address them to my guardian. From the shadowy corner of the corridor, the robust figure of Jiang, who stepped forward, though he made no overt move. Each step he took exuded an overwhelming pressure that caused Shen Yuan's heart to flutter uncontrollably. As Jiang Hu drew nearer, Shen Yuan could no longer restrain himself and shouted, Jiang Ran, you must think this through. Inciting others to act against a teacher is a grave offense. Are you seeking to compound your penalties? Curse it, where are they? If they do not arrive soon, he would be unable to endure any longer. What is Jiang Ran's true identity? Wasn't he merely an orphan without parents? How could an orphan possibly have such a formidable guardian, one who could even enter the school premises? Is the power of an SSS class awakened individual truly that extensive? Deputy Director Shen, what are you talking about? Jiang Ran had remained stationary the entire time. Witnessing Shen Yuan finally lose his composure, a genuine smile graced his face. When did I ever intend to incite anyone against you? Do you harbor some misunderstanding toward me? If there is nothing else, I shall return to my class now. If I have indeed broken the law, let the law mete out justice, rather than having Deputy Director Shen merely stand here and speak. With a smirk, Jiang Ran turned away, disregarding Shen Yuan, and proceeded directly into the classroom under Jiang Hu's escort. By the time Jiang Ran arrived at the classroom located at the end of the second floor, half of the lesson had already elapsed. He felt no embarrassment. So what if he was an hour late to the very first class of the school year? No one in the class dared to speak ill of him in his presence, unless they wished to experience the thrill of a whirlwind plunge once more. The teacher for this lesson was a kind-hearted middle-aged man named Wan. His temperament matched his appearance and name, being exceedingly amiable. At least regarding Jiang Ran's tardiness to the first class of the semester, Teacher Chow chose to turn a blind eye, merely advising Jiang to arrive earlier next time before allowing him into the classroom. Jiang expressed his gratitude, uttering a quick "thank you, teacher," and instinctively moved towards the back row. However, upon closer inspection, he found that the rear was already filled to capacity. A group of students, with wide-eyed innocence, stared at Jiang, seemingly fearful that his disappointment over not securing a back seat might provoke a tempestuous outburst. Jiang thought, "Forget it, for the first time in this life. I must embrace change." With this resolve, he boldly took a seat in the center of the front row, facing the podium directly. Wanming cleared his throat a couple of times, ignoring Jiang's presence, and continued with his previous narrative. "We were discussing the sudden emergence of a certain force 150 years ago. Does anyone recall the name of the earliest organizer of this force? Yes, you there. Please share your answer." The class bell rang, followed shortly by the sound of the next period's bell. The second class was still under the aegis of Wanming. In the same classroom, after taking a sip from his water cup, he intended to resume discussing the development of a particular cult that had surfaced 50 years ago. Just as he was about to randomly assess the students' attentiveness, a knock echoed from outside the classroom. "Who is it?" Wanming inquired as he opened the door, his previously curving smile vanishing instantly. "What brings you here? This is a classroom full of students, not a hideout for fugitives." His tone was far from courteous. Standing outside were two individuals, a man and a woman, both clad in matching blue and white uniforms. The woman spoke in a flat, official tone devoid of emotion. "We have received reports of an awakened individual maliciously slaughtering civilians." "Then go apprehend him. What do you want here?" "I've told you, there are only students." Wanming frowned. The man, however, did not acknowledge him, fixing his gaze directly on Jiang Ran, who sat alone in the center of the front row. "The person we are looking for is in this classroom." The woman remained unfazed, her demeanor as cold as a machine. "His name is Jiang Ran." Wanming paused, momentarily taken aback, yet he immediately countered, "Jiang Ran? Impossible. He could never commit such acts. You've mistaken him." "You are mistaken," the man finally spoke, his unwavering gaze on Jiang Ran. "Whether he has committed murder is not for you to decide. It is the law that will determine that. As of now, our investigation points to this conclusion. Bring him out. You, a mere teacher, cannot shield him." As he uttered this, an almost imperceptible smirk flickered across his expression. Meanwhile, Jiang Ran, seated in the front row and close to the door, listened to their exchange with remarkable calmness, nonchalantly crossing his legs. Feeling quite fortunate to have chosen the front row today. "So, this is the external assistance that Shen Yuan procured? They are indeed clever." Realizing that they cannot act against him directly, given that he is accompanied by Jiang Hu, a peak practitioner of the Abyss realm. To ensure the absolute elimination of Jiang Ran under the watchful eyes of Jiang Hu, it would require the presence of a superlative master. At least one of the third transition of the Void Realm, to have any chance of success. Setting aside the question of whether it is necessary to employ a master of such caliber, there remains skepticism about whether the Shun family could even summon such an expert. After all, despite the vast population of Dragon Country, it is unlikely that the Void Realm is teeming with practitioners. The Shun family is merely a modest enterprise within a city, and having a practitioner of the Abyss Realm in their ranks would be considered an exceptional stroke of fortune. As for Shin Siyu, who has awakened an S-grade elemental ability, her potential was swiftly extinguished by Jiang Ran before it could fully manifest. Now, realizing that Jiang Ran cannot be dealt with immediately, the Shin family, evidently not lacking in clever minds, quickly conceived a secondary plan to employ a knife for murder. They intended to escalate the matter to the Divine Dawn, prompting the authorities to create trouble for Jiang Ran. At that juncture, with a little internal maneuvering, they believed they could easily handle a mere college student like Jiang Ran. Chapter 20. If you refuse to go, then neither shall I. The Divine Dawn was established 250 years ago, initially a specialized military force. It later evolved into an official department governing all awakened individuals as the number of such beings steadily increased. If gaining admission to one of the 7 academies is a feat worthy of lifelong bragging rights, Then graduating and entering the Divine Dawn is akin to achieving a status of unparalleled prestige. From Jiang Ran's understanding, it is exponentially more challenging to gain entry into the Divine Dawn than it was to pass civil service exams in a previous life. Yet, the difficulty of entry does not guarantee that all within its ranks are paragons of fairness and integrity. Qiao Wanming's furrowed brow could crush a fly. He recognized the truth in the man's words. The authority of the Divine Dawn supersedes that of schools, rendering his position as a mere teacher utterly powerless against their will. Those taken by the Divine Dawn rarely return unscathed. Qiao Wanming did not harbor distrust towards the authorities. However, the current state of the Divine Dawn is a far cry from its original form. They have speculated to some degree about Jiang Ran's family background. Yet the Divine Dawn operates without regard for lineage or heritage. They possess the audacity to withstand the scrutiny of any power. Noticing that Qiao Wanming remained silent, yet stubbornly stood at the door, the man grew increasingly impatient. Are you not going to step aside? Do you intend to obstruct the law? What? Do you wish to accompany him inside? Teacher. Qiao Wanming turned in surprise to find Jiang Ran approaching, seemingly having arrived without notice. Do not worry, teacher, Jiang Ran said, wearing his ever-present smile. I have committed no crime. I will be fine. The man scoffed. Whether you are guilty or not is not for you to decide. Jiang Ran maintained his smile, unfazed by the provocation. Is it not your say-so? I was unaware that the Divine Dawn was now under your command. Ah, sharp-tongued, the man glared at him fiercely. Laugh while you can, once on my territory. We shall see if you can still find amusement. The woman beside him maintained a perpetual expressionless demeanor, as indifferent as a machine. Exuding an air of detachment as she coldly addressed him, Jiang Ran, please accompany us. Since he had ventured out, he saw no reason to linger. They were evidently pressed for time. The man stepped back, allowing the doorway to clear. Jiang Ran followed suit, casually patting Qiao Wanming on the shoulder as he passed. Watching Jiang Ran depart with the two figures, Qiao Wanming remained momentarily stunned. After a brief contemplation, he managed to utter a hasty "You all continue studying." Before exiting the classroom, the remaining 38 students exchanged bewildered glances, each equally perplexed. So, the formidable tyrant truly committed murder? Surely not. Despite his fierce and brutal nature. Reminiscent of a tyrant, there was something about him. Well, some found it difficult to articulate their thoughts. Why did that man seem so haughty? As if he looked down upon us? Oh, it's just the people from Shenzhou. They all behave that way, gazing down from their lofty heights. Bah! Who knows what facade they are putting on? In truth, it was this very atmosphere of Shenzhou that had deterred me from attending. If you choose not to go, then I shan't either. Neither will I. Will you put it on yourself, or shall I assist you? Han Wu inquired, holding a peculiar pair of silver handcuffs. These handcuffs, originally devised by a faction opposing the Dragon Empire 2 centuries ago, would suppress the abilities of any awakened individual upon being secured. After the faction was eradicated, these handcuffs were appropriated by the authorities and repurposed for use on awakened criminals. However, they were not without their flaws. A single pair could only suppress one ability at a time. Jiang Ran was taken aback by Han Wu's audacity. They were merely taking him back for a comprehensive investigation. No determination had yet been made regarding his alleged violation of Dragon Empire laws. Yet Han Wu dared to apply the suppressive handcuffs? I am no criminal. Why must I wear these? Han Wu, exasperated, clicked his tongue. You will wear them, and that is final. Why all the fuss? Regardless of whether you are guilty or not, you will ultimately be charged with intentional homicide. What difference does it make if you wear them now or later? You might even be grateful to yourself for getting accustomed to them in advance. Jiang Ran furrowed his brow slightly, but obediently extended his hand, allowing Han Wu to fasten the handcuffs around his wrist. Once in the vehicle, Han Wu drove at breakneck speed towards Shenzhou's headquarters in the capital. Jiang Ran cast a glance at the speedometer, noting that they were nearly at the speed limit of 120. Clearly, they were eager to secure his conviction. He sensed the power within him. The suppressive handcuffs effectively sealed off the S-class water ability he had previously acquired from Shinsiyu. Should he wish, he could easily summon the wind to shatter these hindering cuffs. Yet, for reasons unknown, Jiang Ran refrained from doing so. Initially, he harbored concerns that the amusement might be insufficient, rendering the experience rather dull. However, now that Han Wu has delivered the entertainment right to his doorstep, how could Jiang Ran possibly decline their generous offer? The headquarters of Shenzhou sounds impressively grand, yet its exterior appears rather ordinary. lacking the splendor of branches in other provinces and cities. The moment Jiang Ran alighted from the vehicle and stepped through the entrance of Shenzhou, within the confines of a modest four-story building, a man engaged in a meeting abruptly paused. Noticing his distraction, the individuals seated at the round table exchanged glances, and one among them cautiously inquired, "Commander, do you have any new insights, or are you dissatisfied with what they have presented?" Jiang Yueqin waved his hand, signaling a halt to the meeting. Without uttering a single word, he rose and exited the conference room, leaving his colleagues in a state of bewilderment. What could have transpired? The bald man rubbed his smooth scalp, perplexed. Could it be that our dismal performance last quarter has truly vexed the commander? Surely not. A woman adorned with a large gold chain stroked her chin, recalling that there had been worse times without the commander storming out. Beside the bald man, a woman in a black business suit observed with keen eyes, sensing that something significant must have occurred, prompting the commander to suspend the meeting to address the issue. "Let us go see for ourselves," she suggested. Although Jiang Ran possessed more knowledge about Shenzhou than others, this was indeed his first visit to the headquarters. As he surveyed the surroundings with the curiosity of a country dog in the city, Han Wu sneered disdainfully. Those from smaller locales often lacked exposure. "Where to now?" Jiang Ran asked, having memorized the layout of the area. He turned to Han Wu, who coldly replied, "Don't ask what you shouldn't." Jiang Ran rolled his eyes in response, thinking, "What a show? Let us see how long you can keep up the facade." Chapter 21. It is uncle's fault. Han Wu led Jiang Ran directly toward a two-story building. Jiang Ran, trailing behind, cast a few more glances at this building, which appeared jarringly out of place within Shenzhou, suspecting it might not be a favorable location. After all, did he not notice how passers-by tended to avoid it? Since leaving school, their intentions had become glaringly obvious. Initially framed as an investigation, it now seemed they intended to subject him to interrogation, regardless of his actual culpability. As long as he refrained from confessing to the intentional murder of Shenxi, it was likely he would remain incarcerated. What a method of investigative enforcement. It seemed this was their approach to inquiries. One could not help but wonder how many times this had occurred before him, and how many unjust cases had been fabricated by this group for personal gain. Yet, if even the headquarters situated beneath the imperial throne were mired in such disarray, one could only speculate how many provinces and regional branches of Longhua had succumbed to corruption. The entrance to the small building was crafted from a high-density special metal, equipped with both a keyhole and an advanced facial recognition system. As Han Wu pressed his face against the door to unlock it, the sudden call of "Commander" nearly startled his soul out of him. Yet, he quickly steadied his nerves, reminding himself to remain calm and relaxed. The commander was not one to indulge in excessive inquiries. He might simply be passing by and would likely overlook the scene before him. However, reality can be unforgiving. Often, the very events one most wishes to avoid are the ones that inevitably transpire. Jiang Yueqin emerged from the central building, not glancing elsewhere, and made his way directly towards the modest two-story structure. The rising chorus of greetings made Han Wu's complexion notably pale. Why would the commander arrive here at such an unexpected moment? Logically, he should have been occupied with meetings throughout the day. No, he must not dwell on such thoughts. Although it was rumored that Jiang Ran possessed remarkable talent, it was unlikely that he had achieved notoriety sufficient to draw the commander's attention. After all, Xin Yuan had mentioned he was merely an orphan. "Commander," Han Wu stammered, gazing at the expressionless and imposing figure of Jiang Yueqin. Despite his inner reassurances, he could not suppress his nervousness. Jiang Yueqin disregarded Han Wu's greeting, coldly inquiring, "What is happening here?" Han Wu faltered. "We received a formal report alleging that someone has violated Article 3041 of the Dragon Kingdom's laws, so..." Jiang Yueqin interrupted. "So you bypassed the investigative process and directly used energy suppression handcuffs to bring the individual here for coercive interrogation?" For a fleeting moment, panic gripped Han Wu. "No, that's not the case. How could we possibly?" But under Jiang Yueqin's all-knowing gaze, Han Wu found his words faltering. The commander's attention then shifted to Jiang Ran, who had been observing the commotion with a smile. Without any visible action from him, the handcuffs on Jiang Ran's wrists suddenly disintegrated, clattering to the ground. Jiang Ran shook his arms, having been forced into an uncomfortable position throughout the ordeal, his shoulders feeling strained. "Is there something wrong with my body?" Jiang Yueqin remarked, his tone unexpectedly softening as he noticed Jiang Ran's gesture. "Not at all," Jiang Ran replied casually, crossing his arms behind his head to stretch his shoulders. It's just that your organization, Shenzhou, operates quite swiftly. I barely had a chance to explain before I found myself in handcuffs. From the looks of it, it seemed you were going to take me straight to execution. What is going on? Are you short on KPIs? However, apprehending an SSS-level element-based ability awakeners for KPI purposes, one cannot say it is unheard of, but it certainly would be shocking to the mundane world. Jiang Ran's incessant chatter, even if his mind was not entirely clear, conveyed a tone of sarcasm. Consequently, those who had hastily followed Jiang Yueqin were momentarily taken aback by his words. Seeing the commander silent, the bald man assumed the commander was rendered speechless by the boy's comments and promptly stepped forward to defend him, stating, "Hey, what nonsense are you spouting? In Shenzhou, we apprehend individuals based on evidence. Don't think that trying to distort the truth in front of the commander will absolve your suspicions. Even if you are of SSS rank, if you break the law, we will handle it according to protocol. Do not presume that your status grants you any special privilege." Wait a moment, the bald man, having blurted out his words without a moment's thought, suddenly began to comprehend the implications. What rank did he claim his ability to be? Initially feeling as though death was imminent, Han Wu, upon hearing that someone was willing to support him, immediately lifted his drooping head, now brimming with defiance as he cast a scornful glance at Jiang Ran. See, what does high talent matter? They still have to bow to the authority of Shenzhou. Confronted with such a retort, Jiang Ran curiously glanced at the bald man who had spoken. I do not recognize him. He must not be a person of significance. No need to pay him any mind. Jiang Ran shifted his gaze back. Jiang Yueqin exhaled softly. It is my fault, my dear nephew. I apologize. It is my failure to manage Shenzhou that has led to this situation. I not only owe you an apology, but also to your grandfather and to all who have steadfastly believed in Shenzhou. Rest assured, I promise that such an incident will never occur again. I will revisit all previously adjudicated cases, ensuring that no innocent person is wronged while no guilty party escapes justice. Therefore, could you kindly share with me what transpired? As Jiang Yueqin uttered his first words, everyone surrounding them seemed frozen in place, as if they had turned into statues. The commander is apologizing to a child who appears barely of age. He even refers to himself as the child's uncle. So, the object of Shun Yuan's revenge, this so-called orphan from a small place with no connections, is, in fact, the nephew of Jiang Yueqin, the commander of Shenzhou. Han Wu felt darkness envelop him, realizing he had reached the end of his rope. How could he have been so foolish as to agree to that idiot Shun Yuan's request? Curse it. Han Wu wished he could traverse back in time and slap his past self several times over. Greed. You were so greedy. Look where that has led you. Meanwhile, the bald man, who had thought he had come to the commander's aid, felt his own legs weaken. So, just now, I insulted his nephew in front of the commander? Now, not only did Han Wu feel his doom approaching, but the bald man also sensed that his path had come to an end. The few individuals behind him, who had not even had the chance to speak, looked at the bald man with a mix of sympathy and schadenfreude. Among them, sympathy constituted a mere one, while the remaining 99 reveled in the spectacle of another's downfall. Serves you right, bald man. You are usually the best at flattering others. This time, however, your flattery has landed you in hot water. Chapter 22. The Prince Jiang Yueqin, having ascended to the position of commander of Shenzhou before turning 40, was known to the outside world as the most unyielding judge. At this moment, in his office, this legendary figure was half-squatting before a red-haired boy, his expression a blend of gentleness and a hint of helplessness. Jiang Ran, treating Jiang Yueqin as a comrade rather than a superior, casually patted him on the shoulder, showing no regard for his esteemed rank. Rest assured, dear uncle, given the nature of our relationship, how could I possibly betray you? With Jiang Ran's affirmative response, Jiang Yueqin's anxious heart finally found solace. Jiang Ran's grandfather, Jiang Qinglin, had but a single offspring, Jiang Ran's father, Jiang Fan. Although his father lacked siblings, his grandfather Jiang Qinglin had two elder brothers. Both brothers departed this world at an early age. The elder left behind a son and a daughter, while the second brother, like Jiang Qinglin, had only one son. This son is none other than Jiang Yueqin, the youngest of his generation in the Jiang family. Logically, Jiang Ran and he should be considered cousins, yet the group felt that appending the term cousin rendered their relationship overly distant, thus they opted to omit it entirely. As for Jiang Yueqin's apprehension regarding Jiang Ran's potential betrayal, there exists a valid reason. Jiang Ran's grandfather was the youngest among the three brothers and consequently favored. Thus, Jiang Ran's parents were also cherished by the two elder uncles. Following their demise, Jiang Chenglin aged overnight, becoming the sole surviving patriarch of the Jiang family. As the only legitimate third-generation descendant and the sole bloodline heir of Jiang Chenglin and Jiang Fan, Jiang Ran naturally ascended to be the most authoritative voice within the Jiang family. Jiang Ran's elder uncle and aunt were already burdened with guilt for not rescuing his parents. Had they known Jiang Ran was not only shackled by the agents of Shenzhou, but also nearly subjected to private retribution by Jiang Yueqin's associates, they would likely have been incensed beyond measure. With his connection to Jiang Yueqin, when Jiang Ran encountered the personnel from Shenzhou, he felt no trepidation. Rather, he found amusement in contemplating the unfolding events. His uncle remained single and virtuous, devoid of any romantic entanglements or illegitimate offspring. Thus, Jiang Ran, as the sole legitimate third-generation heir of the Jiang family, could easily be regarded as a prince in this realm governed by Shenzhou. Despite his formidable background, which would astonish others if divulged, Jiang Ran was not the type to exploit his connections recklessly, at least in the matter concerning Shinsiyu. He had indeed committed no crime. The laws of Longhua have undergone continuous amendments and refinements for over 2 centuries. After several historic conferences, they culminated in the current legal framework. Article 1206 of the criminal law for awakened beings clearly and unequivocally delineates the definition of justifiable defense. In essence, it states that if one is subjected to an attack that could potentially be fatal, whether directly or indirectly, regardless of the outcome, one is justified in retaliating without committing a crime. Accordingly, when faced with a second-tier beast, Shen Siyu's deliberate action of gripping Jiang Ran and flinging him behind her provided him ample justification to retaliate. He merely delayed his counteraction slightly. Taking advantage of loopholes was a practice Jiang Ran had mastered in his past life, and engaging in such tactics in this life proved to be a mere trifle. Upon hearing Jiang Ran's explanation, Jiang Yueqin almost instantaneously comprehended the situation. Even surmising that being brought to Shenzhou was likely a stroke of fortune for him, he rose, massaging his temples, pondering what to say to this incorrigible youth. Jiang Ran occupied the most comfortable office chair, leaving Jiang Yueqin to settle on the wooden sofa beside him. Jiang Ran, oblivious to his uncle's current mood, took the opportunity to boast. Of course, I am astute and decisive. Moreover, I have saved you so much trouble. Shouldn't you be pleased, uncle? Jiang Yueqin could only smile in resignation, acknowledging that he had indeed noticed. As the supreme commander, how could he remain unaware of the internal affairs of Shenzhou for so long? Although he was aware and wished to effect change, he had always lacked a catalyst. Jiang Ran's intentional act of being handcuffed and brought to Shenzhou was aimed at creating an opening for Jiang Yueqin, thereby accelerating the internal reform of Shenzhou. After all, if an SSS-level awakened ability user could be maliciously framed, even nearly subjected to torture for interrogation, it would be entirely reasonable for the Supreme Commander to announce a thorough investigation into Shenzhou in a fit of rage. Then I shall thank you in advance. Xiao Ran, Jiang Yueqin replied, though his tone took a slight reprimanding turn. You must not engage in such antics again. Are you not concerned that I might not be at headquarters today? If something were to happen to you here, how would I explain it to your parents and grandfather? Jiang Ran snorted dismissively. Rest assured, uncle, I am not so foolish. I had already prepared an escape route before coming. Tianfu Academy, Principal S office. Principal Yuan. Jiang Ran has been taken away by people from Shenzhou. Chao Wanming rushed in, only to find Principal Yuan unusually calm, even taking the time to brew tea. I am already aware, Yuan Pu said leisurely, pouring hot water over the tea set, his demeanor entirely unruffled. You know? Chao Wanming was taken aback. Then why didn't you stop them? Jiang Ran is a promising talent. He added, as you know, Shenzhou is no longer what it used to be. What if? Yuan Pu raised his hand to interrupt Chao Wanming, remaining composed. My lack of intervention is precisely because Jiang Ran will not come to harm. Not only will he be safe, but he may even accomplish something beneficial. In the entire school, besides his private connection with Baiyu, Jiang Ran was the only one who knew the identity of Jiang Ran's grandfather. Once one knows who Jiang Ran's grandfather is, it naturally follows that they would understand Jiang Ran's relationship with the prominent figure within Shenzhou. With such a connection, how could Jiang Ran possibly encounter any danger in Shenzhou? It would be more accurate to say he is going home. Really, he won't be in danger? Chao Wanming still felt uncertain. What? Do you not even trust me? Yuan Pu took a sip from his teacup, his expression momentarily contorted. After glancing at the tea canister, he realized that someone had stealthily swapped his tea. It not only lacked the flavor of tea, but also bore the taste of coffee. Chao Wanming, however, did not notice Yuan Pu's fleeting change in expression, merely feeling a slight sense of relief. It wasn't that he had a particularly good relationship with Jiang Ran. In fact, he had only met him for the first time that day. Yet, as a teacher, Chao Wanming was simply concerned that a future genius, potentially rivaling Bai Yu, might be ruined by that scoundrel group in Xinzhou. Well, isn't it still class time? Return at once. On the very first day of school, you abandon the students in the classroom to study by themselves, unafraid of the chaos that may ensue. With a mere second's thought, Yuan Pu, having deduced the culprit behind the tea leaf swap, waved his hand weakly, shooing the eager-to-mentor teacher Chao back into the classroom. As he gazed at the subpar quality of the tea leaves, his mind wandered to the exquisite tea previously gifted by Jiang Qinglin, an exceptional blend that wealth could scarcely procure. Yuan Pu felt his heart race anew. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Since Jiang Ran is the grandson of Jiang Qinglin, he should, in theory, be aware of the tea his grandfather typically presents to others. Yes, indeed, this is a promising lead. He must ensure no harm befalls him. With this in mind, Yuan Pu tossed the tea canister into the trash and vanished through the door. Chapter 23. I shall engage you in 300 rounds. Upon Yuan Pu's arrival at Xinzhou, he encountered Jiang Ran, diligently enjoying his meal, along with the somewhat surprised Jiang Yueqin and Bai Yu, who was devouring his food as if possessed by a starving ghost. Yuan Pu, incredulous, pointed at Bai Yu, momentarily forgetting his own purpose for being there. What are you doing here? And where did you hide my tea leaves? Bai Yu, reluctantly swallowing his food and washing it down with half a cup of cola, finally managed to articulate, Hey, I advise you against such baseless accusations. What tea? What leaves? Do I appear to you as a thief? He rolled his eyes dismissively. If something's gone missing, just report it. Do not slander the innocent. You? Innocent? Yuan Pu seized the chicken leg from Bai Yu's plate, his eyes widening to an unprecedented degree. If you are innocent, then the entire world must be filled with virtuous souls. What is wrong with that? Bai Yu retorted. Although Jiang Yueqin was not intimately acquainted with Bai Yu, having spent the last few years in the capital, he had heard whispers about this individual. Thus, he did not regard Bai Yu as entirely blameless concerning the inexplicable disappearance of Principal Yuan's tea. However, he deemed the matter too trivial to invest his thoughts in. Merely greeting Yuan Pu before preparing to depart, he had an array of meetings scheduled for the day, which had been disrupted by Jiang Ran's unexpected presence. Now, with Jiang Ran unharmed and nearly everyone at the Shenzhou headquarters aware of his relationship to Jiang Ran as his uncle, even his seniors and the principal had personally come to escort him. Even if some malevolent cult sought to harm Jiang Ran, he could leave unscathed, no longer burdened with concerns for his safety. Having fulfilled his duties as an uncle by accompanying his nephew for lunch, it was time to return to more pressing matters. With Jiang Ran's presence, he would undoubtedly be busier in the days to come. Observing the conclusion of the altercation between Yuan Pu and Bai Yu, Jiang Ran perceptively offered Yuan Pu a glass of warm water. Yet, the elderly gentleman showed no inclination toward health consciousness. Pointing at Bai Yu's cup, I want cola, preferably Pepsi, not Coca-Cola, and remember to add extra ice. Having concluded a round of combat, Bai Yu, who was massaging his abdomen, sprang to his feet upon hearing the words, appearing more agitated than when he had been wrongfully accused. Goodness, you old man, how could you prefer Pepsi over Coca-Cola? I shall engage you in a battle of 300 rounds. Jiang Ran, who was huddled nearby, dared not speak. Yet he silently kicked a bottle of Pepsi into the furthest corner and then picked up a bottle of Coca-Cola from the table, pouring a glass filled with ice for Yuan Pu. Upon returning to school, throughout their separation, the trio maintained a tacit agreement to refrain from mentioning Shenxi. After all, Jiang Ran's background was well known. He was one of this year's SSS-level awakeners. Furthermore, given the extraordinary talent Jiang Ran demonstrated, even if he were merely a singular ability awakener, he would undoubtedly rank among the foremost of the SSS-level awakeners to emerge in the past 50 years. Such a prodigious genius. Even if Jiang Ran were to commit an unprovoked act of murder against Shenxi, would ultimately face little consequence. After all, this was not Earth. In the realm of awakeners, sufficiently extraordinary talents could compel the rules to bend in their favor. How splendid. Returning to his luxurious single dormitory, Jiang Ran stretched languidly, feeling quite pleased with the day's arrangements. Another class dodged. Delightful. TSK, 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 is this all one desires? Bai, who had returned with him, clicked his tongue, treating the sofa as if it were his own home, seemingly unwilling to move again. What does it mean to say this is all one desires? Is this ambition not grand enough? Jiang Ran curled his lip, feeling somewhat disgruntled at having his lofty aspirations belittled. Bai emitted a sound unique to rebellious youths. It's clear you haven't truly enjoyed yourself. Your current age is precisely the time for fun. If you're not exuberant, what does it mean to be young? Coincidentally, I have some matters to attend to tomorrow. I shall reluctantly take you to experience the world. Jiang Ran pondered his class schedule and realized he had a class in the afternoon. Was it wise to skip 2 classes right after the semester commenced? The temporarily obedient student Jiang Ran sincerely questioned. Then I shall finish swiftly, ensuring you return in time for class, Bai replied. Actually, there's no need to rush. The next day, just as Jiang Ran picked up a slice of toasted bread, a hand unexpectedly reached out, seizing his shoulder and pulling him away. In the next moment, that hand reappeared, deftly targeting the remaining slices of toast on the table and whisking away the entire plate. Chew, chew, chew. This time is acceptable. Chew, chew, chew. At least let me dry my hair. Chew, chew, chew. Leaving with wet hair can easily lead to a headache. Chew, chew, chew. Then you're overthinking it. Chew, chew, chew. This time I merely woke up late. Chew, chew, chew. You needn't thank me specifically. 2 red-haired individuals squatted nearby, each with a piece of bread in their mouths. From any angle, they resembled the delinquents loitering outside a middle school. I may have toasted it a tad too long. Jiang Ran mused to himself about his toast. Taking a sip of the soy milk Bai had specially purchased to clear his throat, he inquired, so why pair toast with soy milk? Bai, without lifting his head, replied while chewing on the straw, it's a fusion of East and West. You'll understand when you reach my age. As Jiang Ran took advantage of his momentary invisibility, he discreetly shot a glance at Bai, who he believed would not transform into such an audacious figure in 2 years. What are we here for? Jiang Ran finally recalled to inquire about the matter at hand. Early in the morning, he had been brought by Bai across several provinces to Shanghai City, nearly 1,000 kilometers from the capital. However, upon arrival, Bai remained silent about their purpose, even indulging in the leisure of purchasing 2 cups of ordinary soy milk, priced at 15 yuan each. Surely, they were not here to be fools, were they? After finishing his drink, Bai casually tossed the paper cup, which flew gracefully in a parabolic arc into a nearby trash bin. Reflecting upon his own slam dunk, Bai leisurely addressed Jiang Ran's query. Waiting for someone. Waiting for someone. Shoo. They are here. Following Bai's gaze, Jiang Ran observed 2 young women clad in familiar blue and white uniforms emerge from a building, chatting amiably. The corners of Jiang Ran's mouth tightened slightly. Members of the Divine Day? What are you waiting for them for? Shoo, don't ask, just watch. With another shush, Bai grasped Jiang Ran's shoulder, subtly repositioning him. Realizing something, Jiang Ran closed his mouth and stood in the corner, watching as the 2 women engaged in conversation while entering a cafe. Chapter 24. Enough, do not speak further. The cafe bore a name in English, exuding a somewhat niche and exquisite decor. Jiang Ran, a country boy from a small place, found himself perplexed by the lengthy English name. Yet he speculated that the patrons likely referred to themselves as the proprietors. The menu was entirely in English, and perhaps there was a cat or a dog residing within. In essence, it conformed to his stereotypical impression of cafes in Shanghai City. Once the 2 women entered, Bai adjusted his attire, seemingly intending to enter through the main door. Jiang Ran glanced down at his own outfit, a plain, unbranded white t-shirt and shorts, which an uninformed observer might mistake for a common item from a bargain shopping app. Would he be secretly scorned for entering in such attire? After consuming a plethora of videos, he felt an unsettling increase in peculiar stereotypes. Pushing open the overly ornate door, Jiang Ran's gaze was involuntarily drawn to a Pomeranian adorned with a silver collar at the entrance. The little Pomeranian, noticing the arrival of 2 new patrons, scampered over, barking excitedly. A younger man who had been attending to the 2 women turned to glance at them, his tone tinged with exasperation. Tang Yuan, stop barking. He then offered a slight nod to Jiang Ran and Bai. 5 minutes later, the man placed the menu before them. Hello, I am the owner of this specialty coffee shop. My name is Yujia. What would you like to drink? Unable to resist, Jiang Ran looked up at him, surprised to find that his name was not in English. Glancing back at the menu, he noted that aside from the prices aligning with the consumption levels in Shanghai City, the entire menu was written in Chinese. Bai merely cast a fleeting glance before averting his gaze, leaving Jiang Ran to assume the responsibility of placing the order. After surveying the menu, Jiang Ran, who was not particularly enthusiastic about coffee, found nothing that truly appealed to his palate. A sidelong glance at the two women on the opposite side, who seemed to be enjoying their time, prompted Jiang Ran to close the menu. We are just like those two ladies, he remarked. The moment the words left his lips, he distinctly noticed a subtle shift in the expression of the proprietor, Yujia, who was gazing at him. Is there a problem? Jiang Ran inquired. Oh no, not at all. However, I must ask for your patience for a few more minutes. As the drinks ordered by the two ladies are rather intricate, requiring a bit more time, Yujia explained with a smile. Jiang Ran returned the smile. It's quite all right. We have ample time to wait. Very well, Yujia responded before turning to leave. Bai Yu, propping his head on his hand while engrossed in his phone, lazily remarked once Yujia had departed. Just so you know, those 2 cups of coffee are in tea on the house. Why didn't you mention that sooner? I'll go tell him I only want one, Jiang Ran retorted, though he made no move to seek out the proprietor. Having perused the menu earlier, he knew the most expensive item was merely around 200 yuan. Even combined, the 2 cups would not exceed 500, a trivial sum he could easily afford. So what exactly are you trying to achieve? He couldn't help but ask again. Bai Yu raised an eyebrow. Haven't you figured it out yet? Jiang Ran leaned his arm on the table, resting his head in one hand. I just can't believe they would be so audacious. The headquarters of Shenzhou, right beneath the emperor's feet, is already in disarray. It's unreasonable for the branches elsewhere to remain utterly still. And yesterday afternoon, Zhang Yueqin was still in meetings. Any real mobilization would only commence at night or possibly even later. Therefore, between last night and today, on the eve of upheaval, certain individuals must surely take action. Yet, I fail to comprehend why Bai Yu chose to come to the distant Shanghai city, waiting like a hunter. Surely it cannot be because there are no issues elsewhere. That notion is simply implausible. Thus, he must have his own sources, aware that the most significant movements are occurring in Shanghai City, which is why he made the journey here. But this undercover rendezvous is nothing like I envisioned. I mean, we are already in an era of superpowers. How can we still be employing the spy exchange tropes from 2 centuries ago? As he mentally scolded himself for such thoughts, the bell at the cafe door chimed melodiously, signaling the arrival of another patron. Jiang Ran immediately turned his attention to the entrance. Could it be another group? Or perhaps those arriving now are the main course? As he pondered, a group of seemingly naive young people entered the cafe. Jiang Ran suddenly felt a wave of discomfort wash over him as he covered his face. It appeared he had spotted an exceedingly familiar face. Zhang Ge. Li Kai had initially planned to venture out with his roommate to broaden his horizons, but upon casually entering a coffee shop and glancing around, he was taken aback to see a remarkably familiar figure. With that exclamation, all eyes in the cafe turned toward Jiang Ran, including those of the 2 women who had arrived first. Jiang Ge, what are you doing here? Weren't you supposed to be in Shangjing? Jiang Ran helplessly set his hands down and coughed. It's nothing. Just came out to travel and unwind. Is that so? Li Kai scratched his head, but I recall that Jiang, your school has officially started, and today isn't even the weekend. Enough already. Li Kai, who is this? The 5 boys following Li Kai glanced at Jiang Ran and then at the indifferent Bai Yu. It seemed there were only a few schools that had officially begun their academic year, and as far as he knew, the ones located in Shangjing were limited to just that. Li Kai, oblivious to Jiang Ran's exasperation, enthusiastically introduced him to his roommates. This is Jiang Ran, my high school deskmate, an SSS level awakened. How many? SSS. Oh my, Mom, I've seen a living SSS. Is it true? SSS. You can't be exaggerating, right? Li Kai was the first to catch wind of the skepticism and immediately shot a glare, as if questioning Jiang Ran was akin to questioning him. Lu Fangda, if you lack experience, don't speak carelessly and expose your own ignorance. Jiang isn't an SSS, so are you? The lanky boy named Lu Fangda, rebuked by Li Kai, scoffed dismissively and retreated to the side, ceasing to speak. The 2 seated in the corner exchanged glances. SSS level, went to Shangjing. It seemed they were students from Tianfu Academy. Now that essay bit troublesome. Regardless of the difficulty, it must be addressed. The 7 major academies had officially commenced classes yesterday, so logically, they should all be attending lessons these days. Yet presently, students from Tianfu appeared in Shanghai. Do you believe they are merely here for a vacation? I certainly do not. The short-haired woman sighed. I don't believe it either. But to be honest, I really don't wish to engage with those from Tianfu. Our time is limited. The long-haired woman remarked while subtly observing Jiang Ran, who was surrounded by several individuals. They seemed to be mere freshmen. In a month's time, even with exceptional talent, they would only reach the ascendancy stage. What is there to fear? Once we conclude our business, we can depart. After all, Shangjing is 1,000 miles away. Can those old-timers really teleport here? All right then, I'll heed your counsel. Chapter 25. A serendipitous encounter with a major boss. Excuse me, here are the 2 cups of coffee you ordered. Please enjoy. May I ask what you would like to drink? Yujia placed 2 cups of what appeared to be ordinary lattes on the table and turned to serve the newly arrived Li Kai and his companions. Jiang Ran picked up the cup, examined it, and took a whiff, his expression filled with confusion. This certainly doesn't seem worth over 100 a cup. Do the people of Shanghai enjoy being taken advantage of? In the corner, as Jiang Ran raised the coffee to his lips, the short-haired woman felt an inexplicable thrill. Drink. Quickly, Jiang Ran. Instinctively, Jiang Ran turned around and saw Shi Yin standing at the entrance, clad in a similarly minimalist outfit. Shi Yin hadn't anticipated encountering Jiang Ran in Shanghai. Wasn't he from Tianfu Academy? Isn't that located in Shangjing? How could Jiang Ran possibly be in Shanghai? Yujia, who was waiting for Li Kai and the others to place their orders, also felt a twinge of confusion. The coffee shop had seen but a handful of patrons in the past fortnight. What could account for the sudden bustle today? Could it be that their actions had inadvertently been revealed? Indeed, it was Yu. Shi Yin approached, casting a glance at Bai Yu, who had donned a pair of sunglasses unbeknownst to him, his eyes widening slightly. You are. Bai Yu raised his index finger to his lips, prompting Shi Yin to pause, swallowing the remainder of his words. What brings you to Shanghai? Realizing Bai Yu wished to keep his identity concealed, Shi Yin deftly shifted the topic to engage in conversation with Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran set his coffee down once more, stating, just taking a break from travel. Do you still need to unwind? Shouldn't it be the freshmen who need the respite? The thought of the school posting the transcripts prominently on their website, with Jiang Ran's score of 2,469 glaring at them daily, cast a shadow over Shi Yin's otherwise positive demeanor. Not to mention the freshmen who had been on the receiving end of Jiang Ran's wrath. It was a wonder they weren't already despondent. Why would I not need to unwind? Jiang Ran retorted, I am human, and like all humans, I experience moments of melancholy. All right, you are absolutely right. The gaze of the long-haired woman fell upon Shi Yin. That is the young master of the Shi family, an SSS grade ability wielder, a new student at the Tiankai Academy. She asserted with certainty. The short-haired woman recognized him as well, her mind racing through his profile and abilities, realizing the intriguing potential of the situation. Unexpectedly, there was a fortuitous opportunity. Let us proceed. We cannot afford to delay. Though reinforcements from Tianfu would not arrive for some time, it did not mean that aid from the Tiankai Academy was similarly absent. Receiving the signal, Yu Jie stretched his neck. His superiors had simply tasked him with the receipt and transmission of information. Today marked their final meeting. Post this encounter, they would temporarily withdraw from Shanghai City. Little did he anticipate such a delightful surprise before their departure. 2 SSS-grade newcomers. If he could capture their heads, he would stand a chance at vying for a position of authority within the division. Tang Yuan. Woof. In the midst of his aimless banter, Jiang Ran suddenly paused. While Li Kai remained lost in excitement over encountering SSS-grade individuals, Shi Yin, who had been observing him closely, detected something amiss. Casually casting his gaze around, he lowered his voice. Did you sense something? Jiang Ran did not respond, instead poking the drowsy Bai Yu. You're not bringing me here to meet my demise, are you? Of course not, Bai Yu replied, his eyes closed beneath the sunglasses. Trust me a bit more, young man. Upon receiving the information carried by the wind, Jiang Ran longed to sprout wings and soar back to the capital. Yet, Li Kai remained present. With Bai Yu possessing spatial abilities, he could escape without being pursued. Shi Yin, an SSS grade, was also the scion of a prominent family. Moreover, they were in Shanghai, the very stronghold of the Tiankai Academy. Jiang Ran found it implausible that no one was covertly tracking him. Should he leave now, what would become of Li Kai and his roommates? They were merely ordinary individuals. In the ensuing chaos, No one would concern themselves with the fate of a few B-grade or C-grade awakened ones. Jiang Ran instinctively grasped a handful of his hair, forcing himself to disregard the oppressive sensation wafting through the air, and continued to sit nonchalantly on the stool. Li Kai and his roommates were still imploring Shi Yan for an autograph when suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept in from the back of the shop, accompanied by a guttural roar. Baiyu opened his eyes. With a thunderous crash, the central pillar was shattered, and a colossal white figure lunged toward Jiang Ran. His pupils constricted, and in the next moment, the scenery around him transformed instantaneously. In the blink of an eye, several individuals reappeared at the spot where Jiang Ran and Baiyu had initially crouched. Opposite them stood a cafe adorned with an array of English names. But its former elegance had vanished. A large hole marred the wall, where a nearly 5-meter-tall beast with disheveled white fur loomed, its blood-red eyes fixated upon them. What manner of creature is this? Upon discerning the beast's appearance, Li Kai's roommate's legs turned to jelly. Jiang Ran and Shi Yan positioned themselves in front of the others, their expressions increasingly grave. Can you discern its tier? Shi Yan's body was tense. Jiang Ran was not in a much better state, yet he forced himself to maintain composure. 6th tier. His gaze traversed the creature, landing on the figure beside it. And he added, "This is no wild beast, it is a tamed one." Shi Yan's complexion grew even more ashen. Li Kai, having overheard their conversation, was on the verge of tears. The ability to contract a 6th-tier beast signifies that the other party must be an awakened beast master of at least the ocean realm. What on earth is happening? Why is there no signal? The boy, who was ready to call for help but found his phone utterly devoid of reception, was also on the brink of tears. Is this really how they are going to treat them? They have yet to leave the novice village, and already they are faced with such a formidable boss. Oh dear, look at your pitiful state. Baiyu pushed his sunglasses atop his head, gazing at them with a look of exasperation. Man up, why are you crying? It's as if you're facing certain death. Really, can't we survive this? Another boy had already begun composing a farewell note on his notepad. Why the tears? Yu Jie advanced step by step, observing the crowd's mixture of panic and stoic resolve, his smile growing more deranged. Rest assured, my Tang Yuan has very sharp teeth, ensuring you will feel no pain. Hey, am I being underestimated here? Baiyu placed his hands on his hips, feeling displeased at being ignored. Yu Jie cast a couple of glances at him. A few more glances followed. Odd. Why does he feel so familiar, as if he has seen him somewhere before? Oh, come on. Seeing that no one acknowledged him, Baiyu casually placed his sunglasses on Jiang Ran's head and commanded, "Hold this for me," before vanishing from sight. Upon witnessing Baiyu's disappearance, Yu Jie instinctively edged closer to Tang Yuan. Previously, he had thought that the two SSS-class awakeners possessed some protective artifact that would allow for a momentary shift in distance when sensing danger. However, seeing Baiyu vanish into thin air, Yu Jie realized that it was not an artifact, but rather this individual's extraordinary ability, space manipulation. Chapter 26. How about it? Am I handsome? What are you thinking? A cool voice abruptly resonated above Yu Jie's head. Yu Jie did not raise his head. Instead, he swiftly dodged to the side. To his surprise, just as he landed, countless metallic spikes erupted from the ground, encircling him in a formidable circle. Before he could react, a fireball descended from above, hurtling directly towards his head. Sensing her master was on the verge of a life-threatening crisis, the once adorable Pomeranian, Tang Yuan, let out a furious roar and charged forward. Did I ever tell you to go? Accompanying this command, the space around Tang Yuan twisted instantly, immobilizing the leaping beast in midair in a rather comical posture. From this angle, one could fully witness Yu Jie, trapped within the metallic cage, being violently battered. If Tang Yuan could articulate human speech, she would undoubtedly be screaming in rage at that moment. No. Meanwhile, in the position where Yu Jie had just stood, Baiyu hovered in midair, his garments fluttering in the wind, and he even took a moment to wink at Jiang Ran on the other side. Baiyu, so? How do I look, bro? Jiang Ran, who inexplicably understood Baiyu's intent, just as he prepared to let Tang Yuan experience the same fate as her master. Baiyu's raised hand suddenly halted. After a brief moment of contemplation, a smirk crept upon his lips. This is intriguing. In the next instant, he vanished once more. Are you ready? Almost. At the back door of the cafe, two women clad in Shun Zhou uniforms stood there. The short-haired woman appeared slightly pale, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. The long-haired woman held a black notebook in one hand, while her other hand bore a cut, using her own blood to inscribe something onto the pages. Several words had already been written, and the long-haired woman paused momentarily before continuing to write a new line. However, just as her index finger grazed the page, a hand emerged from the air, swiftly snatching the black notebook away. Who? The long-haired woman jolted back several meters. Exclaiming fiercely, Bayu glanced down at the bloodied words on the notebook, his expression shifting from somber to perplexed. The pristine white pages bore 4 words written in vivid red blood, Bayu Jiang Ran. Below, there was a vertical stroke, indicating she was about to inscribe a third name, but before she could complete it, Bayu had already seized the notebook. Upon seeing Bayu, the short-haired woman's already ashen face drained of all color. She abruptly turned to the equally stunned long-haired woman, exclaiming, "You didn't write his name?" The long-haired woman furrowed her brow, replying, "I did. He was the very first name I wrote. Bayu from Tianfu Academy, an SSS-level space ability wielder, hailed as the greatest genius of the continent in 200 years. How could she possibly fail to recognize him? Thus, when she resolved to utilize her abilities, she had promptly inscribed Bayu's name. But how could he still be alive? This is impossible. Who exactly are you? Me? Bayu cast another glance at the notebook, lingering momentarily on the name Jiang Ran. You've already written my name, yet you still question my identity? Impossible. You cannot still be alive. The long-haired woman trembled uncontrollably. Her unique ability, akin to Yin Yu's, pertains to objects. It is the black-covered notebook. As long as she writes a name on it using her own blood and sacrifices a portion of her lifespan, the individual whose name is inscribed will perish silently. It can be likened to a supernatural version of a death note. However, since utilizing this power necessitates the sacrifice of her own lifespan, and the stronger the target, the greater the lifespan she must relinquish, she typically refrains from employing this ability unless the individual is of significant importance. In their conjectures, Bayu's level was estimated to be no higher than the ocean realm. Meanwhile, the long-haired woman, who also belongs to the ocean realm and has attained the 6th transition, only needs to sacrifice 30 years of her life to erase any ocean realm opponent. Although doing so would leave her with only a few years to live, the prospect of eliminating such a prodigy made her feel as though she had made a considerable gain. Yet, the long-haired woman was utterly unprepared for the realization that despite having inscribed Bayu's name, he was still alive. Could it be that her ability had faltered? This power of yours seems ineffective. Bayu's face had once again donned a familiar grin, leading her to wonder if she had merely acquired a notebook reminiscent of Yagami Light. You, do not be disheartened. While my ability still holds, we must leave swiftly. The short-haired girl had retreated to the side of the long-haired woman, speaking in hushed tones. But my notebook, the long-haired woman protested, still reluctant. Is the notebook more vital than your life? The long-haired woman fell silent. Observing her lack of resistance, the short-haired girl seized her arm and urged, "Come on." Where to? Bayu had appeared behind them, smiling benignly. "Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, that coffee shop owner has matured quite a bit. Moreover, I had sealed this entire space a while ago, for my abilities far surpass yours." He winked at the short-haired girl, adding, "Thus, none of your messages have been transmitted. Why hasn't that guy returned yet?" Li Kai squatted on the ground, hugging his knees, his expression forlorn. Jiang Ran leaned against a lamppost, arms crossed, resting his eyes. Hearing Li Kai repeat his concerns for the 4th time, Jiang Ran sighed. "Do not worry. He will return shortly. Nothing will go amiss." After witnessing Bayu effortlessly handle the ocean realm's Yujie and the 6th-tier beast, Jiang Ran realized he had perhaps underestimated Bayu. Based on the display of strength Bayu had just exhibited, he had to be at least at the pinnacle of the ocean realm, if not already stepping into the abyss realm. Furthermore, it seemed Bayu possessed more than one ability. Jiang Ran had observed clearly the metallic spikes emerging from underground and the fireballs that appeared from thin air. In addition to spatial manipulation, it appeared Bayu wielded elemental powers of gold and fire. No wonder Bayu had always claimed to be a genius. It turned out to be true. Was this the caliber that made him the subject of contention among the 7 prestigious academies? And as the 2nd freshman, aside from Bayu, to be sought after by the 7 academies in 50 years, did it not signify that his value and potential could rival Bayu's? Jiang Ran was not lacking in confidence. Given his prowess in acquisition, whether it be 3 abilities or even 30 or 300, he was capable of obtaining them all. He was struck by a profound realization. The individuals from the 7 academies possessed quite discerning judgment. Suddenly, a signal emerged on his mobile device. Li Kai's roommate, filled with fervor, rose abruptly, brandishing his phone. Quickly, we must call the authorities. I am already doing so, came the response. But does calling the police truly yield results? One of the boys murmured softly. The others froze momentarily. Initially, two individuals clad in blue and white uniforms occupied a corner of the cafe, an attire universally recognized throughout the entirety of Longhua, emblematic of the divine day. If anyone were to encounter a crisis involving aberrant beasts or awakened beings and dialed for assistance, it would be these individuals who would arrive to provide aid and manage the situation. However, when the cafe owner, Yu Jia, had erupted earlier, those two had not intervened, vanishing without a trace. If they were to call now, would anyone still come to their aid? It's all right, go ahead and call, finally spoke Shi Yan. As a member of the Shi family, he possessed some insight into the current state of Divine Day. Although there were indeed many corrupt elements within, they had not yet reached the point of disregarding citizens' emergency calls. As for which faction would ultimately respond, that remained uncertain. Yet, such thoughts were not for him to articulate. Through keen observation, Shi Yan had discerned that while Li Kai and Jiang Ran shared a commendable rapport, he and his roommate were merely ordinary individuals. It was best that such matters remain veiled from the common populace. Chapter 27. I truly yearn for classes. Jiang Ran, sensing something, opened his eyes to see Baiyu returning, one hand carrying something. With a casual toss, Baiyu flung the two individuals, who appeared to be thoroughly beaten, next to the now matured Yu Jia. The metallic spikes, akin to automatic sliding doors, sensed the entrance of newcomers, extending upwards before contorting into a six-sided cubic cage. Baiyu approached, slapping a black notebook into Jiang Ran's embrace, saying, "Here, take this. It serves as crucial evidence." "Huh, what is this?" Jiang Ran inquired, shaking the notebook. Feeling no immediate threat, flipping through it, he noticed numerous names inscribed within, the blood used for writing having oxidized to a deep black over time. On the most recent page, two names stood out, Baiyu and Jiang Ran. However, while Baiyu's name was fully written, Jiang Ran's was incomplete. The character for Ran only partially inscribed. "What is this? A death note?" "Congratulations, you guessed correctly." Baiyu bore an expression devoid of any perturbation, as if this peculiar ability posed less of a threat to him than a mere tickle. Jiang Ran lingered on Baiyu's name for a moment longer, refraining from asking why he seemed unharmed, and instead flipped back to the previous pages, frowning at the densely packed names. "So, are all these individuals victims of their deeds?" "Indeed," Baiyu confirmed. Shi Yan leaned in for a closer look, but upon seeing the pages filled with names that had turned crimson and black, his expression darkened even more than when facing a sixth-tier aberrant beast. "Who exactly are they?" Baiyu, fiddling with his phone, replied casually, "Well, from what I understand, they are likely individuals from the Nine Nether." "Nine Nether?" Jiang Ran and Shi Yan were momentarily taken aback. It was not that they were unfamiliar with the organization known as Jiu. On the contrary, every awakened individual in Longhua was well aware of its existence. This colossus had emerged a century and a half ago, possessing profound roots and a substantial membership, with even the authorities lacking a comprehensive understanding of its inner workings. It was only known that the abilities of the mid to high-ranking members of Jiu seemed to have some connection to death. Jiang Ran glanced at the death note in his hands, pondering whether this individual might indeed be a mid-level member of Jiu. Surely not. Baiyu finally finished tinkering with his device and put his phone away. The mid to high ranks of Jiu were not so feeble. Noticing Jiang Ran's gaze, Baiyu candidly admitted, "I have dealt with them before." "Well, the task is accomplished, and soon someone will arrive to manage this. We can return to Shangjing now." He seemed disinclined to elaborate further, swiftly shifting the topic. "As I mentioned, my efficiency is quite high. I certainly won't delay your class." Jiang Ran, taken aback by the thought that after such a thrilling battle, Baiyu still had the audacity to prioritize his timely return to class, protested. "Was it not said that it was unnecessary? Since we have come all the way to Shanghai City, we should indulge and enjoy ourselves before heading back." His tone was diplomatic. At that moment, Li Kai finally snapped back to reality from Baiyu's imposing stature and, upon hearing Jiang Ran's words, eagerly nodded like a chick pecking at grain. "Yes, yes. Why rush back? We should have more fun." The others chimed in. "Indeed. Shanghai City is incredibly entertaining. You will surely be captivated." After all, this was a formidable figure capable of effortlessly defeating awakened individuals at the sea level. If they could establish even a minor connection with him, perhaps just by adding him on WeChat, they would possess bragging rights in the future. They simply could not allow such a distinguished individual to leave so soon. He must be persuaded to stay a little longer. Bai Yu raised an eyebrow. What is the matter? Are you planning to foot the bill for the entire venue? Jiang Ran, unperturbed, replied, Sure. How much could it possibly be? As the illustrious young master of the Jiang family, the Prince of Xinzhou, can I not afford such trivial expenses? Brother, I suddenly feel that, since the semester has just begun, I must not leave a poor impression on the teacher. Please hurry and take me back for my class. I truly yearn to attend. Upon hearing Jiang Ran's acquiescence, Bai Yu's eyes visibly brightened. Before Jiang Ran could react, in the blink of an eye, they found themselves in a luxury car dealership. Bai Yu caressed a red McLaren and turned to Jiang Ran with a radiant smile. What do you think? It matches my hair color perfectly. He winked, grinning mischievously. I've had my eye on this for quite some time, and now it can finally be mine. Thank you. Young Master Jiang, your generosity is commendable. Jiang Ran was taken aback. Dude, are you truly this unreserved? To his astonishment, Bai Yu was not yet satisfied. He rubbed his hands together and, with a sycophantic tone, added, By the way, I also have my sights set on 2 apartments over there. I wonder if young Master Jiang could assist me? I suddenly feel the urge to return to class. After all, knowledge is power. Jiang Ran thought incredulously. Was he mistaken? Houses in Shanghai City were not something an ordinary person could simply purchase. If he genuinely agreed to help Bai Yu secure an apartment, his grandfather would surely appear out of nowhere to reprimand him. After all, his uncle is merely the commander of the Divine Day, not the wealthiest individual in the Dragon Kingdom. He is yet to reach the level where Jiang Ran can frivolously toss money around in the billions. Oh, has he truly come to a realization so swiftly? The undertone of Bai Yu's voice betrayed an unmistakable sense of disappointment. I was actually hoping to purchase a watch. But what exactly are you lamenting? Do I appear to be a fool with an excess of funds and no place to spend them? Upon returning to school, Jiang Ran even found time for a brief nap before indulging in a sumptuous and healthful lunch at the cafeteria. During this time, Shi Yan, having exchanged contact information, relayed to Jiang Ran the origins and subsequent developments he had uncovered. Those 2 women were indeed affiliated with the Nine Nether, and the owner of that cafe also hailed from the same realm. Every fortnight, the 2 undercover agents embedded within the Divine Day would visit the cafe to inform Yu Jie about the happenings over the past 2 weeks, along with any internal intelligence they had gathered, which Yu Jie would then relay to his superior. However, today's meeting occurred before the fortnight had elapsed. As the 2 women sensed an unusual atmosphere within the Divine Day and speculated that some action might be imminent, thus, they intended to provide a heads-up to the 9 Nether operatives, allowing them to prepare and evade any potential danger. Little did they know, before their message could be disseminated, 3 connection agents were swiftly apprehended by Bai Yu. Bai Yu's initial strategy was to remain passive, observing how Yu Jie communicated with his higher-ups. He planned to follow the trail and surprise them later. However, the 2 women were overly cautious. Upon spotting Bai Yu and Jiang Ran, they instantly recognized something was amiss and attempted to eliminate them before making their escape. Unfortunately, they misjudged Bai Yu's capabilities. Her death note failed to unleash its power, resulting in her being swiftly subdued. As for the other short-haired woman, her ability merely created a barrier that prevented anyone within from relaying information to the outside. It bore no lethal force. It was akin to a 2-for-1 deal. Shi Yan remarked, the Divine Day has descended into utter chaos. Extensive investigations are underway. To my knowledge, at least 3 undercover agents have already been uncovered. Jiang Ran responded. So the Divine Day was essentially a sieve all along? Anyone could infiltrate? I thought the entry requirements were quite stringent. Shi Yan affirmed. Indeed, they are high, but those factions were willing to invest considerably. Upon reflection, Jiang Ran conceded this point. Take those 2 women responsible for transmitting information, one at the 6th transition of the Ocean Realm, the other at the 3rd transition. Entering the Divine Day was not particularly challenging for them. Although Bai Yu claimed they were inferior to the mid- and high-level operatives of the Nine Nether, possessing such strength. Coupled with their distinctly unusual abilities, the long-haired woman was undoubtedly not a mere pawn within the Nine Nether. Those from the Ocean Realm can simply choose to abandon their posts. It is evident that they were indeed willing to invest. Chapter 28. A friend with connections. The afternoon class commenced at 2 o'clock. Having learned from the previous experience, Jiang Ran arrived early, taking a seat at the far end of the penultimate row. As the students from the class gradually trickled in and spotted Jiang Ran, A look of surprise flashed across their faces. Wasn't he taken away by the Divine Day personnel yesterday? Is it so soon that you have been returned? Jiang Ran rested his chin on one hand, casting a light glance at them. Why are you all staring at me? Have you never seen a handsome man before? Unable to fight or scold, he sighed resignedly. Thus, when the teacher of this class entered, he found over 30 students seated in the middle and several rows to the left, while the 2 rows on the right were occupied by only one individual. Goodness! Has he been isolated? Jiang Ran was indifferent to whether anyone sat beside him. However, upon seeing the incoming figure, his brow instinctively arched. Jiang Ran, why are you sitting so far back? Come to the front, take a seat in the first row. A smiling voice rang out, and Jiang Ran raised an eyebrow. Rising leisurely to stroll to the center of the first row, offering a smile to the man at the podium. All right, Teacher Yan. To Jiang Ran's surprise. The teacher was none other than an old acquaintance, his high school homeroom teacher, the second young master of the Yin family, Yin Feng. Jiang Ran was eager to inquire about his sudden arrival in the capital and why he had chosen to teach at Tianfu Academy. Yet, it was evidently not the time for reminiscing, so he maintained his smile, temporarily stowing away those questions. Yin Feng donned a dark red shirt and gold-rimmed glasses, and those unfamiliar with him might perceive him as a refined and accomplished individual. Yin Feng merely glanced at the well-behaved Jiang Ran before retracting his gaze, addressing the somewhat bewildered students seated behind him as he commenced his self-introduction. The class passed swiftly for Jiang Ran, who was openly daydreaming, the moment the bell rang. Yin Feng exchanged a knowing glance with Jiang Ran and exited the classroom first. Naturally, Jiang Ran followed suit. I must say, old Yin impressive. You've made it to Tianfu as a teacher? Jiang Ran unabashedly draped an arm over Yin Feng's shoulder, while the other hand reached for his glasses. Dressed so dapperly in a shirt and glasses, I wonder if you're trying to find me a wife, chasing after someone here? What nonsense are you spouting? Yin Feng swatted Jiang Ran's hand away, casting him an exasperated glance. I've told you, I have connections. Becoming a teacher is a breeze. No, I meant to ask, can you actually teach? Don't lead a bunch of promising students astray. They are the future strength of the Dragon Nation. Come now. I am a distinguished graduate of Longting University. Teaching them is surely well within my capabilities. Hearing Jiang Ran's doubts, Yin Feng felt a tinge of helplessness. Do you truly consider me a useless fool? Jiang Ran was taken aback. Isn't that the case? Get lost. All right, enough of the banter. Jiang Ran did not intend to provoke, but felt a sense of joy upon encountering a familiar face in an entirely unfamiliar setting. So, what brings you to the capital? Are you homesick? Want to visit home more often? Please, stop guessing. Yin Feng pushed open the office door and stepped inside. How could I possibly be homesick? I am not a 3-year-old. Moreover, he would rather never return to that wretched place. Yin Feng turned to sit on the sofa, but noticed Jiang Ran still standing outside. Perplexed. What are you doing out there? Are you on guard for me? Jiang Ran gazed at the plaque of the Director of Academic Affairs affixed beside the doorframe, scrutinizing it thrice before finally confirming that the inscription was indeed in Chinese. Did you strike Principal Yuan? Jiang Ran asked incredulously, his eyes fixed on Yin Feng, who lounged in a relaxed posture. Without leveraging the Yin family's influence, Yin Feng was merely an ordinary high school teacher, possessing commendable talent but having taught for only 2 years in a remote provincial city. How could someone with such a background ascend to the position of Director of Academic Affairs so swiftly? This rank was even a notch above that of Shen Yuan. Yin Feng blinked in surprise. Oh, so that's what has you astonished. He chuckled. I did mention that I have connections. Jiang Ran's realization dawned upon him. Goodness. So apart from the Yin family, you have other backing? He felt a sense of relief with this revelation. I heard you were taken away by the people from Shenzhou yesterday? Yin Feng inquired with keen interest as Jiang Ran settled down across from him. Yes. Jiang Ran replied nonchalantly, fiddling with the Rubik's Cube on the table. The Shen family's doing? Indeed. Yin Feng raised an eyebrow. What earth-shattering deed did you perform to provoke them so? Nothing much, Jiang Ran said, his hands moving with such speed over the cube that it seemed to glide like silk. I merely severed Shan Siyu's head. Oh, is that so? Wait, what did you just say? Upon hearing the full account from Jiang Ran, Yin Feng stroked his chin, his expression somewhat dazed. Goodness gracious. I initially thought this lad was somewhat eccentric, yet mostly steady. To my astonishment, he turns out to be quite ruthless. To boldly commit murder before all the teachers of the 7 academies upon awakening, what audacity! What future could he possibly have? Since the Shun family has resolved to use Shinjo against you, how did you manage to return? Yin Feng finally grasped the situation. Jiang Ran wore a half-smile. Of course. It's because I have my own supporters. Calculating the time, he mused that the Shun family must have begun their downfall by now. After all, their long-standing bribery of public officials alone was enough to land them in hot water, not to mention the unsavory deeds they had committed behind the scenes. Understanding dawned on Yin Feng as he watched Jiang Ran, who remained engrossed in his Rubik's Cube, and he felt an inexplicable chill. Goodness. It appears Jiang Ran intends to make those who crossed him vanish entirely. He had thought himself to be formidable, but in comparison to this individual, he felt like an insignificant figure. Well, I've grown weary of sitting. It's time for me to rest. Jiang Ran stood, stretching lazily, and casually tucked the Rubik's Cube into his pocket, flashing a grin at Yin Feng. Old Yin, I'm off. No need to see me out. Wait, Yin Feng remarked. Observing the bulging pocket of Jiang Ran, the corners of his mouth twitched. He finally understood why items in his office during high school in Qingzhou had mysteriously disappeared. It turned out they had been pilfered by this fellow. Is this person akin to a locust? Leaving no trace in his wake, Yin Feng held his head in despair, weakly waving his hand. Just go, and never return here. He genuinely feared that if Jiang Ran were to come back, his office might be entirely cleared out. Perhaps it would be wise to hang a sign at the office door stating that no Jiang Ran or dogs beyond this point. Chapter 29. The exploration of the secret realm. In the following days, Jiang Ran reverted to a state of isolation, rarely stepping outside his door. Each day was spent either clandestinely honing his skills or lying motionless on his bed. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. As he lay there, Jiang Ran opened his eyes, gauging the level of his abilities, and sighed. His progress was rather sluggish. Half a month had gone by, and he had yet to reach the combat realm. Was his aptitude truly so mediocre? Gazing at the ceiling, he was blissfully unaware that such thoughts, if known to others, might provoke a desire to strangle him. A typical awakened individual could be deemed a genius if they advanced from the harmonization realm to the ascension realm within 3 months of awakening. Transitioning from the ascension realm to the combat realm usually required at least a year and a half. Yet here he was, having progressed from the harmonization realm to the ascension realm in merely half a month, now foolishly hoping to achieve the combat realm in the same time frame. It was a dream too audacious to entertain. When Baiyu entered, he found Jiang Ran lying on the bed, motionless, with a vacant expression. What's wrong? Feeling down? Jiang Ran had long since grown accustomed to Baiyu's habit of entering without knocking. Hearing the voice, he sighed once more. It's nothing. Just feeling like my strength is advancing at a snail's pace. Baiyu gave him a sidelong glance and nodded. Indeed. Jiang Ran immediately performed a sit-up. Wait. I'm just being modest, and you're actually agreeing with me. What do you mean by agreeing? I simply speak the truth. After all, I am a person who only states facts. Baiyu grinned at him before beginning to scour the room for anything of interest. Stop looking. There's nothing of value here. Jiang Ran rolled out of bed, slipping on his slippers to fetch a glass of water. It was a joke. Ever since he discovered that Baiyu, like him, automatically picked up items without ever closing them, Jiang Ran had ceased to leave anything of worth in plain sight. After all, the previous encounter with Principal Yuan had been a lesson learned. Unfazed by being seen through, Baiyu nonchalantly sat on the bed. What do you take me for? How could I possibly be interested in such trifles? Actually, I came here to deliver some news. Jiang Ran raised an eyebrow. What news could be significant enough for you to come in person? Baiyu's expression grew slightly serious. A new secret realm has emerged in Lianxi City, estimated to be between E and C grade. However, when the authorities attempted to send people to explore it, they discovered a restriction. Only those below the combat realm are permitted entry. Below the combat realm? A hint of confusion flickered in Jiang Ran's eyes. If only those in the harmonization and ascension realms were allowed to enter, then the realm's grade could surely be confirmed as E. Where there are artificial secret realms, there are also wild ones. Whenever a new wild secret realm appears, the authorities roughly assess its grade based on the concentration of spiritual energy it emits, and from this, they determine which level of awakened individuals may enter. For instance, the F grade represents the lowest tier of secret realms, where one encounters no threat whatsoever. Even an ordinary person could traverse it unscathed. Within such realms, rare beasts are seldom seen, and the environment is predominantly filled with precious minerals and rare medicinal herbs, thus earning the designation of resource-type secret realms. The E-grade secret realms, on the other hand, typically host creatures ranging from first to second tier, with only a few attaining the third tier. The artificially created secret realm numbered 361, which the new students entered during their initial assessments, falls into the E-grade category. In the D-grade secret realms, the beasts generally range from the third to fourth tier, with a select few reaching the fifth tier. The progression of secret realm grades continues in this manner. Logically, this is indeed the case. Baiyu stifled a yawn, but as he listened to their discussion, he realized that the concentration of spiritual energy emitted by this particular realm appeared to exceed that of a typical E-grade secret realm, occasionally reaching levels akin to that of a D-grade. Consequently, the elders speculated whether it harbored high-tier beasts or whether it contained an abundance of rare resources. Baiyu shrugged, acknowledging that when it comes to resource-type secret realms, they are always treated with the utmost seriousness. Jiang Ran began to grasp the implications. So, they intend for me to explore it? Back in the 361 secret realm, he had subdued a third-tier beast with his ascendant strength and even performed a remarkable feat of extracting a tooth with his bare hands. Although no one inquired about this afterward, it did not mean that they had forgotten. Now, upon encountering a secret realm of uncertain grade, they immediately thought of him, a capable fighter who could transcend tiers. Alas, it seems that genius always attracts attention. No, Baiyu interjected, shaking his finger. You certainly overestimate yourself. How could they allow you, an ascendant, to venture alone into an unknown secret realm? Besides you, there will be others accompanying you. Jiang Ran's expression visibly dimmed. Oh, then why did you bother to tell me? I'm not finished yet. Since only awakeners below the combat realm may enter, the higher-ups have decided that this time, all individuals in the society who are at or above the ascendant realm will be permitted to participate in the exploration. Furthermore, each of the 7 academies will dispatch 5 new students to partake in this expedition. Most importantly, regardless of whether they are casual members of society or new students from the academies, only 10% of the resources collected from the secret realm will need to be surrendered, with the remainder retained for personal ownership. The more Jiang Ran listened, the more astonished he became. Had the authorities lost their minds, or had the resources of Long Nation become so abundant? To his knowledge, whenever a new wild secret realm emerged within the borders of Long Nation, the officials would swiftly mobilize appropriate personnel to enter, a process colloquially termed opening up. Only after official assessments confirmed that the realm posed no significant threats or contained no exceedingly precious resources would it be opened for awakeners from society to enter for training. This implies that for a wild secret realm, the initial exploration, while fraught with danger, also presents the greatest opportunities. Yet now, the authorities intended not only to open the realm to the public directly, but also to demand a mere 10% of what was found within. This seemed exceedingly generous. Could it be that they already know there is nothing of substance within this secret realm? What are they thinking? Upon seeing Jiang Ran lost in thought, Baiyu realized that the young man had undoubtedly strayed from the right path. With a mixture of exasperation and affection, he lightly tapped Jiang Ran's forehead, feigning maturity as he sighed. Your concerns are simply a product of your youth. Reflect on the recent developments in the Dragon Kingdom. As the tap jolted him, Jiang Ran suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. He comprehended the intentions of those above. They wished for them to act as bait. Bingo! Baiyu snapped his fingers, acknowledging Jiang Ran's dawning comprehension. Yet, despite this realization, the thought of those fledgling students who could barely withstand a single blow made Jiang Ran's brow furrow. I'm fine, but if they can't handle it, perhaps I should go in alone. Do you truly think they are naive? If you can think of it, they surely can as well. Rest assured, they are well prepared, Baiyu remarked, casting a sidelong glance at him. And do rid yourself of that notion of sneaking in to hoard all the resources. Even if I support your grand idea, do you believe your uncle would agree? Caught off guard, Jiang Ran cleared his throat, realizing he had nearly forgotten about his uncle. It appeared he would need to devise alternative strategies. Chapter 30. I will protect you. I have conveyed all that needs to be said. Once inside, adapt to the circumstances. If all else fails, you still have Jiang Ran. As the Director of Academic Affairs, Yin Feng was delivering his final instructions to the 4 fortunate individuals selected by Tianfu Academy. Jiang Ran, reclining with his legs crossed while engrossed in his phone, was reluctantly pulled from his reverie upon hearing his name. Please do not elevate my significance excessively. I am merely a minor enhancement, of little consequence. The 4 individuals still grappling with their foundational levels were aware of Yin Feng's insights. Contemplating the potential scenarios they might face inside the secret realm, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of melancholy. In any case, once you enter, do not wander aimlessly. Keep an eye on them. Yanfeng genuinely feared that Jiang Ran might abandon the group to pursue his own agenda, leaving the others vulnerable to peril. Jiang Ran curled his lip but refrained from dissent. To him, it seemed illogical to send this group into such an unsafe environment. Were they worried he alone could not secure enough catch? Is that all? Just then, a figure materialized out of thin air. Jiang Ran and Yanfeng remained unfazed, but the other four were taken aback. Rising to his feet, Jiang Ran had dressed deliberately in a white ensemble adorned with insignias. Compared to his usual attire, he seemed to have elevated his status significantly. All right, let us proceed. There is no need for excessive chatter. Jiang Ran produced a mirror from seemingly nowhere, ensuring his hairstyle was impeccable before stowing it away with satisfaction. I will protect you all. Is that sufficient? Wait, are you truly pretending to be so grand with your minor enhancement? Bai shot him a glance, tempted to deliver a swift reprimand. However, he knew that such an action would provoke Jiang Ran's ire. Sighing, he decided to let it slide this time. Then let us be on our way. After speaking, without allowing them a moment to prepare, a sharp sound of fingers snapping echoed, and in the next instant, several individuals materialized over 100 kilometers away. Yanfeng gazed at the suddenly vacant office, shrugged his shoulders, and the worry he had just exhibited evaporated in an instant. After all, he had only been at the school for half a month, and he hadn't even memorized all the names of the staff. It was quite commendable that he could feign such concern. Even if someone had indeed perished, it was no concern of his. He had already said what needed to be said, and they could only blame their own ineptitude. Jiang Ran surveyed his surroundings. Feeling somewhat perplexed, this did not seem to be Liangxi City, did it? Indeed, it was not. Baiyu's sunglasses from last time remained with Jiang Ran, so this time he donned a different pair of rimless glasses. When silent, he appeared rather refined. He adjusted his glasses, suppressing the urge to roll his eyes. Did you think I was among that group of spirit realms, capable of transporting so many people across thousands of kilometers in an instant? Weren't you? Jiang Ran queried, somewhat skeptical. He recalled that last time, Baiyu had taken him to Shanghai City, and they had arrived there in the blink of an eye, with Baiyu appearing quite at ease. Are you referring to the journey from Shangjing to Luoshui City? That was much closer, and it only required bringing you along, which was considerably easier. Baiyu fanned himself with his hand, urging, all right, let us continue our journey. After experiencing 3 more spatial transitions, the group of 6 finally reached Liangxi City. Throughout this time, Jiang Ran remained silent, and the other 4 were well aware that neither of these 2 was someone they could provoke. Thus, they did not utter a single word. After yet another transition, Jiang Ran finally beheld an untouched, wild secret realm. It resembled a black hole, standing quietly while emanating a rich wave of spiritual energy. Prior to Jiang Ran and the others' arrival, representatives from the 6 major academies had already taken their positions. Jiang Ran even spotted several teachers from his school who had previously attempted to lure him away right after he completed his entrance examination. In addition to the 7 academies, there were numerous representatives from various factions within Longhua, as well as awakened individuals from the populace hoping to seize an opportunity for profit. The thought that among this crowd might lurk members of various cults and subversive forces prompted Jiang Ran to quietly commit the appearances of most awakened individuals and their corresponding faction names to memory. He initially expected either the War Academy or the personnel from the Shenzhou division of Yin Province, where Liangxi City was located, to take charge of the situation. However, after waiting for quite some time, neither group approached to speak. Could there possibly be a more formidable figure? As Jiang Ran pondered which influential person it might be and whether he would recognize them, a sudden commotion erupted within the crowd. Silence. This command, infused with a wave of extraordinary power, rendered the thousands present instantaneously mute. Jiang Ran, already silent, became even more so upon hearing this voice. Lowering his head in an urge to conceal himself, a tall, handsome man approached from the horizon, as if he treaded upon an invisible staircase, making each step seem effortless. Who on earth is this? One of the fortunate 4, Ling Zai, was so astonished that his eyes nearly bulged out. It was indeed quite an impressive sight. The chubby boy beside him was equally transfixed. Oh my goodness. It seems he looked at me. Ling Zai nudged him, chiding, what nonsense are you spouting? Would a figure of such stature pay you any mind? If he were to glance our way, it might actually be towards me. Jiang Ran. who was concealed behind the two, desperately wished to cover their mouths to silence their chatter. You're speaking so loudly. It's nearly impossible for him not to notice. The representatives from various factions, who had specially come, also displayed expressions of surprise. Clearly, none had anticipated that the visitor would be this esteemed individual. The personnel from the Yin province branch hurried over, their demeanor a mix of respect and slight awkwardness. Commander. Jiang Yueqin nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over Jiang Ran before shifting to the dark opening of the secret realm. Upon sensing the surge of spiritual energy emanating from it, his brows arched slightly. Indeed, the concentration of spiritual energy here was significantly higher than that of an E-level secret realm. In 5 minutes, the secret realm would be opened. I shall not elaborate on the precautions for this exploration, but one point must be underscored. Jiang Yueqin was present solely to maintain order. It was still the head of the Yin province branch who spoke. This secret realm permits only awakeners below the battle realm to enter. Should anyone attempt to force their way in through unscrupulous means, any incidents that arise within will be their own responsibility. He cast a meaningful glance around, a subtle smile gracing his lips. All right, those who have made the decision to venture forth may step forward and prepare to enter the secret realm. No more hiding like an ostrich. Bai Yu patted Jiang Ran's shoulder, having already spotted him. Why are you still hiding? Hurry in. Don't forget what I told you. Bai Yu winked. I know. I won't forget. Jiang Ran replied with a slight nod. He then looked up at Jiang Yueqin, who was hovering in midair, exhaled, and stepped out first, beckoning to the other four. Let us go, kids. Follow me once we enter. I'll lead you to soar. Ling Zai was the first to follow, and the remaining three exchanged glances before stepping forward in unison. Although the formidable figure was ruthless, his strength was undeniable. They were not foolish enough to forego the opportunity to ally with such a powerful ally in favor of exploring the secret realm on their own. At the War Academy, Xiang Jingxing had been attentively observing the movements of Tianfu Academy. Upon seeing Jiang Ran take the lead, he nodded to the teacher accompanying him and, without hesitation, stepped out with Xiang Jingji and the other three. The other 5 academies mirrored this action. Upon witnessing Jiang Ran's movement, they quickly followed suit, anxious not to fall behind. In an instant, the 7 academies became the most decisive group. Zhai Qi, the head of the Yin province branch, nodded in satisfaction, noting that this year's freshmen from the 7 academies were quite impressive. Jiang Yueqin, lost in thought, displayed a hint of a smile, responding unexpectedly, indeed. They are quite remarkable. Chapter 31. Back to the days of laboring on the prairie. Jiang Ran. Following the call, Jiang Ran turned to see 2 boys, identical in appearance and even their attire, approaching him. Just as Xiang Jingxing was about to speak, he was interrupted by Xiang Jingji. Guess who is Xiang Jingxing and who is Xiang Jingji? Jiang Ran raised an eyebrow. The resemblance between the 2 individuals was strikingly uncanny, to the extent that even the minutest details were identical. For an ordinary person, even with a certain degree of familiarity, it might take a moment to differentiate between them. You are Xiang Jingji, one of them indicated, pointing to his companion, and this is Xiang Jingxing. At this revelation, not only was Xiang Jingji bewildered, but even Xiang Jingxing appeared somewhat taken aback. Was it a mere guess, or could he truly tell them apart? The 2 exchanged glances, and suddenly, Xiang Jingxing chuckled. Huh? You guessed wrong. I am actually Xiang Jingji. Jiang Ran raised her eyebrows. No, you are Xiang Jingxing. I was correct, yet you refuse to acknowledge it? Is that not rather childish? Meanwhile, it seemed someone else was calling him from a distance. Jiang Ran waved her hand dismissively. You 2 are quite easy to recognize. Now, please help me take a look at these 4. I will return shortly. Left abandoned by the unfeeling Jiang Ran, Ling Zai and the others exchanged perplexed looks with the equally bewildered Xiang Jingxing and Xiang Jingji. Xiang Jingji stroked his chin, sensing something was amiss. Too amiss. How did he manage to discern them? Xiang Jingxing, running his fingers through his hair, was equally baffled. Meanwhile, Jiang Ran had already immersed herself in the throng of individuals from Tianfu Academy and Lingsu University. Previously, Jiang Ran was aware that Jiang Qingye was affiliated with Lingsu University, which meant that Yin Yu could only be a new student from Tianfu Academy. Thus, upon seeing Yin Yu standing beside Shi Yan, Jiang Ran felt no surprise. It appeared that all 6 SSS grade students from Longhua had come for this expedition. What a remarkable occurrence. The value of their presence surpassed that of the combined 30 other newcomers. What do you need me for? I am quite busy with the children. She remarked. Children? Sure, Yin was momentarily taken aback. When did you have children? Jiang Ran gestured around her. Don't you have some as well? Oh, so that was the kind of childcare she meant. A few black lines appeared on Shi Yan's forehead as he restrained his exasperation. I was merely inquiring whether we should act together once inside. He glanced at the unfamiliar crowd around them. It was safer in larger numbers. After pondering for a couple of seconds, Jiang Ran neither declined nor readily accepted, deciding to assess the situation inside first. Hearing her response, Shi Yan was not surprised and merely commented, "That's fine," refraining from further persuasion. As Jiang Ran returned to her previous position, the dark portal before them suddenly emanated a soft glow. The surrounding individuals perked up. The secret realm had been unveiled. Jiang Ran lifted her gaze once more to the figure of Jiang Yueqin hovering above, and upon receiving a barely perceptible nod from him, she stepped forward into the portal. Once her feet touched solid ground again, they found themselves amidst a vast expanse of grassland. The stout Lu Xuqing bent down to touch the soft grass beneath his feet. Astonished, "Wow, did we just leap from the northwest to the grasslands?" Ling's eye placed a hand over his heart, eyes closed. "This air, this green grass, it feels as though I have returned to my days of toil on the grasslands." Jiang Ran noted that Lin Xian, the only female in the team, was relatively reliable. After surveying their surroundings, she turned to Jiang Ran and inquired, "Brother Jiang, which direction should we proceed?" Although Jiang Ran was of the same age as the rest, his prowess led them to instinctively address him as Brother Jiang. Jiang Ran, too, was assessing their environment. The grassland is not particularly vast, yet it stretches endlessly before their eyes. The surrounding terrain is flat and devoid of any obstruction, allowing them to discern that not only are there no people nearby, but even the presence of strange beasts is conspicuously absent. Even the wind seems to whisper that there is almost nothing here. Could it be that this secret realm is truly a resource-rich domain? Regaining his focus, he noticed the four of them staring at him in unison. "Why are you looking at me? We are here to explore, and I have no knowledge of what this secret realm contains." Jiang Ran shrugged nonchalantly, his expression indifferent. "Let us just wander around. We'll see where it leads us." "All right, you then," he said, pointing to the quietest member of the group. "Choose a direction." Han Lu, the one singled out, appeared flustered. "Me? Really? Let's not. We can just follow Jiang Ge." Ling's eye nudged him, saying, "Come on, just pick one. What are you afraid of?" Jiang Ge want to eat you. Han Lu swallowed hard, glanced around, and after a moment's hesitation, pointed randomly in a direction. Jiang Ran took a look, sensing nothing amiss, and nodded. "Fine. Let us head this way." After walking for over an hour, Lu Xuqing was panting heavily, as if he might faint at any moment. "Hey, little fat chum, you're not holding up well," Jiang Ran remarked with a grin. "I'm just a novice. I can't compare to Jiang Ge." Lu Xuqing was drenched in sweat, needing to catch his breath after every few words. Lin Xian is also a novice, and she is a girl. How come she isn't tired? And Han Lu, from the yellow class, isn't struggling like you are, Jiang Ran observed, shaking his head. "You need more training. When we return, I'll have old Yin add some physical conditioning classes for you." "No way, Jiang Ge." At this, not only Lu Xuqing, but even Han Lu and Lin Xian jumped in alarm. "Our free time is already so limited. We can't add more practice." Ling Zai, leisurely walking with his hands clasped behind his head, raised an eyebrow at their protests. Are there really that many classes?" "Of course. So many that it's overwhelming." Lin Xian's face contorted in distress at the thought of her packed schedule. "It's even more exhausting than when I was in high school." "Really? Is that true?" Ling Zai exclaimed in astonishment, instinctively turning to look at them. Jiang Ran, who had been walking in the middle, suddenly stiffened as a gust of wind blew by. "Stop." He swiftly grabbed Ling Zai, who was about to continue forward, while his other hand halted the other three, his expression turning wary. Lu Xuqing peeked out from behind him, asking, "What's wrong, Jiang Ge? Why have we stopped?" Without answering, Jiang Ran narrowed his eyes, fixating on the distance. "TSK, quite perceptive." A voice abruptly pierced the air. Suddenly, the ground ahead trembled, and in the next moment, a dark shadow erupted from the earth. As they discerned what it was, the others behind Jiang Ran instinctively swallowed hard. A black scorpion, with 6 legs and 2 tails, stood menacingly before them, its body nearly 1.5 meters long. Beside the scorpion stood 3 individuals. Jiang Ran maintained his composure. "What do you mean by this? Our Tianfu Academy has not provoked you, has it?" "Indeed, you have not." The man at the forefront, bearing a scarred visage, is presumably the master of this black scorpion, appearing to wield an ability related to beast taming. The scarred man chuckled. We are merely a group of societal outcasts. How could we possibly be connected to those from the academy? Then what is it that you seek? Jiang Ran was not gullible enough to believe such childlike deceptions. As he had just stated, they were but marginalized individuals, devoid of wealth and unable to procure quality equipment. The scarred man's gaze fell upon the ring adorning Jiang Ran's right hand. As fellow citizens of Longhua, we ought to aid one another, he asserted. So you intend to seize our belongings? Ling Zai grasped the situation's gravity. No. How could this be termed as seizing? The scarred man quickly waved his hands. We merely wish to negotiate amicably, to encourage you to willingly part with some resources to support us. Moreover, should we grow stronger, would not Longhua itself become mightier? The scarred man was almost amused by his own words. What say you all? He initially presumed they were merely naive students, untouched by the harsh realities of life. By invoking the moral high ground of acting for Longhua's benefit, they would surely falter. Even if some among them were astute enough to see through the ruse. What would that matter? If words failed, he had force at his disposal. Just as the scarred man reveled in his fantasies, his companions behind him suddenly wore expressions of horror. Watch out, boss. Quickly dodge. Huh. The scarred man barely regained his senses when a powerful punch landed squarely on his face. With a crack, searing pain radiated across his features, and he felt as though his nose had been shattered by the blow. Yet, this was not the end. A sharp pain struck his chest. Before he could comprehend what was happening, he was sent sprawling through the air. Jiang Ran retracted his foot and brushed away non-existent dust, muttering, Dare to covet what belongs to Zhang Xiao? You've been given too much face. I cough, damn it. The scarred man clutched his chest, momentarily incapacitated. His bewildered companions scrambled to assist him. Cough, cough, spit. The scarred man expelled a mouthful of blood, his eyes bulging in shock as he trembled. Pointing a quivering finger at Jiang Ran. You're finished. Not even Jesus can save you. Mark my words. Black Scorpion, attack. Hiss. Brother Jiang, can we win? The four huddled behind Jiang Ran, cautiously peering out at the formidable Black Scorpion, which raised its pincers aggressively upon receiving its master's command, then burrowed into the ground. Fear not. Victory is certain, Jiang Ran smiled, raising his hand. The eyes of the four brightened. This gesture, this expression, was all too familiar. Was the azure tornado about to make its return? However, 2 seconds elapsed with naught occurring. Ling Zai blinked and asked, Brother Jiang, has your ability malfunctioned? No sooner had he spoken than a colossal black scorpion erupted from the earth before Jiang Ran, its massive pincers aimed directly at him. Before Scarface could display a hint of joy, a powerful jet of water erupted from the opening beneath the black scorpion, violently propelling the creature skyward and ultimately crashing it into the grassy expanse several dozen meters away. Ling Zai and his companions observed. Scarface and his 2 cohorts exclaimed, Jiang Ran, put down your weapon. I'm waiting for the right moment. What are you waiting for? To meet your demise? Scarface suddenly regretted his decision to rob them. After all, how many individuals capable of gaining admission to the 7 academies are mere trifles? What had possessed him to attempt such folly? Now, faced with formidable adversaries, he pleaded, Please, brother, spare us. Scarface forced a congenial smile, adding, We were merely jesting with you. Oh, just a jest, is it? Jiang Ran replied with a hint of skepticism. Indeed, merely a jest. The trio nodded fervently. We thought, having wandered for so long, you might be bored. So we thought to lighten the mood with a bit of humor, nothing more. Jiang Ran nodded in understanding. Scarface's expression brightened. Thank you for your mercy. You truly are a good person. The Dragon Kingdom is fortunate to have you. Why thank me? Jiang Ran inquired, casting a peculiar glance at him before snapping his fingers. In an instant, a verdant whirlwind erupted from the ground, and soon, the once serene prairie was filled with a cacophony of screams and curses. Han Lu, bewildered, asked, Jiang Ge, didn't you say you would let them go? When did I say that? Jiang Ran replied, perplexed. I am not in the business of letting anyone go. The 4 men exchanged glances. Though cruel, this demeanor feels oddly familiar. After nearly an hour of travel, Lin Xian rubbed her arms and hesitantly remarked, Do you all feel that it's getting colder? Cold. Lu Shuqing wiped the sweat from his brow. Not at all. It's clearly quite warm. Just look at me. I'm drenched in sweat. Ling Zai responded with exasperation. That's just sweat from exhaustion. Is it? Lu questioned, bewildered. Jiang Ran suddenly interjected. The temperature is indeed dropping. Really? Do you feel cold too, Jiang? I'm not cold. Jiang Ran pointed toward the distance. The wind informs me that a snow-capped mountain lies ahead. Their path was indeed directed toward the snowy peak, and as they approached, the temperature continued to plummet. A snow-capped mountain. 20 minutes later, the group stood transfixed. Gazing up at the towering snow-covered mountain, their expressions a blend of confusion and disbelief. Is this even right? Ling's eye pointed towards a distinct boundary line. On one side, the sun shone brightly over verdant grasslands, while on the other, snow began to fall. Just as Jiang Ran was about to speak, he suddenly paused. Shoo! Someone is present. For reasons unknown, the wind ceased, halting its forward flow, as if two worlds were indeed divided. Without the wind, his ability to gather information diminished significantly, leaving him uncertain of the surroundings or if anyone else was near. Yet, he discerned figures ahead, not through the wind, but with his own eyes. In the pristine white expanse of snow before the mountain, two factions stood at a standoff, the tension palpable. And as Jiang Ran beheld them, it was evident that they had also spotted him. A sudden excitement erupted among a group of individuals, who began gesturing animatedly towards him. Jiang Ran tentatively extended his foot, encountering no obstruction, and smoothly stepped into the snow-covered ground. The four companions behind him immediately followed suit. Upon crossing the boundary, the surrounding sounds seemed to come alive in an instant. The invisible barrier not only shielded them from the wind, but also severed the sounds from beyond. Jiang Ran, hurry over. Xiang Jingji, clad in a deep blue windbreaker, waved frantically at him. As Jiang Ran walked, he rummaged through his storage ring for warmer clothing. Fortunately, the expansive space within his ring allowed him to store various items. Otherwise, in the sweltering summer, no one would likely carry winter attire. Upon reaching Xiang Jingji and the others, Jiang Ran unearthed a white fleece-lined snow jacket that he hadn't yet worn. Wait. After donning the jacket, he continued to search within, eventually pulling out 3 additional windbreakers and a long down coat from a corner. Here, Jiang Ran distributed the 3 windbreakers to the 3 boys and handed the sole long down coat to Lin Xian. You should wear this. It's new, and I haven't used it before. Lin Xian hesitated, momentarily dazed as she accepted the down coat, observing Jiang Ran's indifference, as if it were merely a casual gesture. She bit her lip. Thank you. It's nothing. I've said I'll look after you all. Jiang Ran genuinely didn't mind. After all, they were merely a few pieces of clothing. If it weren't for the oddity of storing winter attire in the summer, he could easily fit an entire warehouse of down coats in his ring. Wow, Jiang, so generous and wealthy. Xiang Jingji flashed a hand gesture towards Jiang Ran, then lowered his voice, his expression somewhat obsequious. By the way, Jiang, do you have any spare clothes? Jiang Ran was about to remark on his current attire when he surveyed the scene and realized that aside from Xiang Jingji and Xiang Jingxing, who wore matching deep blue windbreakers, the other 3 were huddled together in the back, shivering. Even the people across from them were not faring much better, clad in short sleeves and shorts, their legs trembling uncontrollably from the cold. Jiang Ran couldn't help but twitch his lips. Where did you get those clothes then? Xiang Jingji spread his hands innocently. My brother brought them. I certainly wouldn't carry winter clothes in the middle of summer, but my brother only brought 2 pieces. There aren't any extras. All right. Jiang Ran shook his head in exasperation and retrieved 3 down coats of varying lengths from his ring to distribute to the students from the War Academy. Just as one of them reached for the only long down coat, Jiang Ran swiftly withdrew his hand to evade the attempt. Faced with their puzzled expressions, Jiang Ran maintained a calm demeanor. We're all young men here. Let us exhibit a bit of gentlemanly decorum and allow the long coat to the lady. Among the 5 from the War Academy, the gender ratio mirrored that of the Tianfu Academy, with 4 boys and 1 girl. Upon hearing his words, the 2 boys suddenly felt embarrassed, while the girl displayed a look of gratitude. Once the clothing was sorted, Jiang Ran finally found the opportunity to inquire about the situation with Xiang Jingxing. Xiang Jingxing gestured towards the snow-capped mountains, indicating that there appeared to be something there. We arrived alongside Lingshu University. They have already ascended. And what about them? They are from Xingchen University, and they came with the individuals from Canaan College. They too have already made their way up. Understanding dawned on Jiang Ran. So, you are responsible for assisting them, while simultaneously ensuring they do not proceed further? Precisely. Xiang Jingxing nodded. Having grasped their roles, Jiang Ran's interest in the snow-capped mountain was piqued. Is there truly something valuable up there? Are you certain? About 80%. Xiang Jingxing admitted, not daring to assert complete certainty, but suggesting a significant likelihood. That's sufficient. Jiang Ran glanced at the 5 members from Xingchen University, who had tensed up and wore solemn expressions since their first encounter. He smiled amicably at them, only for them to collectively step back in fright. It seemed the shadows of their entrance exam still lingered. Patting Xiang Jingxing on the shoulder, he declared, "I entrust these 4 youngsters to you. I shall ascend to take a look." "Huh, you intend to go up as well?" Xiang Jingxing scratched his head. "In truth, we cannot guarantee that there is anything up there, and besides, they should be nearing the summit by now. We merely need to wait." "That won't suffice." "I am not at ease." Jiang Ran shook his head, sighing. "You all know that this secret realm will not be as tranquil as it appears on the surface." The expressions of the 2 subtly shifted, clearly indicating their awareness of the situation. However, they had not anticipated Jiang Ran's strong sense of justice. Had they misjudged him in the past? "I fear that if something were to go awry, my precious treasure could be lost." The others responded incredulously. "What? Are you out of your mind? We are not even certain if there is a treasure. How can you assume it belongs to you? Why do you look at me like that? Are you moved by my noble spirit? Go on, just leave already," one of them urged, exasperation creeping into his tone. Even Xiang Jingxing, typically unfazed, was starting to show signs of impatience, waving his hand dismissively, his expression one of disbelief. "I will ensure their safety. You can go without worry." Jiang Ran rubbed the top of his head, feeling as though this sounded ominously like a farewell. As he ascended the mountainside, the snowfall grew heavier. Jiang Ran paused, catching his breath, squinting towards the summit. The higher he climbed, the more intense the snow became. Based on his estimations, it seemed that before reaching the peak, the snowfall would become so thick that the path would become obscured. Xiang Jingxing mentioned that both parties were still wearing the attire they had donned upon entering the secret realm. This meant that these 10 individuals were climbing a snow-covered mountain clad in short sleeves and shorts. Goodness, they are truly formidable. While it was likely that their abilities played a significant role, it was unreasonable to assume that everyone possessed such extraordinary physical resilience. Jiang Ran exhaled warm breath into his palms to ease the numbing chill, then retrieved a pair of goggles from his ring and donned them before continuing his ascent. This mountain was not particularly high. With Jiang Ran's stamina and speed, he reached the summit in under half an hour. However, strangely enough, contrary to his expectations, upon reaching the peak, the once thick, downy snowfall suddenly ceased, and the temperature even began to rise. The mountaintop lay desolate, with the ground snow nearly melted away, revealing parched earth beneath. Aside from this, the mountain bore no signs of life. Where were the people? Had they not ascended? Yet, there was no reason for those from the War Academy to deceive him. Jiang Ran traversed the area, scrutinizing every nook and cranny, even beneath the stones. However, there was not a soul in sight, not even a feather. The temperature was indeed unseasonably warm compared to the base of the mountain, prompting Jiang Ran to unzip his jacket, stow away his goggles, and sit silently on a stone, lost in contemplation. There was no reason for Xiang Jingxing to lie to him, yet the simultaneous disappearance of 10 living beings seemed implausible, unless, perhaps, something unknown lingered atop the mountain. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through, and Jiang Ran believed he heard something, his expression tightening slightly. After listening intently for a moment, his countenance grew increasingly perplexed. Was it possible that someone was calling him? Tentatively, he took a couple of steps forward, and the voice diminished immediately. He pressed his lips together and retreated, only to have the sound swell again. After experimenting in various directions, he ultimately halted in the southwest. Indeed, the sound was most pronounced here. Jiang Ran gazed at the empty air before him, the faint echoes of the calls brushing against his ears, and a headache began to form. He had located the source, but how was he to enter? He had walked through this area moments ago without issue. Clearly, it was not the type of trap that would activate upon stepping on it. What else could it be? Jiang Ran pondered. If there were indeed something atop the mountain, and if 10 individuals had ascended in perfect condition almost simultaneously, what would they do upon encountering it? Would they confront one another? Much like the standoff between the War Academy and Star University below, it could even escalate into a battle. If a conflict did arise, what would undoubtedly manifest atop the mountain was. Just as Jiang Ran reached this conclusion, a fierce gust of wind swept in from afar. The wind howled past, yet the white figure that had just stood there vanished inexplicably. The mountaintop returned to its tranquil state, as if no one had ever been there. Preparations for recommendations were about to commence, so you may urge me with fervor. Chapter 34. The next chapter of Chapter 33. Jiang Ran. Goodness. He truly made it in. How splendid, the great demon. We are saved. Shoo, shoo, shoo. He can hear us now. The great demon? Who? Him? How disappointing. While he was preoccupied with finding an entrance to rescue them, they were speaking of him in such a manner behind his back. It was utterly disheartening. His poor heart felt shattered. Nothing short of 180 treasures could mend it. As Jiang Ran opened his eyes, he beheld a group of individuals huddled together, their bodies tinged with a purplish hue from the cold, cautiously watching him. Alas, the carefully crafted lines he had rehearsed moments before eluded him. With a sigh, he produced 2 blankets from his ring and tossed them to them, gesturing for Jiang Qingye, who had been hiding among the crowd, to join him. Before departing, Jiang Ran took care to remind the others, "You all stay put and do not wander. We shall return shortly." He was truly afraid that the person he had painstakingly found would vanish in the blink of an eye. Jiang Qingye, though, had ceased to wield the wooden sword. Yet his attire remained reminiscent of that day. Observing the pallor of his face, which bore a faint shade of blue, Jiang Ran lowered her gaze and rummaged through a nearby corner, retrieving a beige cashmere coat and offering it to him. Jiang Qingye stared at the coat, momentarily lost in thought. "Put it on. Why are you dawdling? Are you frozen stiff?" Jiang Ran urged, pushing the coat closer to him. "I truly have no new down jacket, but the temperature here isn't that low. Just wear this for now." Jiang Qingye seemed poised to say something, but Jiang Ran, lacking patience, directly thrust the coat into his hands. "What is your situation?" Jiang Ran's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Do you have something good?" Jiang Qingye, still somewhat bewildered by the garment, instinctively shook his head at her inquiry. "No, there is nothing here. Nothing at all." Jiang Ran frowned. "Then how are you trapped here?" It appeared to be a space akin to a storage area, where those inside could see the outside, yet the outside world remained oblivious to their presence. "We arrived at the summit first, intending to leave after discovering nothing. Unexpectedly, the people from Canaan Academy arrived, accusing us of taking their possessions and unwilling to concede. The argument escalated uncontrollably. The others from Lingshu University disregarded my advice, and a fight broke out, leading us here." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ran not only gained a clearer understanding of the intelligence of this group, but also began to question Jiang Qingye's standing within Lingshu University. Given that Jiang Qingye possessed an SSS-level ability with significant lethality, it was reasonable to assume he would be well regarded. After all, it was common for a university to have a few fools, but not everyone could be foolish. There must be those eager to align themselves with him. How could he be living in such a humble manner? Was there perhaps a hidden truth? Noticing Jiang Ran lost in thought, Jiang Qingye tightened his grip at his side. "Do you also doubt that there is truly nothing here?" Jiang Ran snapped back to reality, responding with a puzzled "Of course I believe it. Why wouldn't I? Aren't you afraid I might be deceiving you? Why would you deceive me?" This bewildering exchange further convinced Jiang Ran that the minds of this group were likely frozen. Otherwise, how could they converse so nonsensically? Sighing and shaking her head, Jiang Ran chose not to ponder too deeply, leisurely walking back with her hands clasped behind her. Wrapped in blankets, the 9 individuals, seemingly having reconciled their differences, regarded Jiang Ran's relaxed demeanor and blinked in surprise. One among them, summoning courage, asked, Jiang, do you have a way out?" "Yes, really." The group erupted in excitement. "It's true." Jiang Ran raised an eyebrow, moving to the spot where she had first entered, slowly extending her hand. She felt a layer of something resembling glass. So it was indeed like this. Earlier, after conversing with Jiang Qingye, Jiang Ran had come to a realization. Until then, she had believed that the summit held some extraordinary treasures, and beside each treasure, there must be one or more exotic beasts guarding them. Thus, in response to the mysterious disappearance of Jiang Qingye and his companions, Jiang Ran instinctively suspected the involvement of malevolent beasts lurking in the shadows. However, upon entering, he sensed that something was amiss. When he finally encountered Jiang Qingye, the latter revealed that there were no celestial treasures to be found here. If no treasures existed, it followed that no beasts would be stationed here, awaiting humans to deliver themselves. Therefore, the entity responsible for their entrapment, unless the snow-capped mountain had come to life to ensnare them, was evidently orchestrated by someone with ulterior motives. It appeared that someone intended to use this snow-laden mountain as bait, though it remained uncertain whether they sought a particular plump fish or were indiscriminately casting their line. These thoughts flitted through Jiang Ran's mind in an instant before dissipating. Suddenly, he felt a ripple emanating from the area he touched, and in the next moment, the sound of shattering glass echoed around him. Although the surrounding environment showed no signs of alteration, all present understood that they had indeed escaped. A smirk played upon Jiang Ran's lips. While he had entered this secret realm merely as bait, who had decreed that he must remain passive, he was not a fool easily caught by the likes of some. To confine him was an impossibility for a lifetime. Meanwhile, in another part of the secret realm, 4 men and 2 women traversed a mountain. Suddenly, the second man in line halted abruptly. The barrier of the snowy mountain had been breached. The leading woman glanced at him, inquiring whether he could ascertain who was responsible. The man closed his eyes, attuning his senses, but shook his head, his expression darkening. I cannot sense anything. The woman nodded, seemingly unfazed. If it's broken, so be it. Our mission takes precedence. Indeed, since there are no treasures, I shall take my leave. Jiang Ran stood at the mountain's edge, facing the group with a smile and a wave. In the next moment, he tilted backward and plummeted straight down. What the hell? Jiang Ran. The group was momentarily stunned by Jiang Ran's reckless act, scrambling to the edge to peer down, only to be met with a vast expanse of swirling snowflakes. He just jumped. One man stammered in shock. Another woman covered her mouth, her expression one of disbelief. Jiang Qingya, standing nearby, stared down intently, his mouth a straight line. Yet, within a second, his demeanor suddenly softened. Uncharacteristically, he spoke. Do not worry, he will be fine. Below, the snowflakes began to swirl as if possessed, spinning faster and forming a pristine white vortex. At the center of the whirlpool, no snowflake could penetrate. The only color visible was that of a familiar white jacket. Jiang Ran, at the vortex's core, seemed to notice the figures peering down from the mountaintop. He raised his arm, his index and middle fingers saluting his forehead, then glided outwards. The group atop the mountain fell into silence. After a long moment, someone muttered under their breath, "Damn, how showy." Chapter 35. Frankly speaking, everyone present is a fool. A colossal vortex engulfed Jiang Ran, causing his descent to be exceedingly gradual. As he hovered 3 meters above the ground, he glanced down and realized that something was amiss. Wasn't it just 2 schools of people when he left? Including his 4 companions. There should have been at most 14 individuals. Yet now, the throng below appeared to number around 140. At that moment, Jiang Ran's descent also drew the attention of numerous onlookers. Make way, make way. I cannot be held responsible for trampling anyone. His declaration cleared the area beneath him in an instant. A crowd of wary individuals regarded him as though he were a fearsome beast. After searching for a while, Jiang Ran finally spotted Xiang Jingxing and others in a corner of the crowd, desperately gesturing to him. Just as he intended to approach and inquire about the situation, he took a step forward, only to find the throng shifting with him, treating him as though he were a precious treasure. With his temples throbbing, Jiang Ran could not help but smile. Pray tell, what do you all intend to do? A burly man with a thick beard glared at him coldly. Wise up and hand over what you obtained from the mountaintop, and we will allow you to depart unscathed. Jiang Ran pondered, intrigued. How did this group learn of treasures atop the mountain? His eyes gleamed as he tilted his head. But there is only one treasure, with so many of you. To whom should I relinquish it? The bearded man, Dao, hefted a massive hammer in his hand. Surely it's evident who possesses the greatest strength here. From the other side, a long-haired man chuckled derisively. You? The strongest? A woman clad in a flowing red cloak twirled her hair with her fingers, a sinister smile curling her crimson lips. I say, gentlemen, without a mirror, you must have some urine to spare. If you cannot recognize yourselves, it might be wise to take a look. A figure draped in a black cloak spoke in a hoarse voice, sounding as though he were an old specter on the verge of death. Boy, hand over the item, and I assure you, my dear wife will ensure your safe passage from the secret realm. The red-cloaked woman, Meng Yuanshu, shot him a frosty glance. Old ghost, do you not fear your own bravado? Dao swung his hammer menacingly. Lan Lao, you're of considerable age. Perhaps it's time to refrain from posturing. I fear I might accidentally crush you with a single blow, and then your people will come seeking retribution. Yet, Yin Yulan remained unperturbed by their provocations and turned her gaze toward Jiang Ran. Have you made your decision, boy? Jiang Ran beamed brightly. You are merely posturing. I see no sincerity in your words, which complicates matters for me. How about this? The 4 of you engage in a contest, continuously slapping your own faces. The first to yield shall lose. and the last one standing will be the victor. What do you think? Quite fair, wouldn't you agree? Impudent. Yin Yulan's voice rang out sharply, and thick black mist began to emanate from her, prompting the crowd to recoil in unison. The expressions of the other three darkened ominously in an instant. Meng Yuru lowered her hands, adjusting her nearly slipping shawl, her tone chillingly cold. Little brother. Excessive confidence may indeed cost you your life. You're no elder. At your age, you look older than my mother. How dare you claim to be my sister? How shameless. Jiang Ran rolled his eyes and pointed at the burly Dai Ao and the long-haired Li Jin. You two, one boasts muscles without a brain, and the other has a life shorter than his hair, yet you dare to rob me? After berating these four, Jiang Ran seemed unsatisfied with the stir he had caused. Sneering, forgive my bluntness, but all of you present are fools. Ling Zihe and the others concealed within the crowd were taken aback. Xiang Jingji could not contain his expletive. What on earth does Jiang Ran intend to do? No matter his prowess, surrounded by so many. A single spit from each could drown him. Feeling the atmosphere around him suddenly solidify, even in his specially designed jacket. Ling Zihe felt a chill run down his spine. Is brother Jiang truly this fierce? To counter in such a situation? You're courting death. Surprisingly. It wasn't he the seemingly hot-tempered Dai Ao who first erupted, but rather the long-haired Li Jin. He leapt from the crowd. His hair, which had only reached his shoulders, suddenly grew wildly, shooting towards Jiang Ran like black thorns. With Li Jin's outburst, the other three ceased to conceal their intentions, unleashing a simultaneous wave of oppressive aura. Locked onto by four formidable presences, and with over 100 subordinates eyeing him menacingly, Jiang Ran not only remained unperturbed, but even smiled wider. For peak ascendants could indeed swagger through this secret realm. It was no wonder they were so arrogant. However, just as the strands were about to pierce Jiang Ran's body, a water-colored tornado roared upward, scattering Li Jin's hair. Through the fierce curtain of water, they could only vaguely see a white silhouette standing unyieldingly at the vortex's center, not having moved an inch. Yet his voice resonated clearly. Do you four fools truly believe you can outsmart Zhuge Liang? Arrogance. The dark aura emanating from Yin Yulan intensified, but regardless of her efforts, she could not penetrate the terrifying water tornado. Meng Yuru's shawl was nearly sucked in, her expression darkening significantly. What are you all dawdling for? Charge. Only then did the people beside her react, howling and rushing forward. The other three, having witnessed the tornado's terror, hesitated and allowed their subordinates to take the lead. Li Jin's venomous gaze was fixated on the white figure at the vortex's center. Initially, he had underestimated this young man, who appeared merely as a student. To his astonishment, this seemingly youthful individual had also reached the peak of ascendance. How old could he possibly be? After over a decade of cultivation, he had finally reached the peak, while this young man achieved it in just a year or two. If they were to discover that Jiang Ran had advanced from the initial stage to the peak of ascendance in less than a month, it would surely shatter their hearts. Yet, what use is talent, no matter how extraordinary? At the pinnacle of the ascendant realm, he could hardly believe that his abilities could endure against the relentless assault of hundreds for such an extended period. The expressions of Xiang Jingxing and the others, who had retreated to the base of the snow-capped mountain, transformed from initial shock to a grave seriousness. Jiang Ran had astonishingly reached the peak of the ascendant realm. Even they struggled to fathom it. Were not they all awakened on the same day? How could he be so exceptional? However, after the initial astonishment, the group soon recognized the intentions of the others. They sought to exploit their numerical advantage to exhaust Jiang Ran. In that event, once Jiang Ran's powers were depleted, the four would still be in prime condition. Four equally ranked individuals in peak form against one in a weakened state. Jiang Ran would undoubtedly lose. Jiang Gu is being reckless. Lu Shuqing lamented. Let us give them the treasure first. We can always reclaim it later. Jiang Ran indeed acted impulsively this time. Xiang Jingxing furrowed his brow tightly, evidently lacking confidence in Jiang Ran. They all knew Jiang Ran was extraordinary, but could he withstand the desperate onslaught of hundreds? Why don't we make a run for it? Suggested a student from Starry Sky University. This year, Starry Sky University had no SSS rank, so their leader was merely SS rank, and none among the five had achieved the Ascendant Realm. Upon hearing this, Ling Zai jumped up in protest. No way. We cannot abandon Jianggo. It's either we die together or not at all. Oh, how you care for me. Chapter 36. Long live the Blanket Alliance. Ling Zai was startled by the voice, his body jolting in surprise, and upon realizing, his expression turned to one of elation. Jiang? The others turned in unison to see a youth with fiery red hair, clad in a white windbreaker, grinning cheerfully behind them. Jiang Ran. How did you manage to come out? Xiang Jingji was taken aback, glancing at the crowd only to find the white figure at the vortex's center still present. Just a shadow, Jiang Ran shrugged, more than capable of deceiving them. Xiang Jingxing's expression was also one of surprise. He had assumed Jiang Ran was genuinely planning to confront them. How could that be? Do I appear foolish? Ling Zai, still shaken, patted his chest, glancing furtively at the group foolishly attacking the water vortex. What are we waiting for? Let us escape quickly. To their astonishment, Jiang Ran shook his head. They could not leave yet. The leader of Starry Sky University's team, Zhou Yongtian, frowned upon hearing this. Are you worried about those from the two academies? Rest assured, they are not that foolish. As long as we willingly surrender the items, they will not harm us. Jiang Ran cast a glance at him, exasperatedly raising his hands. The main issue is that there is nothing up there. Then just tell them directly that there are no treasures at the summit, Han Lu suggested. Somewhat perplexed. At this point, Xiang Jingxing could not help but sigh. Do you think that group would believe it? The crowd fell silent in an instant. Sensing the air of despair emanating from the others, even Xiang Jingji furrowed his brow. Xiang Jingxing could not help but look at Jiang Ran, only to find this fellow not only unperturbed, but even wearing a faint smile. Do you already have a plan? I've always had one. Lu Shuqing stared wide-eyed. Then why did you just speak in that tone, Jiang? What tone? Jiang Ran blinked, asserting that he had always spoken quite normally, suggesting that it was they who had overthought the situation. Among the group of over a dozen individuals, the only one who appeared entirely sane was Xiang Jingxing. He extended his hand, pressing it downwards to quell the others from speaking further, and turned to Jiang Ran with a query. Do you have any thoughts? Do you need our assistance? Not at all, Jiang Ran replied decisively, pausing momentarily before adding, in truth, I merely came here to advise you to keep your distance to avoid any unintended harm. Who would have guessed you would think so much? He concluded, all right. I've said my piece. You all should leave, the farther the better. Before he could finish his sentence, he witnessed the crowd swiftly taking flight, distancing themselves from him in an instant, nearly reaching the other side of the mountain. Xiang Jingji waved from afar. Is this far enough? All right, Jiang Ran responded, feeling exasperated as he gestured dismissively, then turned his gaze ahead. The water vortex, formed by the dual forces of the water and wind elements, was gradually losing its potency under the bombardment of over 100 people. It was likely to dissipate entirely within 2 minutes. 2 minutes, however, felt like an eternity. Unbeknownst to him, a small black orb had materialized in Jiang Ran's hand. He tossed it lightly up and down. It was time to accelerate the situation. With a gentle flick of his wrist, the orb shot forth. What's that? Yin Yulan exclaimed, abruptly turning her head. But by then, the orb had already landed at the edge of the whirlpool. A few droplets splashed out, landing on the orb, and in an instant, the small black sphere, no larger than a marble, expanded and exploded, releasing vast clouds of white mist. The mist spread with astonishing rapidity, and by the time the others realized what was happening and attempted to hold their breath, it was already too late. Jiang Ran counted to 10 before stepping forward leisurely. Just as the formidable water vortex finally dissipated, revealing a humanoid white figure. Though Yin Yulan, who possessed the ability to resist toxins, managed to remain conscious unlike the others who had succumbed, she too felt utterly drained, unable to access her powers. Upon seeing Jiang Ran emerge from a different direction, she chuckled hoarsely. Who would have thought even an old woman could misjudge? Whether you wish to kill or maim, feel free, she continued. Jiang Ran looked down at her from his elevated position and suddenly smiled. What if I told you there is nothing of value atop this mountain? Would you believe me? Yin Yulan, gasping like a deflated bellows, slowly shook her head. Whether treasures exist or not, it matters not to me. You seem rather nonchalant about it. Having finished his conversation, Jiang Ran chose not to engage further with her, instead beginning to sift through the fallen individuals. Ultimately, he selected the burly man who had spoken with him initially. After a cursory glance at the mink coat adorning the man, he felt a measure of satisfaction, yanking it off and spreading it out on the ground before sitting upon it. Nearby, Zhou Yongtian, who had just arrived from his sprint, observed Jiang Ran and then the coat beneath him, hesitating to voice his thoughts. Sensing the scrutiny, Jiang Ran lifted an eyebrow, encouraging him to speak freely. With a clenched jaw, Zhou Yongtian finally asked, "Could you possibly spare that coat for us?" Initially believing that the other party also desired a cushion, Jiang Ran was struck by the sight of 5 individuals nearly frozen in place, leading to a sudden realization. Though he had discerned their intention for the fur, he resolutely declined, stating, "This is too dirty. Perhaps you could manage with something else." With that, he retrieved a blanket from his ring. Xiang Jingji could not resist running his fingers across the blanket. Its texture was smooth and exceptionally lightweight, clearly indicating its considerable value. Ling Zai expressed his astonishment. "Brother Jiang, is this ring from Doraemon? It seems to contain everything." "It's merely a few essentials," Jiang Ran replied. When the group finally descended from the summit, they beheld a throng of individuals sprawled out before the snow-capped mountains. In a nearby clearing, Jiang Ran sat cross-legged atop a fur coat, propping his head with one hand, engaged in a game of chess with Xiang Jingxing in the snow. Surrounding them were a dozen others, either standing or crouching, with a few even engaged in a snowball fight. The 10 who had just come down were taken aback. What on earth is happening here? Xiang Jingxing, noticing the bewilderment of his companions, quickly approached them, exclaiming, "You've finally come down." Jiang Ran cast a glance at the chess game, which was on the verge of victory, then looked at Xiang Jingxing, whose posture exuded a sense of guilt, silently rolling his eyes. Originally, it was just their group sharing a single blanket, passively enduring the snowball fights of the 5 from Xingchen University. However, upon encountering the 5 from Canaan Academy and the War Academy, who were similarly cramped on one blanket, they suddenly felt a sense of camaraderie. The leading captain from Canaan Academy was a short-haired girl named Shi Huizhu, also an SS-level awakened ability user. With a dramatic flourish, she tossed the blanket over her shoulders, creating the impression of a cape. "From now on, we shall be members of the Blanket Alliance. Though we cannot be born on the same day, we do not seek to die on the same day either. Long live the Blanket Alliance. Long live. Let the Blanket Alliance rise and vanquish the army of solitary coats." The grandiosity of their declaration even roused a few minor characters who had been inhaling the mist, though each time they opened their eyes, they were swiftly lulled back to sleep by their companions. Xiang Jingxing tugged at Xiang Jingji, who was eager to join the Blanket Alliance for the sake of excitement, bringing him closer to Jiang Ran and Jiang Qingya. 2 more individuals were needed for this SSS-level assembly to be complete. Jiang Ran nodded absently. While the 5 of them combined might not be able to match him, they were indeed prodigies among prodigies, and it was essential not to undermine their confidence. While he drifted into thought, he suddenly halted, sensing something unusual. Jiang Qingya was the first to notice and inquired, "What's wrong?" Jiang Ran shook his head, silently producing a hexagonal stone. The stone was inscribed with incomprehensible symbols that pulsated with a red light, the flickering frequency gradually slowing, and the hue becoming increasingly faint. "Is this the Fate Stone?" Xiang Jingxing immediately recognized the object. Jiang Ran was not surprised by his recognition, maintaining a solemn demeanor. The others, aside from Xiang Jingxing and Xiang Jingji, were left utterly perplexed. "What stone?" Xiang Jingji craned his neck to take a couple of glances, and upon confirming it was a Fate Stone, he stroked his chin thoughtfully. The Fate Stone is a unique spiritual artifact, typically found in pairs, though occasionally in groups of 5 or 6, which are exceptionally rare. This object possesses neither offensive nor defensive capabilities, yet its function surpasses that of most artifacts in terms of its extraordinary potential. When several individuals each hold a different Fate Stone from the same set and infuse it with their blood, if one of them finds themselves in a life-threatening predicament, the other stones will emit light. Xiang Jingji pointed to Jiang Ran's Fate Stone, which was glowing red, saying, "Just like this." As the red light began to diminish, Xiang Jingxing hastily inquired, "To whom is this Fate Stone bound?" Jiang Ran tightened his grip on the stone and replied, "Shi Yan. Can you locate him precisely?" Jiang Ran nodded and then shook his head, indicating he could only sense a general direction, without clarity on the exact location. "I must go. You all stay here. There is a high probability that this secret realm holds nothing of interest, and you need not search further. The effect of my tranquilizer lasts for 18 hours, and as long as you do not deliberately awaken them, they will remain asleep." While Jiang Ran cautioned them as if admonishing children, he raised the Fate Stone to indicate the direction before preparing to depart. "Wait, we are coming with you." Xiang Jingxing quickly followed suit, accompanied by Xiang Jingji and Jiang Qingya. "Aren't you worried Jiang Ran might glance back?" "It's fine. Didn't you say there's no danger there? Besides, with Zhou Yongtian and Shi Huiyu around, nothing will go wrong. Although Xiang Jingxing's abilities were neither related to speed enhancement nor extreme agility, he surprisingly managed to keep pace with Jiang Ran, who was utilizing the wind for acceleration. Jiang Qingya also kept up, albeit with more effort, while Xiang Jingji lagged behind. As practitioners of beast mastery typically focus on their beasts rather than honing their physical prowess, despite Xiang Jingji being among the elite of beast masters. In comparison to the other three, he felt like a novice at that moment, as it became evident that Xiang Jingji might fall behind. Jiang Ran summoned a gust of wind to assist him in running. After covering a fair distance, glancing at the nearly dimmed red light of the Fate Stone, Jiang Ran gritted his teeth in frustration. This method was unsustainable. Even if he could accelerate further, he could only sense a vague direction. Pinpointing Shi Yin would still require time. Damn it, Shi Yin usually appears robust and steady. Yet how can he cause such chaos upon entering a secret realm? No time to waste. Suddenly, Jiang Ran halted, catching his companions off guard as they skidded to a stop several meters ahead. Why have we stopped? Xiang Jingji felt a foreboding sense of dread. Could it be that Shi Yin had succumbed and perished? Not yet, but it's imminent. Jiang Ran began rummaging through his ring once more. Soon, he retrieved another bead from within. Compared to the previous drug, this pearl was white, devoid of any impurities, resembling a pristine gem. Before there was time to fully appreciate its beauty or speculate on its worth, Jiang Ran exerted a slight pressure, and with a sharp crack, the pearl shattered into two halves. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the three, a striking young man with red hair, clad in a white t-shirt and oversized shorts, materialized out of thin air. "Hello, everyone," Bayu greeted the trio with a cheerful wave, before turning his attention to Jiang Ran. However, upon noticing Jiang Ran's expression, he momentarily paused. "Oh, what's wrong? Who has upset our Ran? Take us to Shi Yin," Jiang Ran commanded, tossing the Fate Stone to Bayu, which contained his aura and approximate location. "You can find it, right?" Bayu glanced at the dimly glowing Fate Stone, nearly imperceptible to the eye, and then at Jiang Ran's unusually apathetic demeanor. "I can, but," Bayu's smile faded slightly, his tone becoming more serious. "I must clarify that this is merely a projection of mine, and my power is not comparable to my true self. Locating that person requires energy. And if I am to transport all four of you, this projection's energy will be nearly exhausted." The implication was clear. He could only escort them, and would be unable to assist further should they face uncontrollable danger. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ran showed little reaction, but Xiang Jing hesitated for a moment. Though he was unaware of the depth of Jiang Ran's relationship with Shi Yin, their own lack of connection to Shi Yin made it unnecessary to take such risks to rescue him. Jiang Ran furrowed his brow, but did not press for more. "Then just take me alone." "That won't do," Xiang Jing interjected, raising his hand hastily. "We're going together. Don't worry, we won't hold you back." Bayu clicked his tongue, sensing Jiang Ran's restrained frustration. He decided not to give them more time to ponder and snapped his fingers. Instantly, the surroundings transformed from a vast grassland to a serene, shadowy forest. The three, experiencing spatial movement for the first time, felt a twinge of wonder. Beside Jiang Ran, Bayu's projection had become nearly transparent. He glanced ahead, patted Jiang Ran's shoulder, but said nothing as he gradually faded away. In an open space just ahead, 4 of the 6 individuals, 2 men and 2 women, were watching the unexpected intruders with vigilant expressions. Behind these 6, in addition to the 5 members of the Taunts Divine Academy, there was another group, nearly 30 in number, each smeared with blood, making it difficult to discern whether it was their own or that of others. "Another little one has come to us willingly," one woman said, licking her blood-stained lips, her eyes a rare shade of green. The leader of this group, unremarkable in appearance, was the kind of face that would be lost in a crowd. Yet the aura she exuded inexplicably instilled in Jiang Ran a sense of imminent peril. Ning Qiuyu regarded the sudden appearance of Jiang Ran and his companions, her previously expressionless face gradually revealing a chilling smile. "So, we have 4 big fish, after all. I didn't expect you to come to us instead of us seeking you out." Jiang Ran's gaze flickered momentarily. As someone at the pinnacle of the Ascendant Realm, he should logically occupy the apex of the food chain within this secret domain. Yet, he sensed an overwhelming aura of danger emanating from these individuals. The last time he felt such trepidation was when he confronted a 6th-tier beast in Shanghai City. Thus, It was highly probable that these individuals had employed some clandestine means to lower their levels to the ascendant realm in order to infiltrate the secret realm, only to subsequently restore their powers and unleash a massacre. No wonder Yen was left on the brink of death. Even though he was an SSS-class individual and the young master of the family, he would not easily succumb to anyone of the same realm. Despite not reaching the pinnacle of the ascendant realm, thanks to his unique abilities and tools. Though Jiang Ran was uncertain how they had discovered this place, it was of little consequence now. Leading the group, Ning Qiuyu toyed with a delicately crafted crimson iron fan, unfurling it with a chilling swish. Leave none alive. Chapter 38. Uncle, it is he. Having observed for a while, Jiang Ran noted that despite Yen and the others being drenched in blood, their chests still rose and fell. He exhaled softly, a hint of relief washing over him. With his mind at ease, a smile returned to Jiang Ran's face, though it did not reach his eyes. Am I not worthy of your attention? Before Ning Qiuyu could respond, another man erupted into laughter. Jiang Ran, we are aware of your prowess. It is undeniable that you possess considerable skill, deserving the title of the foremost in the ascendant realm. However, even if you are invincible among your peers, what does it matter? The man laughed heartily, and with that, the aura emanating from him was no longer concealed. The sudden surge of power caused Xiang Jingxing and the others to pale. Is this the Sea Realm? Xiang Jingxi exclaimed in shock. Sea Realm, my foot. Jiang Ran scoffed, unimpressed. He deemed this mere peak of the Jiang Realm. After all, he had previously encountered true Sea Realm awakeners and sixth-tier beasts. Though this man's aura was indeed formidable, it fell short of the Sea Realm. Among the six, only the seemingly unremarkable woman in the middle could reach such heights. 5 Jiang Realm and 1 Sea Realm. No wonder Yen faltered. The man's expression darkened as his level was ruthlessly exposed. Kid, you talk too much. And what of the Jiang Realm? Killing you lot is more than sufficient. Today, none of you shall leave this secret domain, not even if the commander-in-chief himself arrives. Mark my words. Is that so? The voice was calm and unwavering, resonating from above. Accompanying those 2 words, the man's attack vanished without a sound. It was as if an invisible hand had erased this formidable strike capable of critically injuring any awakening below the Jiang Realm from existence. Ning Qiuyu's pupils contracted in shock. How is this possible? That person, how could he possibly appear here? The man, who had just moments ago been brimming with arrogance, now stood frozen in disbelief, trembling with fear. Impossible! He screamed, nearly losing his voice. No, he cannot be here. It must be an illusion, a projection. You cannot deceive us. Jiang Ran stood with one hand on her hip, exuding an air of defiance, as she pointed a finger at the man before her, declaring vehemently, Uncle, he is the one who wants to kill me. With a swift motion, she redirected her finger towards the leader, Ning Qiuyu, accusing, it was she who instigated this. Little what? Uncle. The utterance of uncle not only shocked Ning Qiuyu and her companions, whose eyes widened in disbelief, but it also left Jiang Ran's allies, Xiang Jingxing, Xiang Jingxi, and Jiang Qingye, utterly astounded. All of them instinctively raised their gazes toward the sky, where a familiar figure stood, seemingly suspended in midair, hovering above Jiang Ran. That face was known throughout the Dragon Nation. The youngest supreme commander of the Divine Day, notorious for his ruthlessness as a judge, Jiang Yueqin. But wait, what had Jiang Ran just called him? Jiang Yueqin, Jiang Ran. They both shared the surname Jiang. So, Jiang Ran as Jiang refers to this Jiang. With such a formidable background, why hadn't she mentioned it sooner? From the moment Jiang Yueqin appeared, his gaze instinctively fell upon Jiang Ran. Upon confirming her safety and calm demeanor, he shifted his attention to Ning Qiuyu and her group. Upon witnessing the dreadful scene behind the six, which could only be described as a bloodbath, Jiang Yueqin's expression remained unchanged. However, Ning Qiuyu felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down on her, nearly forcing her to the ground. Cursed be it. Ning Qiuyu's waist slowly bent under the immense weight, her heart trembling. What level of power does this person possess? To be able to incapacitate her merely through sheer intimidation. Are you not yet satisfied, everyone? Jiang Yueqin remarked coolly. In the next moment, the nearby leaves rustled violently, as dozens of onlookers, each in varying poses, were forcefully summoned by Jiang Yueqin's overwhelming presence. This motley crew, clad in diverse attire, would have gone unnoticed as a single organization were it not for the unmistakable aura of at least the Jiang realm emanating from each of them. Witnessing Jiang Yueqin effortlessly control more than a dozen individuals without lifting a finger left Xiang Jingji nearly starry-eyed. Jiang Ran, what level is your uncle? This is astonishing. Wow, he is simply breathtaking. With her hands tucked into her pockets, Jiang Ran shrugged in response to Xiang Jingji's exclamation, I don't know. He has never disclosed it. Yet, despite her uncertainty, Jiang Ran had privately speculated. Her bodyguard, Uncle Jiang Ho, had already reached the pinnacle of the Abyss realm. But Jiang Yueqin emanated an aura of mystery, as unfathomable as the Abyss itself. Thus, Jiang Ran boldly surmised that Jiang Yueqin was likely a master of the Ruins realm, perhaps even at its later stages. Such power, to be candid, could dominate not only within the Dragon Nation but also across neighboring countries. After all, most spiritual cultivators of the current era were either esteemed elders of prominent families or powerful guardians of small nations. In either case, they seldom revealed themselves to the public. Even in the realm of desolation, the majority of individuals seldom make frequent appearances in public, as they are predominantly engaged in silent cultivation, preparing to ascend to the ranks of the continent's elite. Yet, Jiang Ran possesses a formidable secret technique, the great summoning art of the mountain's essence. Is the 9 underworlds sending merely this motley crew of lowly soldiers? Jiang Yueqin immediately discerned the capabilities of these individuals, his brows arching in skepticism. 2 from the sea realm and 17 from the river realm. Is this truly all they have? Do they hold the divine day in such contempt? Ning Qiyu clutched her crimson iron fan tightly, remaining silent. Uncle, do not wait any longer. I still need to save people. Jiang Ran waved his hand, urging Jiang Yueqin to resolve the situation swiftly. In truth, he too harbored doubts about the 9 underworld's current arrangements. Logically, the initial 3 contacts were all awakened from the sea realm. It made little sense to cast such a wide net only to catch a mere group from the river realm. Have the fish grown wise, seeing through the facade of this secret realm as a complete ruse, or is it that the true prize lies hidden, quietly observing? Despite his reservations, they could not afford to linger any longer. The injuries sustained by Shi Yin and the others were severe. If they did not exit promptly to receive treatment, they might suffer lingering ailments. Jiang Ran did not wish to see these individuals, once whole, so utterly destroyed. Thus, even if the possibility of larger prey remained, Jiang Ran opted to withdraw. Observing the defiant expressions of these individuals, Jiang Yueqin understood that extracting any clues from them would be an arduous task. A flash of crimson light flickered in his eyes, and in an instant, all but Ning Qiyu, who wielded the iron fan, perished in a violent explosion. Jiang Yueqin extended his hand, and an invisible force lifted Ning Qiyu into the air, slowly elevating her. The man cast a glance at her, and with a resounding crack, her limbs contorted at unnatural angles. Ning Qiyu gritted her teeth in silence. She understood that were it not for her remaining value, her neck would have been the first to be snapped. Yet, she could not yield just yet. The time had not come. Chapter 39. The Stench of Blood. Meanwhile, in Yin Province, at the Divine Day branch, with a thunderous roar, a certain building was reduced to mere dust, sending all within and nearby soaring through the air. What is happening? There's a situation. Assemble. Quickly report to the minister. Bang. Before the others could fully regroup, explosions erupted in various locations, tossing the entire branch into chaos, nearly resembling a tumultuous stew. What the hell? Has the third war begun? Gung Lejia was blasted away by the explosion, just surfacing from the debris when another individual crashed down upon him, forcing him back into the ruins. Cursing under his breath, he struggled to push the weight off him and crawl out of the wreckage, only to find a cadre of mysterious figures clad in black robes had appeared within the branch. The aura they exuded left Gung Lejia with an inexplicable sense of suffocation. The Abyss Realm. Gung Lejia inhaled sharply, his heart racing uncontrollably. Yet, in that fleeting moment of breathless panic, 2 figures cloaked in black turned their gaze towards him. Leader, the foremost of the black-clad men, stated coldly, without a hint of distraction, kill. The 2 figures exchanged a glance and simultaneously advanced towards the ruins where Gung Lejia stood. Oh no, please don't come any closer. Gung Lejia, overwhelmed with fear, could only shuffle backward mechanically. One of the black-robed figures had already spotted him, a manic smile creeping from beneath the shadow of his hood. Relax. It will be over quickly. With a swift motion, droplets of blood sprayed forth, splattering onto Gung Lajie's face. He felt as though he had been ensnared by a freezing spell, nearly unable to breathe. Suddenly, a young man with red hair appeared like a specter behind the black-clad figures, with a single strike. He effortlessly separated the heads from the bodies of the two formidable foes. In the blink of an eye, he had dispatched them, yet his expression remained inscrutable. He merely cast a fleeting glance at Gung Lajie before disappearing once more into the shadows. Outside the secret realm, a throng of people surged forward, exclaiming, "They have emerged! Which faction do they belong to? Quick, stop them! Tell them we will purchase everything from within the secret realm at the highest price." A crowd jostled towards the entrance, creating a bottleneck. Everyone craned their necks and leaned forward, poised to rush in and seize any opportunity. With the Supreme Commander absent, only the provincial department head, Zhai Qi, was present, and familiarity eased the earlier tension. Zhai Qi, hands clasped behind his back, feigned a demeanor of calm indifference, though his heart raced with anxiety. Yearning to return to the department, he knew chaos reigned back at the base, with phone calls pouring in incessantly, yet he adhered to the commander's previous instructions, choosing to ignore the ringing. "Here they come," someone announced. Odd, do you smell something? What scent?" "It seems to be the stench of blood." The first to emerge were 5 individuals from Starry Sky University. Despite the summer heat, the leader, Zhou Yongtian, held a blanket that seemed out of place for the season. The group appeared almost immaculate, as if they had merely enjoyed a picnic within the secret realm. However, their expressions were perplexing. A few instinctively moved forward to block their path, but the faculty members of Starry Sky University merely stood their ground, their overwhelming aura of strength causing those around them to hesitate. Following Starry Sky University were representatives from other academies, who mirrored their strange expressions, with some displaying a hint of confusion. Among them was Yao Ling from Lingshu University, who had previously introduced herself to Jiang Ran. She observed the noticeably diminished group and furrowed her brow. "Where is Jiang Qingye?" The 4 individuals clutching blankets exchanged glances, unsure how to respond. Yao Ling's expression turned icy. "Did you leave him behind?" The group, terrified, quickly shook their heads, exclaiming, No, that is not it." The sole female student bit her lip and softly remarked, "Jiang Qingye has left with Jiang Ran from Tianfu Academy. They will emerge together shortly." Jiang Ran. A glimmer of intrigue flashed in Yao Ling's eyes. During the previous entrance examination, she had discerned that Jiang Ran seemed to harbor some admiration for Jiang Qingye. However, the origins of this admiration eluded her comprehension. Yet, after a moment's hesitation, the teacher continued, "Could you possibly assist the students from Taunts Academy later?" "Why does this involve Taunts Academy again?" The air seemed to thicken with an ominous sense of foreboding. Someone else was emerging. Ling's eyes had appeared from the dark void. As soon as he stepped out, the stench of blood in the vicinity intensified. The once lively chatter of the crowd fell silent. His clothes were drenched in blood, and slung across his back was a figure, bloodied and nearly unrecognizable. "Where are the students from Taunts Academy?" Ling's eye ground his teeth in frustration. The leading teacher from Taunts Academy was equally bewildered. Instinctively, he stepped forward to shield Ling's eye from the prying gazes surrounding them. "He is Wang Yong." Jiang said he must receive treatment immediately. Wang Yong, wasn't he one of the 5 representatives from their own school? What on earth has transpired? Yin Jiafan was utterly dumbfounded, even somewhat flustered, unsure of how to proceed. He had only recently joined the faculty, having successfully passed the entrance exam to Taunts Academy just last month, and was, strictly speaking, as much a novice as the new students. To encounter such a situation on his first solo outing left him at a loss. "First, let me take him," he urged. However, to his surprise, Ling's eye shook his head. "No, there are others behind." As soon as he uttered those words, Han Lu and Lin Xian emerged, supporting another individual. This time, Yin Jiafan recognized her. It was the girl named Yi Xiaoyi from the Taunts Academy team. As Lin Xian appeared, she immediately spotted Yin Jiafan beside Ling's eye and rushed over, her tone urgent. "Teacher, could you find a few awakeners with healing abilities? They cannot hold on much longer." "I'll do it," a female voice interjected. Yin Jiafan turned in astonishment to find Yao Ling had quietly approached them. Additionally, Hua Yihong from the War Academy, De Yin Yue from Jianan College, Hang Fong from Longting University, and Bian Wenong from Xingchen University all stepped forward. The 4 stood quietly, yet their formidable presence effortlessly commanded the attention of everyone present. In that moment, Despite the absence of the Tianfu Academy's leading personnel, all 6 academies had gathered. Although they were uncertain of what had transpired within the secret realm, and despite the ongoing rivalry among the academies, competing for each other's students, it did not imply they would not unite. After all, for them, the severe injury of any student from one academy was a collective affront to all 7 academies. Chapter 40. Locked and make way. Make way. One by one, the bloodied individuals were ushered forth. Aside from a few students from the Tiansu Divine Academy, the remainder belonged to various other factions. The atmosphere was electric with shock. After handing over Wang Yong to Yao Ling, Lingzi he craned his neck to observe the entrance to the secret realm. Minutes later, just as Zhai Qi began to lose control of the situation, Jiang Ran emerged from the realm, his expression devoid of emotion. Following him, Shi Yan, drenched in blood and with a pallor as white as a sheet, slowly made his way out, clutching his abdomen. Behind them, Xiang Jingji furrowed his brow, supporting Yanyu, whose face was equally devoid of color, alongside Xiang Jingxing. And then came Jiang Qingyi. Jiang Ran's cold gaze swept the area. The cacophony of screams, curses, and shouts only intensified his frosty demeanor. Silence. The crowd paused, exchanging glances, until someone let out a derisive laugh. Who do you think you are to command us, kid? A middle-aged man with a receding hairline guffawed. I'll say what I want, laugh if I please. Even if your elders were here, they couldn't control me. Is that so? A chilling hand rested on his shoulder. The middle-aged man jolted, turning abruptly to find a youth with crimson hair, his garments soaked in blood, exuding an aura of lethal intent, grinning at him. While Baiyu smiled, his eyes were frigid, devoid of warmth. He suddenly seized the man's throat, lifting him effortlessly with one hand. Why the silence? Laugh now. Baiyu's presence was that of a reaper, his icy gaze sweeping over the crowd, causing none to dare meet his eyes. Why are you all silent now? Keep talking. The middle-aged man's face turned crimson as he struggled futilely against Baiyu's iron grip. Let me go? He stammered. I was wrong. Baiyu's gaze shifted slightly, his smile unwavering. Yet to the man, it was more terrifying than a specter. Does he have the right to command you? He asked, does he? Is he deserving? Why, yes. Yes, absolutely. Huh. Baiyu sneered, releasing his grip, and the man crumpled to the ground like a discarded rag. Jiang Ran observed the entire episode with a stoic expression, offering no words of intervention. When Baiyu let go of the middle-aged man, Jiang Ran merely cast a fleeting glance before redirecting his attention to the crowd. From here on, whoever dares to make a sound shall meet their demise. Despite the lingering dissent among some attendees, the presence of a harbinger of death behind Jiang Ran quelled any reckless challenges. Zhai Qi, who had been standing with the representatives from the 7 great academies, found himself momentarily dazed by the sight of Baiyu, whose body was half-soaked in blood. He was the only one present, apart from Jiang Yueqin, who was privy to the entire plan. Thus, he was the sole informed individual regarding Baiyu's sudden disappearance and whereabouts. Initially, one would assume that a fierce battle awaited. Yet observing Baiyu, his complexion appeared even more vibrant than Jiang Ran's. It seemed as if he had not engaged in combat, but rather attended a theatrical performance. No wonder the commander entrusted such a significant matter to this undergraduate student. He was indeed a prodigy. Whose blood is this? Watching Baiyu materialize beside him, Jiang Ran subtly distanced himself. Baiyu closed his eyes momentarily, then reopened them, his gaze returning to its usual state. Subsequently, he reached out and pulled Jiang Ran back, even deliberately rubbing the bloodied hand against Jiang Ran's white shirt, swiftly retracting it just before Jiang Ran's imminent outburst. After all, it wasn't his blood. Jiang Ran glanced down at the unsightly crimson stain on his clothing, grinding his molars in irritation. Damn it. Once he reaches the spirit realm, he would ensure this brat faces consequences. If he fails to do so, then it must mean the boy was clean. Baiyu contemplated patting Jiang Ran on the shoulder, but halted abruptly, redirecting his arm to scratch the back of his head. Let us go. The entire northwestern region is about to descend into chaos, and remaining here serves no purpose. Jiang Ran nodded nonchalantly. Staying here was indeed unnecessary. Apart from enduring the hostile glares from those around him, he could offer no assistance. It would be wiser to return to school, where safety was more assured. What? Are we going back now? Ling Zai and the others clustered around Jiang Ran, attempting to maintain distance from Baiyu. Primarily, Baiyu had been exceedingly terrifying moments ago. They genuinely believed he would strangle that Mediterranean man. Although Baiyu now appeared quite normal, The vivid memory of that scene lingered, prompting them all to instinctively avoid him. Even daring not to meet his gaze, Ling's eye hesitated, yet they had yet to awaken. Staying here won't expedite their recovery, as I lack healing abilities. Jiang Ran blew a puff of air to lift the bangs that had fallen over his eyes, glancing at Bai Yu. Let us go? Meanwhile, Shi Yan, who had been scrutinized by Yin Jiafan several times, seemed to sense something and turned his head just as Jiang Ran looked over, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Shi Yan opened his mouth, a thank you perched on his lips but failing to escape. He was acutely aware of the severity of his injuries, and thus, Jiang Ran's efforts to pull him back from the brink of death must have exacted a considerable toll. A mere thank you would hardly suffice to bridge that debt. Thank you. Shi Yan struggled to articulate his gratitude, while another person was far more forthright. Yin Yu clutched her chest, her complexion still devoid of color. However, compared to others who remained in unconsciousness, her ability to stand was already commendable. Jiang Ran acknowledged her with a soft offering no further words. At that moment, Yin Yu's condition was similar to Shi Yan's. Although not as dire, she too was in a state of faintness, her breath shallow. Jiang Ran's act of saving him was not solely due to their close relationship. It was primarily out of respect for Yin Feng. Although Yin Feng had previously remarked that his relationship with Yin Yu was not particularly strong, Jiang Ran could not bear to witness his younger sister perish before his eyes. Bai Yu appeared to be in a rather poor state. Since his arrival, his gaze had not once acknowledged anyone present. Not even the 30 or so bloodied figures on the ground. With a crisp snap of his fingers, Lu Xuqing and Ling Zai exchanged bewildered glances and then looked down at their feet, followed by a glance at Jiang Ran, utterly perplexed. Bai Yu, observing his own hand that had just snapped, wore a puzzled expression. What is happening? Are you merely playing with your fingers? Jiang Ran raised an eyebrow. Sensing that something was amiss, there was indeed a profound unease in the air. Despite maintaining a smile, Bai Yu's eyes began to grow colder. He snapped his fingers again. Yet the others remained frozen in place. Bai Yu's smile slightly faded. This space had been locked down. Although Bai Yu did not utter a word, Jiang Ran could hear his voice resonating within his mind. The one who has locked this space possesses formidable power. My current strength is insufficient to lead you all to safety. Jiang Ran's heart skipped a beat, a wave of anxiety surging within him. Chapter 41. This man is exceptionally powerful, yet remarkably composed. Brother Jiang, what is happening? Even the dullest among them could discern that Bai Yu's abilities seemed to be malfunctioning. Jiang Ran pressed his lips together, about to utter a word, but suddenly halted. The others looked on in confusion, yet Jiang Ran offered no explanations. Instead, he gradually lifted his gaze towards the heavens. The others, who had been watching him closely, followed suit. What on earth? Is there a person up there? Above the entrance to the secret realm, a middle-aged man clad in a white shirt stood suspended in the air, observing the crowd below with keen interest. Bai Yu narrowed his eyes and spoke bluntly. No wonder this space is locked. It is your doing, old man. The middle-aged man showed no sign of anger. Wearing a cheerful expression, Bai Yu, it has been a long time. Compared to our last encounter, you have indeed improved considerably. Bai Yu chuckled lightly. I am not like you, buried up to your neck in the past. As a new generation genius, a day without progress is tantamount to regression. As for you, it seems you will never advance another step in this lifetime. Is that not the definition of waste? Although he spoke defiantly, Jiang Ran's focus sharpened upon hearing Bai Yu's mental transmission. Be cautious. He is one of the 7 kings of the 9 hells, Zhan. 2 years ago, he reached the 9th turn of the ruins. I cannot ascertain if he has progressed beyond that point. In any case, he is formidable. I cannot contend with him. You need not attempt to provoke me as you did 2 years ago. Zhan slowly descended from the sky, and all present, including several instructors from the abyssal realm, seemed to have been pressed on pause, leaving only Bai Yu and Jiang Ran free to move. Zhan also took note of the 2 unique individuals, particularly Jiang Ran, an ascendant, capable of moving freely under his powers? Quite interesting indeed. Is this the young man they claim may become the second Bai Yu? Young man, are you Jiang Ran? Zhan pondered for a moment before recalling Jiang Ran's name. As a rising figure, being remembered by him is no small feat. Jiang Ran is indeed the second, the first being Bai Yu from 2 years ago, myself, of course. Jiang Ran remained silent, but when he spoke, his words were equally unrestrained, perhaps even more audacious than Bai Yu. Remarkable. Despite Jiang Ran's provocations, Zhan maintained his composure, not even a trace of change in the curve of his lips. He even nodded, acknowledging that Jiang Ran bore a resemblance to Bai Yu of old. Jiang Ran smacked his lips, feeling that such a description was less than flattering. In that case, you certainly cannot be allowed to live. Injan muttered to himself, suddenly revealing a bright smile to Jiang Ran. However, to Injan's surprise, Jiang Ran not only did not shy away but stood there calmly meeting his gaze, a slight curve forming at the corner of his mouth as well. Something is amiss. Very much so. Having been stung 2 years prior, Injan instinctively grew wary, and Bai Yu, witnessing his demeanor, could barely contain his laughter. I say, old fellow, you truly are a case of once bitten, twice shy. Bai Yu clicked his tongue, retrieving his phone from the air beside him and aimed the camera at Injan. Your expression is quite amusing. I must capture this moment for a comparison with the you from 2 years ago. With a click, the phone's flash illuminated for a brief moment. Oh dear, my apologies, I forgot to turn off the flash. Even with Bai Yu's blatant provocation, Injan showed no sign of anger. In fact, he took 2 steps back. Jiang Ran couldn't help but glance at Bai Yu. Goodness, what earth-shattering mischief did you commit 2 years ago to instill such fear in a master of at least the 9th transition? This is exceedingly composed. Jiang Ran felt a twinge of inadequacy. Bai Yu, what are you scheming? Injan could no longer maintain his smile. I advise you to think carefully. There are nearly 1,000 innocent lives here. Do you not fear that I might slaughter them all? Bai Yu shrugged nonchalantly. Do as you wish. Even if you want to desecrate my corpse, it's of no concern to me, as I do not know them. Moreover, their lives exchanged for mine would be no loss, would it? In fact, they should consider themselves fortunate if they could trade their lives for mine. Had the others been able to move, they would likely have risen in outrage to end Bai Yu's life. Even Injan struggled to contain himself. Wait, am I the villain, or are you? Your ideology is even more extreme than that of a revolutionary leader. Beside them, Jiang Ran couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Those in the know would recognize your delay tactics, while the uninformed might think you are the ultimate villain. Is this something a true Dragon Kingdom citizen would say? Furthermore, such sentiments should be shared privately. With so many living souls around, you so casually voice them. Are you not afraid of being ambushed on a dark night? Injan observed the two for a while, only to find that they seemed to be merely exchanging barbs without any apparent backup plan. Are you two playing me for a fool? Injan's expression darkened instantaneously. What the hell, Bai Yu, what should I do? He has discovered it. Wow, it seems he has indeed become more astute over the past 2 years. Injan, enraged, huffed through his nose, clenching his right hand tightly. You too perish. 2 seconds elapsed. Jiang Ran touched his face, stomped his foot, adjusted his attire, and finally took out a mirror to fix his hairstyle. Beside him, Bai Yu was even more provocative, holding a can of Coca-Cola of unknown origin in one hand and his phone in the other, standing there engrossed in videos. Sensing the heavy silence in the atmosphere, Bai Yu glanced up at him. What's wrong? Go on, don't mind us. Injan's hair stood on end in fury. He had prepared himself mentally long before coming here. No matter how Bai Yu tried to provoke him, he would not fall for it again. He had thought his preparations were foolproof this time, yet he was still outwitted. Why? Why was it that his abilities had failed him once more? Could it be that someone was assisting him this time? Bai Yu, well aware of him, could tell from Injan's constantly changing expressions that he had likely guessed the truth. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Damn, this old fool has truly become more clever. I still long for the Injan from 2 years ago, who was as foolish as a pig. Once Injan grasped the situation, he shot a cold glare at the two and then surveyed his surroundings. Which fellow cultivator is hiding here? Such strength, lurking in the shadows and resorting to petty tricks, is rather beneath you. Injan was initially confident that other powerful figures were secretly aiding the two, but after speaking, he waited for a long while without anyone revealing themselves. He frowned. Such restraint. Are you a tortoise? Or perhaps you are too ashamed to show your face. After several seconds passed with still no response, Injan began to doubt. Could it be that there was truly no one? Were Bai Yu and Jiang Ran simply putting on an act and not actually fearless, but merely putting on a brave front? What do you care? Just as Injan's thoughts were spiraling, a bold voice suddenly rang out. Hearing this unfamiliar voice, Injan inexplicably felt a sense of relief. Since you have spoken, why not show yourself? What is the point of hiding? Hide. Ha ha. The voice laughed heartily. I fear you might see me and be frightened to death. Injan's face darkened further, wanting to explode with anger, but managing to restrain himself. He had to admit This individual was exceptionally composed. If you do not reveal yourself, how can you know whether I would be frightened? All right, then you better open your eyes wide and take a good look at my face. Chapter 42. A heartfelt exchange. Jiang's gaze was as cold as a viper. He had encountered many who hid in the shadows and boasted, and they were typically inconsequential figures. Moreover, he was no longer the person he was 2 years ago. Even if Jiang Yueqin himself were to come, he would not be intimidated. However, when he finally saw that person, he couldn't help but reveal an expression of sheer terror, exclaiming, "It's you? Why are you so delighted to see me?" A man, seemingly in his 30s, emerged from the shadows. He wore a pair of rimless glasses and was clad in a long black robe, exuding the aura of a scholarly intellectual from the late 20th century. His name, too, resonated with erudition, Ruching, the headmaster of the War Academy. However, the words that escaped his lips, along with his unique abilities, were far from refined. Ruching's powers were widely known throughout the Dragon Kingdom. He possessed a rather common ability called Extreme Body. Yes, he was the very individual often deemed a brute, fervently yearning for physical perfection. One might wonder how such a commonplace ability could gain such notoriety. The answer lies in Ruching's more illustrious title, the foremost practitioner of the extreme body ability in the history of the Dragon Kingdom. Anyone who had crossed paths with him harbored a deep-seated fear. What brings you here? Shouldn't you be entangled with your people? Ruching removed his glasses, wiped them with his garment, and put them back on. Did you truly think I could be held back by those mindless brutes? Do you really believe they could stop me? Jiang began to panic, retreating several meters as Ruching advanced towards him, widening the distance between them. Ruching tilted his head. Did you not invite me out? Now that I am here, why do you wish to hide? Hiding? I am not hiding. I merely believe two grown men should maintain a respectful distance. After all, beauty often arises from distance. Jiang forced a smile, uttering words he himself found unpalatable. Although Jiang Ran recognized Ruching as the headmaster of the War Academy, he remained oblivious to the extent of this man's terror. Yet, witnessing the once arrogant Jiang now reduced to a quivering wreck upon merely encountering Ruching elevated Jiang Ran's perception of the headmaster significantly. Look at you, spouting nonsense again. Ruching shook his head and smiled elegantly. It has been quite some time since we last met. We should draw closer to reconnect. No, there's truly no need. Absolutely not. Jiang exclaimed in horror. Yet, his resistance only served to further excite Ruching. In an instant, Jiang Ran barely registered Ruching's movement as he appeared beside Jiang, casually wrapping an arm around his neck. Ruching flashed a grin at the sweat-drenched Jiang, gently remarking, as per our usual custom, "Let's go over there for a drink and discuss our sentiments." "No, please no." Baiyu squatted on the ground, watching as Jiang was unceremoniously dragged away by Ruching, unable to suppress a shake of his head. Encountering this maniac, it seemed unlikely that the old fellow would emerge unscathed today. Unexpectedly, Ruching, already a distance away, seemed to possess an uncanny ability to hear, as his gentle voice echoed back, "Maniac? Are you referring to me?" Baiyu jumped in fright, immediately straightening his posture and hastily defending himself. No, no. How could I call you a maniac? I was clearly referring to that old fellow. You must have misheard. After waiting for what seemed like an eternity, Baiyu finally exhaled, wiping away the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead. This was the first time Jiang Ran had witnessed Baiyu display such a fearful expression. He had never seen him intimidated by Principal Yuan Pu. Noticing Jiang Ran's curious gaze, Baiyu cleared his throat and offered an explanation. You simply haven't experienced it. The power of Principal Yan Ru is truly formidable. Anyone he sets his sights on rarely meets a favorable end. The mildest of fates often leaves them with more than half of their bones shattered. Jiang Ran nodded, suddenly inquiring, that person with most of their bones broken, it wouldn't be you, would it? Impossible. Baiyu immediately countered. I was on the verge of falling apart myself. If it weren't for a healer standing by, I might have ended up with one leg measuring 1.80 meters and the other 1.20 meters. The thought was indeed terrifying. However, being humble and respectful towards elders, Jiang Ran mused that the principal would not make things difficult for him. Hey, brother Jiang, what just happened? After Jiang was taken away by Ru Chun, the crowd, which had been frozen in time, suddenly came back to life within a minute. Yet, they seemed to have no recollection of the recent events, which surprised Jiang Ran. According to Baiyu, Jiang possessed two abilities, telekinesis and, like him, the power of wind. Logically, if he had used telekinesis to control people, it should be different from time pausing. They ought to have retained their awareness. However, apart from Jiang Ran and Bai, not a single person seemed to recall what had just transpired. Their memories appeared to be stuck at the moment when someone was in the sky. Bai disdainfully tugged at his nearly dried-out clothing, his brows tightly furrowed, but still managed to respond. That's why I said he's quite troublesome. If it were just ordinary telekinesis, I would have already torn through space and made my escape with you. Upon returning to school, Jiang Ran first took a shower and then changed into a fresh set of clothes. Glancing at his previous shirt, marked by a bloody handprint, he tossed it into the trash without a second thought. TSK, young Master Jiang, how extravagant, wearing such a high-end piece just once before discarding it. Bai, having also showered and changed into new attire, sat on the sofa, ruthlessly attacking the takeout on the coffee table. Jiang Ran felt his eyelids twitch. Did you summon Principal Ru? Back in the secret realm, Jiang Yueqin had directly left with the sole survivor, not emerging through the main entrance with them. If Bai hadn't mentioned that someone would come to their aid, Jiang Ran wouldn't have been idly chatting with Yinzhan. He would have activated a major summoning spell instead. No, Bai surprisingly denied. Even if I were mad, I wouldn't actively seek out that pervert. Jiang Ran pondered for a moment and found some logic in this. If Bai had nearly been shattered by Ru Chun, he certainly wouldn't hold him in high regard, unless he had become strong enough to beat Ru Chun himself. Since Ru Chun was not Bai's chosen ally, why had he appeared there? Could it simply be a coincidence? That seemed a bit too coincidental. Oh, why are you overthinking this? The packaging of the white gyro has been opened, releasing a delightful aroma of peppery fried chicken that wafts through the air. Regardless, what follows is of little concern to you. All you need to do is attend class obediently. Alas, I still have to attend class. Jiang Ran suddenly regained his senses. For the past half-month, he had been on the verge of madness, as the teachers were monotonously lecturing on the most fundamental concepts, lulling him into a state of drowsiness. Yet, ironically, every instructor, well aware of his identity, insisted that he sit in the front row, leaving him too embarrassed to doze off. It was a torment, an unbearable torment. Why? Even in this era of supernatural abilities, must he still endure the rigors of class? Chapter 43. Our class is the loudest in the entire building. Another month has passed. For ordinary individuals, the fulfilling summer vacation was drawing to a close, and they were soon to embark on a new academic journey. However, for the students of the 7 academies, their suffering was only beginning. What? There is still a monthly exam. I thought I was already in university. Why must there be monthly assessments? Oh, just end my misery. Jiang, I beseech you, save my life. Since that illusory expedition into the secret realm, Ling Zai's trepidation towards Jiang Ran had significantly diminished. At this moment in the classroom, he was clinging to Jiang Ran's leg, howling in desperation. The surrounding students regarded this spectacle with indifference. Throughout this month, such scenes had become commonplace, and the other classmates had gradually transitioned from being astounded to silently counting down the seconds until Jiang Ran would hurl him away. 1, 2, 3, bang. Ling Zai soared across the classroom, landing headfirst onto the ground. Fortunately, the classroom ceiling was more than 3 meters high. Otherwise, he would have collided directly with it. Despite being thrown, Ling Zai was not angered. Rather, he wailed even louder. Woe is me, Jiang, you cannot treat me this way. Can you truly bear to watch me perish? Bear to? I refuse to believe it. Jiang Ran rubbed his temples, feeling the weight of the past month and the remarkable audacity of this individual. Reluctantly, he resorted to his trump card. If you continue to make noise, I shall strike you. This tactic usually worked wonders on Ling Zai, but perhaps the impending exam loomed too heavily over him, overshadowing any fear he had of Jiang Ran. Thus, instead of stopping, Ling Zai lunged at Jiang Ran once more, attempting to grasp his leg. Ling Zai, what are you doing again? Teacher Yan's chilling voice resonated through the room, causing Ling Zai to freeze momentarily. He shot a glare at the onlookers, who seemed to revel in the chaos without offering any warning, and then forced a ghastly smile, slowly turning to feign innocence. Oh dear teacher, I am doing nothing at all. Then why are you shouting so loudly that the entire floor can hear you? Yan Feng's expression was stern as he endeavored to maintain the image of a strict instructor. And you lot, do you find this spectacle amusing? Huh, our class is undoubtedly the loudest in the entire building. Jiang Ran quietly rolled his eyes. Such remarks had been Yan Feng's refrain since high school, and it seemed he was still using the same tired tactics in university. He ought to consider that aside from their class, there is hardly anyone else in this building. At Tianfu Academy, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th year students occupied different areas, rendering encounters nearly impossible. After the first-year students were divided into 3 classes, Di, Xian, and Huang. Each class was assigned its own teaching building, ensuring no interference among them. With only their class occupying the building, it was indeed the loudest. All right, everyone, let us keep quiet. Yanfeng noticed Jiang Ran sneaking a smirk and shot him a glare, swiftly changing the subject. I imagine you all are aware that a monthly examination is scheduled for tomorrow. This has become a long-standing tradition among our 7 academies. After all, how else can we ascertain the extent of your learning over the past month without an examination? However, alongside this piece of good news, there is also some unfortunate news to share. Ling Zai, who had been sent back to his seat, could not help but mutter. The monthly exam is already the worst news, isn't it? Yanfeng pretended not to hear, cleared his throat, and continued. Following this monthly exam, the school will rearrange all first-year students into new classes based on their exam results. A wave of shock swept through the group. Concurrently, first-year students from the other 6 academies received the same notification. What? Classes rearranged according to grades. Wang Yong, who had just emerged from the hospital after a 2-week recovery from a non-fatal injury sustained in the secret realm, felt as though the sky had fallen. 2 weeks may not seem long, but it was ample time for the other students to widen the gap between them and him. Moreover, the monthly exam was expected to be a written test, and he had missed 2 weeks of classes. This was nothing short of a calamity. Why is the teacher only telling us this now? Ling Zai was beside himself. His academic performance had never been stellar, and if he were to sit for the college entrance examination honestly, he wouldn't even qualify for a regular first-tier university, let alone one of the 7 prestigious academies. Fortunately, during his awakening, he had manifested an SS-level ability, which allowed him to rise from the depths of mediocrity to a position of respect, transforming from a mere member of a struggling class to someone others looked up to. With his SS-level ability, he not only gained admission to Tianfu Academy, but was also placed in the top-ranking D class. He had heard from students in other classes that the Xian and Huang classes had course loads that far exceeded that of the D class, along with an array of bizarre compulsory subjects. Just the other day, he had been mocking Lu Shuqing on his phone, never imagining he would soon find himself among them. It wasn't a lack of self-confidence. Rather, throughout his academic life, he had never escaped the bottom 3 ranks in examinations. This was it. He was doomed. In a panic, Ling Zai instinctively sought to cling to Jiang Ran's leg, pleading for mercy. However, as he looked up, he found Yanfeng standing at the podium, staring directly at him. Ling Zai swallowed hard and returned to his seat. The examination was set for tomorrow at 8 in the morning. You must be punctual, or you will receive a score of 0. Jiang Ran rubbed his nose, feeling as though those words were directed at him. In just this month, Jiang Ran has already been late 3 times, all during Yanfeng's class. Sensing a vague gaze upon him, Jiang Ran tactically cleared his throat and posed a significant question. What will the monthly exam primarily focus on? Yanfeng replied with a mysterious smile. It's a secret. After class, Jiang Ran intended to engage Yanfeng on a more personal level, hoping to coax some exam details from him. Although Jiang Ran was confident in his abilities to secure the top position regardless of the exam's content, there was still Ling Zihe to consider. As a good brother to Ling Zihe, it seemed reasonable to inquire about the exam topics and provide some preliminary guidance. Unfortunately, Yanfeng appeared to know exactly what Jiang Ran was thinking. The moment the bell rang, he dashed out of the classroom with astonishing speed, leaving no trace of his departure. One might have thought a ferocious beast was pursuing him. Jiang Ran sighed in resignation. Just as he withdrew his gaze, he noticed Ling Zihe with his hands clasped together, making an earnest effort to widen his eyes in anticipation. Upon noticing Jiang Ran's gaze, he exaggeratedly blinked and raised his hands in a dramatic pose reminiscent of Lin Daiyu, his eyes brimming with longing. Jiang Ran. The next morning, although Jiang Ran felt no anxiety, he unusually rose early and arrived at the classroom by 7:30. When Yanfeng entered and saw Jiang Ran dutifully seated, he nearly questioned his own sanity. Jiang Ran was not only punctual, but arrived early, a sight more astonishing than the sun rising in the west. Now, this monthly exam consists of 2 parts, the written exam and the practical exam, each accounting for 50% of the total score. The written exam will commence at 8:10 and conclude at 10:10. I will distribute the papers shortly, and once the bell rings, you may begin answering. Upon receiving the paper, Jiang Ran noticeably paused. Wait, are you telling me this thick stack, nearly the size of a book, is the exam? He opened to the first page, where the first question boldly stated, "What are the names of the principals of the 7 academies?" Jiang Ran. The second question read, "A strength-enhanced awakener, capable of lifting 10 tons, and a speed-enhanced awakener, sprinting 100 meters in 0.5 seconds, simultaneously dash towards the last bowl of braised pork in the cafeteria. Please answer. A. The strength-enhanced awakener will win because he can throw the speed-enhanced one aside. B. The speed-enhanced awakener will win because he can grab the meat first. C. The cafeteria lady will win because she can use a spoon to fend off both. D. The braised pork will win, as it will evaporate due to the energy collision, leaving neither to feast upon it." Jiang Ran. The third question posed, "A mental-type awakener uses psychic abilities to make his roommate genuinely love cleaning and feel immense joy. Does this constitute moral infringement? Please discuss from the perspectives of behavioral outcomes and free will, with no fewer than 50 words." Jiang Ran. What the hell? Are these even questions a human can conceive? The questioner better not reveal their identity, or they will be utterly unrecognizable. With a chime, the writing ceased, and any further attempts would be deemed a violation, resulting in a score of 0. Yin Feng, sitting at the podium, stretched lazily after playing 2 games. He arranged the papers neatly, face up. As he handed them to the front, Ling's eye felt a surge of despair. "Brother Jiang, it's over for me, truly over," he lamented while wiping his eyes. "I don't understand any of those questions. Brother Jiang, from now on, we will be completely separated. I can't bear to part with you." Jiang Ran, annoyed, shoved Ling's eye aside as he contemplated approaching Principal Yuan to inquire about the source of the questions for this month's exam, only to be interrupted by Yin Feng. "What's the matter?" Yin Feng organized the test papers and, ensuring the others had departed, spoke up. "You need not participate in the martial arts examination this afternoon." Jiang Ran furrowed his brows in confusion. "Why not? After seeing the exam questions for the literary test, I had entirely lost my confidence. And now they want to exclude me from the martial test? They might as well place me at the bottom and toss me into the yellow class. Do you not have any idea why?" Yin Feng shot him a disapproving glance. "You're already at the fighting realm, aren't you?" Jiang Ran cleared his throat, somewhat embarrassed. "Let us keep a low profile." "Low profile, my foot. You're at the fighting realm, competing in the martial test with a bunch of harmonizing realm students. Do you find that reasonable? Are you intending to defeat them all?" Jiang Ran awkwardly scratched his head. "Is it wrong to progress too quickly? Besides, rather than excluding me, they should reflect on their own shortcomings. After all these days, have they improved their cultivation? Have they trained earnestly?" Yin Feng was momentarily taken aback by his words before delivering a firm slap to the back of Jiang Ran's head. "Ouch!" Jiang Ran stumbled slightly, nearly falling to the ground. "What is wrong with you? Stop being so physical. Let us discuss serious matters." Yin Feng's expression turned considerably more solemn. "You should be aware of the Global Awaken Superpower League, correct?" Rubbing the spot where he had been struck, Jiang Ran replied. "Do you really think I'm foolish? Of course, I know about it. But wasn't it suspended 6 years ago due to a joint boycott by multiple countries? The Global Awaken Superpower League was initially proposed by the Eagle Nation, held every year, where the world's top new generation of awakened individuals gathered to compete for supremacy. Participation in this league was often regarded as a pivotal step for a genius to transition from national to international recognition. "Precisely," Yin Feng nodded, then lowered his voice. "However, this year, the Eagle Nation has submitted a proposal to the Superpower Alliance, seeking to reinstate the Global League." "Reinstate the League?" Jiang Ran's eyes widened in disbelief. Wasn't it the Eagle Nation that led the boycott in the first place? How can they now seek to restart it? Do they not have any sense of shame? Yin Feng shrugged. "I'm uncertain of their motivations. After all, I'm just an ordinary university instructor. I merely wanted to inform you so you could prepare in advance. Among the new generation in Long Nation, you shine the brightest. If the Eagle Nation's proposal passes, you will undoubtedly be unable to evade it." In the afternoon, all first-year students were taken to the training hall to participate in the martial arts examination, with Bai Yu, as the president of the student council, also present to supervise. In an instant, the entire first-year area was deserted. The dormitory area A1, where Jiang Ran resided, was not part of the first-year zone. However, the villas were distanced from each other, and since the beginning of the semester, apart from Bai Yu, Jiang Ran had not encountered anyone else residing in A1. Messages sent to Xiang Jingxing and Xiang Jingji went unanswered, likely because they too were engaged in the martial arts examination. However, a reply did come from Shi Yan. "Jiang Ran, Have you completed your examination? What does the martial arts test entail? Shiyan, I did not take it. Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran, how could you not take it? Have they isolated you as well? These two celestial academies are truly unreasonable. Shiyan patiently explained. No, the school exempted me from this month's martial arts examination due to my previous severe injury, fearing that I might still harbor internal injuries. Shiyan, not just me. But Yin Yu and the other three were also exempted. We only participated in the written examination. Before Jiang Ran could finish reading, Shiyan sent another message. Although we are not participating in the martial arts examination, our scores are calculated as full marks. After sending that, Shiyan waited for a while, but Jiang Ran's screen remained on typing, with no message forthcoming. After a long pause, Jiang Ran sent a flurry of ellipses. At that moment, Jiang Ran felt as though the sky had fallen. He had thought he had discovered a fellow unfortunate soul, only to realize he was the true jester. Was it too late for him to transfer to Tiansu Academy? In truth, he had also sustained injuries in the secret realm. He had experienced significant psychological trauma, the kind that wouldn't heal in 2 or 3 years. Jiang Ran wiped his face, striving to maintain composure, and forcefully shifted the topic. The Global League might be restarting. Has your school mentioned anything about it? On the other end, Shiyan raised an eyebrow. The Global League? Restart? Surely you aren't so flustered as to lose your senses. Jiang Ran, if it weren't for the fact that this was indeed Shiyan's WeChat, and that all other academies were preoccupied with the martial arts examination at this time, I would almost think that the other party had been possessed by Xiang Jingji. Chapter 45. The Global League. After listening to Jiang Ran's account, Shiyan pondered for a moment before slowly typing. Shiyan, it's actually quite predictable. The Global League was initially proposed by the Eagle Nation, and they set a condition. The nation of the league champion would receive resource support from the Ability Alliance 40 for the next 2 years. Jiang Ran was unaware of this. He had thought it was merely a commonplace global competition that could elevate ordinary individuals to fame, unaware of the intricate relations behind it. Since the inception of the league until a decade ago, the championship had predominantly been claimed by the Eagle Nation. However, a decade ago, the situation changed. Jiang Ran grasped the implication. The champion was the Dragon Nation? Indeed. For the subsequent 2 years, the Dragon Nation finally benefited from the Alliance's exclusive support of 40 resources. With these resources, the Dragon Nation once again claimed victory in the Global League 8 years ago. In light of recent events, the Eagle Nation, in a bid to prevent our country from continuing its victorious streak and seizing resources, has opted to cancel the league. Jiang Ran has come to a realization. The sudden decision by the Eagle Nation to restart the league suggests they possess unwavering confidence in their ability to clinch the championship. Indeed, Shiyan leisurely leaned against the headboard while responding to messages, observing that those individuals were remarkably astute. After a brief pause, Jiang Ran replied, "Doesn't that ruin everything?" "What's the matter?" Shiyan inquired. "If I were to lose, wouldn't it be an embarrassment on a global scale?" Shiyan was tempted to argue that Jiang Ran's qualification as an official player was not even certain, so why fret over such matters? However, he was momentarily struck by Jiang Ran's peculiarities and fell silent. At that moment, Shiyan found himself in a state of contemplation. After a while, he quietly reassured. "Rest assured, even in defeat, black can still be red." Upon receiving such significant news from Shiyan, Jiang Ran realized his understanding of the Global League was rather limited. Thus, after concluding their conversation, he opened his computer browser to explore historical league records and video replays. The Global Awakened Abilities League is divided into 3 stages: the preliminary rounds, the knockout rounds, and the finals. The preliminary rounds allow participation from all nations, typically occurring from October to November, where competitors vie for 32 spots in the knockout stage. The knockout rounds, similar in structure to the preliminaries, generally take place in March of the following year, narrowing the field from 32 to 8 nations that advance to the final competition. By June, the grand finals commence, where the finest talents from various countries engage in fierce combat amidst the summer's embrace, ultimately determining the sole victor, the global champion. It is noteworthy that the Global League does not operate on an individual basis. The format is structured as 5v5 team combat. This means that even if a nation boasts a singular, unparalleled genius, victory is not guaranteed. The essence of the competition lies in teamwork. Hence, the league measures not only the innate talents of each nation's elite, but also the depth of their talent pool. What does it matter if you possess 2 SSS-ranked players? I could field 10 SSS-ranked players, with 5 substitutes and 5 starters, engaging in a relentless rotation to wear down your 2 champions. What could you possibly counter with? Oh, what a fascinating competition it is. After watching several videos, Jiang Ran gained a deeper understanding of the league. What piqued his interest the most was the fact that the content of each tournament varied significantly. Perhaps in the previous edition, 2 teams faced off in direct combat to determine the victor, while in the next, the challenge might involve solving mathematical problems, with the higher score securing victory. The randomness of it all was intriguing. That night, the school released the monthly exam results on the official website, complete with a sticky announcement. Jiang Ran, having set his incessant messenger, Ling Zihe, to do not disturb, clicked on the document. As expected, he was not first. That honor belonged to a girl named Xia Shi. Xia Shi achieved a remarkable score of 89 in the literary examination and 92 in the martial arts assessment, translating her total score to an impressive 905, establishing a significant 5-point lead over the second place. Jiang Ran couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. How could someone tackle such abstract questions in the literary exam and still attain 89? This Xia Shi is indeed a remarkable individual. However, he realized he had never heard her name before, indicating she was not from the elite class. This meant that an awakened being, whose abilities did not even reach the S level, could attain a high score of 92 in the martial arts exam. Although 92 is not the highest score in martial arts, Jiang Ran noticed that virtually everyone scoring above 90 belonged to the elite class, save for a few names he did not recognize. This perspective made it evident that the school's decision to reorganize classes was indeed justified. They should not categorize individuals solely based on the level of their abilities. Just look at Xia Shi. She isn't even S-class, yet has secured the top position. Conversely, the SS-class Ling Zai seemed to have vanished into obscurity. After a prolonged search, Jiang Ran finally located his name nestled around the 200th position. His score in the martial arts exam was commendable, 96, just shy of the top spot. As for the literary exam, he glanced at the stark 12 points on the score sheet, feeling utterly embarrassed. If it weren't for the strong performance in martial arts, Ling Zai would likely find himself at the bottom once again. After perusing the entire score sheet, Jiang Ran realized he did not see his name. He reviewed it from start to finish, and indeed, it was absent. Could it be that he had truly been isolated? Was he now completely excluded? Scratching his head, he pondered for a while, but to no avail. He decided to directly inquire with Baiyu. After all, that fellow was the president of the student council. And through these past few days, Jiang Ran had come to understand that the power of the student council president at Tianfu Academy was quite formidable. Baiyu's rank even matched that of Yin Feng, the director of the academic affairs office. However, whether it was because it was not yet the time for the student council to recruit or simply that they did not accept first-year students, Jiang Ran had yet to encounter anyone from the student council aside from Baiyu and the minister of the organization department, Song Cheng, during the entrance examination. Strangely, Jiang Ran felt a twinge of disappointment. It seemed that the dramatic scenarios depicted in novels, where characters intentionally created obstacles only to find themselves at the mercy of the protagonist, would not manifest in reality. Sigh. After sending a screenshot of Ling Zai's scores, Jiang Ran was about to message Baiyu when a notification from Yin Feng arrived. Yin Feng, have you seen your scores? Jiang Ran reluctantly clicked into the chat with Yin Feng. Yes, but why is my name missing? Is my score so astonishing that the school deliberately chose not to display it to avoid undermining their confidence? On the other end, Yin Feng, concerned that Jiang Ran might overthink, prepared to clarify. Chapter 46. What exactly do you wish to achieve? Indeed, it was astonishing. He scored 59 in the literary exam, barely passing. Jiang Ran's eyes widened in disbelief. What? He managed to score 59? I thought I was going to end up with a single-digit score. This was his genuine sentiment. Out of that entire paper, he could only answer the first question. The rest were pure guesses. Yin Feng was nearly driven to exasperation by his words. Have you not listened at all in the past 2 months? Of course, he had. But did you even glance at the problems? Those questions bear no resemblance to what you typically lecture about. Yin Feng had indeed not reviewed the material. Yet this did not deter his stubbornness. There was certainly some connection, but regardless, your grades are so abysmal that I would be embarrassed to display them. I fear it would tarnish my reputation. Jiang Ran fell silent. Ah, so this is the reason for his lackluster performance? All right, I was merely jesting. Whether you score in the single digits or achieve a perfect 100, Your name will not grace the leaderboard. What? You wish to isolate me? Why are you always imagining that others are attempting to exclude you? We simply believe that since you are not joining them in the class division, showcasing your grades serves little purpose. It would only bring shame upon your teacher. In the following 2 days of the weekend, Jiang Ran, for reasons unbeknownst to him, ventured out of the dormitory, eager to explore the capital city of Shangjing. Although Shangjing is the capital of the Dragon Kingdom, Jiang Ran had never visited in his 18 years of life, having resided in the remote northwest province of Qin. With both parents deceased and a grandfather who frequently went missing, the capital remained an uncharted territory for him. Now that he had the time, he felt compelled to explore it thoroughly. This drink is still so dreadful. Although he had never been there in this life, he had visited the capital many times in his past life, even sampling the renowned doji. Yet, with the thought that the two worlds might differ vastly, he stubbornly ordered a bowl once more. Upon taking a sip, he was instantly repulsed. How could anyone drink this? He even suspected that no one in Shangjing actually consumed this concoction. It was merely a trap for curious and obstinate outsiders like himself. Jiang Ran then purchased a cup of lemon tea, downing nearly half in one go, which alleviated the strange taste lingering in his mouth. Ah, refreshing. After finishing the cup, he disposed of the empty vessel in a nearby bin, officially commencing his exploration of the capital. Goodness, the price of gold has reached 1,500. Listening to the saleswoman's introduction, Jiang Ran nearly doubted his own ears. Is this world truly so wild? He distinctly remembered the last time he bought gold. The price had only recently climbed to 1,000. Sir, would you like to see anything else? The saleswoman maintained her courteous smile, accustomed as she was to the myriad of customers in the gold shop. Aside from those who regarded money as trivial, hardly anyone could hear of such skyrocketing gold prices without feeling astonished. No, I want to look further. Jiang Ran felt a pang of regret, but decided on this piece. Ultimately, he selected a hollow hexagonal star pendant crafted from pure gold, adorned with a red gem at its center. The price was 199,999. Despite the exorbitant cost, the majority of the price was attributed not to the gold itself, but to the gem above. That was the blood pearl of the 5th-tier exotic beast, the scarlet cloud leopard, a rarity typically only found when a female scarlet cloud leopard gives birth. This item not only provides warmth amidst the frigid cold, but also nourishes the spirit of its wearer on ordinary days. Although Jiang Ran finds these minute enhancements unnecessary, they serve as delightful embellishments or thoughtful gifts. After completing his purchase, he carefully placed the necklace along with its elegant gift box into his storage ring and ventured into a grand shopping mall. During his last expedition in the secret realm, he had given away nearly all the winter garments stored within the ring, to ensure he would be adequately equipped for any future encounters with extraordinary realms. Jiang Ran was compelled to embark on another shopping spree to replenish his supplies. Look at this one. The lining is crafted from the hide of a 3rd-tier exotic beast, the blue-tailed beast, ensuring both wind resistance and warmth, the sales assistant exclaimed. At that moment, Jiang Ran, who had been half listening to the enthusiastic sales pitch, turned his gaze to see a few individuals approaching him. At the center stood a girl clad in a white silk chiffon blouse, paired with a houndstooth mini-skirt. Her expression reflected a hint of surprise, as if she hadn't anticipated encountering him here. Xiaoyu, do you know him? The girl was Yenyu. She hesitated briefly, seemingly contemplating how to introduce Jiang Ran. Yes, he is Jiang Ran, a student from Tianfu Academy. Ultimately, that was all she could muster. Jiang Ran, Yanzhe? He murmured to himself, the name sounding vaguely familiar. Had he perhaps heard it somewhere before? His relationship with Yenyu was not particularly close. They were merely acquaintances, albeit with a deeper connection after he had saved her life in the secret realm. While Yenyu, being the 3rd miss of the Yin family, certainly had a life of value, Jiang Ran did not expect any form of repayment. He preferred to keep his distance from the Yin family, hoping to spare Yin Feng any inconvenience. However, the sales assistant proved to be exceedingly bothersome, persistently detaining him. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Ran moved towards Yenyu, eager to escape the annoying sales pitch. He stole a few glances at Yanzhe, who stood beside Yenyu, before nonchalantly averting his gaze. Shouldn't you be in Shanghai City? Yenyu inquired, lowering her eyes. My family resides in Bishi City, adjacent to the capital. With the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, I returned for a visit. Oh, I see. Jiang Ran was not inclined to engage in further conversation, merely nodding before making to leave. Yenyu kept her gaze fixed on the ground, saying nothing more. Yanze pondered for quite some time, but could not recall where he had heard that name. It wasn't he until he returned home that realization struck him. Jiang Ran was none other than the SSS-rated individual from Qingzhou City. In the living room, Yan's parents turned their attention towards Yanze. Yanze, what are you mumbling about? Clenching his fist, Yanze suppressed his excitement. Nothing. Just feeling a bit fatigued from shopping. I'll head upstairs now. Once upstairs, however, Yanze did not retreat to his own room. Instead, he made his way to Yin Yu's. Xiaoyu, are you hiding something from me? At that moment, Yin Yu was seated at her desk, tending to her longbow. She did not lift her eyes at his inquiry. No, really? Yanze's expression bore a hint of significance. Of course, how could I possibly conceal anything from you? Dear brother? Is that so? Yanze entered her room and shut the door securely. Today, I encountered Jiang Ran, a student once taught by Yin Feng, correct? You are well aware, so why remain silent? Yin Yu's fingers resting on the bow suddenly trembled lightly. Observing Yin Yu's silence, Yanze crossed his arms, one hand lightly tapping his arm. Brother, let me pose another question. What exactly do you aspire to achieve, Xiaoyu? Chapter 47. Am I truly unattractive? When Tuesday arrived, Jiang Ran returned to the classroom only to discover that half of his previous classmates had been replaced. The newly assigned students, unfamiliar with Jiang Ran, instinctively recoiled upon his entrance, hesitant to meet his gaze. With his hands tucked into his pockets, Jiang Ran sauntered over to a girl who was bowing her head. Do I appear very unattractive? He inquired abruptly. The girl paused, seemingly taken aback by the question. Jiang Ran raised an eyebrow. What? Is it difficult to answer? No. The girl stammered, frightened, shaking her head vigorously. You are quite handsome. Not unattractive at all. Then why does everyone avoid looking at me? Jiang Ran mused. Touching his face, I thought my appearance was so dreadful that you all couldn't bear to gaze upon it. Why you're overthinking it, the girl murmured, her voice dwindling as she wished she could vanish into the ground under Jiang Ran's scrutinizing gaze. Jiang. Suddenly, a voice called out, providing her with a reprieve. Jiang Ran turned to find Lin Xian and another girl he did not recognize standing at the door, gazing at him with surprise. Surprised? Jiang Ran returned to his seat in the middle of the first row, patting the seat beside him, indicating for Lin Xian to join him. The girl beside Lin Xian bit her lip, clutching at Lin Xian's sleeve, seemingly reluctant to approach, yet ultimately being dragged over by Lin Xian's insistence. What's with your astonished expression? With a few minutes remaining before class commenced, Jiang Ran seized the opportunity to converse with the only familiar face in the classroom. Well, Lin Xian hesitated before providing a gentle explanation. I heard from Ling Zai that you, Jiang, are not someone who arrives before the class bell rings. So when I saw you here, Jiang Ran interjected, well, there's really nothing more to discuss. He dismissively waved them away. Go, sit over there. Don't disturb me during class. Upon hearing this, the other girl instinctively considered moving elsewhere, but Lin Xian quickly halted her. Although Lin Xian and Jiang Ran were not particularly close, the incident in the secret realm, where Jiang Ran had specifically given both girls long down jackets, indicated that he was not a cruel or easily angered individual. One might even say he had a somewhat tough exterior but a soft heart. Don't be like that, Jiang. Thus, Lin Xian, far from intimidated, dared to joke with him. That was all Ling Zai's words, not mine. I knew the moment I heard it that he was just spreading rumors. When I see him again, I will definitely bring him to apologize to you, Jiang. After Lin Xian spoke at length, Jiang Ran silently raised his hand to cover his ears, displaying an expression of refusal to listen, akin to a child ignoring a lecture. With no other option, Lin Xian shifted the topic. Jiang, allow me to introduce you. This is my friend Xiao Jia, who, like me, was previously in the Xin class. After speaking, she turned slightly towards Xiao Jia and said, Jia, Jiang Ran actually has a very good temperament. He is not as fearsome as you might think. Startled by the mention of Jia, Jiang Ran felt a shiver run through him, nearly jumping up. Lin Xian noticed Jiang Ran's sudden unease and asked, What's wrong, Jiang? It's nothing. Jiang Ran wiped his forehead, his mind drifting to a rather unpleasant individual. Seeing Lin Xian's intrigued expression, he quietly added, He is already deceased. Instantly, Xiao Jia, who had previously been slightly convinced by Lin Xian's words, turned pale, growing even more frightened. The onlookers, eavesdropping nearby, also changed their expressions. Thus, when the teacher Gue Shu entered the classroom, the atmosphere was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Guishu nodded in satisfaction, inwardly remarking, "Good, this is more like the demeanor of their class." After class on Wednesday, Jiang Ran, feeling the pangs of hunger in his stomach from skipping breakfast, was about to venture out for food when a hand suddenly appeared from thin air and seized him. Before he could react, he found himself in the principal's office. Yuan Pu, with a broad smile, sat behind the desk, watching him. Jiang Ran felt somewhat unnerved under that enigmatic gaze and couldn't help but rub his arms. "Grandpa Yuan, did you call me for something? If there's nothing, could you please let me go quickly? Otherwise, I'm genuinely afraid I might faint from hunger." Jiang Ran, "After our research and discussions, the higher-ups have decided to appoint you to participate in next year's Global Awakeners Superpower League." Jiang Ran instantly perked up. "Wasn't it just said that the Eagle Nation submitted the proposal?" he exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock. "Has it been approved so soon?" Yuan Pu shook his head, clarifying, "It hasn't been formally approved yet. However, it is imminent. 2/3 of the countries in the alliance have recently been in frequent contact with the Eagle Nation. If they weren't fully prepared, they wouldn't have suggested it." Jiang Ran understood the gravity of the situation, so he no longer rushed to leave. Instead, he took a step back and sat on the sofa. Since the Eagle Nation dared to host the league again, they must have confidence in their ability to win. Jiang Ran ran his fingers through his hair, pondering, "Does the higher-ups have such faith in me? What if I fail? If you lose, then you lose." Yuan Pu scoffed lightly. "Our Dragon Nation is not in a position to be devastated by a single defeat. You need not feel pressured. The reason for sending you is twofold. First, you are indeed the most outstanding new generation Awakener this term, and second, we want you to broaden your horizons and gain experience." Meanwhile, Bai Yu, who had finally finished eating an apple, burped and chimed in, "Consider it a funded trip. Winning or losing is not a significant matter. Our Dragon Nation has not fallen to the point where a single loss would lead to our downfall." Jiang Ran was somewhat bewildered. He had expected a long, motivational speech from these two, perhaps urging him to believe in himself and strive for glory for the nation. Instead, they told him not to worry about winning or losing at all. Just treat it as a trip? Huh, is it really so relaxed at the top? However, Jiang Ran sat up straight. Was there a twist? However, the invitation for your participation is merely tentative and has yet to be finalized. Alongside you, 5 other SSS-ranked individuals are also on the provisional list. Yuan Pu, with hands clasped upon the table, appeared significantly more solemn than before. "As you are aware, the league's format mandates that participants must form a team of 5. Yet, you are 6 in number. Furthermore, you are merely the first batch to receive notification. Once the league announces its rescheduling, an external registration portal will be opened, and at that juncture, you will not only be vying against the other 5 SSS-ranked contenders for a spot." Bai Yu was peeling a banana and couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing this. Yuan Pu, puzzled by his laughter, shot him an irritated glance to silence him and continued, "I recognize your exceptional talent, but with billions of individuals in Dragon Country, it is inevitable that unparalleled prodigies will emerge. Your advantage lies in being among the first to receive this information, granting you more time to prepare than your competitors. Thus, from this moment forth, dedicate yourself to rigorous training, with the hope that your name will be among those 5 official slots." After speaking for quite a while, Yuan Pu found himself parched. He had anticipated that Jiang Ran would be excitedly pumping his fist, vowing to strive diligently to meet their expectations. To his surprise, Jiang Ran defied convention, remaining silent on the sofa, head bowed in contemplation. The room fell into an unexpected silence as Jiang Ran slowly opened his eyes and let out a languid yawn. "Ah, is that all?" Observing his demeanor, Yuan Pu quickly grasped the situation. After dedicating half a day to crafting his speech, this lad had evidently not listened at all and had simply dozed off. "Rest assured, Grandpa Yuan," Jiang Ran said as he rose, stretching his stiff limbs. Once he had finished, he offered Yuan Pu a gentle smile. "Not only will I secure one of those spots, but the Global League Championship will also be mine. Do not impede me. I shall deliver 10 updates tomorrow." Chapter 48. Don't you wish to secure a championship for Dragon Country? Rebirth. I aim for 10 updates a day to astonish the world. The air in the northeast is indeed distinctive. Xiang Jingji, clad in a beige casual outfit, interlocked his hands behind his head, savoring the moment with squinted eyes. Beside him, Jiang Ran donned a blue striped shirt paired with a white short jacket, adorned with a blue checkered tie, the golden hexagram gleaming upon it. Coupled with his handsome visage, he epitomized youthful charm, the kind that could easily win a talent show by a landslide. What is different about it? Isn't it all just carbon dioxide? No. Xiang Jingji shook his head emphatically. You don't understand. It's simply not the same. Last night, Xiang Jingxing had called to inform him that both he and Xiang Jingji had been tentatively selected for the league. He then inquired whether Jiang Ran would like to explore a secret realm. After all, they would eventually need to form a team for the league. And this would be an opportune moment to practice their teamwork and enhance their synergy. It seemed these two harbored remarkable confidence in their prospects, harboring no doubts about potential exclusion. As Jiang Ran was suffering from a headache from class, he agreed without a second thought. Thus, the three individuals established a group chat, each selecting a few suitable secret realms, engaging in deliberations for an extended period. Both Xiang Jingxing and Xiang Jingji gravitated towards the E-level secret realms. Although both had already attained the combat realm, Xiang Jingji, being a beast master, derived most of his power from his extraordinary beasts. Even if he were to reach the ocean realm in one breath, as long as his beasts remained at the second tier, his strength would only equate to that of the convergence realm. Therefore, for the sake of prudence, the E-level secret realm was deemed the most appropriate choice. However, Jiang Ran held a differing perspective. Come on, my friends, you are already in the combat realm. Let us be a bit bolder. In my opinion, we should opt for a D-level secret realm. After all, it is only in adversity that we can grow more rapidly. In the end, Jiang Ran even resorted to moral persuasion. Don't you all wish to enhance your strength quickly and bring home the championship for the Dragon Kingdom? Xiang Jingxing and Xiang Jingji found themselves at a loss for words, unable to refute this argument. It's fine. Do you still not trust me? When Shi Yan was on the brink of collapse, I managed to bring him back. What do you have to fear? He continued. If all else fails, I can still rally support. Jiang Ran, well versed in the art of persuasion, employed both firmness and gentleness, convinced that they would have no choice but to acquiesce. Ultimately, whether willingly or under duress, both agreed to Jiang Ran's proposal, selecting the 472nd secret realm located in Shihai City, Heilongjiang Province. By the way, have you two checked the strategy for 472? Xiang Jingji, ever the curious one, felt compelled to inquire about everything. At that moment, the trio was seated in a private room of a northeastern cuisine restaurant, with Xiang Jingji perusing the menu while conversing with Jiang Ran. No, Xiang Jingxing replied succinctly while pouring himself a cup of tea. Why bother with that? Jiang Ran glanced down at his phone, engrossed in messaging someone. Have you ever seen a big shot who checks strategies before entering a secret realm? It's rather unrefined. Xiang Jingji wanted to voice his fears, but felt that admitting such would be even more unrefined than secretly checking the strategy, so he ultimately abandoned the topic. Why do you keep staring at your phone? Are you chatting with a girlfriend? Not at all. Jiang Ran extinguished his phone. I intend to bring Jiang Qingya along. Jiang Qingya? The one from Lingshu University? Xiang Jingxing paused, his hand gripping the cup. Jiang Ran nodded in affirmation. Yes, after all, we will all be teammates in the future. Having one more person is no big deal. You have such confidence in him? Upon hearing that another might join, Xiang Jingji set down the menu. I actually think Yan Yu from Tiansong Academy is more formidable than Jiang Qingya. He is more likely to become our teammate. And that's Shi Yan. I've heard he possesses dual abilities. He should be quite capable. Jiang Ran glanced at Xiang Jingji as he took the menu, casually sketching on it while saying, "What are you being so reserved for? He.S. just a northeastern fellow. He must be tired of these dishes. Let us order what we want." Yan Yu indeed has some impressive qualities, possessing SSS-level weaponry abilities, with a bright future ahead. Then why do you still consider Jiang Qingya a teammate? Do you look down on Shi Yan? Xiang Jingji raised an eyebrow. How could that be? Jiang Ran handed the menu to the waiter, instructing them to serve the dishes first. I merely remarked that Yan Yu had some merit. I did not claim she surpassed Jiang Qingya. Xiang Jingxing also expressed interest, wondering if she truly was that impressive. Jiang Ran shrugged. Understanding that mere words would hardly convince them, they would have to see for themselves in the secret realm. By the time Jiang Qingya arrived, the dishes were nearly ready. Xiang Jingji had been fixated on a particular dish of guabao roe for a good 5 minutes, and upon seeing everyone finally gathered, he eagerly took the initiative to serve himself a piece. Jiang Qingya maintained a minimalist appearance, adorned only with a storage ring on his hand, devoid of any other embellishments. Have a seat. You haven't eaten yet, right? Let's dine together. Jiang Ran casually handed him a pair of chopsticks, and then focused on competing with Xiang Jingji for each dish. Nearby, The most refined eater, Xiang Jingxing, smiled at him and politely greeted, "Good to see you again." After a satisfying meal, the four of them prepared to set off. The 472nd Secret Realm was located in a deserted park in the northern part of Shihai City, which had once been popular among the elderly for group dancing. However, upon the emergence of the Secret Realm, the entire park was promptly sealed off by the authorities, and it remained under the jurisdiction of the Divine Day. Given their stamina, they could have walked there, but the time expenditure would have been excessive. After all, who would choose to take the 11 bus when a perfectly good taxi was available? After waiting at the intersection for quite some time, they finally managed to hail a cab. As Xiang Jingji got in, he couldn't help but mutter, "Isn't at an SSS level? Don't we deserve a car to go out?" Immediately, Xiang Jingxing elbowed him, admonishing him to mind his words. The unceremonious jab nearly caused Xiang Jingji to regurgitate his meal. However, realizing his faux pas, he fell silent, innocently blinking at Xiang Jingxing and mimicking a zipper motion in front of his mouth. Although Jiang Ran was already seated in the car, he caught wind of Xiang Jingji's barely audible mumble. He glanced up at Jiang Qingye in the passenger seat, offering a smile before turning back to Xiang Jingji. "Oh, little Ji, you clearly don't understand. Little Jiang is conserving energy. Otherwise, if we drove all day, think of the emissions, such a pollution to the environment." "Oh, right. Xiang Jingji exclaimed as if struck by a revelation. "That's indeed the reason. My mind is dull. I didn't think of that. Wait, do you see who that is?" Jiang Ran's lips twitched. "Not brother. Your attempt to divert attention is rather outdated." Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, he heard Xiang Jingxing exclaim in surprise, "Isn't that Shiyan?" "Xiang Jingxing, you thick-browed fellow, are you deceiving me along with your brother?" Jiang Ran mused, his body obediently following their gaze. "Oh my goodness, it truly is him. Quick, call out to him." Chapter 49. "Please feel free to insult us, Shiyan." "Shiyan," Jiang Ran shouted. "Are you deaf, you dog Shiyan?" Shiyan, who was walking alongside other schoolmates, paused momentarily. Did he just hear someone cursing at him? Suddenly, a taxi screeched to a halt beside him. Jiang Ran flung open the door and kicked it forcefully. Unexpectedly, Shiyan seemed to possess a sixth sense, gracefully evading the situation. Jiang Ran exclaimed in disbelief, "Oh dear, my temper." Upon realizing that Jiang was not one to be trifled with, Shiyan promptly conceded, "Let's not escalate things. There are so many witnesses." Xiang Jingxing quickly intervened, urging Jiang to calm down. "You wouldn't want to embarrass yourself in front of everyone in Shihai City, would you?" Now. Jiang rolled his eyes, shaking off both of them, rubbing his wrist, but refraining from further confrontation. Shiyan felt a strange sense of relief. Had a fight ensued, he surely would have been no match for Jiang, and the thought of his classmates witnessing it was unsettling. Gratefully, Shiyan cast a glance at Xiang Jingxing and inquired, "What are you all planning to do?" "We are heading to the Secret Realm for a couple of days," Xiang Jingxing replied candidly. The nearby members of the Tiankai Academy were taken aback. Goodness, they treat a trip to the Secret Realm as a mere excursion, while we view it as a life-and-death trial. Is this what it means to be a big shot? How terrifying. Shiyan nodded, then countered, "And you all? What brings you from Xinghai City to Shihai City?" "Like you, we are entering a secret realm," Shiyan shrugged nonchalantly. In truth, he had initially been reluctant to come. Being forced to guide this group into a lowly E-grade secret realm was less than ideal. Should they rely on others forever? Having nearly lost his life while escorting a child previously, the prospect of doing so again was daunting. No wonder stay-at-home parents often succumb to depression. Who wouldn't struggle under such circumstances? "Which secret realm are you visiting?" "Perhaps it's the same as ours," Shiyan mused, a flicker of hope in his eyes. "Number 472, came the reply. "And yours?" "472? Shiyan hesitated. "If my memory serves me right, all wild secret realms numbered below 500 are typically E-grade or higher, correct? We are going to number 602. "Indeed, it is a D-grade realm," Xiang Jingxing remarked with a nonchalant tone, as if discussing lunch plans, completely astonishing the members of the Tiankai Academy. Was this the chasm that separated the talented from the ordinary? While they were still fretting over a mere E-grade secret realm, their contemporaries were already embarking on adventures in a D-grade realm. The disparity between individuals was staggering. Suddenly, Shiyan's eyes lit up. "Why not? I could join you all." Xiang Jingxing inquired, "Why do we need another person?" The Tiankai Academy members were left bewildered. "Wait, we agreed to guide them so they could broaden their horizons. And now halfway through, the lead is opting to bail?" Xiang Jingxing, uncertain, glanced at Jiang Ran. Although this venture had been his proposal, since Jiang had committed to joining, the rhythm of the expedition had shifted entirely to their hands. His sole responsibility was to keep an eye on Xiang Jingxi, ensuring this foolish younger brother didn't stir up trouble. Jiang Ran, noticing that the two had finally remembered his presence, nearly rolled his eyes to the heavens. If you join us, what will happen to these fledglings? A few individuals, referred to as bean sprouts, were taken aback. How could such a blatant insult be directed at them? Yet, upon seeing that familiar face, their spirits deflated instantly. It was a visage they knew all too well, the new formidable adversary of this generation, a being so monstrous that collectively they could not hope to defeat him. If he truly was the ultimate foe, then let the insults rain down upon them. With a grand gesture, Shiyan encouraged them to proceed on their own. After all, it was merely an E-level secret realm, hardly a daunting challenge. He had faith in them. Ah, how amusing. Even the theory of belief was invoked. If they were to claim their inadequacy now, would it not merely serve to validate their own worthlessness? Thus, a tall, slender young man immediately thumped his chest in assurance. Rest easy, Yen Gu. We are students of the Tian-Su Divine Academy. How could a mere E-level secret realm possibly pose a challenge to us? Indeed, the E-level secret realm is within our grasp. Yen Gu, you may proceed with confidence. Initially, upon hearing the first two statements, Shiyan felt a swell of pride, akin to a parent witnessing their child blossom. However, the final remark struck a dissonant chord. Name, age, and identification, please. Outside the abandoned park, two men clad in blue and white uniforms halted the group. For any secret realm under the jurisdiction of Long Country, such procedures were obligatory for entry. The inquiry into age was to prevent any unawakened minors from sneaking in for a glimpse of the wonders within. The request for identification served to verify their honesty and confirm their nationality as citizens of Long Country. For foreign individuals seeking to enter the secret realms of Long Country, the requirements were considerably more extensive. Jiang Ran and his companions were not unfamiliar with these protocols and promptly presented their identification along with their student IDs. The necessity of the student ID stemmed from the obligation to surrender 30 of any resources obtained within the secret realm to the authorities, akin to a tax. However, students from the 7 academies enjoyed a privilege. They were exempt from this resource contribution upon exiting the secret realm. Alas, this privilege was fleeting, lasting only 4 years until their graduation. The man on the left received Jiang Ran's documents, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. Tianfu Academy, student ID name, Jiang Ran, gender, male, student number, 301-101-0101 level. SSS, a plain silver card, emblazoned with merely 5 lines of text. Yet, those few words instilled in him an overwhelming sense of pressure. How could an SSS-level student from the esteemed Tianfu Academy venture to the secret realms of Shihai City? He could already envision the chaos that would ensue should anything untoward occur within their realm. The thought of Tianfu Academy unleashing their wrath upon this secret realm was vivid in his mind. The man on the opposite side trembled as well. Tian-Su Divine Academy, student ID name, Shiyan, gender, male, student number, 301-102-0101 level. SSS. Initially, the presence of 2 SSS-level students was already alarming. But after reviewing the student IDs of the remaining 3, both men felt their strength wane. The man on the left even contemplated whether to allow them entry at all. After all, even if the 472nd secret realm ranks at the bottom of the D-class realms, it is still undeniably a D-class secret realm. The 5 individuals, judging by their student numbers, are all freshmen this year. Even if they were of the SSS class, they would likely only be at the initial stage. If something were to happen within the secret realm, would we be able to intervene? Noticing 2 of them lost in thought, Jiang Ran waved his hand in front of their faces. The man on the right was the first to snap back to reality, presenting a broad smile. Of course. Please proceed. Once the 5 had departed, the man on the left frowned. Are we really just letting them in? This is a D-class realm. Aren't you worried they might encounter trouble? We'd be in serious jeopardy. Why worry? The other man replied nonchalantly. The school wouldn't allow them into a D-class realm unless they were confident they could handle it. At the very least, they provided them with measures for self-preservation. They won't let them perish here, so relax. Fair point, he conceded. Apart from Shiyan, all 4 had sneaked out behind the school's back. Simultaneously, they all sneezed. As Yin was about to inquire if they had caught a cold, he himself let out an even louder sneeze. How peculiar. Jiang Ran rubbed his nose, pondering who might be thinking of him. Chapter 50. Capturing the bunny to command the rabbit head. Though the 472nd secret realm is situated in the northeast, its internal environment resembles that of Jiangnan, lush with greenery and significantly more humid than the northeast. With each breath Jiang Ran took, it felt as though he inhaled not air, but rather clusters of water. Upon entering the secret realm, they would find themselves at a fixed location, which also served as the exit, known as the initial site. Two individuals emanating an ominous aura from the divine dawn were seated behind a small table, responsible for collecting the 30 resources. Without payment, exiting the realm was impossible. There had been those audacious enough to attempt blending in with the crowd to evade scrutiny, some even daring to curse at the divine dawn representatives, boldly declaring they would not comply. Without exception, their fates were grim. Jiang Ran smiled and nodded at the two, taking the lead and stepping out of the initial site. Xiang Jingji observed this and, unable to contain himself, asked, "Ran, do you know those two?" Jiang Ran thought to himself, "Why the myriad of names?" "Not really," he replied. Xiang Jingji widened his eyes. "If you don't know them, why greet them? What is wrong with that?" Jiang Ran tugged at his collar, feeling the temperature rise too quickly, making him a bit warm. Anyone stationed at the initial site of a D-class realm must be a skilled Jiang-level practitioner, right? It's wise to establish a rapport with them. If anything goes awry, we could seek their assistance. Upon hearing this, not only Xiang Jingji, but even Xiang Jingxing and Shi Yin were momentarily taken aback. Wow, can it really be played like that? The entire initial site served as a safe zone within the secret realm. Just as they stepped beyond its confines, a rabbit concealed in the grass sprang forth, its powerful hind legs propelling it towards Jiang Ran's face with the vigor of a bodybuilder. Jiang Ran didn't flinch. Instead, he lifted his hand and swatted the creature away, marveling. D-class realms are truly different. Even the beasts within them possess far more courage than those in lower-tier realms. A first-tier anomalous creature daring to launch an attack on a combat zone transcends mere bravery. It verges on the reckless disregard for life. Yet, to discover a first-tier aberration within a D-level secret realm is quite astonishing. Xiang Jingji retrieved the rabbit that Jiang Ran had just knocked unconscious, intrigued by the anomaly. Indeed, it is not uncommon. Shi Yin adjusted his non-existent spectacles and cleared his throat to enlighten them. First, you must understand that the higher the level of a secret realm, the more concentrated the spiritual energy it contains, which naturally accelerates the evolution of its anomalous creatures. However, this does not imply that lower-tier creatures are absent from advanced realms. Setting aside those with potential limited to the first or second tiers, most anomalous beings exist in groups and reproduce abundantly, particularly with creatures like this rabbit. Each litter can yield a multitude of offspring, resulting in a diverse range of tiers. This rabbit appears to be a mere juvenile. How do you know that? Jiang Ran inquired, astonished. Have you ever raised rabbits? Not at all, Jiang Ran replied with a shake of his head. I deduced it from the surrounding circumstances. Circumstances? What circumstances? Shoo! Jiang Ran gestured for silence. A gust of wind swept through, causing the grass, tall enough to reach one's calves, to sway like waves. Suddenly, the group was startled by an unusual noise. Creak, creak. The sharp sound of something scraping together sent chills down their spines. Xiang Jingji furrowed his brows in response. Just as he contemplated voicing his irritation about the noise, Xiang Jingxing abruptly yanked him closer. In the space where he had just stood, a massive rabbit, approximately 1 meter in length and adorned in a mottled blend of blue and white, appeared. Astonished, Xiang Jingji stared, instinctively glancing at the miniature rabbit he was still holding by its ears, then back at the irate, huffing giant rabbit. This, truly, is a juvenile rabbit. Before he could articulate further, the surrounding grass erupted, revealing a dozen or more rabbits of the same size as the first. Old Jiang, this is your fault. Why did you have to strike it? Now its family has come to exact vengeance. Xiang Jingji exclaimed, his eyes wide as he was met with the piercing gaze of several red-eyed rabbits that stood nearly to his chest. Without hesitation, he turned and fled. The lead rabbit paid no mind to the others, launching itself directly at Xiang Jingji. What the hell? I was merely defending myself. Why are they all chasing me? Jiang Ran's lips twitched as he retorted, could you perhaps set the child down before making such claims? I refuse. It was evident that after the last incident in the secret realm, Xiang Jingji had diligently worked on his physical prowess. Now, pursued by a horde of second and third-tier rabbits, he not only maintained his speed, but even had the breath to converse. I'm merely using the juvenile as leverage. You see, as long as I hold on to its offspring, they cannot harm me directly. Xiang Jingji sprinted, leaving afterimages in his wake. Even finding the leisure to taunt the lead rabbit by raising the juvenile, he clutched in his hand. Meanwhile, Xiang Jingxing could only cover his face. Unable to bear the spectacle, Jiang Ran was also starting to feel the strain. They stood right at the starting point, and the noise was overwhelming. If a few more people were to come in, wouldn't they completely lose face? He nudged Jiang Qingye, urging him to assist and not waste any more time. Jiang Qingye pursed his lips in silence, but obediently approached, a ring on his hand glinting as a long blade emanating an ethereal blue light materialized in his grasp. Jiang Ran positioned himself alongside Xiang Jingxing and gestured with his chin towards Jiang Qingye. There, aren't you eager to see? Xiang Jingxing raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. Was he also endowed with a material manipulation ability? However, upon scrutinizing the blade closely, he quickly dismissed his initial thought. It lacked the aura of a fated weapon and appeared to be merely an ordinary armament. Jiang Ran offered no explanation, simply stating, "Just watch." Meanwhile, Xiang Jingji had noticed Jiang Qingye coming to his aid and swiftly veered in his direction. Jiang Qingye's expression remained impassive as he gripped the blade tightly. Just as Xiang Jingji reached his side, Jiang Qingye raised his hand. "Phew, I'm exhausted," Xiang Jingji gasped, supporting himself on his knee while clutching a rabbit in the other hand. Why is it suddenly so quiet? Wiping the sweat from his brow, he was about to inquire if Jiang Qingye needed assistance when he turned to see that the latter had already sheathed his blade. Before Jiang Qingye, the remnants of a dozen rabbits lay scattered, replaced by a gruesome array of dismembered limbs, the air thick with the stench of blood. Chapter 51, The Blade God Woe. What just happened? Xiang Jingji's eyes nearly bulged. Hadn't he merely paused to catch his breath? It felt as if an eternity had passed. At that moment, it wasn't just Xiang Jingji who was astonished. His brother, Xiang Jingxing, was equally taken aback. As Jiang Qingye returned after sheathing his blade, Xiang Jingxing snapped out of his reverie. Previously, he had thought this student from Lingshu University to be unassuming, rarely speaking, and seemingly indifferent to everyone, leading him to believe that his abilities were not particularly formidable. How could he possibly rival Yanyu, who wielded a fated weapon? But now, witnessing Jiang Qingye dispatch dozens of second and third-tier beasts with just 2 moves, Xiang Jingxing's gaze was filled solely with apprehension. If Jiang Ran had demonstrated such prowess, Xiang Jingxing would have been neither surprised nor fearful. Rather, he would have congratulated him with a grin, commending his performance. Jiang Ran was an exuberant character, his emotions clearly written across his face, allowing for easy interpretation of his thoughts with careful observation. In contrast, Jiang Qingye, with his seemingly indifferent demeanor and a temperament as tranquil as a chrysanthemum, was far more unpredictable. It was impossible to anticipate his next action. Such individuals often harbor myriad thoughts within, yet they remain reticent, bottling up their feelings until the pressure reaches a critical point, at which they would erupt unexpectedly. To speak candidly, under ordinary circumstances, Xiang Jingxing would not engage with such individuals. However, after witnessing Jiang Qingye's prowess, he could not help but concede that Jiang Qingye was indeed far superior to Yanyu. Beside him, Shi Yan's astonished eyes widened slightly. Although he had fought alongside Jiang Qingye during the entrance examination, the latter had not displayed such formidable lethality at that time. What could possibly explain this? Could it be that Jiang Qingye's extraordinary ability exponentially increases in power with each level attained? If that were the case, it would be exceedingly terrifying. What exactly was his extraordinary ability? Shi Yan could not restrain himself from glancing at Jiang Ran. The latter smirked slightly, seemingly unfazed. In response to Shi Yan's curiosity, Jiang Ran merely blinked, suggesting they could inquire directly with him. Jiang Qingye. The first to regain composure was Xiang Jingji, who rushed over in hurried strides, clasping Jiang Qingye's shoulder and whispering in his ear, what exactly is your extraordinary ability? Noticing Jiang Qingye's momentary pause, Xiang Jingji realized that the question might have been somewhat presumptuous, but his curiosity was overwhelming. He quickly gestured to his brother to devise a suitable excuse. Xiang Jingxing stepped forward, his expression earnest, but as soon as he uttered a syllable, Jiang Qingye interrupted him. Jiang Qingye glanced at Jiang Ran, observed his lack of reaction, then lowered his gaze, speaking softly, "My extraordinary ability is the God of Blades." God of Blades? Xiang Jingji was taken aback, nearly blurting out, "What is the God of Blades?" But Xiang Jingxing swiftly covered his mouth. Just then, 5 individuals emerged from the starting area, and both parties regarded one another with scrutiny. The leader of the opposing group, sharp-eyed, noticed the blood-soaked ground behind them and wisely chose to circumvent them, heading in another direction. Once the group had distanced themselves, Xiang Jingxing shot a glare at his younger brother, who blinked innocently before he released him. Jiang Ran shrugged in response. He certainly had no fear of that group. Yet it was prudent to remain vigilant. After all, they were classified as SSS level, with countless eyes likely watching their every move. Should the Nine Nether faction acquire detailed intel on their resources, while he could not vouch for anyone else, he was certain that Jiang Qingye would become a prime target for those lunatics. Enough of this sentimental exchange. We shall discuss it further outside. Jiang Ran, the leader of their expedition, finally prompted them to proceed. Let us hasten our departure. If we linger any longer, those two over there might faint from merely observing our predicament. Unable to resist, Shi Yin turned to glance at the two seated in the starting area. Noting their evident scrutiny, a shiver ran down his spine, and he promptly turned to leave. Some time later, within the confines of the 472nd secret realm, Xiang Jingji's anguished cries echoed throughout much of the domain. Why are the aberrant beasts only pursuing me? On a slope, he was sprinting for dear life. With 3 creatures resembling rhinoceroses, clad in dark crimson scales, and featuring a small volcanic protrusion on their backs, relentlessly pursuing him. Among them, the fastest was a 4th-tier beast, while the other 2 were 3rd-tier. At the foot of the hillside, Xiang Jingxing's complexion paled slightly, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. In contrast, Jiang Qingye wielded a long blade emanating a blue glow, stained with the remnants of blood. Jiang Ran appeared quite at ease, his face unflushed and breath steady, seemingly as if he were merely here for leisure compared to the two beside him. At that moment, a gentle beam of light surged forth from Jiang Qingye's feet, landing upon Xiang Jingxing and restoring a hint of color to his pallor. Xiang Jingxing and I shall handle the one on the left, while Jiang Qingye and Shi Yin confront the one on the right. Jiang Ran swiftly issued tactical commands. Before the others could respond, he raised a hand, and the winds surrounding the beast intensified fiercely, each gust drawing forth a cascade of crimson. Then, with another hand raised, countless pale blue droplets of water coalesced in the air. With a snap of his fingers, the droplets shot forth like bullets, propelled by an unknown force, their velocity surging to near the speed of sound. Concurrently, the beast on the left, previously steady, inadvertently stumbled, its hind foot colliding with its front, causing it to topple in an unexpected fall. At the very moment of its descent, a multitude of water droplets arrived, piercing through its form like a barrage from a machine gun, transforming it into a sieve. On the opposite side, as the water droplets sped away, Jiang Qingye also sprang into action. With a subtle flick of his wrist, the blood upon his blade was dislodged by an unseen force, restoring the weapon to its pristine glory in an instant. He then lightly pressed his foot down, his form soaring into the air as he effortlessly appeared behind another 3rd-tier beast. As Jiang Qingye swung his blade, ripples radiated from the shadow beneath him, and a white silhouette erupted forth, launching a fierce strike aimed at the beast's vital points. Meanwhile, Xiang Jingji, still fleeing, managed to spare a glance at the battlefield, and upon witnessing the four's swift annihilation of 2 beasts, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, incredible." Yet, in that fleeting moment of distraction, the beast trailing behind him seized the opportunity and charged forward with alarming speed. Just as its hoof was about to make contact with Xiang Jingji's rear, the ground beneath him suddenly shifted, and a powerful jet of water erupted from below, propelling him skyward and narrowly avoiding the attack. Gasping for breath, nearly paralyzed by fear, Xiang Jingji clutched his chest, yet he still managed to offer encouragement to his companions, extending a thumb towards Jiang Ran. "Brother Jiang, you truly are my hero." Hearing this, Xiang Jingxing, whose face had regained its ghastly pallor, felt that perhaps fainting would have been a more favorable fate. Emerging from the shadows, Shi Yin promptly tossed 2 spheres of light towards him, but their effect was minimal. Xiang Jingxing weakly waved his hand, signaling that they need not waste their energy, as ordinary healing would be of little use to him. Jiang Ran, ignoring the thumbs up from Xiang Jingji, who was striking a pose atop the fountain, seized Xiang Jingxing by the collar and began to sprint away. While running, he did not forget to shout at Shi Yin and Jiang Qingye, urging them to flee. The beast had gone berserk. In truth, I had intended to post 10 updates yesterday, but plans fell apart. Just as I was preparing for a long night of writing, I accidentally clicked on a novel app, and before I knew it, I lost myself in reading for an entire day. Chapter 52. Am I avoiding your brilliance? My own attack had been evaded, and the volcanic beast was truly enraged. The small volcano on its back began to bubble, releasing thick black smoke. Seemingly on the verge of eruption, the beast scraped the ground with its front feet, and suddenly, black-red flames ignited on its hooves. It raised its front legs, standing tall. Its gaze fixed on Jiang Ran and the figure behind him, Xiang Jingxing. Once it confirmed its target, it stomped down forcefully, causing the ground to shatter, and torrents of lava and flames surged forth, racing towards Xiang Jingxing. Xiang Jing, perched upon the fountain, was startled and nearly fell. "Brother, be careful." Jiang Ran sensed a wave of heat approaching from behind and turned to glance, his pupils constricting. To be honest, this fourth-tier volcanic beast was the most formidable creature he had ever encountered. After all, the sixth-tier beast he faced in Star Sea City had been effortlessly slain by Baiyu before it could even strike. Now, among their group, everyone except him was a novice in the realm of combat. While they could unite to defeat a third-tier beast, with a fourth-tier beast's full-on assault, hardly anyone could withstand it. Damn it, it was just a blade of grass taken from your doorstep. Is it worth such a frenzy? Do you really think I fear you? Jiang Ran muttered under his breath, abruptly shoving Xiang Jingxing ahead of him, while he himself halted and turned to confront the beast. Jiang Ran! Xiang Jingxing exclaimed in terror, reaching out to grab Jiang Ran, but it was too late. Am I avoiding your brilliance? Jiang Ran's expression turned icy, his aura swelling, leaving even Xiang Jiji in the sky momentarily speechless. Wow, is Jiang Gu this handsome? Yet in a place where no one could hear. Jiang Ran was internally screaming, Jiang Ran. Ranzi, help! In a dark corner, a pair of eyes slowly opened, and as they did, a flicker of red light coursed through them. Upon assessing the current situation, he sighed softly. I finally managed to get a good night's sleep. And now you want me to wake up and help you clean up this mess? Didn't you say you are me? What I stir up is equivalent to your affair. Enough talk, get on with it. Feeling irritable, he was reluctant to engage. I can lend you a bit of strength. Jiang Ran flipped to evade the lava spewing from beneath him and cautiously inquired, how much is a bit? Well, enough for you to thrash this beast 300 times. All right. Jiang Ran's eyes lit up with joy. Quickly lend it to me. Don't get too excited. This comes at a price. Due to a sudden misstep, Jiang Ran found himself in a predicament where half of his shoe was scorched away by the searing lava. With a heart full of anguish, he cast a glance at his limited edition sneakers, momentarily disregarding the concept of cost. No matter, I have plenty of money. Bring me the finest, he declared with a hint of bravado. Accompanied by a light chuckle, a surge of tumultuous energy enveloped Jiang Ran in an instant. Caught off guard, he felt a sweetness in his throat, as a trickle of crimson seeped from the corner of his mouth. Damn it, he exclaimed inwardly. For not only was he overwhelmed by this sudden energy, but his body also rebelled against the intensity of the onslaught, crying out in agony. The pain was excruciating, as if innumerable needles had been driven deep into his flesh, only for someone to hammer them mercilessly, sparing even his head from the onslaught. It was a state where remaining still was painful, yet moving would bring even more suffering. Could it be that this individual is deliberately targeting me? The voice seemed to anticipate his thoughts, lazily explaining, rest assured, I have no intention of tormenting you. This is merely a consequence of your insufficient strength. Unable to withstand such power. Once you reach the spirit realm, this agony will cease. Did it hurt this much during the entrance examination? Jiang Ran inquired. Of course, even more so than what you are experiencing now. A friendly reminder. If you remain idle, that little bull is going to kick you away. What on earth is this little bull? Jiang Ran pondered, wanting to shake his head to clear his thoughts, yet he dared not move. The volcanic beast, keenly aware of Jiang Ran's altered state, swiftly redirected its assault towards him. As the creature charged once more, the very ground beneath it began to crumble. Molten lava erupting forth, transforming the once vibrant meadow into a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Jiang Ran took a deep breath, forcing himself to set aside the pain, and raised his hand, causing the sky to darken ominously. The air, previously parched from the lava, turned humid, even more so than during the southern monsoon. The earlier geysers had long since dissipated, leaving Jiang Ran an opportunity to regroup with others as the volcanic beast raged. A few individuals kept their distance, watching the confrontation unfold between Jiang Ran and the beast. Xiang Jingji felt beads of cold sweat trickling down. "Can Brother Jiang win?" he inquired. Xiang Jingxing, glancing at the overcast sky with a furrowed brow, mused, "If it were the usual him, victory seems unlikely." Though separated by hundreds of meters, Jiang Ran felt as if he had developed acute hearing, clearly catching snippets of their discussion regarding his potential triumph. "Damn," he smirked, a smile creeping across his lips. "I am guaranteed to win." As if in response to his declaration, a deep rumble echoed through the sky, followed by a torrential downpour. Simultaneously, Jiang Ran's right hand clenched, summoning a long sword of azure hue, its edges shimmering like a mosaic. In the split second before the volcanic beast lunged at him, a glimmer of gold flashed in Jiang Ran's eyes. He leapt into the air, twisting his wrist as the sword's tip carved a path, coalescing into a 3-meter-long azure crescent that struck the otherworldly beast with the force of a cannonball. With an exhilarated fist pump, Xiang Jingji exclaimed, "Awesome! Is that rhinoceros dead?" Jiang Qingye's gaze lingered on the sword in Jiang Ran's hand for 2 seconds before he slowly shook his head. "Not yet." In midair, Jiang Ran's expression remained composed. "As expected of a rhinoceros breed, its skin is remarkably thick," he murmured, his hands busily creating successive azure crescents that descended eagerly upon the beast. "It must be dead by now, right?" Xiang Jingji, consumed by anxiety, momentarily forgot the soreness in his legs. Jiang Ran's eyes widened slightly. "No way it's still alive?" The voice within him expressed surprise. This little calf was quite intriguing. To withstand so many strikes and still draw breath was impressive. "You might consider having that insect-controlling friend of yours attempt to form a contract with it. There could be a delightful surprise." A severely injured, near-death 4th-tier beast, boasting formidable defense and respectable offense, would be irresistible to any beast master. However, Jiang Ran did not share in the excitement. Rather, his brows furrowed. "Can I really form a contract with a 4th-tier beast in my current state? Even if he had reduced the volcano rhinoceros to a mere shadow of its former self, it remained a 4th-tier beast, a significant tier above Xiang Jingji. To his knowledge, beast masters could only form contracts with beasts equal to or lesser than their own tier. He had only heard of border-crossing battles, never of anyone successfully forming a contract across tiers. Chapter 53. Brother Jiang, are you okay? As Jiang Ran landed on the ground, the tumultuous energy within him dissipated entirely. Although the energy faded rapidly, the excruciating pain persisted, intensifying to the point where he could hardly remain upright, collapsing into a half-kneel upon landing. Observing that the battle seemed to have concluded, several individuals rushed over, extending their hands to assist him. However, the moment their fingertips brushed against his arm, Jiang Ran trembled and could not suppress a spurt of blood. This startled the four greatly. What on earth happened? In an instant, Xiang Jingji leapt aside in fright, while Shiyan quickly withdrew his hand, casting several orbs of light onto Jiang Ran, hesitant to touch him again. Nevertheless, even after Shiyan had administered treatment, Jiang Ran's condition showed no signs of improvement. Countless crimson lines had appeared across his body, beginning to ooze blood. At first glance, Jiang Ran resembled a fragile porcelain figure, riddled with cracks and on the verge of shattering. "You didn't mention the price would be this steep," Jiang Ran gritted his teeth, enduring the pain while inwardly cursing the unreliable party. The other party, however, feigned innocence. "Did you not say you had the means for me to provide you with the best?" "Curse you," Jiang Ran retorted. "My grandfather is also your grandfather." Cough. He spat out another mouthful of blood, unable to discern whether it was from anger or pain. "Ranzi, old Jiang, brother Jiang?" Xiang Jingji reached out, uncertain whether to touch him, only to retract his hand again. Yet, seeing Jiang Ran in such distress, he oscillated between wanting to comfort him and fearing that he might exacerbate the pain. For a moment, Xiang Jingji's hand moved back and forth, like an indefatigable perpetual motion machine. "Are you fanning me, or what?" Jiang Ran bit his teeth, unable to restrain himself from voicing a complaint. "Alas, Jiang Gu, you haven't passed away, have you?" Xiang Jingji instinctively blurted out, only to realize the gravity of his words immediately after. The very fact that Jiang Ran could still converse indicated that he was indeed alive. A collective sigh of relief washed over the four of them. Jiang Ran's current state was undeniably terrifying, instilling a palpable fear that prevented anyone from approaching him. lest he shatter at a mere touch. "No, I'm not dead," Jiang Ran murmured, bowing his head to cough twice, spitting out 2 droplets of blood. "In a while, I'll be fine." He had just inquired about the duration of this ordeal. 10 minutes. 10 whole minutes of enduring the agony of his body being torn asunder, punctuated by the sensation of needles piercing and hammer striking. An eternity that felt far longer than sitting through 10 consecutive math classes. Time flowed in an ambiguous manner. It could have been 5 minutes or perhaps an eternity, until Jiang Ran finally sensed the pain within him gradually ebbing away. Unable to contain himself any longer, he collapsed onto the ground, then rolled onto his back, gazing up at the sky. The torrential downpour that had doused the molten lava had finally dissipated, revealing a sky that had reverted to its previous azure splendor adorned with fluffy white clouds. Were it not for the absence of grass, replaced instead by bare rock and yellowed earth, one might mistake this place for a painting. What had just transpired? Although Jiang Ran was no longer bleeding, he remained drenched in blood, his body still woven with a multitude of crimson lines that had yet to fade, resembling the aftermath of a near-catastrophic encounter during an expedition in the secret realm. Jiang Ran succinctly explained, "I took some drugs, went into a berserk state, and experienced side effects." Xiang Jingji's expression morphed into one of enlightened understanding. However, Xiang Jingxing furrowed his brow slightly. Such substances that could unlock latent potential for combat certainly existed, yet nearly all were classified as forbidden drugs due to their exorbitant costs. Some could even damage a person's foundational strength, rendering them incapable of advancing further in the future. As the nephew of the Supreme Commander of the Divine Day, Jiang Ran was not without means of self-preservation. Why then did he choose to ingest a forbidden drug? Did he not fear the destruction of his foundation? Shi Yin and Jiang Qingye shared similar thoughts, their expressions betraying their uncertainty about what to say. Jiang Ran keenly sensed the trio's unease and blinked. "Rest assured, this was developed by my father. Aside from the frightening side effects, it poses no real danger." "Your father developed this?" Shi Yin questioned, puzzled. "Is he a researcher?" Xiang Jingxing reflected briefly, confirming that he had never heard of such a forbidden drug. Was it a recent discovery? "Yes, he is a researcher. But this particular item was not recently developed." Jiang Ran, regaining some strength, could no longer tolerate the sensation of his damp clothes clinging to him. With a swift motion, he performed a sit-up and began rummaging through his ring. This was concocted long ago. Unfortunately, before it could be mass-produced, he passed away. Jiang Ran gestured towards a patch of clean grass, and a small fountain erupted from the ground. Approaching it, he washed his hands and face before continuing. "So, this is something I alone possess." This wild tale was compelling enough that even Xiang Jingxing and Shi Yin found no grounds for skepticism. After all, his father truly was a researcher, and such an explosive capability was indeed unique to him. Even if some were disbelieving, what did it matter? They cannot possibly summon his father's spirit to inquire whether he had ever researched such a potion, can they? Even if they could, given his father's workaholic nature during his lifetime, it is likely he would struggle to recall whether he had engaged in such research. "Your father?" Xiang Jing hesitated momentarily. Jiang Ran, however, remained indifferent, stating, "My parents passed away when I was 8. In an instant, a profound silence enveloped the 4 of them. Jiang Ran paid little heed to the reason behind their silence, as he was grappling with a dilemma of his own. To refrain from changing his attire would mean enduring the discomfort of his meticulously styled clothes, now drenched in his own blood, clinging to his skin in a most unpleasant manner. Yet, to change would present a challenge, for there were no shelters in this hidden realm. Would he truly be expected to perform a public wardrobe change upon this expansive, boundless prairie? The thought of being seen in such a vulnerable state was mortifying. Ultimately, after a fierce internal struggle, Jiang Ran reluctantly resolved to forego changing, deciding to endure the discomfort rather than risk humiliation. Setting aside that matter, Jiang Ran endeavored to ignore the uncomfortable stickiness clinging to him and approached the volcanic beast, which appeared as wretched as himself. To his astonishment, even after a considerable passage of time, the creature was still gasping for breath. Such tenacity of life. "Xiang Jingji, you are an SSS-grade beastmaster, correct?" Jiang Ran suddenly inquired. Xiang Jingji was taken aback. "Yes, what of it? Then why not attempt to form a contract with it?" "Huh? With whom?" Xiang Jingji looked bewildered, pointing at himself. Upon seeing Jiang Ran's affirmative nod, he swallowed hard. I am merely at the combat realm. This is a 4th-tier beast. I cannot manage it, Jiang Ge." Jiang Ran seized him to prevent his escape and patiently explained to him and the other three, others are certainly unfit. But you possess SSS-grade potential. Moreover, although it is a 4th-tier beast, do you see it able to resist at this moment? Xiang Jingji glanced at the beast, its body marred by sword wounds, its injuries comparable to Jiang Ran's after the recent adverse effects. Indeed, there seemed little cause for concern regarding potential resistance during the contracting process. Furthermore, Jiang Ran continued to persuade, consider this, it is a 4th-tier beast. This level is akin to a human awakener at the river realm. Though you are currently at the combat realm, your beast is only at the 2nd tier, correct? I previously encountered Yinyu, and I am certain she has been in the combat realm for quite some time now. With your current 2nd-tier beast, do you believe you could contend with her? Xiang Jingji honestly shook his head. Jiang Ran pointed towards Shi Yin and Jiang Qingye. What about them? Can you overpower them? Xiang Jingji hesitated, recalling Jiang Qingye's previous feats and Shi Yin's dual abilities of healing and explosive power, and shook his head once more. However, if you were to contract this beast, just think, among these individuals, who could possibly rival you? Even in the global league, few could breach this creature's defenses. With each word Jiang Ran spoke, Xiang Jingji's eyes brightened. Indeed, while he has his brother's assistance, he cannot rely on him for eternity. The cultivation of beast tamers inherently demands a considerable investment of time. However, with the preliminary rounds approaching, there is scarcely any time left for meticulous training. Relying solely on a 2nd-tier beast, he stands little chance against those formidable SSS-level adversaries. Should an S-level prodigy unexpectedly emerge, he might find himself at a distinct disadvantage. At that juncture, while his brother and Jiang would be participating in the global tournament, he would be confined to his dormitory, silently watching the live broadcasts on his computer. Could he accept such a fate? Xiang Jingji questioned himself. No, he could not. He, too, was an SSS-level talent, a rare genius among millions worldwide. Yet, due to the sluggish growth of his abilities, he had missed the opportunity to compete alongside others. How could he possibly resign himself to this? Damn it! He resolved to fight back. With newfound determination, Xiang Jingji clenched his fists, rallying himself. Meanwhile, Jiang Ran refrained from further persuasion, and even his brother, Xiang Jingxing, remained silent. Noticing Xiang Jingji's resolve, Xiang Jingxing merely patted his shoulder, offering silent encouragement. Chapter 54. The packed Xiang Jingji crouched alone, meticulously inscribing the contract array, while Jiang Ran and the other three stood a short distance away, their expressions varying. This was Jiang Ran's first-hand experience witnessing the entire process of a beast tamer contracting a beast. Although uncertain of Xiang Jingji's success, he confidently assured him that even in failure, his life would not be at stake. Thus, Jiang Ran had persistently encouraged him to take the plunge. However, the initiative had always rested with Xiang Jingji. No matter how eloquently Jiang Ran spoke, if Xiang Jingji disagreed, he would not be coerced into forming a contract. At most, he would feel that Xiang Jingji lacked the necessary spirit, lamenting the absence of a morale booster within his team. After all, despite Jiang Ran's reluctance to engage with any members of the Yin family other than Yin Feng, as long as Yin Yu possessed sufficient strength and would not hinder his pursuit of the global championship, accepting her as a teammate was not particularly objectionable. After all, they would merely be teammates during the competition, not bound for eternity. Nonetheless, Xiang Jingji ultimately did not let him down. Even if this contract did not succeed, once they exited the secret realm, Jiang Ran would enlist the aid of Uncle Jiang, who to personally select a peak 3rd-tier beast to gift him. Although the Xiang family had undoubtedly prepared a suitable beast for Xiang Jingji to contract, Jiang Ran's actions were merely a gesture to express his support. As for the thoughts of the other three at that moment, Jiang Ran paid them no mind. He focused intently on Xiang Jingji, observing as he made incisions on his palms, gradually placing them atop the head of the volcanic beast. As his lips moved, the array beneath them suddenly blazed with light, illuminating Xiang Jingji's previously pale complexion, now flushed with color. It resembled the hue of a monkey's rear. Jiang Ran bit his lip, stifling a laugh that threatened to escape. Hold it in, hold it in. This was a critical moment. He must remain silent. If laughter were to come, it should be after little Ji's success. Approximately 5 minutes had elapsed, yet Xiang Jingji remained with his eyes firmly shut. Unlike the initial calmness, his visage now bore no trace of color, appearing even more pallid than his brother after an overexertion of his abilities. Blood began to trickle from his eyes and ears, the droplets falling to the ground only to be consumed by the surrounding formation. Xiang Jingji clenched his teeth, daring not to relax for even a moment. Since the inception of the contract, it felt as though a colossal bell was incessantly striking within his mind, each impact threatening to shatter the fragile link of the contract he had just begun to establish. Undaunted, he endeavored to forge the connection anew. With each segment he constructed, the resonating sound of the bell would immediately obliterate it. Thus, a battle of wills commenced within his mind, one between man and bell. Ultimately, after enduring a protracted 5 minutes, the bell finally succumbed to exhaustion, ceasing to emit any further sound. Suppressing a smile, Xiang Jingji mustered his strength and directed the contract link into the beast's third eye. Thus, the contract was consummated. Half a day later, the 5 individuals, having endured relentless pursuits from second-tier, third-tier, and fourth-tier beasts, were nearly reduced to bloodied figures. Jiang Ran inhaled the metallic scent of blood lingering in the air, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. His mischief had not been in vain. At last, these 4 companions shared in his discomfort. Pa pa pa. Shi Yan expelled the grass roots that had inadvertently entered his mouth, panting heavily, utterly disheveled. Who knows how long it has been outside? Each secret realm possessed its own unique flow of time. For instance, in the previous artificial realm, the time within mirrored the outside at a ratio of 1:1, with no nightfall, rendering it almost indistinguishable from reality. Conversely, some realms accelerated the passage of time, where a day inside equated to merely 2 hours outside. Shi Yan, having joined midway, had not had the chance to research the specifics and thus remained oblivious to the nature of Secret Realm 472, leaving him to inquire of others. Jiang Ran, seated upon the ground, upon hearing Shi Yan's query, helplessly spread his hands, indicating his own ignorance. It was said that true powerhouses never consulted strategies before entering a secret realm, and apart from knowing that Secret Realm 472 was a relatively simple D-tier realm, Jiang Ran's knowledge was scarcely superior to Shi Yan's, despite having chosen this realm himself. I know. It's 12. Xiang Jingji immediately raised his hand, proclaiming, "We've been in the realm for a day. 2 days must have passed outside." Before he could finish, he noticed Jiang Ran and Xiang Jingxing simultaneously turn their heads to fixate on him, their peculiar gazes sending a shiver down his spine. "Why are you both looking at me like that?" Xiang Jingji swallowed hard, retreating a step, wondering if his brilliance and charm had captivated them. His feeble attempt at evasion was of no consequence to Jiang Ran. Smack! Jiang Ran slapped Xiang Jingji on the shoulder. "Didn't we agree that no one would check strategies before entering the realm?" Xiang Jingji stiffened. Smack! Xiang Jingxing patted his other shoulder. "So you did consult a strategy. Why didn't you mention it earlier?" His brother's voice was exceedingly gentle, leaving Xiang Jingji drenched in sweat. I have not investigated." He remains obstinate. "I am merely more erudite than you, having fortuitously acquired knowledge of the temporal flow within this secret realm. Does possessing this knowledge imply that I have conducted research? What evidence do you possess? Such a degrading act is something I would never undertake." With a faint smile, Xiang Jingxing dropped a bombshell. "In truth, I witnessed you researching strategies on your computer that night." Xiang Jingji's breath hitched, and he felt as though his heart had ceased to beat. The gazes of Jiang Ran and the others felt suffocating, like serpents coiling around him. In that moment, Xiang Jingji could only think of one thing. May there be no social demise in heaven. At the starting point, Jing Guangji sat idly at a small table, engrossed in a novel on his phone. The secret realm lacked connectivity to the outside world, necessitating that he download several novels before each shift to stave off boredom. It had been nearly 2 days. Had those youngsters not yet emerged? Jean Eason casually asked, one hand holding a mirror, the other a comb, as she absent-mindedly styled her hair. They typically calculated time based on the external flow. "I don't know," Jing Guangji replied, his attention fixed on a pivotal plot, perhaps still reveling in the experience of entering a high-level secret realm for the first time. "Hello, here are my identification card and student ID. We are ready to exit the secret realm." A cool voice resonated, accompanied by an overwhelming stench of blood that made Jean Eason want to frown. A slender, bloodstained hand extended 2 thin cards towards Jing Guangji. He hastily set down his phone to accept them, but upon reading the contents of the cards, he momentarily froze. 7th Academy of Warfare, student ID name, Xiang Jingxing gender, male student number, 301-104, 0101 rank. SSS Chapter 55. Financial losses and calamities at another small table. Shurian casually handed 2 cards to Jinison. Demonstrating commendable professionalism, she revealed no other expressions, merely scanning the identification card and student ID on an instrument before returning them. Shurian quietly expressed his gratitude and took back the documents before departing. Once all 5 had left, Jing Guangji and Jin Isin exchanged glances, each recognizing a hint of astonishment and intrigue in the other's eyes. Initially, they presumed these 5 were relying on their SSS rank, expecting a guardian to follow them discreetly, hence their visit to a D-level secret realm for a leisurely experience. However, they were astounded to discover that these youngsters were indeed formidable. The lingering scent of blood emanating from them hinted at their relentless endeavors within the secret realm. Reflecting on the fact that these individuals were the foremost seeds of their future, the 2 silently shared a smile. Please arrange 5 rooms. Thank you. At the nearest 3-star hotel to Secret Realm 472, despite Jiang Ran and his companions being clad in blood-stained garments, their appearances so disheveled that their features were nearly unrecognizable. The front desk remained unflinching, displaying no signs of surprise or disdain. The hotel was conveniently located near the secret realm, boasting a pleasant environment, and many who emerged from the realm often chose to rest and recuperate there. 3 years ago, having served as a backdrop, she had witnessed numerous individuals in states akin to Jiang Ran. There was truly little to be astonished about. As for disdain, those who could enter the D-level secret realm were all individuals who had commenced from the river realm. What qualifications did she, a mere laborer in the battle realm, possess to look down upon them? Room 502. Exhilarating. After a refreshing shower and donning a new set of clothes, Jiang Ran's mood could only be encapsulated by the word exhilaration. As for those soiled garments, even the towels, they were unceremoniously packed and discarded into the trash bin. Glancing at his long-neglected phone, he noted with satisfaction that it still had 50 battery life. They had entered the secret realm on the afternoon of September 10th, and now, the lock screen displayed that it was already 2 p.m. on September 12th. Indeed, a day in the secret realm equated to 2 days outside. As soon as Jiang Ran connected to the hotel's Wi-Fi, a flurry of messages erupted onto the screen, most from a single individual. Yin Feng, where are you? Yin Feng. Normally, I can overlook your tardiness for class, but this time, you haven't even shown up? Yin Feng. Well done, Jiang Ran. After a considerable pause, Yin Feng continued. Yin Feng, are you not at school? Where have you gone? The last message had been sent an hour ago. Yin Feng, respond quickly. There is something important. Jiang Ran merely glanced at the messages and chose to disregard Yin Feng's entreaties. He was well aware of Yin Feng's tendencies. If there were truly urgent matters, he would either call or come in person to seek him out, rather than inundate him with texts. It was evidently a ruse to elicit a response. He decided to let it be for a while, scrolling down the message page to clear some irrelevant public account notifications. Jiang Ran then noticed that his grandfather, Jiang Qinglin, had actually replied to him. The timing coincided perfectly with shortly after they had entered the secret realm 2 days prior. His grandfather had meticulously responded to each of Jiang Ran's previous messages, inquiring about his well-being and whether anyone at school had caused him trouble. Finally, his grandfather mentioned the Global League. As for the Global League, you may participate if you wish, and if not, that is perfectly fine too. I support you regardless. While I'm around, no one dares to speak ill of you. Upon reading this, a warm current swept through Jiang Ran's heart. His grandfather was evidently concerned that someone might use moral coercion to force him into actions he did not favor, thus preemptively expressing his stance and assuring Jiang Ran that as long as he was present, no one would dare to bully him. Jiang Ran first inquired about his grandfather's health, and then replied, "Rest assured, Grandpa. Just wait for me to return with the championship." Jiang Qinglin did not respond further. Whether due to having not seen the message or having vanished again, Jiang Ran paid it no mind. He diligently replied to the messages from others over the past 2 days before finally opening Yin Feng's chat page, sending nothing but a location pin. In the end, Jiang Ran turned his attention to the news. Just yesterday, the Ability Alliance released detailed documentation regarding the 37th Global Awakened Abilities League, officially confirming the commencement of the preliminary rounds to be on October 17th of this year. October, Jiang Ran murmured to himself, only a month remains. He wondered if his strength could advance further within this time frame. Refreshing the page, a freshly minted piece of official news from the Dragon Kingdom appeared before him. Registration procedures? Jiang Ran raised an eyebrow and clicked to delve deeper. The entire page was exceedingly succinct, devoid of any superfluous commentary, with the first line dedicated to the league's particulars. Registration requirements for participants, ages 17 to 19, citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, and must be awakened abilities from June of this year, with strength at the ascendant level or above. Number of participants, 10. Registration location, headquarters of the Divine Day in various provinces. Registration process. Although the official teams must consist of 5 members, each nation will designate a substitute team. Should any formal team member encounter an unforeseen circumstance, a substitute can swiftly fill in, ensuring that the team is not eliminated due to insufficient numbers prior to participation. Strength at the ascendant level or higher. That could potentially exclude 90 of the candidates. Jiang Ran pressed his neck thoughtfully, based on the match replays he had previously examined. Merely being at the ascendant level was certainly insufficient. If the preliminary rounds proved to be particularly challenging, even advancing to the elimination rounds would be a formidable task. However, individuals like them, who had transitioned from harmonization to combat within a mere 2 months, were virtually unparalleled. Were the official requirements to be set at the combat level or above, others might as well concede defeat and allow the few of them to proceed unchallenged. Jiang Ran added Shi Yin and Jiang Qingye to the previous group chat he had with Xiang Jingxing and Xiang Jingji, transforming their small trio into a quintet. What are your plans moving forward? Will you register directly in Shihai City, or shall we discuss it further? After adding them to the group, Jiang Ran wasted no time and posed the question. Shi Yin replied, I must return to Shanghai City first. My teacher is looking for me. As for the reason behind this summons, Shi Yin did not elaborate. But Jiang Ran surmised it was merely to have him accompany others to the secret realm for a broader experience. However, Shi Yin had, rather inconveniently, abandoned his companions to pursue his own agenda. Regardless of how valid Shi Yin's reasoning might be, a stern verbal reprimand was undoubtedly inescapable. Jiang Qingye, on the other hand, communicated in terse fragments. I'm going back to school. Shortly thereafter, Xiang Jingxing added, Jingji and I need to return home for a visit. The once tightly knit group of 5 was suddenly on the verge of dispersing, leaving Jiang Ran as the solitary figure among them. With a resigned click of his tongue, he acknowledged, very well, I shall return to Shangjing then. Do reach out via WeChat if anything arises. The mere thought of facing Yin Feng's tirades upon his return caused a throbbing headache to manifest. To avoid being incessantly nagged into oblivion by Yin Feng, Jiang Ran sighed and inquired with the receptionist about the local specialties of Shihai City and their places of sale, resigning himself to the fate of financial expenditure as a means to avert calamity. This data is even worse than my previous one. It's quite exasperating. My condition has also been poor these past few days, struggling to produce even a few words in half a day. Glancing at the data again only heightened my discomfort. Chapter 56. Your words are quite hurtful. After offering 2 boxes of specialty delicacies from Shihai City, Jiang Ran finally managed to extricate himself from Yin Feng's grasp. Upon returning to the headquarters of Xinzhou in the capital, the dilapidated architectural style remained unchanged, yet the 4 guards stationed at the entrance were entirely unfamiliar to him. One of the guards immediately recognized the red-haired youth, comparing him to a photograph stored in his mind, thus confirming that this striking young man was indeed Jiang Ran, the nephew of their commander. Prior to their posts, the deputy commander had specifically instructed each of them to memorize Jiang Ran's appearance, ensuring they would not mistakenly apprehend the wrong individual. It seemed that Jiang Yueqin had a profound understanding of Jiang Ran's propensity for trouble, preparing for any eventualities. Inside the hall, 3 long tables were arranged side by side, where 2 women and 1 man sat with a certain air of boredom behind the tables. Their eyes lit up upon seeing Jiang Ran enter. Observing their expressions, Jiang Ran raised an eyebrow. Could it be that he was the first to arrive? Surely not. This was the capital after all. Was there truly no one else here who was playing the role of a cunning wolf in sheep's clothing? Approaching the central table, he presented his credentials and began to fill out a form. As he wrote, he inquired, Are there many people signing up? Oh, not really, replied the young man beside him, who appeared to be in his early 20s, likely a recent university graduate who had just passed the civil service examination. I thought there would be a lot of participants. Jiang Ran smiled amiably and engaged them in conversation. Considering this was a global tournament, surely no one would want to miss out. Of course, everyone wants to participate, Even I do, the young man continued, seemingly quite chatty. But there are certain requirements. One must have awakened this year and be at least in the ascendant realm or higher. Just think, with such criteria, who else would show up? We've been sitting here for half an hour, and you're the only one. While Jiang Ran skillfully diverted their attention, he completed the form with remarkable speed. After exchanging a few more words, he exited. Once he was gone, Zhu Lin stretched and sighed. Now this is a relaxing job. If only we could use our phones. After his remark, he found himself ignored. Why aren't you two talking? Did a superior arrive? Zhu Lin glanced around, but there was no one in sight. Turning back to the two young women, he discovered they were in perfect unison, leaning together, staring blankly at a registration form. What are you looking at? Why are you both so transfixed? Is there something remarkable? Zhu Lin leaned in closer, realizing it was the form filled out by the young man from earlier. What is the matter? Is there a question? Zhu Lin abruptly halted, his words cut short. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the elegant handwriting on the form. Required strength, ascendant realm or higher, combat realm, 8th transition. How much? Combat realm, 8th transition? Am I hallucinating? Could it be possible that he intended to write ascendant realm, 8th transition, but accidentally wrote combat realm instead? Zhu Lin boldly speculated. While ascendant realm, 8th transition would also be astonishing, it was far more acceptable than the notion of combat realm, 8th transition. It is possible that the girl in the middle bit her lip, but we cannot assist in correcting that. How should we document this during registration? She is merely an ordinary civil servant who has just started her career. How could she have encountered such an extraordinary situation? For a moment, we were uncertain about how to proceed with the registration. Perhaps we should simply proceed as is. Another girl composed herself, reasoning that our responsibility is merely to register the applicants. Verifying the authenticity of their claims is beyond our purview. We will record whatever they write, and the authorities will naturally reach a conclusion upon review. How astute you are. That makes perfect sense. Let us proceed in that manner. Unbeknownst to Jiang Ran, who had already returned to school, a series of doubts had arisen among the three regarding his capabilities. Even if he were aware, he would probably just smile and allow them to speculate freely. At that moment, he was sprawled on the sofa in the villa's common room, holding his phone and engrossed in a game. After 2 continuous days of play, the registration period finally concluded. In the dead of night, Jiang Ran received a text message from the officials, informing him of his successful registration and instructing him to assemble at 9 a.m. in 2 days at the Tianqiao Training Hall in the capital. Phew. All that remains is to impress them and become an official participant in the league. Jiang Ran set his phone down and stretched, his body emitting a series of crackling sounds. He then messaged Bai Yu. Are you going to dye your hair? Bai Yu, seemingly unoccupied and always quick to respond to his messages, replied, Sure, but you're treating me. The following morning, Jiang Ran had not yet recovered from his late-night gaming session when a hand suddenly seized him, and in the next instant, they found themselves in a high-end hair salon. Bai Yu yawned, appearing equally disheveled, and asked, What color are you dyeing? Jiang Ran had already decided. Platinum, the lighter the better. The red hue he had previously dyed his hair had faded considerably over the past 2 months, making it the perfect time for a new color, signifying a fresh start from the next day onward. Bai Yu snapped his fingers from another chair and instructed, Give me the same as him. Jiang Ran silently rolled his eyes at him, thinking, What a pretentious mimic. At the Tianqiao Training Hall in the capital, Jiang Ran discovered, to his surprise, that a large number of people had already gathered. He had expected only a handful of participants, but upon a rough count, he realized there were hundreds. Goodness, so many people. Accompanying Jiang Ran was Ling Zai, who had already reached the ascendant realm before the monthly examination and had been quite proud, boasting about it everywhere. He had thought that although he could not match the prodigious Jiang Ran, he surely was a unique genius in his own right. Yet, now confronted with so many other talented individuals like himself, Ling Zai's confidence began to waver. Jiang Gu, over here, the 2 brothers from the Xiang family, who had arrived in the capital the previous night, were standing at the front of the line. Xiang Jingji, with keen eyesight, spotted Jiang Ran and waved enthusiastically. Are you coming over with me? Jiang Ran cast a fleeting glance at Ling Zai, who, due to a somewhat crumbling mentality, was unusually reticent. Me? Ling Zai shook his head. I shall refrain from moving to the front. My abilities would only bring shame. He anticipated that Brother Jiang would offer some words of consolation or at the very least assure him that with Jiang around, no one would dare ridicule him. To his surprise, Jiang Ran nodded in agreement, remarking, "Indeed, then you may remain here in line." Ling Zai replied, "Brother Jiang, your words are quite hurtful." Chapter 57. Come challenge me. Jiang Ran's newly dyed platinum hair shone brilliantly amidst the crowd. Coupled with his earlier shout towards Xiang Jingji and his unapologetic maneuver to the front of the line, it was no wonder that a significant portion of the training hall's occupants turned their attention to him. Wow, Brother Jiang, that new hair color is stunning. Ever since he had successfully contracted a fourth-tier exotic beast with his formidable combat prowess, Xiang Jingji's attitude towards Jiang Ran had become more reverent than that towards his own father. Jiang Ran, not one to exhibit humility, thought to himself that with such good looks, it was hard not to appear handsome. The boy whom Jiang Ran had cut in front of couldn't help but snicker. Jiang Ran's ears perked up, and he turned around. "My friend, do you disagree with my statement?" The boy scrutinized Jiang Ran from head to toe, suddenly realizing that he truly had no rebuttal to what Jiang had just said. Yet, even if he acknowledged Jiang's handsomeness, the boy was not inclined to concede. Crossing his arms and coldly snorting, arrogant fool full of self-love. Before Jiang Ran could respond, Xiang Jingji could no longer hold back. "What do you mean? Do you want to fight?" With a fourth-tier beast at his disposal, Xiang Jingji was no longer the timid person he once was. His confidence soared. Apart from Jiang Ran, he felt emboldened to confront anyone. The boy, having come from the northwest, was unaware of Jiang Ran's true strength and assumed he was merely a pretty face devoid of substance. However, he recognized Xiang Jingji and Xiang Jingxing. Seeing Xiang Jingji step forward, fully aware he could not contend with the two, the boy shrugged and took a step back, silencing himself. Although the boy retreated, Xiang Jingji remained incensed. "Brother Jiang, he insulted you so openly, and you're not angry?" "Of course, I am," Jiang Ran replied. "But why remain so composed?" Xiang Jingji inquired, puzzled. "No need to rush," Jiang Ran responded with a sly smile, resembling a cunning fox. "Good things are best saved for last." In the following minutes, Shi Yin and Jiang Qingya arrived in succession, and after a while, Yin Yu entered with her hair neatly tied in a ponytail. Jiang Ran nodded in acknowledgement to a few familiar faces before settling down in quiet anticipation. As the clock struck 9, regardless of whether everyone had arrived, the door of the training hall slammed shut. The overhead lights flickered on with a sharp crack. As the illumination brightened, two men silently stood at the center of the training ground, as if they had been waiting for quite some time. One, older in age, donned a dark green military uniform, while the other wore a familiar blue and white outfit. A glimmer of subtle light flashed in Jiang Ran's eyes, and the crowd fell into an inexplicable hush. A singular thought echoed in the minds of all present. When did these two arrive? Just a moment ago. There was clearly no one around. "Greetings to you all." The man clad in the uniform of the Divine Day headquarters scanned the surroundings before speaking first. "I am Feng Haiming, the deputy commander of the Divine Day stationed at the capital." Another individual, less detailed in his introduction, simply stated his surname, Kuang, and his name, Kuang Feng. Kuang Feng, a man of few words but fierce demeanor, after revealing his name, extended his large hand and swiftly pointed out 8 individuals from the crowd. "You 8, leave immediately, and I shall overlook your transgressions." A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Xiang Jingji couldn't help but stretch his neck to see what was happening. What does this mean? Have they committed a crime? Or are they not citizens of the Dragon Kingdom? Jiang Ran turned Xiang Jingji's wandering head back, saying, "Don't speculate. It's because they haven't reached the ascension level." Xiang Jingji first appeared enlightened, then curious, asking, "How do you know, Brother Jiang?" "I guessed it." Jiang Ran and his companions were already at the forefront of the line, and with the two speaking so openly. Kuang Feng and Feng Haiming on the stage heard their conversation clearly. Feng Haiming discreetly glanced at Jiang Ran, though he had heard of his superior's nephew. This was indeed the first time he had laid eyes on Jiang Ran. He had often listened to Jiang Yuqin extol the virtues of his nephew, who, despite his penchant for trouble, was still regarded by Jiang Yuqin as the best in the world. Now, he finally witnessed the young man in person. The fact that Jiang Ran could swiftly grasp Kuang Feng's intentions indicated a sharp intellect, somewhat reminiscent of his uncle. "What is the hold-up? Do you wish for me to escort you out?" Despite Kuang Feng's consistently expressionless demeanor, the crowd inexplicably sensed an undercurrent of anger in his words. "Why should we leave?" protested a boy with a flamboyant hairstyle, his voice brimming with defiance. "What crime have we committed that warrants our expulsion?" At this point, he still feigned ignorance. This recruitment is exclusively for those of ascension level and above. Do you think we cannot see through your little ploys? Feng Haiming, with his hands clasped behind his back, spoke in a frigid tone. You merely possess the integration level, yet attempt to masquerade as ascension level using props to deceive us. I must say, your scheme is rather juvenile. Since you refuse to leave voluntarily, very well, I shall assist you in your departure. No sooner had Feng Haiming's words left his lips than a dozen personnel from the Divine Day emerged from the shadows, swiftly extracting those 8 individuals from the crowd, whisking them away to an unknown destination. Now that the disobedient have departed, I shall announce the rules of this selection. The rules are quite straightforward. It will be a one-on-one arena competition. Jiang Ran listened for a while and found the rules indeed simple. There were 369 registrants present, each allowed to select a challenger to face in a one-on-one match on the arena. During this time, the use of props is prohibited, and lethal harm must be avoided. A participant who falls for 10 seconds or departs the arena shall be deemed the loser. The victor may remain on the arena as the defender, accepting challenges from others until they are defeated by the next challenger, who will then become the new defender. The selection process will span 2 days, during which Kuang Feng and Feng Haiming will serve as judges, meticulously scoring all participants. Ultimately, the 5 individuals with the highest scores will be designated as official team members, while those ranked 6th to 10th will be considered substitutes. Kuang Feng clapped his hands, stating that he would refrain from elaborating further. The training facility boasts 7 arenas, all of which are available for use. Thus, you may commence at once. With that, Kuang Feng and Feng Haiming retreated to the judging platform, observing the proceedings below in silence. As Jiang Ran regained his focus, he noticed Xiang Jingji staring intently at him. What is the matter? Jiang Ran raised an eyebrow. Are you challenging me? This remark startled Xiang Jingji, who quickly waved his hands in denial. No, absolutely not. Challenged Jiang Ran. I must be out of my mind to consider such a thing. He is the kind of monster capable of subduing a 4th-tier beast after a burst of energy. If I provoke him, I might end up in pieces. Jiang Ran's tone was ambiguous, neither clearly disappointed nor anything else, but he refrained from inquiring why Xiang Jingji was gazing at him so intently. Instead, he turned and seized the boy behind him who had called him a fool. Comrade, Jiang Ran's smile, though cheerful, appeared chilling to the boy. Here is your chance. Come challenge me. Chapter 58. Shall you all come at once? Li Yin was bewildered. He had anticipated that this fellow would initiate a challenge, and he was fully prepared for it. Yet what did he say? You come challenge me? Was this not turning the tables? Jiang Ran tilted his head. Will you accept the challenge? Miss this opportunity, and it may not present itself again. Or are you simply afraid of losing too badly, and thus hesitate? Focus on yourself. Li Yin shot him a glare. Fine, I choose to challenge you. After all, it made no difference who proposed the challenge. He was certain he would not lose. Moreover, with no one else stepping onto the arena yet, being the first to ascend might impress the 2 examiners, earning him additional points. While Li Yin reveled in his own cleverness, he remained oblivious to Xiang Jingji's smug expression. Oh, the first contender has emerged. Kuang Feng observed as Li Yin ascended the arena, narrowing his eyes. 5th realm, just barely adequate. Upon stepping onto the platform, Li Yin glanced down at the spectators. What is the matter? Afraid to come up? It's not too late to concede. Afraid? Jiang Ran smiled silently. His reason for waiting until Li Yin had taken the stage before he moved was primarily to prevent Li Yin from backing out. After all, as long as they had yet to step onto the platform, the competition had not officially begun, and either could withdraw at any moment. Now that Li Yin had ascended, there was nowhere to flee except to forfeit and leap off the stage. A fool walking into a trap. With all eyes on him, Jiang Ran walked out slowly, gazing up at Li Yin with a gentle smile. Then, in a fluid motion, he leaped gracefully, seemingly without effort, and in the next instant, he had effortlessly vaulted onto the arena. A chorus of gasps erupted around him. The arena stood at least 2 meters above the ground. Apart from those who specialized in agility, few would train their physique to such an extent, let alone leap 2 meters high. Hadn't Li Yin chosen to take the stairs? His expression was rather unflattering. Was this fellow being deliberate? Did he intentionally allow himself to ascend first, only to then stage a grand performance, thereby emphasizing how inept and unskilled he was at taking the stairs? An awakened individual with extreme physical prowess could possess such cunning. Clearly, Li Yin had already perceived Jiang Ran's abilities as those of an extreme body. After all, how could an ordinary awakened individual, newly arrived at the ascendant realm and lacking any physical training, achieve such a feat? Even professional athletes cannot leap over 2 meters without a running start, can they? However, if he truly possessed extreme physical capabilities, then it would be even more assured. His abilities were specifically designed to counteract extreme physical prowess. Very well, let these mortals witness the might of an SS-level ability. Bang! A figure was propelled outward. Jiang Ran maintained his punching stance, observing Li Yin soar through the air in a parabolic arc, raising an eyebrow. Surely, he wouldn't dawdle after I've come this far? Is he so disrespectful? Initially, upon seeing Li Yin so boldly standing in the center of the stage, Jiang Ran thought his luck had struck gold, selecting a worthy opponent. Even as he made his move, this fellow didn't even attempt to evade. Was he so confident in withstanding my punch? Yet, upon witnessing Li Yin's bewildered expression as he crashed to the ground, Jiang Ran finally comprehended the truth. It was not confidence, but sheer insanity. But no matter, for my expertise lies in healing others. After my treatment, I shall ensure he emerges with a clear mind and robust limbs, destined for an invincible path. You ambushed me. You lack martial ethics. Li Yin exclaimed, covering his face in disbelief. Jiang Ran twisted his wrist and flashed a grin. Why should I concern myself with martial ethics? In the next instant, Jiang Ran appeared before Li Yin, delivering another swift punch, sending him airborne once more. Thus, for the ensuing 5 minutes, the audience bore witness to an exceedingly brutal and one-sided exhibition of combat. Li Yin transitioned from confusion and rage to sheer terror. I concede. Bang. Enough, thud. After being sent flying countless times by Jiang Ran, Li Yin finally seized an opportunity to shout, I surrender. A gust of wind from a punch grazed his cheek, with Jiang Ran's fist halting just a centimeter from Li Yin's face. Had Li Yin hesitated for a mere second longer, Jiang Ran's fist would have struck true. Li Yin tightly shut his eyes, murmuring to himself, I have conceded. You cannot strike me further. Jiang Ran stared at him for 2 seconds before retracting his hand, disdainfully scoffing, PSH, who would yearn to hit you anyway? The sensation is even inferior to that of Xiang Jingji. Whatever Jiang Ran uttered, Li Yin could no longer comprehend. His mind was consumed with regret. Regret for allowing himself to be provoked into challenging Jiang Ran, and deeper regret for his own reckless words that had incited such a confrontation. Since you've lost, you may as well leave. Do I need to ask you to step down? Jiang Ran's casual remark, though spoken lightly, resonated in Li Yin's ears like the chilling hiss of a venomous serpent. Despite the fierce demeanor of Jiang Ran, Li Yin merely felt a twinge of muscle pain. His bones were unscathed, allowing him to move freely. Thus, as he limped off the stage, he noticed that Jiang Ran was the sole figure remaining atop the 7 platforms within the arena. Jiang Ran gazed down upon them, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The lights illuminated his pale locks, casting a delicate shadow across his forehead. It appears I am the inaugural defender. With a radiant smile, Jiang Ran inquired, Who among you wishes to challenge me? The crowd exchanged glances, and in the next moment, a burly man stepped forward. I shall test my mettle against you. The muscular contender squinted, advancing step by step onto the platform. What could a practitioner of the extreme body awakening, who relied solely on ambush tactics, possibly be so arrogant about? He would soon demonstrate what it truly meant to be outmatched, that there are always greater powers beyond the horizon. Come. Bang. Silence. An oppressive stillness enveloped the arena. The burly man, completely bewildered after being kicked off the stage, was left questioning his very identity. Who am I? Where am I? How did I end up down here? Is there anyone else willing to challenge me? Jiang Ran maintained his cheerful demeanor, utterly unperturbed by the notion of unfair tactics. Those who met his gaze felt an inexplicable surge of anger. How dare a mere ambusher take such pride? I shall. In an astonishing turn of events, none of the other platforms attracted challengers. Virtually all eyes were fixated on Jiang Ran, eager to discern how long he could maintain his reign. However, to their astonishment, regardless of who ascended the stage, they were promptly sent tumbling off within less than a minute. They barely had the chance to unleash their abilities before being defeated without understanding how it transpired. This is intolerable. His speed is unparalleled. Some astute observers recognized the flaw. Is there no speed-oriented awakener willing to step forth? Attempts were made, yet they were simply outpaced, enduring a couple of blows before conceding defeat. What about those with control abilities? They attempted as well, only to be dispatched before they could even manifest their powers. Who was this peculiar individual? They had encountered extreme body practitioners before, but none possessed such astonishing swiftness at this level. Is there no one left? After fending off dozens of challengers, the defeated bore swollen faces or bruised posteriors, while Jiang Ran remained unruffled, his hair not even disheveled. The disparity was stark. Who would dare to face him now? Noticing the absence of challengers, Jiang Ran rolled his eyes. How about you all come at me together? Contemplating whether to change the cover, yet I have yet to earn the funds for it. Chapter 59. I look down upon you together? Though Jiang Ran did not articulate much else, the crowd felt an inexplicable sense of humiliation. What does he mean? Is he insulting us? Don't go too far. Someone could no longer contain their indignation. Too far. Jiang Ran, with one hand casually resting in his pocket and the other gesturing innocently, replied, I haven't insulted anyone. Nor have I attacked anyone personally. What is excessively far about that? Oh, I see. He feigned a sudden realization. You surely do not believe that I look down upon you, or that I intentionally insult you, do you? Is that not the case? A buzzcut man, emboldened by the crowd surrounding him, glared at Jiang Ran with indignation. Jiang Ran blinked and offered a faint smile. You are correct. I do indeed look down upon you and deliberately insult you. But what can you possibly do about it? On the podium, Feng Haiming wore a peculiar expression. Is this truly the beloved nephew of the commander? Not only is his temperament lacking, but he is also exceedingly provoking. No wonder Commander Jiang worries daily that his nephew might be bundled away. One can only say he knows him all too well. Goodness, Jiang Gu truly has a knack for inciting animosity. In the crowd, Ling Zai stood slightly off-center, acutely aware of the rising anger amongst the onlookers. However, I am inherently too kind-hearted, so benevolent that I am willing to offer you an opportunity. Let's fight together. Jiang Ran even took 2 steps to the side, providing them ample space. It must be said that such an audacious provocation was particularly effective for these young individuals, recently awakened and brimming with vitality. Even those hailing from the 7 academies began to roll up their sleeves in anticipation. The peers from the same institution gazed at him in disbelief. Are you out of your mind? That is the great demon. And what of it? The great demon is still human. During the entrance examination, he merely relied on his superior ability to defeat us in an instant. But now, the circumstances have changed. One of the boys excitedly rubbed his hands together and explained. In 2 months, he can at most reach the 7th or 8th level of ascension. While he is indeed still stronger than I. We have so many ascendants now. Are we truly afraid of not being able to take him on? Yet another wished to interject, but was interrupted. Oh, I say. You simply lack courage, fearing this and that. If you do not venture forth, I shall go, when the time comes. We shall beat that fellow until he begs for mercy, and you will regret not having joined. Under Jiang Ran's unabashed taunts, an astonishing 2/3 of the over 300 present chose to step onto the stage. Once on the platform, facing Jiang Ran, a long-forgotten sense of dread suddenly surged within. Will this not violate the rules? Observing Jiang Ran's familiar, confident smile, some began to waver, contemplating Jiang Ran triumphed solely due to his exceptional physical prowess. Thus, one must ponder the true extent of the formidable strength possessed by the demon lord. Some have already sensed that something is amiss. In the audience, Shi Yan, unbeknownst to Wen, had already joined Xiang Jingxing, the 3 of them crossing their arms, observing the arena with an air of nonchalance. It's fine, Xiang Jingxi chuckled softly. Brother Jiang won't grant them the opportunity to flee. On the stage, Jiang Ran maintained a relaxed posture, unfazed by the throng before him. He even found the time to smile. Is it just you lot? What, are we not enough? A bespectacled young man at the forefront retorted coldly. Well, just barely. Jiang Ran raised his hand, and since no one else dared to step forward, let us commence. With a crisp snap of his fingers, a familiar azure whirlwind erupted from the ground, instantly awakening the deep-seated fears buried within the hearts of most in the crowd. The terror they had experienced 2 months prior at the exit of the secret realm resurfaced vividly in their minds. Others in the audience were likewise taken aback by the sight of the whirlwind. You, isn't your ability extreme body? Are you doing this on purpose? The bespectacled boy yelled in panic just a second before being swept away. Jiang Ran stood firm, his bangs tousled wildly by the wind, his clothing billowing dramatically. Extreme body? Jiang Ran was perplexed. When did I ever claim that my ability was extreme body? You misinterpreted, and now you blame me? On the judging platform, Huang Feng shook his head with a hint of exasperation. Truly disappointing. Feng Haiming sighed slightly. Indeed, they could not even correctly ascertain the nature of their opponent's abilities. Had they truly been diligent in their studies over the past 2 months? Although the extreme body ability lacks flamboyant effects, each time its wielder strikes, a faint white mist emanates from them. This vaporous spiritual energy is a byproduct of their inability to fully harness the energy within. Only a select few powerful extreme body awakeners, such as the headmaster of the War Academy, Ru Chun, can contain their spiritual energy entirely without a trace of it escaping. While Jiang Ran's actions were swift and decisive, he did not emit any white mist. Given his age, it was clear he could not possibly be on the same level as Ru Chun, leading to the straightforward conclusion: Jiang Ran is not an extreme body awakener. Despite his disappointment in this group, Huang Feng did not forget the task at hand for the past few days: to observe and meticulously record and assess. This young man, quite impressive. Huang Feng scrutinized Jiang Ran for a moment. His control over his abilities is commendable. If I am not mistaken, he has already reached the combat realm. Feng Haiming nodded in agreement. Indeed, I have reviewed his registration. He is recorded as being at the 8th transition of the combat realm. Oh, already at the 8th transition? Huang Feng visibly displayed excitement. If it were merely the combat realm, then Huang Feng would have been only mildly surprised, not enough to be astounded. For within his ranks, there is no shortage of geniuses and prodigies. However, if he is truly at the 8th transition of the combat realm, that is indeed remarkable. To comprehend the disparity between the early and later stages at the same level is to acknowledge its magnitude. A person with a slightly higher innate talent can typically advance from the 1st to the 5th transition within a month. However, the prospect of progressing from the 5th to the 9th transition in the same time frame is nearly unattainable. As one progresses, the energy required escalates exponentially, and the leap from the 9th transition to the pinnacle is, in fact, more arduous than the previous leap from the 5th to the 9th transition. Thus, Jiang Ran's ability to ascend to the 8th transition of the combat realm in such a brief period transcends the definition of genius. He warrants the title of a monster. Chapter 60. Truly intense. The whirlwind howled and swirled with ferocity. In an instant, the training hall was filled with anguished cries. Yet, even amidst this chaos, some individuals stubbornly refused to concede defeat. Their resilience did not seem to faze Jiang Ran. Indeed, he appeared unhurried, conjuring a chair from thin air, reclining leisurely with his legs crossed, observing their plight as they were tossed about by the tempest. Xiang Jingji noticed the corner of his mouth twitch. Jiang Ran's ring truly seemed to function as an all-encompassing treasure chest. Those ensnared within the whirlwind clearly registered Jiang Ran's demeanor. If his previous taunts had merely ruffled their feathers, his current display had ignited their fury. Was this a blatant display of contempt? If you possess the capability, release us. Let us engage in a fair and just battle. One individual shouted, struggling to suppress the nausea from the disorientation. Jiang Ran rested his elbow upon his knee, propping his chin with one hand, and smirked upon hearing the challenge. How can you dare to claim you wish to fight with me when you cannot even withstand the simplest of attacks? Do you truly believe I am akin to the naive protagonists in those mindless novels? Merely stating your intent to battle does not compel me to engage. Should I cater to your fragile egos and deliberately lower my abilities to allow us to spar for 300 rounds? The power of the whirlwind was firmly controlled below the combat realm. With a concerted effort, he could even break through to the pinnacle of the ascension stage. Yet, astonishingly, not a single person could extricate themselves from this predicament. Was it possible that among the more than 200 challengers, not one possessed even the slightest combat realm? Jiang Ran stroked his chin thoughtfully. It seemed his skills in provocation were still lacking. He would need to consult Bai Yu upon his return. However, with no challengers in the combat realm, remaining seated became rather uninteresting. With a casual wave of his hand, the whirlwind dissipated without a trace. The expressions of those who had just been airborne turned to shock. Unbelievable. Such a disregard for martial ethics. If you lack the courage to fight us, then so be it. Yet, you wish to see us thrown to our demise. A cacophony of thuds echoed through the hall, leading one to believe that dumplings were being dropped rather than individuals. Some unfortunate souls plummeted directly to the ground beneath the ring. Sparing Jiang Ran the effort of intervening personally. In an instant, only Jiang Ran remained, comfortably seated, while several individuals lay disoriented on the ground, struggling to regain their senses. Alas, What can one do when one is too benevolent? Jiang Ran rose, stowed away his chair, and ambled over to the fallen. Since you are all incapacitated, allow me to extend my merciful assistance, he remarked, reaching out to one individual, seemingly intending to grasp their collar and hurl them from the ring. Just as Jiang Ran was about to make contact with his opponent, a flash of cold light surged towards his neck. A hint of amusement flickered in Jiang Ran's eyes. He did not even glance back, seemingly oblivious to the impending danger, while those around him could hardly contain their elation. The cold light halted merely 2 centimeters from Jiang Ran. How could this be? The assailant was momentarily taken aback. At that very moment, the boy lying face down on the ground in front of Jiang Ran sprang up with remarkable speed, unleashing a torrent of scorching energy right before Jiang Ran's face. This attack served as a signal, prompting those nearby to rise simultaneously, unleashing a variety of extraordinary abilities in a frenzied assault towards Jiang Ran. Ling Zai, watching from below, was in a state of utter panic. It was over, it was over. This group was far too sinister. Could Jiang Gu be in danger? However, the two on the judges' podium were unfazed by the unfolding chaos. Kong Feng lightly tapped his arm twice and remarked coolly, "There is some intellect here, albeit limited." The boy wielding fire-based abilities had retreated to a safe distance, and upon seeing his face, those spectating below were struck with surprise. It was the bespectacled boy from earlier. "Chi Gu, this should be secure now, right?" Though the burly man phrased it as a question, his tone was one of unwavering certainty. The bespectacled boy squinted, remaining silent. Logically, his previous strike should have been sufficient to overcome not just the Ascendant realm, but even those of the Fighting realm. Yet, for safety's sake, he had allied with others, using his attack as a signal for a coordinated onslaught, determined to ensure their victory. Given the previous offensive, it seemed impossible for anyone below the 5th transition of the Fighting realm to withstand. Yet, inexplicably, a sense of foreboding lingered within him. Wow, that was quite the force. Hearing the infuriating remark, Chi Mu breathed a sigh of relief. His intuition was typically quite accurate, and upon sensing that nagging premonition, he understood that their ambush had likely failed. If it had succeeded, it could only mean that far worse events awaited him. How is this possible? Although Chi Mu was not surprised, the others lacked his keen intuition. As they witnessed Jiang Ran emerge unscathed from the cloud of smoke generated by the explosion, they were left aghast, as if encountering a ghost. How could this be impossible? Jiang Ran brushed off the dust from his attire, declaring, "If your ambush had succeeded, where would that leave my title as the foremost in the Fighting realm? Arrogant, do you think you are the only one capable of fighting?" The burly man roared, his muscles bulging as wisps of white mist emanated from his body. This was the true embodiment of strength. The mindset of those who embraced pure physicality was simple. Since their ambush had failed, they would engage in a direct confrontation until Jiang Ran was thoroughly defeated. "Come." As the burly man entered his battle stance, those surrounding him instinctively stepped aside, granting him space. A slight smile played on Jiang Ran's lips. Yet his eyes remained strikingly calm, clearly indicating that he too was beginning to take the situation seriously. The seriousness he exhibited did not stem from a belief that his opponent was formidable, but rather from a place of respect as he stood on the arena. Facing his adversary, he ceased his taunts and extended his hand in a gesture of invitation. The thick mist surrounding the burly man intensified as he propelled himself forward with great force, launching a fist the size of a face towards Jiang Ran's head. Should an average person endure such a blow, they would likely be incapacitated. Yet, Jiang Ran did not flinch. Instead, he boldly advanced to meet the attack head-on. The audience, particularly Ling Zai, found it almost unbearable to watch. A thunderous explosion of energy erupted between the two upon their collision, nearly dislodging the glasses perched on Chi Mu's nose. He shielded his precious spectacles with one hand, his gaze fixed unwaveringly ahead. Moments later, a figure was sent hurtling backwards, teetering on the brink of the arena's edge. As the identity of the ejected individual became clear, the expressions of those present soured dramatically. Ling Zai's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Jiang Gu had defeated an adept from the extreme body system in close combat. Coughing, the burly man sputtered blood, acknowledging his defeat. Struggling to rise, he clasped his fists towards Jiang Ran and admitted, "You are formidable, I concede." With that, he disregarded the reactions of others and leaped off the stage. The girl who had initially launched the surprise attack swallowed hard. "Chi Gu, should we continue?" Some began to retreat, suggesting surrender. reasoning that if even the extreme body system had faltered, stepping up next would merely turn them into punching bags. Qi furrowed his brow as he observed Jiang Ran. Prior to arriving in Beijing, he had believed himself to be an unparalleled genius. Despite possessing only an A-grade ability, he had ascended to the pinnacle of his realm through sheer effort and talent within a mere 2 months. Even the principal had declared him the most gifted awakener he had ever encountered. However, after witnessing Jiang Ran, his confidence began to waver. This individual exuded an aura that transcended fear. It was one of unfathomable depth, a sensation he had only previously experienced with his mentor. What was this person's true strength? Should he continue to fight? Jiang Ran lowered his gaze, adjusting his attire, a simple action that, to the others, emanated an overwhelming sense of pressure. After much contemplation, Qi finally stepped forward, declaring, "I will fight you." Chapter 61. I do not wish to fight you. As Qi strode confidently towards him, Jiang Ran offered a slight nod, choosing not to voice his thoughts. He could easily discern the intentions of this bespectacled youth. He believed his wind-based abilities could counter Jiang Ran's fire, or perhaps even enhance its ferocity, prompting him to test his strength. Yet, it must be said, this was a rather naive assumption. TSK, TSK, TSK. Did he truly believe his flames could best Jiang Ran's winds? In the audience, Xiang Jingji clicked his tongue, realizing that Jiang Ran initially relied solely on his fists and feet, leading them to mistakenly assume he was an adept of the extreme body system. Later, Jiang Ran unleashed his wind elemental ability once more. Yet, they failed to learn their lesson and firmly believed that Jiang Ran possessed only a singular wind ability. Xiang Jingji could not help but shake his head, letting out a deep sigh. He thinks he is on the first tier, unaware that our Ranzi has long ascended to the stratosphere. Shurian stroked his chin thoughtfully, expressing his opinion that Jiang Ran might indeed continue to utilize the wind. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was abruptly interrupted by Xiang Jingji's outstretched hand. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Xiang Jingji asserted with conviction, Ranzi is not foolish. How could he possibly leave something that restrains him unused? Shurian suppressed the urge to roll his eyes, casting a peculiar glance at Xiang Jingxing on the other side, then took 2 steps aside and fell silent. Xiang Jingxing, fully comprehending Shurian's expression that questioned how he could have such a dim-witted brother, rubbed his nose. At a loss for words. On the stage, Jiang Ran and Qi faced each other in a standoff. Qi took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. He gazed intently at the relaxed stance of Jiang Ran, his lips moving slightly. My apologies. In the next moment, a burst of flames erupted from Qi, forming a fiery ring that rapidly spread outward. Jiang Ran regarded him with a hint of curiosity. He had heard Qi's earlier words, but could not fathom the reason for his sudden apology. Did he believe that this small spark could harm him? Disinterested in pondering the matter further, Jiang Ran chose to remain still, mirroring Qi's stance. Qi furrowed his brow. What did this mean? He was not dodging. Just how confident was this person in himself? Just as the flames were about to reach the hem of Jiang Ran's attire, countless azure crescents sprang forth from him, slicing through the arc of flames and rendering them into fragments. Qi was taken aback. How could this be possible? Should not the wind be merging with the fire, amplifying its intensity? How could it possibly sever the flames? Noticing Qi's astonishment, Jiang Ran's smile remained unchanged. A mere A-grade fire ability could not possibly be compared to his SSS-grade wind ability. Even if he consented, his wind would never comply. As if responding to Jiang Ran's unspoken thoughts, the wind, which had merely been containing the fiery ring beside Jiang Ran, suddenly surged with colossal power. In an instant, the training hall was engulfed in a tempest, with some slight students nearly swept away. A few delicate girls even bore scratches on their cheeks from the fierce gusts. Ling's eye struggled to maintain his footing against the wind, silently grateful that no corners had been cut in the construction of the training hall. Otherwise, he feared the roof might have been torn off by the force of the gale. With the surrounding chaos reaching such extremes, Qi, positioned at the eye of the storm, could scarcely utter a word. The flames around him had been completely extinguished, and even if he attempted to wield his ability again, the omnipresent hurricane would instantly snuff out any flicker of flame. Had it not been for Jiang Ran's deliberate restraint, Qi would have likely been reduced to mere fragments by now. Realizing that his abilities were utterly suppressed by his opponent, Qi resigned himself and closed his eyes. I concede. As these words left his lips, Chimu suddenly felt the vague, prickling sensation on his body dissipate. The crowd, previously swaying precariously, lost their support and nearly succumbed to the force of inertia. Even the sagging roof seemed to exhale a sigh of relief. Jiang Ran's attire remained steadfastly affixed to him throughout, not a single strand of hair disturbed by the gusts. Noticing the gazes of others upon him, Jiang Ran offered a gentle smile, acknowledging their admiration. Well done, Ranzi. That tactic of using wind to extinguish fire is simply magnificent, Xiang Jingji exclaimed, surrounding Jiang Ran while exuberantly showering him with praise from every angle. Shi Yan interjected coolly, didn't you just call Jiang Ran a fool? Jiang Ran turned to Xiang Jingji, questioning the implications of his words. Do you wish to challenge me? Xiang Jingji's cold sweat trickled down as he shot a fierce glare at the meddlesome Shi Yan while attempting to maintain a forced smile. Brother Jiang. Allow me to explain. Jiang Ran began to discern a pattern. It appeared that in times of tranquility, he was Ranzi, but in moments of urgency, he transformed into Brother Jiang. Flattery seemed to enlighten this young man. Enough of your excuses. Jiang Ran dismissed Xiang Jingji's hand. You shall challenge Jiang Qingye. Xiang Jingji stood at attention, his mind involuntarily recalling the extraordinary swordsmanship of Jiang Qingye during their previous encounters in the secret realm, alongside the souls that had perished beneath his blade. Instinctively, he sought to retreat, yet Jiang Ran seemed to anticipate his thoughts, countering, You possess a fourth-tier beast. What is there to fear? No one here can best you but me. Go forth. I have faith in you. Xiang Jingji blinked. Am I truly capable? Jiang Ran affirmed with a nod. Excellent. Xiang Jingji's spirit ignited with determination. Jiang Qingye, I challenge you. Once Xiang Jingji had been successfully persuaded to depart, Jiang Ran's attention shifted to Xiang Jingxing and Shi Yan. The two under his scrutiny felt a chill run down their spines. You shall challenge Yin. Jiang Ran instructed Shi Yan with deftness. Shi Yan paused momentarily, yet did not inquire further, silently turning to leave. Left alone, Xiang Jingxing ventured a rare jest. You wouldn't want me to challenge you, would you? I haven't joined Jingji in berating you. Jiang Ran chuckled lightly. Not at all. You may simply observe. Xiang Jingxing hesitated, recalling that he had never disclosed the nature of his abilities or their drawbacks to Jiang Ran. Yet, upon reflecting on Jiang Ran's current arrangements, he sensed an uncanny understanding emanating from him. Elsewhere, Shi Yan navigated through the crowd and found Yin standing still, seemingly lost in thought. Yin, he called out. Yin snapped back to reality, recognizing Shi Yan and nodding slightly. What brings you here? Shi Yan replied courteously. I wish to challenge you. Expecting Yin to accept without hesitation, he was taken aback when she paused and shook her head. I do not wish to fight you. Huh? Shi Yan was surprised. Then whom do you wish to challenge? Yin turned her gaze toward a certain direction, without her needing to elaborate. Shi Yan discerned it was the same direction he had come from moments ago. He suddenly realized. Are you intending to challenge Jiang Ran? Chapter 62. Who do you think will prevail? Yin did not directly acknowledge it, yet she did not refute it either. Shi Yan comprehended. However, this understanding rendered his expression increasingly complex. How should he articulate his thoughts? Should he bluntly inform her that if she were to challenge Jiang Ran, it is highly likely she wouldn't even graze a single strand of his hair? Wouldn't that be rather hurtful? Conversely, should he indulge her aspirations and encourage her to confront Jiang Ran, suggesting a duel between them? Although Jiang Ran's demeanor towards female challengers was notably amiable and he would likely not refuse, would Shi Yan be at risk of being drawn into a confrontation himself for failing to fulfill his own task? Yin discerned Shi Yan's inner turmoil and candidly inquired, Why do you wish to challenge me? Shi Yan replied, somewhat taken aback, that he had heard that her innate ability was formidable and wished to test it. This indeed reflected Shi Yan's true feelings. He was genuinely curious about Yin's powers and sought an opportunity to gauge their strength, which is why he had accepted Jiang Ran's suggestion to challenge her so readily. How about you first duel with me? If you can defeat me, then you may challenge Jiang Ran. Shi Yan proposed a compromise, albeit one that appeared somewhat unfair to Yin. After all, should they engage in battle, even if Yin triumphed, she would undoubtedly expend considerable energy, putting her at a disadvantage in a subsequent match against Jiang Ran. Yet, neither Shi Yan nor Yin considered this matter. Yin hesitated for a brief moment before nodding in agreement and promptly set off towards the arena. Shi Yan, left behind, rubbed the back of his head. While Yin's agreement was anticipated, the moment she consented, he felt an odd sensation in his heart. Did she believe she had him at her mercy? perceiving him as easy prey? Was his impression truly that feeble? The 7 arenas were already populated, thus Shi Yin had to wait for a while. Coincidentally, when he and Yin Yu ascended the 6th platform, they found themselves adjacent to the 5th platform, where Xiang Jingji and Jiang Qingye were situated. Simultaneously, 4 SSS-ranked fighters were publicly dueling on the platforms, instantly drawing a massive crowd, with both arenas nearly surrounded to the point of suffocation. Ahem. Suddenly, a deliberately pronounced cough resonated from the rear of the crowd. Upon recognizing the source of the sound, the previously raucous assembly fell silent in an instant. Parting to create a path, Jiang Ran nodded in satisfaction, striding confidently through the opening to position himself in the most advantageous spot for visibility. Xiang Jingji and Jiang Qingye exchanged glances downward, their eyes lighting up upon spotting Jiang Ran. Xiang Jingji clenched his fist. Jiang Gu, my apologies, but since you're overseeing this, I shall not hold back. Meanwhile, his brother, standing beside Jiang Ran, was coldly disregarded. On the opposite platform, Shi Yin and Yin Yu also took notice of Jiang Ran. Beneath Shi Yan's feet, the previously tranquil shadow suddenly surged with energy. To secure his voice as the foremost among the team under Jiang Ran's command, he knew he must take this seriously. Otherwise, even Xiang Jingji would be riding on his own head. Who do you think will triumph? Beside him, Xiang Jingxing inquired with keen interest. Jiang Ran understood he was referring to the duel between Shi Yin and Yin Yu. Although Jiang Qingye's sword god was indeed formidable, against a formidable 4th-tier beast renowned for its defensive capabilities, victory could not be achieved without exerting oneself. However, this was merely a routine assessment, and it had not yet reached the point of requiring desperation. As for Shi Yin and Yin Yu, one possessed a rare weapon-related ability, while the other had a dual ability with a compatibility rate of 200%. It was genuinely difficult to predict the outcome. Jiang Ran retrieved the chair he had previously occupied on the stage and casually handed another one to Xiang Jingxing. Upon hearing his question, Jiang Ran did not hesitate in the slightest. Shi Yin would emerge victorious. Xiang Jingxing seemed somewhat taken aback. Yet, he refrained from inquiring why Jiang Ran was so certain. Simply chuckling, your ring is truly reminiscent of Doraemon's. Jiang Ran waved his hand dismissively. It's merely an essential item for being out and about. What he had anticipated to be a spectacular showdown among the 4 turned out to be over in less than 10 minutes on the 6th arena. As expected, the victor was Shi Yin. Noticing Xiang Jingxing's curious gaze, Jiang Ran shrugged nonchalantly, offering no explanation. In truth, once one understood the specific nature of Shi Yin's abilities, it became evident that Yin Yu stood no chance against him. Shi Yin's dual abilities comprised light and shadow. The light attribute, while classified within elemental powers, was exceedingly rare. It possessed both extensive damage potential and formidable healing capabilities, embodying a true balance of offense and defense. However, it bore a significant drawback. When the wielder's strength was low, it was nearly ineffective. In its early stages, light-based abilities dealt less damage than ordinary elemental powers and offered inferior healing compared to standard healing abilities. It was a type of battlefield mage ability with an extensive growth period. Conversely, Shi Yan's shadow ability effectively compensated for the lack of damage in the early stages of light. He could emerge from any shadow, launching surprise attacks like an assassin. Should his ambush succeed, the damage would be catastrophic. Yet, this ability had its own clear limitation. In the absence of shadows, he could not infiltrate to execute a stealthy strike. However, one must not forget Shi Yan's other ability, light. While the offensive power of light may be weak and its healing capacity somewhat lacking, light remains light. Any object illuminated by light will cast a shadow. Shi Yin could artificially create the most advantageous environment, allowing his shadows to inflict maximum damage. Have you ever played games? It is well known that what a marksman fears most are mid to late game mages and assassins lurking in the shadows. Coincidentally, Shi Yin embodies both. Thus, Jiang Ran could effortlessly conclude, Yin Yu cannot prevail against Shi Yin. When Shi Yin descended, his expression was remarkably relaxed, as if he had exerted less than 1/10 of his strength. In contrast, Yin Yu's head was slightly bowed, obscuring his expression. Yet the oppressive aura surrounding him made it clear to those nearby, do not provoke me. The resolution on Shi Yan's end was remarkably swift. Whereas Xiang Jingji and Jiang Qingye engaged in combat for nearly 40 minutes before concluding their battle. Had it not been for Xiang Jingji's waning patience, compelling the volcanic beast to unceremoniously cast Jiang Qingya off the stage. They might have continued their duel for another 300 rounds, persisting until nightfall. Meanwhile, the spectators, initially astonished by the presence of a fourth-tier exotic beast, gradually transitioned to a state of numbness, eventually dispersing to seek their own challengers. Consequently, among this year's 6 SSS-level competitors, only Xiang Jingxing had yet to step onto the arena. However, the seemingly frivolous Commander Jiang Ran had no such intentions, and surprisingly, Xiang Jingxing himself harbored no desire to challenge anyone. When faced with Shi Yan's curiosity, Xiang Jingxing merely smiled and offered a vague explanation. Even if I were to utilize my abilities, they would remain oblivious. Thus, there is no necessity for me to engage. After nearly 2 days, this selection process finally approached its conclusion. While nestled in a corner of the training hall, having engaged in 5 rounds of matches with 4 other individuals throughout the afternoon, Jiang Ran suddenly rose, startling the nearby Xiang Jingxi. "What's wrong, Ranzi? Are you feeling heated? We only lost 6 matches. It's nothing to worry about. We can still win back." Initially unperturbed, Jiang Ran's lips twitched at the remark, prompting him to silence himself. Xiang Jingxi promptly followed suit, mimicking a zipper motion. Jiang Ran's gaze shifted towards Xiang Jingxing, who leaned back slightly, creating a bit of distance. "I ranked in the top 3. My losses are not my fault. Your focus as brothers is indeed uniquely aligned." Jiang Ran mused as the selection neared its end. He resolved not to dwell on the previous matches, lest he become increasingly agitated and feel compelled to challenge Xiang Jingxi himself. Casting a sidelong glance at the podium, he remarked, "You must take the stage for a match, or else you won't receive a score." Upon hearing that there would be no inquiry into his consecutive losses, Xiang Jingxing straightened his posture. "Who should I challenge? As long as it is not you, I have no objections. Just how fearful are you of me?" Jiang Ran pondered momentarily before gesturing towards Shi Yan, who was engrossed in his phone, attempting to diminish his presence. "How about him?" Shi Yan looked up in alarm. "Is it because I ranked 5th in a few matches that I must be subjected to this torment? Of course not. Am I the type to hold grudges?" Jiang Ran replied with a serious expression. "It's simply that your match against him would best showcase the nature of Xiang Jingxing's abilities to the others. And don't you wish to vie for 2nd place? How can you challenge Jiang Qingya without first defeating Xiang Jingxing? Is it truly the case?" Shi Yan inquired. As Jiang Ran affectionately ruffled his hair, "The best way for men to strengthen their bond is through combat. Once you two become familiar with each other, remember to seek advice from Jingxing on how to play the game." Shi Yan retorted, "So it is indeed revenge, isn't it?" Despite the exhaustion that gripped everyone, with some having faced dozens of challenges and nearly being worn down, when Shi Yan and Xiang Jingxing ascended the same stage, it still drew a crowd of onlookers. "Isn't that the diminutive creature with the 4-tiered beast? Someone has mistaken Xiang Jingxing for Xiang Jingxi. To contract a 4-tiered beast while possessing the strength to transcend an entire realm is indeed worthy of being dubbed a monster." The surrounding crowd expressed their confusion. "Small creature? Then who is the big monster?" The individual who had just spoken immediately grew vigilant, discreetly glancing around to confirm that a certain person was absent, before whispering, "It's that notorious demon who single-handedly challenged 244 opponents." Amidst the crowd, Xiang Jingxi caught the phrase notorious demon and couldn't help but glance at Jiang Ran, curious about his reaction to such a moniker. He had anticipated Jiang Ran would either chuckle, wear a stern expression, or perhaps directly approach him to inquire, "Is that demon referring to me?" However, to Xiang Jingxi's surprise, Jiang Ran appeared peculiarly composed, as if the words spoken did not pertain to him at all. Jiang Ran merely stood quietly amidst the throng, arms crossed, gazing slightly upwards at the arena. On the podium, Huang Feng's eyes gleamed with interest, having initially believed that the youth would refrain from making a move. Feng Haiming similarly turned his attention to Xiang Jingxing, who stood opposite Shi Yan. Although the two brothers bore identical features, their demeanors were strikingly disparate. Indeed, even as they pondered this, Shi Yan and Xiang Jingxing exchanged glances across the arena, their previously courteous smiles vanishing, clearly preparing for a serious engagement. Shi Yan drew forth a small knife, merely 3 inches in length, and with a flick of his wrist, the blade shot forth towards Xiang Jingxing's head. As Shi Yan initiated the attack, Xiang Jingxing remained unperturbed, standing nonchalantly in place, awaiting the strike. His commanding presence exuded an aura so potent that, at that moment, the onlookers envisioned a formidable demon. Just as the knife was poised to strike Xiang Jingxing's face, an unseen force intervened, causing the blade, which had a clear target, to veer off course as though it had indulged in excess libations, narrowly grazing Xiang Jingxing's hair. Shi Yan, witnessing this turn of events, was not taken aback. He merely squinted slightly, and in the next instant, his figure vanished. Simultaneously, a chill swept over Xiang Jingxing as he sensed Shi Yan had slipped into the shadow of the knife, intending to launch a surprise attack from behind. Yet, Xiang Jingxing remained motionless, seemingly untroubled by the prospect of being pierced by Shi Yan's strike. Indeed, Shi Yan materialized at the knife's location, brandishing another dagger that shimmered with a cold light. Although they had been friends previously, he showed no restraint, aiming directly for the vulnerable spot on Xiang Jingxing's back. As the spectators widened their eyes, breath quickening, bracing themselves for a scene of unprecedented brutality, Shi Yan's hands suddenly trembled, and the dagger slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. Shi Yan swiftly regained his composure, seamlessly transitioning to seize the small knife, directing it towards Xiang Jingxing's neck. However, it seemed fortune had forsaken him that day. The knife unexpectedly snapped in half. At that moment, Xiang Jingxing took a slight step forward, and the fractured blade narrowly grazed his collar, leaving him unscathed. Instantly, the training hall fell into a profound silence. It was only when Shi Yan retreated a couple of steps and reluctantly discarded the half-broken knife onto the ground, producing a sharp clang, that the onlookers were roused from their stupor. Some rubbed their eyes, grappling with disbelief. How could this be? When did the little monster's luck become so fortuitous? Could it be that he possessed not only beast mastery, but also an extraordinary luck ability? It all made sense now. No wonder he could form a contract with a beast of a higher tier than himself. He was blessed with exceptional fortune. It was baffling that some still mistakenly thought the figure on stage was Xiang Jingxi, rather than someone else entirely. In an effort to rationalize their thoughts, this group even attributed the ludicrous notion of luck to Xiang Jingxi. Meanwhile, Xiang Jingxi, hiding among the crowd with Jiang Ran, felt his eyes twitch in disbelief. What kind of nonsense was this? How could there be so many individuals with such abstract thinking in a nation that had comprehensively banned drugs? Chapter 64. The next chapter of 63. The ability to rewrite reality was indeed a captivating power. Jiang Ran's gaze flickered uneasily. Enough, the selection ends here. Although Kuang Feng had not intentionally raised his voice, it resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. In unison, the crowd turned to face the podium, where the two individuals who would determine their fate stood. Shi Yan and Xiang Jingxing had already joined Jiang Ran, the three standing at the edge, quietly awaiting the final outcome. Observing the expressions of others, which were more tense than during the college entrance examinations, Jiang Ran was momentarily transported back to the time of public service examination results. "Ranzi, are you nervous?" Xiang Jingxi unceremoniously shoved his brother aside and sidled up to Jiang Ran, fidgeting with his hair, chin, and the hem of his clothing, unable to remain still. Jiang Ran shot him a glance. "Do you have fleas? Then keep your distance." No. I bathe every day. How could I have fleas?" Xiang Jingxi struggled to control his fidgeting hands. I don't know why, but I feel a bit tense." "You understand, right, Ranzi? It's that kind of nervousness." "I don't understand," Jiang Ran retorted, cutting off the rest of Xiang Jingxi's words. The question was utterly pointless. What reason did he have to be anxious? After 2 months of rigorous training, having awakened and reached the 8th tier of combat, single-handedly overcoming more than 200 competitors. If he failed to be selected, Jiang Ran would genuinely suspect that his uncle's deputy commander was clandestinely accepting bribes. "I will announce the list of substitute team members first." Kuang Feng surveyed the room, hands clasped behind his back. Without even a symbolic form in hand, he stated directly, "Qi Mu, Wu Yikai, Dong Xinyao, Feng Zhen." Everyone awaited the announcement of the 5th substitute member. Beside him, Xiang Jingxi clutched Jiang Ran's arm anxiously, practically wishing to strangle him. Jiang Ran furrowed his brow into a cross, yet due to the ongoing discourse from the individual above, he was compelled to temporarily suppress the urge to deliver a sound thrashing to a certain someone. Yin Yu, amidst the crowd, displayed little reaction upon hearing her name, yet the tightly clenched fist at her side betrayed her inner turbulence. Initially, she believed victory was within her grasp. She thought that with sufficient effort, coupled with her innate talent and extraordinary abilities, she could effortlessly dominate everyone around her. Perhaps, She even harbored hopes of catching up to the footsteps of the prodigy, deemed the most gifted in 2 centuries. However, upon encountering Jiang Ran, she realized the extent of her prior naivety. Upon discovering that this cohort boasted 6 individuals rated SSS, she had meticulously gathered intelligence on their abilities. The twin brothers from the Xiang family were shrouded in mystery, with the elder's powers well concealed, hinting at a connection to certain principles, while the younger's powers were easily discernible as beast mastery. Shi Yin from the Shi family, a dual-ability awakener, was deemed a formidable opponent by her brother, Yinze. Jiang Qingye, a seemingly unremarkable figure from Lingshu University, who preferred silence, had awakened an exceedingly formidable ability. He was the individual, aside from Xiang Jingxing, whom Yinyu regarded with the utmost caution. After reviewing the data on these 4 individuals, Jiang Ran's SSS-rated elemental ability, Wind, seemed rather commonplace. Consequently, Yinyu initially disregarded him entirely, even failing to commit his appearance to memory. However, during the entrance examination, when she encountered Jiang Ran in the secret realm and realized he had already ascended before her, her mindset began to crumble. Little did she know that this sense of despair would linger with her for quite some time. Merely 2 months had elapsed, and she found herself struggling to keep pace with him. Even Xiang Jingji, whose abilities paled in comparison to hers, inexplicably contracted a 4th-tier beast, decisively placing her beneath his heel. She had assumed that with her strength at the 4th transition of the combat realm, she would triumph over Shi Yin. Alas, the swift reality of defeat was upon her. As for Xiang Jingxing and Jiang Qingye, while Jiang Qingye could inflict wounds upon that 4th-tier beast, Yinyu was acutely aware that she was far from achieving such feats. After witnessing the duel between Xiang Jingxing and Shi Yin, she had already surmised the nature of his abilities, one that countered her own precise long-range attacks. Defeating him was beyond her capability. With a soft exhale, Yinyu resigned herself to the truth. It was futile to harbor resentment for being outmatched. Her sole recourse was to persist in her diligent training. Upon finally being released from the training facility, Jiang Ran's first act upon returning to his dormitory was to indulge in a refreshing shower. How exhausting it had been. After bathing, as he collapsed onto his bed, his phone vibrated twice on the bedside table. Reluctant to rise, Jiang Ran transformed into a creature of comfort. Rolling from the foot of the bed to the head, seizing his phone to unlock it, he noticed a message awaiting his attention, yet disinclined to respond. He casually tapped the top notification, revealing an alert from the official website of Tianfu Academy. In the upper right corner, there was a red indicating that his account had accrued 13,000 points. Among these, 1,000 points were a reward for ranking first in the entrance exam, while 2,000 points were earned for safely escorting others out of the secret realm. The remaining substantial amount of 10,000 points was a reward for becoming an official participant in the league. How generous! Jiang Ran's eyes gleamed with excitement. He had previously perused the items in the points mall. Ordinary props useful for ascension and combat typically range from 500 to 2,000 points. This meant that the 1,000 points from the entrance exam reward alone would suffice for an ordinary student to indulge in a lavish shopping spree at the mall. However, Jiang Ran was no ordinary individual. Items below the river realm held little value for him, and he possessed a plethora of superior items within his ring. Were it not for the remnants of a frugal mindset from his past life, he might have treated the high-level treasures, which fetched exorbitant prices outside, as mere playthings. In the points mall, the items that truly caught his eye were all priced in the thousands of points. Instantly, Jiang Ran felt that the 13,000 points were not as enticing as they seemed. On a brighter note, the task mall had opened. The downside was that he could currently only view tasks from District D and C. A cursory glance at District D revealed a slew of trivial matters, with some tasks even manageable by those in the joint realm. Jiang Ran grimaced, losing interest once more. At that moment, another notification popped up on the screen, announcing a group chat invitation. Although he did not recognize most of the participants aside from the 4 familiar faces, it was easy to deduce that these 5 were their substitute team members. In addition to their 10-member team, there were 2 accounts that clearly exhibited a significant generational gap. Feng Haiming, from now on, Quan Feng and I will handle all your affairs. If you encounter any issues, feel free to approach us. We will serve as your mentors during the league. Feng Haiming, although you have been divided into the main and substitute teams, your training content will remain identical. So do not allow your status to cause any undue thoughts. Quan Feng, none of you are irreplaceable. If your performance falters, we will not hesitate to make changes. Feng Haiming, I have already arranged for your absences from school. For the time being, you are unlikely to return until the preliminary rounds commence. Quan Feng, if you all understand, we will meet at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Chapter 65. Perhaps I've fallen in love. The group had been escorted early in the morning to the entrance of the secret realm, glancing at the sequence number 532 with a hint of disdain. Having acquired the strength to contend with the river realm, Xiang Jingji was no longer the anxious individual who once scrambled to secretly research strategies upon hearing about a District D secret realm visit. He was now the esteemed Nuagulu Xiang Jingji. The frontmost Quan Feng's ears perked up, but before he could utter a word, a large hand came crashing down on the back of Xiang Jingji's head, causing him to stumble slightly. Why did you hit me, Ranzi? Xiang Jingji complained, holding his head in apparent distress. Standing beside him, Jiang Ran had already withdrawn his hand, casting a bemused glance in his direction. I didn't mind. So why are you acting like this? What? Are you more important than me now? Should I start calling you Brother Ji? Xiang Jingji blinked, feeling a bit embarrassed. Well, that's not out of the question. If you call me Brother Ji, I'll call you Randy, and we can become sworn brothers. Jiang Ran's temples throbbed for a moment. Unable to contain himself, he kicked Xiang Jingji in the rear, propelling him from the back of the line to the forefront. Feng Haiming glanced at the suddenly prominent Xiang Jingji, smirked slightly, yet chose to remain silent. Do not look down upon the E-grade secret realm as unworthy of your abilities, he remarked, observing Xiang Jingji, who was frozen with anxiety due to the presence of the powerful figures surrounding him. It was unclear whom his words were intended for. This secret realm is merely a place for you to hone your skills and foster camaraderie among teammates. For those who prefer higher-level realms, there will be plenty of opportunities ahead. Upon hearing this pointed remark, Xiang Jingji withdrew his neck, striving to diminish his presence. The two teams would enter in batches. Among the 5 members of the substitute team, aside from Yin Yu and Qi Mu, whom Jiang Ran was relatively familiar with, he also noticed the imposing figure of Wu Yikai, who had previously challenged him. The other 2 included a short-haired girl with a youthful visage named Dong Xinyao, whose psychic abilities made her an authority in ambush tactics, even more so than Shi Yan. The last was a boy named Feng Zhan, sporting a neatly parted hairstyle, whose powers were of the healing variety. In the entire substitute team, other than Qi Mu and Feng Zhan, who were at the pinnacle of their levels, the remaining 3 had all reached the combat level. Conversely, the official team appeared significantly stronger. Shi Yan, Xiang Jingxing, Xiang Jingji, and Jiang Qingya, all proficient combatants with SSS-level abilities, were accompanied by the formidable Jiang Ran, serving as their anchor. Qi Mu turned to glance at Jiang Ran, who stood at the back of the line with an indifferent expression, as if he hardly recognized him. He swallowed the words he had intended to say and was the last to enter the secret realm. Why do you feel like that guy has something to say to you? Shi Yan observed Qi Mu's hesitance before entering the realm and nudged Jiang Ran, adopting a look of curiosity. Is there? Jiang Ran replied absently. Perhaps he has fallen for me. Shi Yan couldn't help but grimace, having never encountered someone so self-absorbed. Well, it does make a certain amount of sense. Initially, he thought that Jiang Ran's narcissistic temperament would make him universally disliked. Yet it was surprising to find that someone actually indulged him. Shi Yan looked at Xiang Jingxing in astonishment, a level of shock akin to witnessing him transform into a 10th-tier beast. Perhaps you've inflicted Stockholm Syndrome upon him. I've heard such cases are rather common. Xiang Jingxing analyzed with utmost seriousness. Shi Yan felt an overwhelming urge to faint. He suddenly believed he must have committed some grave sin in a past life to warrant the fate of participating in this league alongside such individuals. Isn't this sheer torment for normal individuals? Upon hearing the remarks of the few behind him, Feng Haiming nearly faltered in maintaining his composure. Have children today become so erratic in their thoughts? Or have they simply grown old, with a generational gap as profound as the Mariana Trench? Huang Feng, disinterested in their nonsensical chatter, gently nudged the quaking Xiang Jingji beside him. Let us proceed. Brother Ji, which direction should we take? Within the confines of the 532nd secret realm lay an entire range of snow-capped mountains. The peaks, pristine in their white, formed a continuous line, leaving little room for any other hue in sight. As they stepped inside, snowflakes began to drift from the sky, landing on Jiang Ran's face, causing him to shiver and regain his senses. Xiang Jingji was so startled by Jiang Ran's utterance of Brother Ji that he nearly knelt before him. Jiang Gu, please stop teasing. You are my brother, and I am merely the younger sibling, responsible for following orders. Jiang Ran brushed away the snowflakes that had turned to water upon contact with his skin, retrieving clothing from his ring with a sigh of relief for having the foresight to purchase a batch of winter apparel. Otherwise, he would have had to ascend the snowy mountains in short sleeves. He handed several jackets to his companions, but when it came to Jiang Qingya, he hesitated to receive them immediately, instead inquiring, "What were you pondering just now while lost in thought?" As he did not take the garments, Jiang Ran promptly shoved them into his hands, responding nonchalantly, "Nothing in particular. I merely had a restless night and am quite fatigued. Now, hurry and put on your clothes so we can depart. You wouldn't want to lose to the substitutes, would you?" Jiang Ran flicked his hair as the snowfall intensified, the flakes blending almost seamlessly with his strands. "This mere E-level secret realm, we can speed through in 2 hours, can't we?" Xiang Jingji was the first to raise his hand. "Brother Jiang, I am ready." The other three nodded in agreement. "All right, let us set off." Halfway up the slope, the previously gentle snowfall had morphed into a ferocious blizzard capable of sweeping a person away. Xiang Jingxing touched the inconspicuous brand emblem on the goggles Jiang Ran had given him, estimating a price in his mind. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of admiration. It was evident that Commander Jiang truly dotes on Jiang Ran. While most would wince at the thought of purchasing such expensive items, Jiang Ran seemed to order them as if restocking supplies. Though Xiang Jingxing could afford such luxuries, had he made purchases like Jiang Ran merely to let them sit idle, his father would certainly have interrupted his legs. As for the reason he was bringing Xiang Jingji along, there was none, except that he found him rather deserving of a good thrashing. "Do you think we might encounter them?" Xiang Jingji's physical prowess had vastly improved from his former self. He could now comfortably keep pace behind Jiang Ran, even possessing the energy to glance back at his older brother trailing behind. Yet, he refused to lend a hand. "Not a chance," Jiang Ran replied succinctly. "Why not?" "Intuition," Jiang Ran stated, continuing his stride, while his left hand rose, swiftly swatting to his left side. In the next moment, a white spherical object soared from the palm of Jiang Ran's hand. Chapter 66. Devoted Training Him? Something's amiss. As Xiang Jingji halted his steps, it was as if he possessed the foresight of a seer, leaning back slightly. Almost simultaneously, a white figure darted past him, plunging headlong into a nearby snowdrift. The three individuals trailing behind them sensed something amiss, yet they too did not pause, resolutely continuing their ascent without the slightest delay. Jiang Ran, having slowed his pace slightly, reached the middle of the group and grasped the hand of Xiang Jingxing, who had inexplicably fallen to the rear. In the next moment, a spherical object zipped past Xiang Jingxing's back like a cannonball. Noticing the stirring of certain entities hidden within the snow, Jiang Ran clicked his tongue in irritation. With a light tread upon the ground, a tempest suddenly arose, emanating from him and sweeping across a radius of half a kilometer, dispersing the swirling snowflakes in both air and on the ground. The visibility for the group finally sharpened, allowing them to discern what lay concealed in the raging storm that had ambushed them. A cluster of plump white snowballs, each adorned with two slender brown twigs resembling limbs, had a slightly smaller snowball perched atop, devoid of features save for two red beans serving as eyes. Xiang Jingji's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be that these little snowmen had just attempted to ambush him? "Why did you stop? Keep climbing." Noticing Xiang Jingji instinctively halt, Jiang Ran swiftly delivered a kick. Yet, perhaps due to having been kicked numerous times before, Xiang Jingji reflexively darted forward, narrowly evading the blow. Although everyone wore goggles that obscured their expressions, Xiang Jingji could easily surmise that Jiang Ran was undoubtedly squinting in displeasure. It seemed he could feel the chill of that icy gaze upon him, prompting Xiang Jingji to clear his throat twice, feigning composure as he turned away, pretending as if nothing had transpired, and continued his diligent ascent. Jiang Ran diverted his gaze, signaling to Jiang Qingya, before pressing on with the remaining two members of their party. Mere moments later, Jiang Qingya caught up, and the blizzard that had momentarily receded now bore down upon them once more, almost instantly dyeing the hair of the other four to match Jiang Ran's color. Jiang Ran glanced upward. The summit was still a considerable distance away. Meanwhile, the substitute team had also scaled several snow-capped peaks. Compared to Jiang Ran and his companions, who had barely traversed half of their first mountain before encountering the snowmen, their fortune was remarkably better. They had not faced any third-tier beasts, nor had they encountered many second-tier ones. However, despite their journey being free of troublesome beasts, they faced an even more formidable challenge. They lacked adequate winter attire. Most environments within secret realms do not replicate reality accurately. Rather, they tend to be more extreme. Thus, even though their group boasted a more diverse composition than Jiang Ran's, including both a fire-type and a healing-type awakened individual, the absence of sufficient warmth rendered their progress nearly impossible. Attempting to kindle a fire, they found it extinguished almost immediately by the blizzard. Utilizing healing spells to mend frostbite proved futile, as continuous use was necessary. Otherwise, a wound that had just been healed would reopen with the slightest exposure to the storm. Even the brawny figure of Wu Yikai, a formidable presence in the realm of combat, was reduced to a pitiful state, let alone the other four. Thus, at the entrance of the secret realm, Jiang Ran and his companions waited for an extended period alongside Feng Haiming, only to be greeted by 5 individuals whose faces had turned an ashen hue, their hair laden with frost, and their weakened legs barely able to support them, like wilted purple carrots. Xiang Jingji was nearly taken aback. Goodness, this is truly tragic, he discreetly whispered to his brother. Upon realizing that his younger sibling had finally remembered his existence, Xiang Jingxing shot him a sidelong glance, pondering that perhaps the next time it would be their turn to endure such misery. That won't happen, Xiang Jingji scoffed. I have faith in Ranzi's ring. That day shall never come. Feng Haiming handed out the pre-prepared recovery potions, 2 bottles for each person, originally meant for 1 bottle per individual. The vibrant complexion of the others rendered the need for medication unnecessary, so Feng Haiming generously allocated the entirety to the substitute team. Chi Mu swiftly consumed his recovery potion, glancing at the impeccably pristine and rosy-faced Jiang Ran, smacking his lips. You all emerged so soon. The response came from Feng Haiming. They had spent merely 1 hour and 40 minutes inside the secret realm. Chi Mu's glasses nearly slipped from his nose. Yin Yu, striving to appear composed, felt his body stiffen. Wu Yikai, warmed by embracing Feng Zhun, along with Feng Zhun himself, were equally bewildered. Dong Xinyao, attempting to restore feeling to her feet by stamping them, nearly stumbled. What? After a prolonged moment, Chi Mu finally grasped the situation. Fixing an incredulous gaze upon Jiang Ran, who had donned a confident smile once more. How long? 1 hour and 40 minutes. Wu Yikai's booming voice echoed, causing Feng Zhun's ears to ring. However, at that moment, he found no desire to confront Wu Yikai for a fleeting instant. He even questioned whether his ears had been frozen in the secret realm, for how could he have heard such an absurd statement? Yin Yu's hands clenched and then relaxed. Repeatedly, although he had scarcely monitored the time, the changing position of the sun outside indicated that it was at least noon. They had entered the secret realm at 9 o'clock, meaning they had traversed through an E-level realm in no less than 4 hours. This was under the fortunate circumstance that they had encountered minimal beasts. While a disparity indeed existed between the two teams, the nature of the secret realm did not necessitate constant combat, thus minimizing their difference considerably. Yet, why was it still impossible to catch up? Jiang Ran's lips curled into a natural smile, devoid of mockery, yet lacking humility. Xiang Jingji draped an arm over his brother's shoulder, grinning broadly. We merely performed as expected, even 10 minutes later than we anticipated. As he spoke, he rubbed his nose, acknowledging the need for even greater effort next time. Feng Haiming felt a genuine headache coming on. He had thought 1 Jiang Ran sufficed, yet here he was confronted with an abundance of irreverent individuals. Such remarks could only serve to incite animosity. In the event that the substitute team is once again struck down, a midnight message is sent to the coach, expressing a desire to depart from the cultural scene. Xiang Jingxing, who serves as a support for Xiang Jingji, subtly twitched at the corner of his eye and swiftly distanced himself from the situation. Oh dear! The support abruptly vanished, leaving Xiang Jingji momentarily stunned, nearly tumbling to the ground. Fortunately, his long arms grasped Jiang Ran's clothing, averting a potential faceplant. Deputy Commander, what are the next arrangements? Jiang Ran disregarded the squabble between the two brothers and turned towards Feng Haiming with an obedient demeanor, as if to say, I am your earnest student, whatever you instruct, I shall follow. One must admit, the deception was rather compelling. Had it been Kuang Feng in this position, he likely would have been convinced. A day's adjustment, and we continue tomorrow. Feng Haiming concluded before departing, unconcerned with their specific adjustments, as long as they arrived intact the following day. Logically, the strongest among the substitutes. Yinyu should have taken the lead. However, she declined, prompting a series of polite refusals among the group until, quite inexplicably, the responsibility fell to Qi Mu. Having nearly fully recuperated, Qi Mu stepped forward to address Jiang Ran. What do you plan to do next? Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Ran replied, of course. We shall continue to dedicate ourselves to training. Though only a day remained, every hour was invaluable. Wu Yikai felt a surge of shock within. He had initially intended to indulge in a massage for relaxation, recognizing that physical well-being was paramount, especially after experiencing the extremes of the secret realm. What if muscle tension led to complications? A massage was essential. Yet upon hearing that even someone as formidable as Jiang Ran prioritized training at every opportunity, Wu Yikai suddenly felt that he had been remiss in his own diligence. This was precisely why others surpassed him. No, they too must train. Yen, it is time to assess the fruits of your labor over these past few days, Jiang Ran pronounced earnestly. Yen Shi met this with unwavering confidence, declaring, bring it on. I am no longer the person I once was. All right, game on, Jiang Ran exclaimed, promptly launching a game application with a grand gesture. Let it be known. Should anyone falter, dinner at Jinyutang tonight will be on their tab. Xiang Jingxing chuckled in agreement. I have no objections. Xiang Jingji tightened his grip on his phone, resolute. I will not lose. Meanwhile, Jiang Qingye remained the quietest of the group, head lowered as he silently selected his area of expertise. Were Wu Yikai present? Witnessing Jiang Ran's notion of dedicated training merely involving gaming, he might have been utterly flabbergasted. If anyone were to inquire, Jiang Ran would assert with conviction. Practicing hand speed and cognitive reflexes. How is that not training? We must train diligently. Anyone who underperforms shall face my wrath. Chapter 67. The Forbidden Zone. The subsequent week was spent within the secret realm. Although their initial rankings were not particularly high, it must be said that the secret realms discovered by Feng Haiming and Kuang Feng were exceptionally cunning. Either the environments bore little resemblance to the outside world, or the exotic beasts presented formidable challenges. Upon emerging from the previous secret realm, even Jiang Ran couldn't resist gulping down a vial of oral solution. Once again, it is time for the daily adjustments. Upon reconvening, Jiang Ran has once more donned his pristine white attire, his hair meticulously styled to exude the charm of a dashing young gentleman. Their next destination is the secret realm located in the northwest, specifically the 436th secret realm. It is time to embark on their journey. As they boarded the plane, Xiang Jingji's palpable excitement was evident. For the past week, they had been traversing the North China region, and now they were finally set to explore new territories. The Northwest, at long last, was within his domain. Although they were still airborne over North China, Xiang Jingji had already begun to mentally plan where to take Jiang Ran and the others for leisure once they emerged from the secret realm. Oh, and those exorbitantly priced restaurants. He would be sure to request a list from his mother upon their return. He was determined to recoup all the money lost during their gaming escapades. Upon landing, they would need to transfer to a bus. The 436th secret realm was nestled deep within the mountains of a certain district in Liangzhou, Gansu province. Their journey would commence with a flight to Liangzhou, followed by a bus ride to the county, and then a vehicle transfer into the mountains. The final stretch would even require trekking on foot. It was hard to fathom that such primitive means of transportation still existed in this era of extraordinary abilities. One must commend the individual who first discovered the existence of a secret realm in such a remote location. This time, the team was led solely by Kuang Feng. As Feng Haiming had matters to attend to in the capital, 11 of them were now seated in 3 small vehicles, swaying gently as they journeyed into the mountains. Shi Yin, Xiang Jingxing, Jiang Qingye, and Jiang Ran occupied one of the vehicles, while Xiang Jingji found himself unceremoniously assigned to Kuang Feng's. In the back of the vehicle, Shi Yin sat closely beside Jiang Ran, warily observing the other side. They were currently navigating a narrow mountain road, with a steep mountainside to their right and a precipice to their left. Regardless of the circumstances, Shi Yin would never risk sitting near the edge of the cliff. What is there to be afraid of? Xiang Jingxing remarked, though he too instinctively leaned towards the center, unwilling to press against the vehicle's side. Despite possessing an extraordinarily powerful ability that rendered the likelihood of their vehicle overturning infinitesimally small, the notion of what if lingered. This was precisely why they had relegated Xiang Jingji to Kuang Feng's vehicle, No one wanted to gamble on whether that reckless lad might inadvertently cause an accident. Initially, Jiang Ran had been resting his eyes, although he was a young master accustomed to a life of ease and extravagance. It did not imply that he had never ridden in a small vehicle before. Thus, it was surprising to see that, apart from Kuang Feng, who had military training, Jiang Ran seemed to adapt the best. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss as he opened his eyes. The closest to him, Shi Yan, caught his murmured concern, questioning what was wrong. Jiang Ran pressed his lips together. In the wind, there appeared to be some unusual sounds. However, having never ventured into these mountains before, he was unsure if the wind's increased cacophony was merely a consequence of their ascent. At that moment, in the first vehicle, Kuang Feng, who had been admiring the scenery, abruptly paused. Seated beside him, Xiang Jingji, behaving like a docile quail, astutely sensed the shift in Kuang Feng's demeanor. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the mountains, its sound unmistakably distant, yet so powerful that it sent loose stones cascading down the slope where several individuals were situated. Jiang Ran's pupils dilated in alarm. Without a moment to spare, he swiftly seized the closest companions, Shi Yan and Xiang Jingxing, and leapt towards the rear of the vehicle. Jiang Qingye was equally quick, grabbing the bewildered farmer who had been recruited to drive the tricycle, and followed Jiang Ran out of the car. Just as the two had barely escaped, a massive boulder plummeted down with a resounding crash, flattening the once gleaming tricycle into a mere shadow of its former self. Jiang Ran and Jiang Qingye's remarkable reflexes allowed them to evade disaster, but the substitute team in the third tricycle lacked such swiftness. The boulder fell with alarming speed and unexpected ferocity. Dong Xinyao and Feng Zhan, not particularly adept in physical maneuvers, were yanked out of the vehicle by Wu Yikai, while Qi Mu was a beat too slow to react. Yin Yu instinctively reached out to grab him and the driver ahead, but he was still a moment too late. As two boulders were poised to crush them, two crescent-shaped projectiles shot in from a distance, colliding with one of the boulders. Simultaneously, a small stone zipped through the air, faster than an ordinary bullet, striking the other boulder dead center. In the next instant, one boulder exploded outward while the other shattered from within, scattering fine dust over the group. "Goodness, are you all right?" Xiang Jingji's voice rang out from ahead. Jiang Ran glanced towards Yin Yu's direction, relieved to see everyone safe. "Rest assured, no one is dead," he reassured, also conveying a silent message of safety to Kuang Feng. The boulder that had fallen above them was larger than the two that had nearly crushed Yin Yu and his companions, effectively blocking the path and separating Kuang Feng and Xiang Jingji from the rest of the group. Just as Jiang Ran was about to attempt to clear the debris, the enormous rock trembled slightly before exploding into countless fragments. Xiang Jingji, resembling a cannonball, rushed over and meticulously checked on his brother. Finally exhaling in relief upon confirming his safety, Jiang Ran clicked his tongue. "What about us? Are we to be ignored?" "Brother Jiang, I trust you," Xiang Jingji replied, yet still obediently approached to examine him, only to be deftly avoided by Jiang Ran. "What is happening?" Others joined them, Wu Yikai still shaken. "Was that an earthquake?" Kuang Feng shook his head, and before he could elaborate, a series of deafening booms echoed from afar, causing the entire mountain to tremble slightly. Fortunately, this time, the falling stones were relatively small, easily dodged. "It is the aberrant beasts," Kuang Feng stated, the words causing a collective intake of breath from the others. "Are they the aberrant beasts from the restricted zone?" Kuang Feng shot a surprised glance at Jiang Ran, seemingly taken aback that he possessed such knowledge. "Indeed, I sensed a multitude of chaotic auras. The aberrant beasts within the restricted zone have gone berserk." Jiang Ran's expression darkened considerably. For 17 years following his arrival here, he resided in Qin province, which borders Gansu province to the west. Hence, Jiang Ran was not entirely ignorant of Gansu. However, in a bid to appear more erudite, Jiang Ran had taken the liberty of consulting a map prior to their journey. The mountain beneath their feet is referred to as Gutsong Mountain on the map, and the secret realm number 436 lies nestled between Gutsong Mountain and a smaller nearby peak. On the opposite side of Gutsong Mountain lies a restricted area, formally designated as Zone W04, with the W denoting west, signifying the fourth restricted zone discovered within the Western Theater. Nevertheless, the locals commonly refer to it as Gutsong Restricted Zone. Jiang Ran had limited knowledge of the restricted area, only aware that each zone harbors one or more beast monarchs, with only those extraordinary beasts of tier 10 or higher deserving the title of monarch. While he could not speak for other nations, within the Dragon Kingdom, there undoubtedly exist superhuman beings capable of contending with tier 10 beasts. Otherwise, the beasts would not remain cowering within the confines of the restricted zones. However, the ability to combat them does not guarantee an easy victory. Each engagement of such magnitude exacts a considerable toll on the Dragon Kingdom. This reality explains why the state, despite acknowledging the significant risks posed by the existence of these zones, allows them to persist. Chapter 68. Damn it, let us get him. What shall we do now? Feng Zhun's once meticulously styled hair, parted at a precise angle, had devolved into a disheveled mess after a week of tumultuous and life-threatening training. He lacked Jiang Ran's unwavering commitment and patience to maintain his refined appearance at all times. After all, merely surviving the onslaught of the beasts had drained his mental resources. And now that they had emerged from the secret realm, all he desired was rest. He simply could not find the time to visit a barber. Jiang Ran's expression grew more solemn as he turned to Kuang Feng. Emotionally, he yearned to venture to the other side of Gutsong Mountain to confront the raw power of the wild beasts and to witness the so-called restricted zone for himself. Yet, rationally, they were merely a group of youngsters who had recently awakened, and their priority should be to diligently fulfill their tasks and embark on an unknown adventure within the secret realm. In truth, the notion of beast uprisings in the restricted zones sounded far more daunting than it actually was. Such occurrences transpired a dozen times annually, typically involving minor skirmishes that could be resolved by the military stationed in proximity to the zones. Thus, Jiang Ran could easily predict Kuang Feng's decision. As expected, Kuang Feng declared, "This matter does not concern you. Continue on your journey." He divided the two teams, along with 3 drivers, into 2 groups, boarding 2 intact motorbikes. Xiang Jingji had effectively evaded Kuang Feng, joining Jiang Ran and the others, including their original driver, in the rear motorbike. "I thought we would see battle," Xiang Jingji exclaimed, releasing a torrent of words he had been holding back. Even Xiang Jingxing found the outpouring somewhat overwhelming, let alone Shi Yan. "With your mediocre skills, you hardly qualify for battle. Should you not be relegated to feeding the beasts instead?" In response to Shi Yan's unabashed mockery, Xiang Jingji scoffed and rolled up his sleeves, ready to settle the score. Yet under Jiang Ran's penetrating gaze, he dared not make any rash movements. He merely shook his fist at Shi Yan in indignation, signifying that once they entered the secret realm, they would engage in a duel, with the loser being the subordinate. Shi Yan paid no heed, even rolling his eyes in response, nearly inciting Xiang Jingji to the brink of fury. As they progressed along the path, although the occasional rockfall still occurred, there were no more significant disturbances. The road became increasingly bumpy until they could no longer proceed with their vehicle, prompting the group to disembark and venture on foot into the mountains. It was not until they arrived at the threshold of the secret realm that the other side of Gutsong Mountain remained eerily silent, presumably subdued. Jiang Ran cast a glance at the few individuals stationed at the entrance of the secret realm. Despite its secluded location deep within the mountains, it was still guarded, and the number of sentinels had increased from the ordinary 2 to 4, with personnel now donned in military uniforms rather than the civilian attire of mere administrative staff. Though we now reside in an era of supernatural abilities, many criminals retain their long-standing habits. Certain individuals have an affinity for traversing uncharted territories, deliberately seeking out remote areas of dense forests where few tread. Hence, vigilance is imperative. "Enough of this gazing, do your duty. Proceed," he admonished. Compared to the restless Wu Yikai and Xian Jingji, who could not help but glance back at the forbidden zone, Kuang Feng remained remarkably composed. Once both teams had re-entered in batches, he approached one of the guards stationed nearby. "Have there been any suspicious individuals recently?" The guard immediately stood at attention, saluting. Reporting to the commander, "There have been no suspicious persons detected lately." Kuang Feng returned the salute, nodded, and stepped aside to retrieve an unusually shaped communicator from his pocket. After a moment's contemplation, he opted to send a message. "What is the current status of Zone W04? Minutes later, a response arrived, still under control. A wave of relief washed over Kuang Feng. This secret realm was even more primitive than Gutsong Mountain, its eeriness rivaling that of some ancient forest documentaries Jiang Ran had previously viewed. Were it not for the presence of the initial station and the 2 watchmen stationed there, who exuded a formidable aura, Jiang Ran might have hesitated to enter. After all, It is often said that those who venture into such primordial forests seldom return. He personally held great respect for such legends. Let us go, children. Jiang Ran gestured grandly to signal their departure. He then patted Xian Jingji on the shoulder reassuringly. Do not be disheartened. When we encounter the exotic beasts, we will let you take the lead, ensuring you experience the thrill of battle. Xian Jingji's face lit up with gratitude. Brother Jiang, you truly are the best. 3 hours passed. How can one be so disloyal? Xian Jingji's voice echoed in exasperation. Did you not say you wished to see battle? This is the battlefield. Do not act like a coward. Shi Yan retorted, equally vociferous. There was no choice but to raise their voices. The 5 individuals had been forcibly split into 3 groups, scattered in their desperate flight, making it nearly impossible to spot one another. Behind them, a creature with 2 horns sprouting from its head, covered in pitch-black scales and measuring a staggering 40 to 50 meters in length, was hot on their heels. Alas, it is no wonder that people often say that once one ventures into the primordial forest, it is all too easy to become lost forever. Jiang Ran was desperately pulling Xiang Jingxing forward. They had barely explored a third of the secret realm when they unexpectedly encountered a 5th-tier beast. Such misfortune was akin to stepping out to buy a lottery ticket only to find oneself in debt by tens of thousands. However, the sole stroke of good fortune was that this beast lacked ranged attack capabilities, and the trees in this forest grew so densely that as long as they ran fast enough, they would not perish immediately. Ranzi, quickly take the medicine and fight it. Despite being the last to run, Xiang Jingji, closest to the beast, incessantly attempted to disrupt the creature's judgment with his voice. However, in reality, he was merely distracting his companions. Jiang Ran was exasperated, thinking, did he believe that was an elixir of immortality from the Taoist sage? Could it allow someone to leap 2 levels? Are you mad? Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Jiang Ran paused, even at this moment. Was someone trying to deceive him? Believe it or not, he thought. Would he die from the pain alone? He vividly recalled the harrowing cost of battling a 4th-tier beast, and now they were facing a 5th-tier one. He feared that he might not perish in the jaws of the beast, but instead succumb to the agony of this encounter. That won't happen. My spirits are high today, so I will take the lead. Jiang Ran abruptly hit the brakes, nearly causing Xiang Jingxing to crash into him. What's wrong? Seeing Jiang Ran halt suddenly, Xiang Jingxing felt a weight of dread in his heart, fearing the emergence of another danger. Jiang Ran turned sharply. No. The more I think about it, the angrier I become. I have never been pursued so shamelessly in my life. A sense of foreboding surged within Xiang Jingxing. You surely don't intend to. Damn it. Let's take him down. Chapter 69. 2 more bowls of duck blood vermicelli soup. Why must you do this? Indeed. Brother Jiang, I am certain that had we merely toyed with it a while longer, it would have given up on its own. Is it still able to move? If so, it should at least open its mouth. Brother Jiang, come, follow my lead, Jiang Ran was still oozing blood from every part of his body, staining the stone he leaned against, and the lush green moss beneath him a deep crimson. Although that creature had initially engaged him, the consequences of the battle were borne solely by Jiang Ran. He could have gritted his teeth and endured, but the incessant chatter of his companions was unbearable. Even if he were unharmed, they would surely make him feel otherwise. Sure, Yin held a bottle of oral solution, identical to what Feng Haiming had given them each time they exited the secret realm, albeit with a stronger efficacy. Xiang Jingji continued to coax Jiang Ran, like a child, to obediently open his mouth and take the medicine, prompting Jiang Ran to roll his only functioning eye and give an exasperated glare. Hey. You can still roll your eyes. Xiang Jingji was instantly elated, indicating that he was still alive. Jiang Ran rolled his eyes again. Of course, with my chest heaving so obviously, I am certainly not dead. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. Perhaps having endured it once before had prepared him psychologically. Jiang Ran found that the cost this time was not as unbearable as the last. The pain lasted less than 15 minutes, and Jiang Ran swiftly returned to his vibrant self, appearing as if he could engage in a fierce battle with the beasts for an extended duration. We must expedite our progress, everyone, he declared with a serious countenance. It was indeed imperative to hasten their pace. Shi Yan nodded in agreement, realizing that falling behind would result in a loss of face, even more than 10 instances of facing Xiang Jingji. No, that is not my concern, Jiang Ran unexpectedly refuted. Xiang Jingxing pondered for a moment. Are you worried they might encounter 5th-tier beasts as well, and thus wish to seek assistance sooner? Jiang Ran paused. seemingly caught off guard by this perspective. However, after a brief moment, he shook his head. I possess a clear understanding of our fortune and have heard enough about theirs. Since we have encountered fifth-tier beasts, they certainly will not. I merely wish to exit quickly, then. Jiang Ran tugged at his blood-soaked clothing. Have a proper bath, change into fresh attire, and indulge in 2 bowls of duck blood vermicelli soup to replenish myself. The 4 of them realized they had misjudged Jiang Ran's seriousness. So, which way shall we proceed now? Xiang Jingji inquired, gazing at the towering ancient trees surrounding them, all strikingly identical, along with the myriad of paths that seemed to lead nowhere, giving him a headache. Before Jiang Ran could contemplate further, Jiang Qingya pointed in a direction. This way? Wow! Xiang Jingji exclaimed with delight. It turned out there was indeed a skilled navigator among their ranks. Jiang Ran and the other 2 did not even pause to express their admiration, immediately setting off towards the direction Jiang Qingya indicated. Now it was Jiang Qingya, who found himself momentarily stunned. Aren't you afraid I might be pointing you the wrong way? Huh. Shiyan glanced back at him. If you're wrong, then you're wrong. Xiang Jingji shook his head in agreement. Indeed, if it's a mistake, we merely change direction and continue. Rest assured, my stamina is robust. I can walk for 3 days and nights without faltering. Jiang Ran, too weary to turn back, urged, let us move quickly. If we linger, the stench of blood will suffocate me. Despite their hurried pace, when Jiang Ran and the others finally broke free from the encirclement of the beasts and reached their starting point, they found the substitute team was already present. With Jiang Ran's pallid complexion and appearance as if he had just emerged from a bloodbath, the others were equally disheveled. A stark contrast to the pristine condition of Qi Mu and his companions, who were not only clean, but had even retained their neatly arranged hair. See, Jiang Ran sighed in resignation. I told you their luck is the exact opposite of ours. Xiang Jingji felt tears of envy welling up. Heavens! I will no longer refer to you as grandfather. You truly treat me like your grandson. Upon exiting the secret realm, a slender, fair hand offered a vial of oral solution. Jiang Ran glanced at it. Something seems off. What are you doing here? He asked. By the entrance of the secret realm, Bai Yu stood in black attire, while the originally leading Kuang Feng was nowhere to be found. Why shouldn't I be here? Is it not permissible for me to come for a holiday? Bai Yu pulled Jiang Ran aside, discreetly surveying him before finally releasing his grip once he confirmed there were no significant issues. Jiang Ran, disinterested in his ramblings, furrowed his brow and mused. Could it be that something has occurred in the Forbidden Zone? What could possibly happen there? Bai Yu understood that he could not intimidate Jiang Ran, but his words were not solely directed at him. You few youngsters manage to create such chaos even in a D-level secret realm, yet you dare to contemplate matters concerning the Forbidden Zone? You would be better off pondering how to enjoy the next 2 days of holiday. With that said, he snapped his fingers, and a group of individuals instantly materialized from the valley back to the county. Jiang Ran couldn't help but marvel at the convenience of spatial abilities. How he longed to possess such a power. Unfortunately, his targets for plunder could only be those he had personally slain. The abilities Bai Yu wielded were beyond his reach. The county shared the same name as the mountain, known as Gutsong County. It remains unclear whether the mountain was named first or the county. The entire county is impoverished, the type of destitution that cannot be alleviated even with focused poverty alleviation efforts. Typically, few people venture here, which is why there are only 2 or 3 hotels, and their conditions can only be described as mediocre. As for how the other young masters viewed this, Jiang Ran paid them no mind. He had endured far worse accommodations in his previous life and had adapted quite well. An hour later, Jiang Ran had finally transformed from a scruffy youth back into the image of a refined young gentleman. Bai Yu lounged in his room, legs crossed, engrossed in a video game. What brings you here? Looking for a change of scenery to slack off? Jiang Ran snatched his phone from him and, upon reviewing his performance, exclaimed, what in the world? Is this even achievable? Yet, this fellow seemed entirely oblivious to any faults in his gameplay, even displaying a hint of pride. What do you think? My skills are impressive, aren't they? Get lost. If you touch my account again, I'll end you. Oh, such aggression. Is your temper always this fiery in the secret realm? Bai Yu poked him, remarking, the life fate stone nearly turned you into a light bulb. Did you know? Jiang Ran was genuinely taken aback. He had previously believed that the so-called cost merely involved a bit of bleeding and temporary pain, unaware that it could elicit a response from the life fate stone. Did that imply that, in the stone's judgment, He had been on the brink of death at that moment. Thus, if the cost were indeed too steep, he could genuinely die from the pain. A rare sense of fear gripped Jiang Ran. It seemed that he could no longer afford to activate his special form lightly. After all, it would be a travesty to triumph over a beast, only to perish from pain afterward. Who would he turn to for justice then?